Chapter 1 Elevator Malfunction. What is four-dimensional space? I've seen this question before. It's adding the dimension of time to three-dimensional space, basically allowing time travel. In a sense, time doesn't actually exist, so your explanation doesn't hold. What is time? Seconds, minutes, hours? No, these are all human constructs. The time we recognize exists only on clocks. True time is the growth of all things, the ceaseless changes, the irreversible flow. Therefore, we can never travel through time, because the moment anything changes, its past vanishes completely. Even if we could return to that moment in time, all we'd find is emptiness. We can recreate, but we can never retrieve our past. The same goes for the future. Until changes occur, everything is void. So, let's return to the earlier question. What is the fourth dimension? No idea. I stared at this bespectacled man I'd only met a few times, feeling mildly exasperated. I was just riding an elevator, why would I want to discuss something like the fourth dimension with him? However, since we are colleagues from the same company after all, I couldn't very well dampen his enthusiasm. I could only smile and say, then tell me, what is the four-dimensional space? I don't know either. The bespectacled man shook his head, falling into thoughtful silence for a moment before murmuring, three-dimensional space is composed of multiple two-dimensional spaces stacked together, so four-dimensional space should be multiple three-dimensional spaces stacked together. Our world is essentially a large three-dimensional space. Then, if four-dimensional space truly exists, it would mean our world is likely stacked together with other three-dimensional spaces. But we can't conceive of such a complex stacking state, so we'll never be able to perceive the existence of four-dimensional space. Bro, you've practically got me all tangled up. I helplessly rubbed my forehead and said, with my 3,200 salary, I probably won't be dealing with any of this just yet. No, you'll be dealing with it sooner than you think. The bespectacled man suddenly revealed an intriguing smile. Ding! The elevator stopped on the second floor. Three-dimensional space collisions occurred. The superposition state became overwhelmed, resulting in multiple collapses. More and more mysterious incidents are emerging, as if the program has encountered a bug, or actors have stepped into the wrong scene. Creatures that should belong in this world have somehow wandered into another. We can't perceive higher dimensions, but we can still uncover traces of parallel dimensions. Of course, to us, those traces were all mysterious, unknown. The bespectacled man stepped out of the elevator and waved at me with a smile. I was just rambling, don't take it to heart. After a pause, he laughed again. Good luck, Chen Xiao. Boom! The two elevator doors slammed shut violently. The lights flickered intensely as the entire elevator shuddered from the impact. What's going on? I was startled and immediately grabbed the handrail, staring at the elevator in panic. The other people in the elevator were also stunned. One delivery guy let out a wail. Damn it, couldn't my luck be this bad? Bad luck? What do you mean? I frowned. The elevator's obviously broken. Look, the numbers stopped moving. The delivery guy pointed anxiously at the bright red 2 on the elevator screen, complaining, I haven't finished my deliveries yet, I'm definitely going to be late. Let's just wait, it should be fine. I reached out and pressed the button for the first floor again, but suddenly an electric current shot from the button, making me shudder violently and jerk my hand back. Damn, this thing's leaking electricity. I yelled. My entire hand had gone numb from the shock, and the fingertip I'd used to press the elevator button was now covered in a layer of blackened, charred skin. Boom! Suddenly, the elevator began to plummet. This wasn't the normal descent between floors, it was as if we'd fallen, dropping at terrifying speed. Everyone experienced a violent sense of weightlessness. Some couldn't even remain standing, collapsing directly onto the elevator floor. The fall lasted only seconds, but everyone was thrown into chaos. Some sprawled on the ground, others pressed against the walls and huddled in corners. A few even smashed their heads open, screaming in agony. I was doing relatively well, pressed against the wall and huddled in the corner, barely managing to keep myself steady. But the raven-haired beauty behind me wasn't faring so well. Her face pale with terror, she clung to my waist, whether intentionally or not, and proceeded to vomit all down my back. What the hell is that smell? My face turned green with disgust. This was a brand new suit I just changed into. This afternoon, I was supposed to compete for a promotion and a raise. What smell? A delivery guy, sprawled on the floor, got up with tears in his eyes. Gazing at the meal boxes in his hand with utter despair, he said, What you're smelling is my stinking, rotten life. Shut the hell up. I yelled as I threw my shoe at the delivery guy. Then angrily, I reached out and tried to pry off the delicate hands of the raven-haired beauty clinging to my waist. But just as I managed to free one of those clinging hands, I suddenly froze. Half my anger dissipated, replaced by confusion and shock on my face. Wait a minute, wasn't I supposed to be cowering in the corner with my back against the wall? That means, there couldn't possibly be someone behind me. Terror began creeping into my body, trembling uncontrollably as emotions overwhelmed me. The beautiful black-haired woman's face was pressed right against my ear, so close I could even hear her faint breaths. Just turning my head would have brought me eye to eye with the beauty, yet I felt absolutely no desire to look back. Ghost, there's a ghost. I was nearly paralyzed with terror. Frantically peeling away the woman's delicate hands, I bolted to the elevator doors like an arrow, pounding on them with desperate hammering blows. Open up! Open the damn door! Bang! Suddenly, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed. I spun around to see half the corpse of that black-haired beauty lying on the floor. Her blood painted a horrifying crimson streak across the elevator walls. Piercing screams immediately erupted inside the confined space. Ah! Someone's dead! Where did this woman come from? Quick! Call the police! There were 4 people in the elevator. Me, a food delivery guy, an elderly man with a bleeding forehead, and a female project manager from our team. There hadn't been any black-haired beauty present. So where did this raven-haired woman suddenly appear from? Did you just slip into the elevator during the malfunction? But the doors never opened. What kind of phenomenon is this? Cheating? Wall phasing? Even that shouldn't make you get stuck halfway through. Chapter 2, The Mysterious Space. ZZT, accompanied by a series of sparks, black smoke began pouring out from the elevator screen. The crimson numbers on the screen started flickering, first showing 2, then changing to 1, and then, it abruptly turned into a mess of completely random code. Even, in the end, it turned into what looked like an electrocardiogram's erratic line, flickered a few times, and then with a sharp ZZZT, the screen went black. Bang! The monitor exploded, shards of glass flying everywhere. Everyone jumped like startled birds, frightened once again. I quickly pulled out my phone to call the police, but after pressing for ages, I realized there was no signal at all. Damn it, how could a movie plot happen to me? I kept shaking my phone, but the signal bar remained stubbornly unchanged. I turned to look at the others. The old man with the bleeding forehead and the delivery guy were also holding up their phones, desperately searching for a signal. The female supervisor from the project had already collapsed on the floor in terror. Damn it! I cursed angrily. Right then, my phone screen went black. In the pitch-black screen, a blurred reflection appeared, an indistinct figure crouched on top of the elevator, its limbs twisted unnaturally, like some kind of unknown creature. I jerked my head up in panic and saw it, a black, horrifying octopus clinging to the elevator's ceiling. It's called an octopus because of its 8 slime-covered, disgusting tentacles, yet it bears an ancient, grotesque human face, with 2 massive bulging eyes and a nose sagging like a lump of mud. What the hell is this thing? I froze. The creature resembled no known life form on Earth. It completely defied comprehension, only the word monster could describe it. Just then, the delivery guy also noticed the octopus dangling above our heads and exclaimed in shock, "Holy shit, Squidward?" Bang! With a deafening crash, the elevator doors opened. But at the same moment, all the lights inside went out. Darkness swallowed the entire elevator. The occupants' vision seemed stolen away, leaving only the chaotic symphony of screams and curses echoing around them. Thud! Something heavy hit the floor. Immediately, the old man who'd smashed his head began wailing pitifully. Help! Somebody help! I quickly activated my phone's flashlight simultaneously. The food delivery guy did the same, and we both directed our beams toward the injured old man. The old man's head was dripping with blood, a ghastly wound exposed through his thinning hair. Looking at his withered hands, he was actually gripping an octopus still attached to a piece of his scalp. Turned out the octopus had just fallen onto the old man's head. When he yanked it off with force, he tore away a large chunk of his scalp along with it, a bloody and horrifying sight. Ah, the octopus is killing people. The delivery guy panicked, swinging his yellow helmet at the octopus. Don't let this delivery guy's skinny frame fool you, his hands pack quite a punch. Not only did he slap the octopus loose, but he also broke 2 of the old man's fingers in the process. The old man clutched his fractured fingers, howling in pain. His wrinkled face contorted as cold sweat poured down. The octopus wriggled on the ground a few times, its grotesque humanoid face twisting into a vicious, terrifying expression. Whoosh! It suddenly leaped at the delivery guy, who turned pale with fright and frantically swung his yellow helmet, smacking the octopus away mid-air. I watched as the slimy octopus flew past my eyes, darting straight out of the elevator and falling into the endless darkness outside. But by chance, I noticed that the blood inside the elevator was increasing. I quickly turned around and my face immediately changed drastically. The old man was dead. There was now a bloody hole in his chest, his heart was missing, as if something had stolen it. No good, the elevator's dangerous, run. I didn't dare hesitate any longer and rushed out of the elevator, using my phone's light to guide the way. This is all too bizarre, the black-haired woman with only half a body, the octopus dangling from the elevator ceiling, and that unknown creature that ambushed the old man's heart. Just how many dangers are hidden in this elevator? Could it really be what that bespectacled guy said, a collision in 3-dimensional space, a collapse that let in mysterious creatures from other worlds? Take that woman, for example. She might be from a parallel world, accidentally crossing over with only half her body while the other half stayed behind. That's just tragic. My mind was in turmoil as I ran, recalling the bespectacled man's words. The more I think about it, the more I feel something's off about that guy. Though we're colleagues, I barely met him just a handful of times, and all I know is that he works in some technical department. Couldn't tell you his damn name or what exactly he even does there. But obviously he knew me, otherwise he wouldn't have called out my name. Why did he say those things to me today? And why did he get off the elevator on the second floor? He must know something. Lost in wild thoughts, I stumbled and accidentally fell to the ground. When I got up, the scene before me left me stunned. This was not the hallway or street beyond the elevator from my memory, but a vast, majestic expanse of land. Black sand half-buried countless miniature stars, which pulsed with light, sometimes soft, sometimes dazzling. The sky was black as well, with mysterious auroras flickering, resembling the polar night sky. By the faint light, one could see some enigmatic, unknown creatures slumbering here. A phoenix's severed wing protruded, bearing traces of scorching flames. 100-meter-long behemoth lay buried in the sand, revealing only its grotesque, rotting head, and a colossal, bat-winged monster leaned against a star, headless, its stubby body adorned with a single eye crawling with dark veins. This place was eerie, chilling, and indescribable. Whether creatures from the classic of mountains and seas or the Cthulhu mythos, I couldn't tell. Where the hell am I? I'm definitely not in my original world anymore. I've crossed over, all because of that damn elevator and that weird guy with glasses. God damn it, I was getting that promotion and raise this afternoon. How did I end up getting transported to this godforsaken place? I don't feel the slightest bit of excitement. Fear and tension are practically clogging up my chest. Other transmigrators start in newbie villages, but I got thrown straight into the endgame showdown. None of those terrifying monsters look easy to deal with. Who knows when they might awaken? How many dangers still lurk in this dead, pitch-black environment? Crack! A black-purple bolt of lightning suddenly streaks across the sky, crashing violently onto me. Gah! A mouthful of blood sprays from my lips, and in the next instant, my body is torn apart by that lightning. Every surge of current acts like a razor-sharp blade, slicing me open, only to dissolve into adhesive, fusing my shattered body back together piece by piece. The pain persisted relentlessly, and the terrifying radiation in the air kept seeping into my windpipe. My throat swelled, and bulging veins crawled across my neck like maggots. Ah! I screamed in agony, writhing and convulsing on the ground, but it did nothing to alleviate the torment. It felt like being gnawed by 10 beasts simultaneously, chunks of flesh torn away piece by piece, the cruelest part being that I couldn't even die. This living hell dragged on before gradually fading, leaving my consciousness blurred and frail. The auroras in the sky shimmered brilliantly, but I had no mind to admire them. I tried to flee but collapsed again after just a few steps, hitting the ground with a dull thud. My eyelids felt sealed shut, sinking heavily as they closed. At first, I still had some awareness, faintly hearing the sound of meteors streaking across before everything quickly faded into silence. I slipped into complete unconsciousness. I don't know how long it lasted. Everything dissolved into deathly silence and gloom. My consciousness remained dim, vaguely sensing the passage of time yet unable to tell how much had truly elapsed. Hours, days, years, or even centuries? In this desolate, unchanging environment, time had lost all meaning. The dark purple lightning didn't strike just once, it came down at intervals, crashing mercilessly onto my body like divine retribution. In this desolate, vast mysterious space, I had nowhere to escape, no way to hide. The delivery guy and the female supervisor didn't follow, and that elevator was nowhere to be seen. It was as if I had been abandoned in the void, constantly being jolted awake by lightning, writhing in agony, only to numbingly pass out again. This repeated over 1,000 times. I could feel neither hunger nor thirst, nor could I die. Every cell in my body was breaking apart and reforming, over and over, as if suspended between the states of life and death, excruciating, unbearable, a relentless torment. And so I drifted in a daze until I completely lost consciousness. No matter how the black-purple lightning struck, I could no longer wake up. It was as if I had become a cold, lifeless corpse. I don't know how much time has passed, but my eyelids twitched. This is Mubei Museum in Damu City. My head feels heavy, my eyes struggle to open. At least my consciousness is gradually returning. The sound of dark purple lightning and shooting meteors in my ears has been replaced by the clamor of human voices. Am I free now? Have I finally escaped the void, left that mysterious space, no longer to be struck by lightning? A faint excitement stirs within me. I try hard to tilt my ear, straining to make out what the crowd is saying. The voice closest to me seems to belong to a tour guide. Everyone, come look. This is the first mysterious creature to appear in the world, catalogued as number 001 by the Mystery Investigation Bureau, and named the Progenitor. The Progenitor was discovered 100 years ago in a village in Mabei district. Allegedly, it marked the world's first occurrence of the black and white gate phenomenon, which startled all the villagers at the time. The incident had widespread impact that year, and many people have surely heard of it. Of course, that small village has since been demolished and replaced with high-rise buildings, but we can still glimpse how sensational the event was back then through old news reports and newspapers. The progenitor differs from other mysterious creatures. He was already dead when he fell through the black and white gate. His appearance was strikingly similar to that of a human, so the villagers initially mistook him for just another ordinary corpse. But forensic analysis of the extracted blood revealed that the cells in progenitor's body were fundamentally different from ours, astonishingly active and teeming with mutated substances. To put it simply, though progenitor is dead, his corpse behaves as if alive, far surpassing the physical capacity of an ordinary grown man, exceeding even what we currently understand as biological limits. I was sealed inside an ice coffin, facing a pristine glass panel as 24 visitors gazed at me with curious reverence. The tour guide, facing away from me, enthusiastically explained while spraying saliva, therefore, we might also consider progenitor as the original awakened. Rest assured, everyone, that the progenitor had already died when he appeared 100 years ago, and his corpse has been completely preserved in our Mubei Museum. However, the progenitor's remains are quite unique. Photography is prohibited here. You may visit, but please do not disclose any facial features of the progenitor, so as to avoid drawing the attention of criminals. We appreciate your understanding. The tourists occasionally responded to the tour guide, but I heard everything vaguely, feeling as though something separated us. I mistook the word progenitor for cannibal. Instantly, terrifying images of cannibals gnawing on corpses flooded my mind, a scene eerily reminiscent of the black-purple lightning that once dissolved my body. The horror jolted me awake, and my eyes snapped open abruptly. The tourists noticed my eyes opening, and the ponytailed woman in her 20s was the first to react, widening her almond-shaped eyes in shock as she exclaimed, "Everyone, look, the primogenitor has awakened." At this, the entire crowd erupted in screams. What? Didn't the primogenitor die? How is this possible? Oh my god, the primogenitor's eyes are really open. What should we do? Should we run? Might the primogenitor be hostile? The tour guide turned around in a panic, looking at me with disbelief. I blinked twice, feeling utterly confused. My last memory was still lingering in that vast, lifeless, mysterious space. Didn't I pass out? How did I end up stuffed in a coffin? Is this even the same world anymore? And what the hell are cannibals? The tourists erupted into chaos. Without another word, the tour guide spun on his heels and bolted, shouting over his shoulder, "Don't just stand there gawking, run. The ancestor has awakened. The ancestor is extremely dangerous, no one knows if he'll slaughter humans." The tourists swarmed toward the gate in a frenzy and were gone in the blink of an eye. I panicked. What the hell is going on? Did the cannibals come back to life? Are they seriously gonna slaughter humans now? Without a second thought about where I was, I punched the ice coffin. Whether it was the coffin being fragile or my strength having increased, the ice shattered instantly, and I broke free. But the moment I stepped out, I collapsed onto the ground. My body, stiff and frozen from prolonged exposure, barely responded to my commands. Not until I escaped did the blood in my body slowly begin to circulate, and my limbs gradually grew warm again. But for quite some time, I could barely move, like I'd been given full anesthesia. I screamed with frustration, tears nearly welling up. "Don't just run for yourselves. At least wait for me. There's still one left here, damn it. Hey, is anyone going to help me? I think I'm still savable." Unfortunately, chaos reigned outside. Shouts of "the progenitor has awakened," and "the progenitor has returned," filled the air, and no one paid me any heed. After about 5 minutes, I struggled back to my feet, too desperate to shake off the stiffness in my limbs as I leaned against the wall and bolted outside. As soon as I stepped outside, I realized this was a museum, bustling with tourists crowding together in a noisy swarm. Damn it, this is really bad. My face turned pale as I frantically touched my body, checking to make sure no parts were missing. My kidneys were still intact, but there were a few needle mark-like scars on my neck, and I had no idea who had jabbed me. After calming down for a bit, it finally dawned on me that what people were shouting probably wasn't cannibals. It might have been ancestors, lion tribe, or some other race formed from excrement. The voices were too chaotic, the accent here too unfamiliar, I could barely make it out. In short, something terrifying has risen again, and I must flee quickly. If I'm caught, I might very well end up dying once more. In the void, death can be reversed, but here? I'm not so sure. Everything in this world feels unknown and alien to me. I can't quite figure out why such a massive museum doesn't have a proper security system. Then glancing at the crowd, I understood those few security guards were running even faster than the tourists, their shoes practically sparking from friction. Damn it, this is so unreliable. Which heartless bastard dragged me into this museum? I limped along as I followed the crowd of visitors. Though I kept complaining, I was truly excited inside. After being trapped in that void for so long, constantly struggling between life and death, being able to smell fresh air, see bustling crowds, and hear the noisy chatter now feels utterly wonderful, like returning to a familiar world. That was until a horse flew past in the sky, stunning me completely. It was a white horse with a horn on its head, a robust body, and two pure white wings eerily similar to the legendary unicorn. This defied everything I knew. I swallowed hard and mumbled, recalling the tour guide's words, the Mubei region. Somehow, I've never heard of this place. Black and white gates, awakened ones, flying unicorns. This isn't the world I knew. Realizing this, I grew even more nervous. Being transported to another world wasn't scary in itself. What terrified me was being thrust into this unknown, mystical realm. Resurrected monsters, flying white horses, who knew how many more mythical creatures existed here? Like the phoenix I'd seen in the void, or that rotting behemoth, or those sinister eyes peering from bat-like wings. The memory of dying over 1,000 times in the void remained vividly etched in my mind. I couldn't bear to experience that agony again, so I decided to blend into the crowd and escape this dangerous place as quickly as possible. I was wearing the black garments specially tailored for me by the mysterious investigations bureau, with a number 001 tag hanging at my waist, but I paid it no mind. In my haste to flee, I must have brushed against some tourists. The tag fell into the crowd without my noticing. After roughly 5 minutes of jostling through the packed crowd, the museum finally sounded the alarm. A staff member's voice boomed from the loudspeakers, warning, number 001, primogenitor, may have awakened. All visitors, please evacuate in an orderly manner under staff guidance. Attention, the primogenitor wears black clothing and poses extreme danger with unknown temperament. All visitors must exercise utmost caution. Repeating, please evacuate immediately. The announcement in Mandarin blared over the speakers. As the alarm sounded, all visitors instinctively glanced at anyone nearby wearing black, their expressions tense as suspicion began spreading among the crowd. I caught that the awakened creature was called primogenitor, though I've no clue what the name signifies. Hearing the alarm blare, extremely dangerous, I hastily scanned my surroundings. With just a quick glance, I spotted 7 or 8 tourists dressed in black. Panicking, I exclaimed, so many people in black, how am I supposed to know which one's the progenitor? Exclamation point. The surrounding tourists also erupted into an uproar, hurling a barrage of angry shouts. Exactly. It's all your fault for always hiding and refusing to reveal the true face of the Yi progenitor. I waited in line for 3 damn days and still didn't get to see the Yi progenitor. The guy in the short sleeves was the most agitated, his eyes wide like bronze bells as he spat excitedly. Now we're in it good, the progenitor has resurrected, but damn if I know what he even looks like. I might bump into him and think he's just some random guy. I saw a burly man with a crew cut wearing a short-sleeved shirt, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Don't let his aggressive shouts fool you. Despite his muscular build and impressive physique, that tank top looked downright pathetic on him, like it might burst at the seams any moment. Someone nearby chimed in, the boss speaks truth. This museum is really something else. Noting the tank top man's imposing frame, I quickly sidled up to him. Seeing the flicker of fear in his expression, I couldn't help asking, wait, boss, even with a build like yours, you can't take on that so-called progenitor thing? He gave me a puzzled look and countered, seriously, buddy, you don't even know about the primogenitor? I froze for a moment before laughing awkwardly. My hometown's in the mountains, pretty remote. I knew perfectly well I traveled through time, but couldn't mention my original location. If I misspoke, he might discover my true identity. After all, I'd secretly escaped from an ice coffin. Who knew if the authorities had taken me for lab rat experiments while I was unconscious? Since I've already escaped, I dare not recklessly expose myself. Being locked back into that ice coffin would be disastrous. Oh, it's nothing, he smiled, a strange gleam flashing briefly in his eyes. Without further questions, he kept pace with the fleeing crowd while explaining, I usually just work out and practice mixed martial arts. Handling a few ordinary people is manageable, but I wouldn't dare challenge the progenitor. Not to boast, but even the strongest awakened individuals of our era might not be a match for the progenitor. I frowned and asked, is the progenitor really that powerful? And, what exactly are these awakened individuals? I carefully analyze his words in the current situation. Waking from the ice coffin, the tour guide fleeing with the crowd, the alarm declaring the ancestor's resurrection, I can't help but suspect. Could the ancestor be me? As I ponder this, he continues his animated explanation. Of course the ancestor is formidable. He was the world's first awakened. Awakened are superhumans who gain extraordinary abilities through electric shocks and void radiation. You could say every awakened masters some unique special abilities. Take the strongest awakened of our era as examples. Dragon Emperor, our native powerhouse from the Divine Dragon Kingdom, awakened 9 times, wielding the Xianyuan sword, said to possess the power to control divine dragons. Captain Freedom, one of the strongest from the Free Nation, awakened 9 times, endowed with superhuman strength, speed, endurance, resistance to injury, and more, making him an incredibly formidable all-around combatant. Polar Queen, the heroine of the Vodka Nation, awakened 9 times, possessing extraordinary cold resistance and a measure of control over ice. Mechanical General, the monster created by the Perseverance Nation, pseudo 9-time awakening, fused with vast amounts of machinery and modern technology, equipped with numerous high-tech weapons. These 4 individuals are hailed by the world as the 4 Guardians. To the world, they have even replaced nuclear weapons, becoming the new deterrent force. Of course, it's said there are many taboo existences in the capital, with awakeners said to have surpassed 10, even dozens of awakenings. But those are just rumors after all. We've never seen them anyway. I think they're all fake. Instead, it's those 8-time awakened celebrity awakeners who are more renowned, such as the Sword Immortal, the Blacksmith, the Witch Doctor, and so on. There are even more people who have awakened 6 or 7 times. For example, in our city of Damu, there's a big shot who awakened 6 times, codenamed Beast Tamer. He can command all kinds of beasts and even mutate them into mysterious creatures. His power is formidable. Beast Tamer? Mutating beasts into mysterious creatures? I froze for a moment, recalling the unicorn that had just flown through the air moments ago. If a unicorn is a dangerous, mysterious creature, why would the authorities allow it to run freely in public? Moreover, the tourists didn't seem afraid of it at all. Many were delighted and even excited. Could it be that the unicorn was one of the Beastmaster pets, flying off now to deliver a message? Very likely. Lost in thought, I ran with the crowd, and before I knew it, both of us had followed the throng out of the museum. The more we chatted, the more we clicked. He was about to pull out his phone to exchange contacts when I patted my pockets and realized, where was my phone? That phone I'd used for light must have been lost in the void long ago. All I could do was shrug awkwardly and say, sorry, buddy, I lost my phone. Oh well, alright then. He reluctantly put away his phone, sighing, if your phone was lost in the museum, it's probably gone for good. Everything's chaotic right now, no one would dare go looking. He continued, some claim the progenitor awakened over 1,000 times. I think that's just bragging. Even 9 awakenings make you one of the world's 4 guardians, and anything beyond 10 is absolute taboo. 1,000 times? Might as well say they could fly to the moon. Still, I figure the progenitor must be on par with those rumored forbidden ones, at least 10 awakenings, minimum. So, in summary, we should probably get moving. With that, he yanked open the car door parked by the curb and turned to me with a grin. Hey buddy, need a lift? He was driving an ordinary SUV, looking no different from the original world. Oh, alright. Without hesitation, I got into his car. I was still lost in the stories he had told, imagining the sight of awakened ones soaring through the skies and diving into the earth. I pondered, since this world had mysterious creatures, there must be ways to counterbalance them. Otherwise, the world would have already fallen into ruin and wouldn't still be governed by humans. So, the authorities must possess formidable power. Suppose I really was the progenitor and truly had the strength of 1,000 awakenings, yet the authorities managed to seal me for over a century just using an ice coffin, even suppressing my healing ability and preventing the needle marks from fading. What did that imply? Chilling to think about. Hey, where are you headed? He climbed into the car, started the engine, shifted gears, and stepped on the gas all in one fluid motion. I forced an awkward smile and stammered, I just arrived in the city. Haven't rented a place yet and still looking for work. If you don't mind, could I crash at your place for the night? I'll hustle to find a job today. Once I get my paycheck, I'll make sure to repay you properly. I had no choice. Others who time travel get family support, but I woke up in a damn coffin. Talk about a rough start. Luckily, he was warm-hearted and even sounded delighted as he agreed. Sure, I live alone anyway. I'll take you to my place for a couple of days, no rush. Take your time job hunting and move out whenever you land something. Before his words had even finished, the car accelerated like a missile shooting forward. The engine roared, spewing thick black smoke from the exhaust. His driving skills were astonishing. Within minutes, he'd overtaken every speeding vehicle beside us. The highway was packed with tourists fleeing the museum, yet he didn't hesitate for a second, squeezing into any available gap. The reckless driving nearly caused several accidents, leaving me trembling with fear the whole way. Yet he remained utterly calm, even casually keeping up small talk with me. I couldn't help but ask, "Big bro, sorry for being blunt, but what exactly do you do for a living?" To be honest, I had my doubts. This guy was driving like he was in an action movie. Could he be a fugitive? Me? Nothing specific, a freelancer. His expression seemed slightly off. My heart skipped a beat. What if this guy really is a fugitive? But where could I possibly go now? Strangely, I hadn't felt hungry during my long confinement in the void, yet my stomach was now growling uncontrollably, gnawing at me with unbearable hunger. So now, being able to find a place to rest is already good enough. Besides, even if he really were a fugitive, it's still better than being taken away by the authorities to be a lab rat. As I was lost in these wild thoughts, he had already driven us out of the city. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, causing the tires to screech against the pavement with a sparking screech, followed by a cloud of white smoke billowing up. My SUV pulled over to the side of the road. The short-sleeved guy opened the car door and said to me with a smile, "Brother, wait in the car for a bit. I need to use the restroom." With that, he got out and headed toward the roadside public toilet. I didn't dwell on it and continued pondering where I should go from here. After about 2 or 3 minutes, there was suddenly a violent banging sound against the window beside me. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The person outside was pounding so fiercely, as if they had something urgent to tell me. I rolled down the window and saw a sanitation worker, an elderly man with a panicked expression. He urgently said, "Young man, you'd better run. That guy who just got out of your car, he's not human." I unbuckled my seatbelt, pushed the car door open, and jumped out. Wide-eyed, I asked in shock, "Uncle, what are you saying? That short-sleeved guy just now wasn't human?" "No." The sanitation worker shook his head violently like a rattle drum, his voice trembling with fear. "I saw him in the newspaper just 2 days ago. He's dead. His corpse was reported. He was killed by a skin-painting demon." "That's the skin-painting demon. He wasn't going to the toilet. He was going to paint his skin." "Young man, run. If you don't run now, I can't help you anymore." "Skin-painting demon?" I nearly cursed aloud. I had initially suspected the short-sleeved guy was a fugitive, but now I was being told he wasn't even human. What kind of place is this, where even skin-painting demons exist? Could I have somehow crossed over into a horror world? No wonder Big Brother was so warm-hearted, taking me in without asking any questions. He was just waiting for me to walk right into his trap. "Say no more, Uncle. Thank you. You're a good man. Without you, I'd still be completely in the dark." I turned to the old man with gratitude, but just as I was about to run, I heard Short-Sleeved Brother's unhurried voice. "Hey, man, I just went to the bathroom for a minute. Why'd you get off the truck? Where are you going?" I froze instantly, a cold sweat breaking out instantly. I turned stiffly and saw that Short-Sleeved Brother had somehow emerged from the bathroom and was standing by the truck, barely 2 steps away from me. "Don't run around, it's dangerous here. Come with Big Brother, my home is the safest place." He still wore a smile on his face, but this smile now sent chills down my spine. "Go to hell, stay away." My face changed dramatically, and when I turned my head, I realized the sanitation worker had long disappeared. That old man ran faster than a rabbit, completely unlike someone in his 50s or 60s. If someone had recorded his speed and posted it online, he could have won a sprinting championship. Holy shit, I was shocked. Watching the old man sprint away, I figured I'd better run too. But I hadn't gone 2 steps before an enormous force yanked me backward. Stumbling, I nearly crashed to the ground. "Where you headed, pal?" The short-sleeved guy had one vice-like hand clamped on my arm as he circled to face me, his eyes flashing with terrifying coldness. "What did that old man just tell you?" He dropped all pretense now, looking like a beast baring its fangs after its ambush was exposed. I was being choked painfully, rage boiling within me. "After dying over 1,000 times in the void, what's one more death?" He said. "I'm your father. You little bastard, don't push me. If you dare touch me, I'll fight you to the death." I roared in fury, unleashing all my pent-up frustrations. I'd just woken up terrified, barely escaped danger, only to be threatened by this skin-stealing ghost. "Even a rabbit bites when cornered. Push me too far and I'll rip his damn head off." "Pfft, you're trash who doesn't even know about Awakened. What could you possibly fight me with?" The short-sleeved man smirked menacingly, his eyes brimming with amusement, as if I were already fish on the chopping block, at his mercy. "Be a good boy and become my fresh new body." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire face split open horribly, 2 halves of his skull flopping onto either shoulder while a sharp, crimson barb thrust out from the middle. "What the hell are you?" I was stunned. This bloody, ferocious monster was utterly different from the painted skin of legends I'd imagined. At least the painted skin from folktales was a beautiful woman, so why was this world's version a goddamn barb? If this thing had even a shred of intelligence, it wouldn't have impersonated the sleeveless Big Brother. Only a clueless time traveler like me would fall for it. I was still inwardly grumbling when the thorn plunged sharply into my chest. I couldn't react in time, the barb pierced straight through my chest with a sickening thwunk, skewering my heart. What swift swordplay! Momentarily stunned, I slowly closed my eyes, feeling life ebbing away as that familiar scent of death washed over me once more. But this time I didn't lose consciousness. The cells in my body were rapidly dividing and reorganizing, as if returning to that superimposed state of life and death I'd experienced in the void. Yin and yang cycled endlessly, birth leading to death, death leading back to life. In the violent collision between life and death, I opened my eyes again, now crimson red. At this moment, what occupied my body and consciousness was the state of death. Do creatures truly exist in a state of death? Legends speak of ghosts, zombies, and the like. Today, I seem to have proven the reality of those ancient tales. The forensic examiner was right, I was indeed dead, devoid of breath, without a heartbeat, my flesh cold, my expression blank. Yet, like a glitch, even in this death state, I could still stand on solid ground, conscious even more lucid than before, though now mixed with madness, brutality, and sheer irrationality. The pain of dying over 1,000 times surged into my mind in an instant, plunging me into a frenzied state. In my normal state, I was weak, easily killed even by a painted skin ghost. But once the death state activated, everything changed. Centered around me, a visible wave of cold air emanated, withering the grass blades growing through roadside cracks into blackened sludge that flowed to the ground and froze into tiny shards of dark ice crystals. This was no ordinary chill, it was the condensed essence of radioactive substances I'd absorbed from the void, an agonizing glacial energy capable of inflicting endless suffering. The skin-peeling demon bore the brunt of this frigid onslaught. In an instant, excruciating torment beyond endurance shattered its reason, freezing the grinning expression across its twin heads as its extended barbs hung trembling in midair. My own features contorted grotesquely with fury as the memory of voidborn torment surged through me. Pain. I'm in so much pain. I want you dead. I want you dead. Ha! Ha 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 ha! I laughed maniacally, suddenly reaching out to snap off the skinwalker's barbed spike before driving it viciously into its chest. Asterisk thunk. Thunk, asterisk 1 stab, 2. The skinwalker collapsed, limbs thrashing wildly as it tried in terror to crawl away. To this very moment, it never realized what kind of monster it had provoked. Die, 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 I want you dead. Like a raving demon, I straddled the skinwalker, gripping a broken barb, relentlessly stabbing it into its body. Thud, thud, dark crimson filth splattered as my hand moved with such speed it left after images. I pierced over 20 bloody holes into its torso, shredded its chest, and tore out its mangled heart before ruthlessly stabbing it into pulp. The skinwalker lay dead in a pool of blood. Only then did I stagger to my feet, trembling as I tucked the barb into my pocket, the crimson glow in my eyes flickering weakly. Then, I tilted my head back and collapsed with a thud, completely unconscious. Chapter 7 Leader Zhang Xinfeng. No one could tell how much time had passed. Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Not particularly warm sunlight streamed over his body as he lay in a hospital room. He turned over and sat up to find a man in a black trenchcoat seated before him. The trench-coated man was extraordinarily handsome with a distinguished air, exuding an aura of compelling charisma. He smiled at Chen Xiao and said, "You're finally awake. Who are you, and where is this?" Chen Xiao felt a wave of dizziness. He patted his head and sat up, his memory still frozen at the moment he killed the skin-painting demon. After death, Chen Xiao's temperament seemed to turn cruel and violent. Recalling the pain of before, he couldn't help but release all his pent-up negative emotions. Perhaps this is the side effect of dying 1,000 times. In other words, Chen Xiao might have gone mad long ago, developed dissociative identity disorder when in his alive state, he's just an ordinary person, even slightly timid and normal. But the moment he faces death, he awakens another personality. Cold, tyrannical, and utterly unhinged. But doesn't this also somehow confirm from another angle? Chen Xiao can also infinitely revive in this world? So, does that mean I'm one of those awakened with special abilities? But whether or not I have an immortal body is something I'd rather not test too casually. What if I screw up and actually die for real? After all, Chen Xiao is quite reasonable in his normal state. Setting his thoughts aside, Chen Xiao looked at the trench coat-wearing man before him. Hello, I'm Zhang Xinfeng, director of the Mubei District Mysteries Investigation Bureau. Of course, you can also call me by my codename, Leader. The man in the trench coat smiled. He appeared to be in his 30s, genuinely charismatic, exuding the aura of someone who had lived through countless stories, making people instinctively want to trust and admire him. Leader? Chen Xiao's expression turned peculiar, silently thinking how shameless this codename really was. That's right. Zhang Xinfeng smiled helplessly. My ability is to exude charm, to make others unconsciously believe in me, obey me, and become my subordinates. That's why, the organization assigned me the codename, Leader. Oh, Chen Xiao's expression shifted slightly as he asked doubtfully, "You're an awakened?" "Yeah." Zhang Xinfeng nodded, beaming with a radiant smile. "I've awakened 4 times already." So you're saying the entire Mystery Investigation Bureau you mentioned earlier is composed entirely of awakened individuals? Chen Xiao sounded genuinely surprised. No, not entirely. Zhang Xinfeng smiled as he poured a cup of hot water and handed it over, saying, "The Bureau always needs some interns and external personnel. Most of them are ordinary people, or like you, unofficial awakened ones who aren't officially documented. I'm no awakened one." Chen Xiao took the glass of water and placed it guardedly on the bedside table beside him. After the incident with the skin-peeling demon, Chen Xiao no longer trusted anyone. This world was fraught with dangers, where some unknown mystical creature might emerge at any moment. Though Chen Xiao might possess an immortal body, but he didn't want to experience that sensation of being torn between life and death anymore. Seeing Chen Xiao's disbelief, Zhang Xinfeng didn't get angry. Instead, he responded with a gentle smile. "I reviewed the security footage from Mushuan Road. You killed a Class C mimic, eliminating a threat to our investigation bureau in the Mubei district. Mimic, mysterious lifeform file No. C782. Most specimens possess Class C strength, equivalent to humans between their second and third awakenings. The entity of the disguiser is a barb covered with various sensory organs. It enjoys killing humans, then hiding inside their corpses to manipulate them, continuing to live disguised as humans. At the same time, this creature is also the folkloric, skin-peeling ghost. Little do people know, what the disguiser wears is not just human skin, but an entire bloody carcass. However, a corpse is still a corpse after all. So, the disguiser must periodically use its special saliva to bind the flesh and blood, or else the body will disintegrate and rot. 2 hours ago, a disguiser on Muchuan Road hid in a public restroom to bind its flesh, then tried to attack you only to be killed by you instead. You say you're not an awakener. Could it be you're a mythic creature? Or perhaps, the chosen one who crossed over from another world? Suddenly, Zhang Xinfeng's smile carried a faint and inexplicable depth. Chen Xiao's heart sank, and his gaze seemed to grow colder. But then, Chen Xiao simply smiled faintly, spread his hands as if nothing had happened, and deliberately feigned helplessness, saying, I don't understand any of what you're saying. I'm just an ordinary person. Oh, is that so? Zhang Xinfeng looked at Chen Xiao with a knowing smirk. Yes, that's right. Chen Xiao nodded expressionlessly. Alright, I believe you. Zhang Xinfeng gave Chen Xiao a deep look, then turned his gaze to the steaming water on the bedside table. Picking it up, he handed it to Chen Xiao with a smile, saying, You've been unconscious for 2 hours, just woke up. Drink more hot water. Don't worry, there's no poison in it. I'm an official from Shenlong country, and you're the hero of this incident. Zhang Xinfeng bent down, placing a kettle filled with hot water by Chen Xiao's bed. His eyes sincere, he said, Trust me, we only want to help you. We mean no harm. Seeing Zhang Xinfeng's earnest and genuine demeanor, Chen Xiao couldn't help but feel moved. But still, he did not drink the water Zhang Xinfeng offered. Alright, get some rest. If you need anything, just call for me anytime, Zhang Xinfeng said with a smile. Wait. Chen Xiao suddenly called out to Zhang Xinfeng, raised his head, and gazed thoughtfully into Zhang Xinfeng's eyes before smiling and saying, At the Mubei Museum, there was a horrific incident involving the awakening of cannibals. It caused widespread panic. Were you aware of this incident? Cannibals? Zhang Xinfeng froze for a moment, then a smile tugged at his lips as if suddenly realizing something. Don't worry, we've already handled it. Oh, Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations has that capability. Zhang Xinfeng looked meaningfully at Chen Xiao, paused for a moment, and then suddenly uttered a baffling remark. We just want to tell you that we mean you no harm, and we hope you won't harm us either. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xiao immediately lifted his eyelids, his eyes radiating profound brilliance. Chapter 8, The Explanation from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Chen Xiao pondered rapidly in his heart. By now, it was almost certain that the primordial one people spoke of was none other than himself. He had awakened in an ice coffin at the Mubei Museum, and during the guide's introduction, words like blood and cells had been mentioned. When he first awoke, there happened to be several needle marks on his neck. Moreover, the museum's broadcast warning indicated that the progenitor was dressed in black clothing and was extremely dangerous, with an unknown temperament. Chen Xiao happened to be wearing black clothes that day. Upon closer analysis, he was not from this world, he had crossed over. It seems that after being slashed to death in the void, for some inexplicable reason, I inexplicably fell into that so-called black and white gate, accidentally stumbling into this world. Then, he fell into a deep slumber within this world for a long time. Chen Xiao was well aware that he possessed a unique death state. No matter how thoroughly examined, he would always appear as a genuine corpse. The only difference is, this corpse could come back to life at any moment. And the official department of this world, namely the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, mentioned by Zhang Xinfeng, must have conducted multiple studies on him during his period of unconsciousness. However, they still haven't figured out his true strength. That's why this overcoat-clad man codenamed Leader, Zhang Xinfeng, would say these words to him. We mean you no harm, and we hope you won't harm us either. If there was no ill intent, then why bother studying oneself? And why place oneself in an ice coffin, open for all to see? Do you think you're just a corpse? But now the corpse has come back to life. The Mystery Investigation Bureau couldn't quite grasp Chen Xiao's temperament, nor did they know exactly what level of power he possessed. The unknown breeds fear. That's why the Mystery Investigation Bureau sent someone to test me. Ordinary citizens might not have seen my appearance or know my identity. This was evident from the fleeing tourists and the short-sleeved big brother during the escape. But the Mystery Investigation Bureau, as an official agency, must recognize me. Thinking this far, Chen Xiao gazed thoughtfully at Zhang Xinfeng, whose face still wore a gentle smile, appearing unruffled by praise or blame, calm and composed. Yet, Chen Xiao noticed a fine layer of sweat on Zhang Xinfeng's neck. This revealed that Zhang Xinfeng was actually very nervous. It was simply because Zhang Xinfeng had remarkable psychological resilience that he could conceal his nervousness so well. But Chen Xiao couldn't help feeling secretly delighted. Since the Mysterious Investigation Bureau had imagined him as an unknown and terrifying existence, why not seize this opportunity to extort a hefty sum from them? He. Chen Xiao suddenly let out a cold laugh, forcefully pulling out the 4 needle from his arm before speaking icily. You'd better explain first why you put me in an ice coffin. Why did you put me in a museum? Please let me explain. Zhang Xinfeng still wore that carefree smile of his, though his eyes glinted with deeper meaning as he said, "This is a misunderstanding, we thought you were already dead, so I can understand this as you desecrating my corpse?" Chen Xiao fixed Zhang Xinfeng with an icy glare, a sharp chill radiating toward him. Even without entering his state of death, devoid of that terrifying oppressive aura, Chen Xiao's presence alone was enough to make Zhang Xinfeng tremble in fear, his courage crumbling. Truth be told, at this moment, Chen Xiao himself felt uncertain inside, because he wasn't sure whether he could defeat a fourth awakener, but acting requires playing the role to perfection. Only by putting on an invincible demeanor can one avoid many unnecessary troubles. Chen Xiao had no desire to be treated as a lab rat and frozen in an ice coffin again. Zhang Xinfeng trembled on the spot, and the smile on his face finally faltered as cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. "I'm truly very sorry. We just wanted to uncover more secrets about the Black and White Gate. The Black and White Gate has brought us too many painful, unbearable memories." Zhang Xinfeng quickly explained, "At that time we genuinely believed you were already dead, so we intended to use your body as a warning to the world. At the same time, we were protecting you, preventing criminals from stealing your remains. As for why we kept you in Damo City instead of sending you to a more heavily guarded location." Zhang Xinfeng gave a bitter smile. "This matter seems to involve some extremely important secrets, even I don't have clearance for such information." Actually, Chen Xiao was understandable in this regard, because it was the same in his previous life. If time travelers or alien corpses appeared in the world, official departments from various countries would undoubtedly rush to study them. By comparison, the fact that he wasn't dissected or gutted, and only had a few drops of blood extracted, is already quite fortunate. In fact, the official departments of the Divine Dragon Nation did initially consider dissecting Chen Xiao, but they discovered that all cutting-edge technologies in this world were utterly useless against Chen Xiao, often turning to worthless debris in an instant. In his state of death, Chen Xiao's defensive capabilities were virtually invincible. In the end, the authorities gave up, resorting only to some special method to extract a few drops of Chen Xiao's blood. The needle marks on Chen Xiao's neck remained unhealed only because he had been sealed in an ice coffin by some mysterious powerhouse. Now that Chen Xiao has broken the ice coffin, the needle wounds gradually healed. 2 hours ago, the wound where Chen Xiao was pierced through the heart by the disguiser has now completely recovered, without even a scar remaining. The reason Chen Xiao was lying on the hospital bed is simply because he fell into a coma after his death state. What exactly is this Black and White Gate? Chen Xiao heard the phrase Black and White Gate once again and immediately furrowed his brow, saying, "Could it really be as that bespectacled man said, that the collapse was caused by collisions between multiple three-dimensional spaces?" What? Zhang Xinfeng was stunned for a moment. Clearly, in this world, there was no such concept as spatial dimensions. Or rather, this place had its own distinct understanding of space. Nothing important. Chen Xiao realized he had said too much, so he halted his train of thought and gazed calmly at Zhang Xinfeng, saying, "I need a new identity." "No problem with that." Zhang Xinfeng agreed immediately and solemnly promised, "We can create a legal new identity for you at any time." Chen Xiao nodded. As a transmigrator, he indeed needed a new identity to integrate into this world. After a brief silence, Chen Xiao picked up the water glass from the bedside table and took a small sip. The water tasted sweet, no different from the mountain spring water in his past life memories. Zhang Xinfeng was right, this was indeed just an ordinary glass of water. Chen Xiao pursed his lips. He was too thirsty, and his stomach wouldn't stop growling. So he simply stopped caring so much and tilted his head back to gulp down the entire glass of water in one go. Fortunately, the water really wasn't poisoned. Chapter 9, Testing the Waters. Names Chen Xiao. Chen as in Aries Chen, Xiao as in brave and skilled in battle. Chen Xiao placed the empty glass back on the bedside table, wiped the droplets of water from the corner of his mouth, and said, "I mean no ill will toward you either, provided you don't provoke me first." "Got it, absolutely." Zhang Xinfeng nodded eagerly, his eyes blazing with excitement, visibly agitated. Without delay, Zhang Xinfeng pulled out a blank sheet of paper, scribbled down a series of numbers with swift strokes, and handed it to Chen Xiao, announcing, "This is my phone number. Feel free to reach out anytime if you need anything." Chen Xiao took the blank paper handed by Zhang Xinfeng and tucked it into his pocket, his lips curving into a slight smile. "But the fact that you studied my corpse and sealed me in that ice coffin, that won't just be forgotten. You owe me an explanation." "Of course, no problem at all." Zhang Xinfeng wasn't the least bit surprised. He smiled faintly and picked up a tablet from the adjacent hospital bed. Clearly, he had come fully prepared. When powered on, the tablet displayed numerous images. Zhang Xinfeng flipped through the pages while explaining, "Please take a look. These are the rare treasures collected in our Mubei city. Each possesses remarkable properties. For instance, this, crystal bluegrass. Crystal bluegrass belongs to a category of mystical plants with ice-making capabilities. During sweltering summers, keeping a few plants at home guarantees you'll enjoy a cool and comfortable season. Then there's this, gourmet glove, a high-tech product embedded with a recipe AI system. Wearing it allows you to prepare global cuisines according to different ingredients. The jade purity vase, an ancient artifact soaked in mysterious radiation. It contains divine nectar that heals wounds and illnesses, and can also nurture flowers and plants. Dragon egg, an S-class mysterious creature's egg, but I'm not sure if it can still. Stop. Chen Xiao interrupted Zhang Xinfeng. Chen Zhao's Adam's apple bobbed several times as his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. After a long pause, Chen Zhao's face darkened as he said, "Why are you showing me these things?" Zhang Xinfeng quickly explained, "Look, whichever treasures you favor, we can retrieve them from the warehouse and present them to you as compensation." "What kind of junk is all this? Some crystalline blue grass, gourmet gloves." Chen Zhao's face darkened with anger as he said, "Can't I just turn on the damn AC in summer or order takeout when I eat? I want money. Money, you understand? I don't eat. I don't drink. What I want is money." Money? Zhang Xinfeng was stunned once more. He had considered every possibility, except that what Chen Xiao wanted was money. Chen Xiao was the progenitor, after all. A suspected time traveler, no less, the enigmatic origin known as the progenitor. The first demand after waking up was actually asking for money? For a powerhouse at the progenitor level. What use is money? Zhang Xinfeng's lips twitched twice. He had prepared everything except the money. Chen Xiao immediately widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and demanded, "Don't tell me you don't have any money?" Well, this. Zhang Xinfeng sighed, his face bitter with regret, and said, "I'm truly sorry, ancestor. I was in such a hurry to bring you to the hospital that I didn't prepare enough money. How about this? Let me go back and check the remaining funds in Damo City's treasury, and withdraw all of it to pay your fees." Compensation? Chen Xiao frowned slightly. Exactly. Consider it as payment for your previous work at the museum. We genuinely ought to settle your wages. But to be honest, the official finances are extremely tight right now. I'm afraid Damo City really can't spare much funds. At this point, Zhang Xinfeng's voice grew increasingly quieter. His words carried a hint of helpless embarrassment. The authorities truly had little money left. In an era filled with mysterious creatures and widespread panic among the people, the government had to allocate vast sums each year to suppress riots, and spend heavily on nurturing awakened individuals to combat those mysterious creatures. Entire cities being wiped out or plagues spreading globally, these scenarios require massive financial backing. In previous dynasties, famines were rampant, and the national treasury was nearly depleted. Now that stability has finally been achieved, the focus is merely on ensuring basic livelihood for the common people. As for government officials like them, their pockets are emptier than their faces. Alright then. Chen Xiao nodded thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping over the tablet in Zhang Xinfeng's hands as he said, "Have all these things delivered together. That so-called S-grade flood dragon egg should fetch a pretty penny." Chen Xiao had achieved his objective, he simply wanted to test the authorities' attitude toward him. The real purpose was to probe, not actually to get any substantial amount of money. For now, the authorities' attitude seemed favorable enough. However, Chen Xiao had one lingering question. If he was truly the progenitor, why had the authorities only dispatched a municipal branch director to meet him? Shouldn't they have sent their true core leadership instead? Did this mean the authorities didn't value him as much as he'd thought? Or maybe, afraid to let key figures interact with you directly? Alright, no problem at all. Zhang Xinfeng immediately beamed with joy, thumping his chest as he assured, "Rest assured, we'll deliver these items along with your payment. By the way, you haven't eaten today yet, have you?" Suddenly, Zhang Xinfeng asked with a smile. What's up? Are you treating me to dinner?" Chen Xiao laughed, his stomach had already been growling with hunger. No problem, but you'll have to wait a bit." Before the words had even finished, Zhang Xinfeng turned around, pushed open the hospital room door, and dashed out with hurried footsteps. Moments later, Zhang Xinfeng's voice echoed through the hallway. "Dr. Song, I'm the director of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau's Mabei District branch. Would you mind lending me some money, whatever you can spare, along with a receipt? I'll have the bureau reimburse you as soon as possible. I promise to pay you back without delay." 5 minutes later, Zhang Xinfeng returned with a stack of banknotes in hand. Ancestor, here's over 1,000 yuan. Take it to get something to eat. I have some other things to attend to, so I won't be keeping you company." Zhang Xinfeng grinned awkwardly as he handed a stack of bills to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao took the money, licked his finger, and counted it 1,362 yuan in total, with odd change included. Seemed like this was indeed all the money the guy could scrape together. "What? You're not coming?" Chen Xiao looked meaningfully at Zhang Xinfeng. Zhang Xinfeng shuddered instantly, waving his hands with a bitter smile. No, official business is pressing. I can't break away." This was no joking matter, he dared not share lunch with the progenitor. After all, the progenitor was an existential taboo with an inscrutable temperament. Suddenly awakened, nobody could predict what mood this being might be in. So the capital didn't dare send any key figures. Who knew if the primogenitor might start slaughtering people over a piece of beef during dinner? However, high-ranking officials across various regions were monitoring the situation in real time via satellite feeds. The authorities were also testing Chen Xiao's limits. Chen Xiao stuffed over 1,000 yuan into his pocket. Without ceremony, he gave Zhang Xinfeng a deep look before finally rising and leaving the ward. Having fully recovered, there was no need for him to stay in the hospital any longer. Of course, as Chen Xiao walked through the hospital corridor and past the duty counter, he deliberately glanced at the doctor on duty. Chen Xiao heard it, this person was the real golden patron. As for that branch bureau chief tagging along behind him, he was just some penniless nobody. Dr. Song quickly put on a smile, though he had no idea who Chen Xiao really was. Could someone who made Zhang Xinfeng willingly follow him possibly be some ordinary nobody? Chen Xiao smiled and couldn't help but praise, well done, you're more sensible than Xiao Zhang. Then, Chen Xiao walked straight down the stairs. He wasn't sure which floor this was, but heading down the stairs must be the right way. As for the elevator? Since that elevator accident, Chen Xiao had made up his mind he was swearing off elevators for life. Anyone who dared to make him ride one again would get a swift kick straight down the elevator shaft. Chapter 10, The Forbidden Zone. Zhang Xinfeng's face turned so green it looked like he might burst. He was utterly depressed at the moment. After all his efforts to curry favor with Chen Xiao, how could some random on-duty doctor end up being more considerate than him? Dr. Song, on the other hand, was beside himself with joy. Though he dared not show it in front of Zhang Xinfeng, his heart was practically singing with delight. I actually outperformed the branch director of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. What does this mean? It means my charm is even greater than the leader's. To be honest, he could brag about this for a whole year. After leaving the hospital, Chen Xiao casually hailed a taxi. He now had a fortune of 1,000 yuan, enough to find himself a place to stay and treat himself to a sumptuous meal. The plan was beautiful, but reality was harsh. For instance, there was now a crucial problem facing Chen Xiao. He had absolutely no idea where to find rental listings, let alone knew which areas had cheaper rents. In his previous life, as a lowly office worker earning just 3,200 yuan a month, Chen Xiao had long grown accustomed to pinching every penny. Houses that are too expensive are definitely beyond my means to rent, so it would be better to look for places in more remote areas, perhaps the prices there might be more affordable. The taxi came to a stop in front of Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao yanked the car door open and plopped himself inside. Who in the whole city has the most well-informed news? It's definitely the taxi drivers who cover every corner of the city. Where to, young man? The driver of this taxi was a bald-headed man. There was a scar at the corner of his mouth, and when he smiled, his eyes narrowed into thin slits that gleamed with menace. One couldn't tell what he had been through, but an aura of intense killing intent surrounded him. Chen Xiao noticed it but didn't say anything more. After all, he was now a big shot capable of solo killing a grade C mimic. Surely, he shouldn't have to fear an ordinary person, right? Sitting in the back seat, Chen Xiao pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the driver. Sir, I just arrived in Mubei City and want to find a place to rent. Could you give me some recommendations on where to find cheaper rentals? Just take me straight there. The driver's face lit up with joy at the sight of the bright red banknote placed before him. You've come to the right person. I've lived here for over a decade. There's not a single street or alley I don't know about. After pocketing the money, the driver became noticeably more enthusiastic and asked with a smile, young man, what price range are you looking for in a rental? Chen Xiao pondered briefly, considering his financial situation before earnestly replying, do you know of any places around 300 yuan? The environment doesn't need to be great, just somewhere livable will do. 300 yuan? The driver was stunned for a moment, and his eyes immediately changed when he looked at Chen Xiao, but he seemed to be a little uncertain, so he asked with doubts, is it 300 yuan a month? Seriously? Obviously it's a month. What did you expect one day? Chen Xiao was instantly speechless. He thought to himself, just how rich is this driver? 300 bucks a day, that'd be 9 grand a month. Damn, not even selling me would cover the rent. The driver's expression turned uncomfortable after Chen Xiao's rebuttal. Initially seeing Chen Xiao's generous gesture handing over 100 yuan bill as soon as he got in the car, the driver had assumed he was dealing with some wealthy kid. But the moment he heard Chen Xiao wanted to rent a place for just 300 a month, the driver's face darkened immediately, his eyes flashing with contempt. Kid, at the price you're offering, you won't find a place in the city proper. Even the underpass under the overpass 2 kilometers out costs 400 a month. The driver started the engine, released the handbrake, then fished out a cigarette from the car, lit it, and clamped it between his teeth as he said, tell you what, I'll take you around the slums. Might get lucky and find some rundown shack or haunted house, maybe even near a dump. But that fare you paid won't cut it. What the hell kind of place costs more than 100 bucks? You're not some damn unlicensed cab, are you? Chen Xiao immediately frowned. The driver's face instantly turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead before he quickly forced himself to calm down. Ha, young man, that's not quite right of you to say. The driver suppressed his anger with effort, forcing a sinister smile as he said, "I'm taking you to Mushin residential area in Mudong district. The housing there is inexpensive, but it's over 20 kilometers from here. 100 really isn't too much." Fine then. Qianxiao frowned, fumbled in his pocket for quite a while, then pulled out 12 more yuan and shoved it into the driver's hand, saying, "12 more, that's all I've got. If you won't take me, I'll just get out and find another cab." He. The driver sneered, took the 12 yuan Qianxiao handed over, stuffed it into his pocket, then revved the engine. The car shot forward with a whoosh. "Hold on tight. I'll get you there." The driver had decent skills, somewhat reminiscent of the short-sleeved big brother, though nowhere near as reckless as the imposter. Along the way, though the driver occasionally overtook other cars, the ride remained relatively smooth, no mishaps occurred. Qianxiao gradually let his guard down and started chatting idly with the driver. "Master, you've lived here for over a decade, are there any fun places you'd recommend?" "No." "Oh, Master, do you happen to know any good local eats you could take me to try?" "No." "Then Master, do you happen to know of any jobs in East Pasture District that pay well with light workloads, no holiday overtime, guaranteed weekends off every week?" "I don't know." "Damn, how come you don't know anything? Weren't you the one who said you've lived here for over a decade and knew every single street and alley like the back of your hand?" The driver fell silent, his lips twitching uncontrollably as 1,000 ways to kill Qianxiao flashed through his mind. If the city's regulations weren't so strict right now, he would have already arranged an accident to send Qianxiao straight to his grave. But now wasn't the right time. Because next, after delivering Qianxiao to Lin Xin home, not only would I get revenge on this guy, but I'd also earn a tidy sum from the residents. You see, Lin Xin home wasn't originally called Lin Xin home, it was known as Forbidden Zone. Over time, due to neglect, parts of the characters for Forbidden eroded away, leaving behind the name Lin Xin home. The houses there are indeed cheap, spacious, and fully equipped. The only downside is those two eerie words, Forbidden Zone. Lingxin Homestead is dubbed by the Mysterious Investigation Bureau of Damu City as a Class A restricted zone, regarded as a key observation area, simply because 90% of its residents are forbidden individuals. These so-called forbidden individuals are immensely powerful, yet beyond official control, volatile in temperament, even psychologically twisted awakened ones. As for the remaining 10%, it's a gathering place for spies from all sorts of shady factions, as well as those who recklessly ingested radioactive substances, causing improper awakenings leading to physical mutations, the so-called mutants. Tell me, how could rent not be dirt cheap in a place like this? Anyone who dares to live here isn't someone to be trifled with. And the owner of the Forbidden Zone? An infamous sixth stage awakened, known by the moniker, the Demon Skin Man. If it weren't for the fact that the Skin Ones lost to the Beast Masters in certain struggles back then, who really knows who would be calling the shots in Great Shepherd City? Chapter 11, The Rules of the Compound. 15 minutes later, the driver slammed on the brakes, causing the taxi to screech sharply as its rear wheels left streaks of white smoke on the pavement. Qianxiao peered out the car window, spotting a rundown and grimy residential compound nearby. There's a wall at the entrance of the residential area with a few crookedly hung characters that read the incomplete Lin Xin residential zone. "Kid, we're here. Your dream apartment." The driver gave a sinister smile, no longer hiding the malice in his eyes. He unbuckled his seatbelt, lit another cigarette, pulled the handbrake, and got out of the car. "What the hell kind of place is this?" Qianxiao remained seated without moving, his eyes flashing with dissatisfaction. "No way," he said. "Could people actually live in such a rundown neighborhood? I bet there isn't even a single security camera around here." He. The driver sneered as he walked around to the backseat and roughly yanked open Qianxiao's door. "Of course there aren't any cameras," he said. "If there were, how else could I sell you to the mutants?" After saying this, the driver glared at Qianxiao with a vicious grin, eager to see fear and panic flash across Qianxiao's face, to hear him beg for mercy. Nothing could be more satisfying than that. To everyone's surprise, Qianxiao showed not the slightest fear. Instead, he eagerly leaned forward with a face full of delight. "Is what you said true?" Then, the corners of Qianxiao's lips tugged into a smile. "You mean there really aren't any surveillance cameras? That's fantastic." Thunk! The broken thorn stabbed straight into the driver's chest, striking his vigorously beating heart with deadly precision. Qianxiao even twitched a few times, spurting gush after gush of bright red blood from the driver's chest. "Idiot, you've been cackling in the car for ages. Do you have any idea how awful your laughter sounds? Daring to charge me over $100 for 20-something kilometers? Do you really take me for a fucking fool?" Qianxiao pulled out the barb, blood splattering as it ran down his gaunt cheek. A hint of madness gradually surfaced in Qianxiao's eyes. His second personality seemed to be awakening, yet also appeared to be completely merging with his primary one. Even without the throes of death, Qianxiao still carried a hint of obsession and madness. You. The driver clutched his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief. Blood trickled from his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his heart had been shredded. His consciousness was already fading, his vision darkening until he could see nothing at all. What the hell are you, can't even speak properly? Just go die already. Swish! The sharp barbs instantly sliced through the driver's throat, and a torrent of blood gushed out. The driver's Adam's apple twitched several times, yet ultimately failed to utter what would have been the last words of his life. Thump! The driver's corpse collapsed onto the ground. To his dying breath, he never realized what kind of existence he had provoked. On the surface, Chen Xiao appeared to be an honest, simple, and even somewhat timid ordinary man. But in reality, Chen Xiao was a madman who had died 1,000 times, his personality twisted beyond recognition, barely maintaining rationality only when in a good mood. Moreover, since discovering his ability to kill mysterious creatures, Chen Xiao had grown increasingly bold. The driver's death had no effect on Chen Xiao whatsoever. Chen Xiao didn't even spare the driver a second glance. In his eyes, the driver wasn't as important as his $112. Chen Xiao stepped over the driver's corpse and came to the security booth of Linqin residential area, rapping on the window with 3 loud bangs. Before long, a slovenly old man emerged from the security booth. The disheveled old man similarly ignored the driver lying in a pool of blood, instead fixing Chen Xiao with an icy stare. A few seconds later, the old man raised his hand and suddenly slapped Chen Xiao twice across the face with loud smacks. The rules of the compound, no killing outside casually. Didn't you know that? To be honest, those 2 slaps stunned Chen Xiao so badly that 2 of his teeth went flying. Fortunately, his exceptional regenerative abilities kicked in, and he quickly returned to normal. Once he regained his senses, Chen Xiao flew into a rage and instantly clutched the old man's throat. Rules? What rules? It's my first time in the compound, how would I know what rules you've got? Snap! Chen Xiao also swung a hard slap right back at him. His slap carried far more force than the old man's earlier strike, sending that disheveled, grimy head flying straight off. It smashed violently into the wall of the Linqin residential compound before splattering into a pulpy mess of blood and flesh. But the old man didn't die. Instead, another head quickly grew back. Only this time, a hint of shock flashed through those turbid old eyes. Who are you? Wait a minute, I'll answer you later. Chen Xiao didn't rush to respond to the old man. His right hand coiled with power, and immediately, the second brutal slap came swinging. Snap! The old man's head flew off again and hit the very same spot, deepening the dark crimson hue of the bloodied mush. Chen Xiao finally let go of the old man, allowing his body to collapse onto the ground. Within seconds, a new head began sprouting from the stump of the old man's neck. Seizing the moment, Chen Xiao rushed forward and stomped repeatedly, thud, thud, shattering the fresh head into a pulpy mess. The old man's limbs immediately began to thrash, his withered, deeply wrinkled skin losing all traces of blood and turning deathly pale in an instant. It was clear his head couldn't regenerate indefinitely. Now visibly panicked, the old man scrambled up from the ground and made a desperate dash for the security room. But Chen Xiao refused to let him escape, giving chase and literally dragging the old man back out when he'd already gotten half a foot inside the security room. By now, the old man had already grown his 4th head. Unlike before, the chilling expression had vanished from his face, replaced by sheer terror as he pleaded, "No, don't kill me. If you hit me again, this old man will really die. Son of a bitch, now you're not talking about rules anymore?" Thud! Chen Xiao kicked the old man straight into the security room's wall. The man coughed up blood violently, his internal organs crushed from the impact. His abdomen caved in like a massive dent, and countless ribs snapped like twigs. "Kid, how dare you break the rules of the compound? You're dead. Chop him to death." At that moment, suddenly many icy, seemingly irrational, frenzied, and savage voices erupted. Chen Xiao turned around and saw over a dozen humans in security uniforms rushing out of the Lin Xin community. They were called humans, but their appearances were barely recognizable as such. Some had 3 eyes, others possessed 4 arms, and there was even a hunchbacked woman with half another body growing out of her back. That additional torso even had an infant's head dangling from it, creating a sight so bizarre it defied explanation. What the hell are you freaks? Chen Xiao was shocked. He never expected such a small industrial park to be hiding so many monsters. Things seemed to be getting complicated. Chen Xiao flinched, stepping back involuntarily with an awkward smile plastered on his face. "Hey, big bros and sis, I was just joking around, learning the ropes from the old man, you know? Look at you all, getting so worked up over nothing. Chapter 12. You shall all die with me. There are 2 rules in Linqin district." From the pitch-black shadows emerged a hunched figure with 3 eyes. It resembled an elderly person on the verge of death, teetering at the brink of demise. The old man's eyes beneath his brows were tightly shut, while his 3rd eye was buried in the wrinkles of his forehead, its crimson pupil rotating and flickering with a mysterious and eerie gleam. First, killing outside the premises is forbidden. Second, harming the security personnel of the premises is forbidden. And you've done both, so you must die today. Swish! The 3-eyed old man darted over like a phantom shadow, nearly colliding face to face with Chen Xiao. At this proximity, though hunched, the 3-eyed elder stood quite tall, almost at eye level with Chen Xiao. "Damn geezer, who the hell are you trying to scare with your theatrics? Chen Xiao was startled and hastily took half a step back, then quickly realized his words might have been too harsh. He hurriedly backtracked with a smile, saying, No, Elder Yang, why take it so seriously? I'm just new here and don't know anything yet. The three-eyed old man's visible eyes remained tightly shut, but the eerie third eye buried within his wrinkles glowed with a crimson light. I told you, you must die. And one more thing, my surname isn't Yang. The third eye hidden within the old man's wrinkles suddenly erupted with a crimson glow, like a coagulated clot of foul blood hanging in midair. The blood-red droplets swiftly condensed into a tiny sword. With its tip pointing forward, the flashing red radiance shot straight toward Chen Xiao's brow. Chen Xiao hastily dodged, but still couldn't avoid it completely. The small sword grazed his right cheek, carving a deep gash from which blood immediately gushed forth. The most terrifying part was how the wound began rotting where the miniature sword had sliced. The averted flesh looked as though it had been splashed with sulfuric acid, hissing as it emitted wisps of black smoke. You've got 3 eyes. If you're not surnamed Zhang, what else could it be? 1, perhaps? Chen Xiao was utterly shocked, quickly retreating and no longer daring to get too close to the three-eyed old man. The next instant, Chen Xiao sensed someone approaching from behind. Ignoring the pain on his right cheek, he spun around hastily. There, he saw the woman with half a body growing from her back drifting toward him. That's right, just like the three-eyed old man, she was floating, with her toes clearly hovering some distance above the ground. Neither fully human nor fully ghost. Possessing human reason, yet more terrifying and persistent than any specter. Then, the upper half of the woman's back suddenly came to life, the infantile head gasping heavily for breath while intermittently emitting a series of eerie, bone-chilling laughter. The laughter sounded much like a child's, yet mingled within it were the wails of vengeful spirits, as if countless wronged souls were crawling forth in agony. These sounds could deal tremendous psychological blows, dragging people unwittingly into bottomless terror. Chen Xiao too felt chills running down his spine, his hairs standing on end. What the hell is this thing? This is downright eerie. Chen Xiao froze in terror as more mutants came charging toward him. The first attacker was a hulking brute with arms as thick as a gorilla's, covered in thick black hair. The brute wielded a fire axe, its blade honed to a razor's edge and stained with what appeared to be splotches of blood. Whoosh! The air whistled as the sharpened axe head came crashing down toward Chen Xiao. The burly man's terrifying strength stirred the winds around them. His savage momentum seemed as though he meant to split Chen Xiao clean in half. You gang up on the outnumbered, is that it? Chen Xiao brandished barbed spikes, just barely managing to parry the fire axe's downward strike. But the gorilla-like brute's strength was simply overwhelming. Chen Xiao was shaken back 3 steps, his palms stinging with pain while his entire arm went numb with a piercing soreness, nearly losing all sensation. Meanwhile, the remaining mutants charged forward relentlessly, one after another. Their gazes locked onto Chen Xiao as if looking at a dead man. Icy cruelty mingled with bloodthirsty excitement. The 4-armed mutant even burst into maniacal laughter, his bloodshot eyes bulging grotesquely from their sockets. The 4-armed mutant's mouth stretched grotesquely wide, splitting open into a bloody maw, its foul-smelling tongue writhing greedily within. What are you trying to do? Chen Xiao saw the dexterous tongue inside the 4-armed mutant's mouth and gagged in disgust, nearly vomiting up meals from 100 years ago. Damn it, I gotta run, or I'll lose my purity. This disgusting thing's gonna steal my first kiss. Panicking, Chen Xiao turned to flee. But the gorilla-like giant had somehow circled behind Chen Xiao, his arm raised high as he swung the fire axe down with brutal force. The blood-stained blade drew closer and closer, expanding rapidly within Chen Xiao's pupils. This time, Chen Xiao failed to block it. Blood sprayed as half of Chen Xiao's head was cleaved clean off. Half of the skull fell to the ground like a rotten ball, rolled over a few times, and left a trail of blood. You ambushed me. The remaining half of Chen Xiao's head widened its eyes. In the final moments, it spat out a curse. **CK your ancestors. In an instant, the familiar sensation of death surged through his heart. Vitality was draining away as Chen Xiao staggered, looking as if he would soon become a lifeless corpse. All the mutated being's eyes gleamed with excitement. The 4-armed mutant even let out a loud cry, leaping about as if this were the happiest moment of his life. Chop him to death. Kill him. Several mutants brandished their cleavers, wildly striking at Chen Xiao's body with a flurry of chops. But the bloodbath they anticipated never materialized. The blades clanged against him as if striking solid steel. With dull metallic pings, the cleavers shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground in a shower of broken metal. The next moment, Chen Xiao's supposedly dead corpse suddenly raised a hand. Like an iron clamp, it seized the gorilla-like brute by the neck. Then, Chen Xiao transformed into a human cannonball, gripping the ape-like giant as he shot forward, instantly smashing through 4 or 5 mutants. The gorilla brute was then hurled violently against the wall by Chen Xiao's crushing force. Hiss! Ah! Chen Xiao's lips trembled slightly before he suddenly let out an ear-splitting shriek. Thud! The scream caused violent soundwave vibrations, instantly exploding the gorilla-like thug's head like overinflated popcorn bursting into powder while foul blood sprayed everywhere. I'll make you all die with me. Chen Zhao's voice was twisted with extreme brutality and icy malice. Bang! 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 Chen Zhao punched 3 times through the gorilla-like man's chest and abdomen, even smashing 3 massive dents into the wall behind him. Clang! The fire axe slipped from his grip and fell into the pool of blood on the ground. Until his dying breath, the gorilla-like man couldn't comprehend how this corpse that should have been dead suddenly came back to life and as if transformed into a completely different person, skyrocketing in strength. But the other mutants quickly sensed something amiss. What the hell was wrong with this punk? This didn't seem like weak civilian awakened as they had imagined. This power level seemed stronger than all of them combined. Damn it, had they bitten off more than they could chew? These mutants may have awakened in error and their bodies may have mutated, but their minds aren't stupid. Especially someone like the 3-eyed old man, he's as cunning as they come. When he saw Chen Zhao violently beat the sloppy old man earlier, he didn't give it a second thought. That's because the sloppy old man was the least affected by radiation, the weakest among them, with no physical deformities or noticeable mutations. In the end, the sloppy old man was just a twice-awakened loser, nothing more. But the orangutan brute was different. The orangutan brute had awakened 4 times, making him a true heavyweight in the entire Linqing district. Yet, before Chen Zhao, the orangutan brute was instantly annihilated. Could it be that this kid they'd written off as dead had undergone 5 transformations, continuously breaking through amidst electric currents and radiation, a 5th awakener? Chapter 13 Bloodshot Eyes. The old man's third eye pupil contracted rapidly. By the time he realized what was happening, he turned to flee. However, Chen Zhao wasn't about to give him that chance. Chen Zhao bent down to pick up the fire axe lying in the pool of blood and hurled it fiercely at the 3-eyed old man. The fire axe spun through the air like a boomerang, completing several rotations. Thunk! The axe blade slammed viciously into the back of the 3-eyed old man's skull. Thud! With explosive force from his legs, Chen Zhao cracked the ground beneath him like a rocket launching, landing a massive kick square between the old man's shoulder blades before touching down. Ouch! The 3-eyed old man let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground in disgrace. Chen Zhao gripped the fire axe handle and yanked it free, sending a jet of blood arcing from the back of the 3-eyed elder's skull. Chen Zhao's face contorted grotesquely, every feature twisted with unhinged brutality. Rules? Chen Zhao roared hoarsely with rage. I'll show you what real rules are. The 3-eyed old man panicked completely and begged for mercy. Spare me. I was blind to your power. I beg you. Crack. Chen Zhao couldn't be bothered to listen to the 3-eyed old man's drivel. With one swing of his axe, he severed the old man's head. Unlike the slovenly old man, the 3-eyed old man possessed no ability to return from death. His final plea remained unfinished as he perished on the spot. The other mutants were utterly terrified, instantly scattering like rats with their heads in their hands, plunging the scene into chaos. But Chen Zhao had no intention of letting them go. When the avalanche comes, not a single snowflake is innocent. The moment Chen Zhao was hacked to death, it was destined that every last one of these mutants would perish. Chen Zhao radiated murderous aura, his single eye on one side of his head glaring bloodshot as he grabbed his axe and strode forward in swift pursuit. The first unlucky victim was the 4-armed freak. Chen Zhao moved with astonishing speed, like a fleeting shadow, closing the distance behind the 4-armed freak in the blink of an eye. Swinging his axe, Chen Zhao aimed a fierce chop straight at the 4-armed freak's arm. Thunk! The 4-armed freak's limbs snapped off with a crunch, blood spurting out violently. Chen Zhao gripped the 4-armed freak's neck and exerted force, hurling the creature to the ground with tremendous strength in an instant. Laugh now. Go on, keep laughing. Thud, thud, thud. 3 axe blows descended, instantly transforming the 4-armed freak into an armless freak. All 4 of its grotesque black limbs were severed, falling to the side amidst copious amounts of foul blood. The 4-armed freak could no longer laugh, his widened eyes filled with terror, his mouth still hanging open, only this time, it was out of fear. Chen Zhao reached out and yanked out the pitch-black tongue from his mouth, slapping it wetly against the freak's face. The tongue, slick with disgusting mucus, slid down the 4-armed freak's cheek. Chen Zhao swung his axe down squarely, ending the 4-armed freak's life in one brutal stroke. Die! Everyone must die! Ah! Chen Zhao had gone berserk, charging toward the mutated beings with wild cries. It was unclear whether the sight of blood had made Chen Zhao more thrilled, or if he had completely unleashed his true nature, seizing this chance to vent all the torment he had endured in the void. At any rate, the current Chen Zhao looked like a vengeful fiend, terrifying, brutal, as if he were a demon crawling straight out of hell. The so-called mutants were as docile as little lambs in front of Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's face and body were splattered with blood, and with only half a head left, no one who wasn't intimately familiar with him could recognize his original appearance. The mutants were utterly terrified, screaming in horror as they fled desperately ahead. Brandishing a fire axe, Chen Zhao pursued them relentlessly. Anyone who lagged behind would lose their head to the lethal weapon. In an instant, all mutated beings grew to loathe the slovenly old man and the gorilla-like brute. These two fools, one delivers himself to death, the other delivers equipment to the enemy. If it weren't for them, would they have ever provoked that killing god Chen Zhao? At this moment, the woman with half a body growing from her back began to slow down, and Chen Xiao swiftly kicked her to the ground. Chen Xiao suddenly grabbed the head of the grotesque infant on her back and, with a sickening squelch, forcibly ripped it off. Eerie black blood spurted from the severed neck of the monstrous infant. Ah! The baby howled in agony, and the woman screamed in unison with it. The ghostly, magnetic field distorting sound waves flooded into Chen Xiao's mind, but this time instead of invoking fear, they only fueled his fury. Bang! 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 With several swings of the axe, the woman and what remained of her body were reduced to minced flesh. By now, the other mutants had almost all fled into the Lingshin residential district. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao gripped his fire axe and charged after them with long strides. Not a single mutant who was caught by Chen Xiao survived. In less than 10 minutes, 7 or 8 mutants had already met gruesome deaths, lying in pools of blood. This so-called forbidden zone had been turned into a bloody slaughterhouse by Chen Xiao alone. The mutants' corpses were scattered everywhere, limbs severed, their blood flowing outward in gurgling streams. The scruffy old man who had his ribs kicked in at the doorway turned out to be the only survivor. But the scruffy old man was also severely wounded, hanging on by his last thread of life. If killed once more, he would truly die. The scruffy old man trembled uncontrollably. In truth, he hadn't died nor lost consciousness. He had been lying on the ground playing dead the entire time, not daring to move a muscle or even breathe too loudly, terrified of catching the bloodlust-filled gaze of Chen Xiao. It wasn't until much later that not a single sound could be heard around. Only then did the disheveled old man cautiously open his eyes a tiny slit. To his shock, the first sight that greeted the disheveled old man was the round, plump head of Three Eyes Old Man, which had landed right in front of him, completely without warning. Ah! And at %, the disheveled old man was nearly scared out of his wits, scrambling to his feet and bolting. But his legs trembled uncontrollably, his steps unsteady, and he stumbled and fell to the ground again. At this moment, thud! A drop of fresh blood landed on the old man's back. Rolling over, the disheveled man found himself staring directly at Chen Xiao's blood-dripping axe. Chen Xiao wiped the blood from his face, revealing a ferocious grin on the half that remained. Take a look. What's this? At some point, Chen Xiao had retrieved a work manual from the security room. He flipped open the first page and thrust it in front of the disheveled old man's face. This is our work manual. The slovenly old man was frightened to tears, with rivulets streaming down his wrinkled face. Read these words aloud. Chen Xiao pointed at a line of bold text in the operations manual. Be civilized, uphold courtesy, fulfill duties conscientiously, ensure tenant safety. Snap. Chen Xiao slammed the manual right into the grubby old man's face. The disheveled old man scrambled up in terror and began kowtowing. I was blind. I dared to overstep. I've lost all shame. Please spare me. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Read that last line again. Chen Xiao pointed at the scattered pages of the operations manual strewn across the floor. Be civilized, show courtesy, fulfill duties, protect tenant safety. The grubby old man wailed through his tears. You never bathe, reeking to high heaven, filthy through and through. Chen Xiao pointed at the slovenly old man's several shattered heads and said, You're still littering heads everywhere, have you no sense of civilization? No, please spare me, grandfather. Spare me, ancestor. The slovenly old man began kowtowing frantically again. Pick up your heads. Grandpa, spare my life. I told you to pick up your head. The disheveled old man trembled as he scurried over, gathering the fragments of his skull piece by piece along with the bloody mush, clutching them to his chest. Then he ran toward the towering pile of trash cans and forcefully stuffed the shattered remains of his head inside. With this compression, filthy blood immediately oozed out again, streaming down the edges of the trash can and staining the 4 large white characters reading non-recyclable a deep crimson. Chapter 14 Finding a New Home. Chen Xiao approached, grabbed the scruffy old man by the collar, and flipped him over. I'm just a newcomer who just arrived, and you greeted me with 2 slaps right off the bat. Where are your manners? Chen Xiao glared coldly at the scruffy old man, grinding his teeth as he said, Do you have any idea what a psychological trauma it is for a rookie to get slapped twice upon first meeting? Just now, after I finished killing the mutants, I came back and saw you lying on the ground sleeping. It's working hours right now. Have you been fulfilling your duties? As a future tenant, you stood by and watched as someone lopped off half my head. Did you protect my safety at all? You, tell me, do you deserve to die? The disheveled old man stared fixedly at Chen Xiao's terrifying lone eye, his dread amplifying endlessly. In no time, Chen Xiao, draped in the thick aura of bloodlust, completely shattered the disheveled old man's last remnants of reason. The disheveled old man trembled, his eyes bulging, his mouth twisting as a line of foul, murky drool trickled from the corner of his lips. I was wrong. I should be civilized and polite. I want to be a good boy. The old man had gone mad, driven insane by Chen Xiao. Actually, the scruffy old man's awakened ability is quite powerful and highly unique. This ability is called Extra Life. Each awakening grants him 2 additional lives. The scruffy old man had awakened twice, but had died once long ago, so before meeting Chen Xiao, he still had 4 lives remaining. But Chen Xiao killed the slovenly old man 3 times in less than a minute. Knowing he had only 1 life left, the old man later went completely insane under the intense pressure of imminent death, directly frightened out of his wits by Chen Xiao. Clearly losing interest in this madman, Chen Xiao kicked the old man aside with a bang. "I'm exhausted." Chen Xiao rubbed his head, feeling somewhat dizzy. The death state was about to end. He should fall into a coma to recover his body. But now, Chen Xiao still had something very important to do. After all, he was here to rent a room, not to commit murder. While the slovenly old man was pretending to be dead, Chen Xiao had already finished off all the mutants and returned here, barging into the security office to search around. Besides finding that work manual, Chen Xiao also discovered a tenant archive. Upon flipping through the tenant archive, Chen Xiao realized that all the residents here were actually tenants, and the entire compound belonged to a boss surnamed M.O. The tenants left behind a motley assortment of information, some named Big Yellow, others simply 1234, and one even drew a pig in the name field. It's unclear whether they were intentionally hiding their identities or simply didn't take this so-called record seriously at all. But the landlord, Mr. M.O., didn't seem to care. As long as the rent was paid on time, anyone could move in, no questions asked. According to the records, this month's rent had already been collected in full. No one was overdue. Every unit here is a 2-bedroom apartment, no matter the floor, all at $200 a month. However, first-time renters are required to put down a $500 deposit. A 2-bedroom apartment for $200. To be honest, nothing could be cheaper than this. Chen Xiao flipped through the files and finally found an empty room, Unit 1, Building 3, Apartment 401. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Xiao signed his name, Zheng Xinfeng, behind the Apartment 401 entry. Then, dipping his finger in blood, Chen Xiao pressed a fingerprint before rushing outside to fish out 300-some yuan from the corpse of the dead driver. Out of this, 112 was given by Chen Xiao, and the rest should be the driver's earnings from the past 2 days. Chen Xiao didn't hesitate either. He took 200 from the over 300 yuan and left it in the security booth. He even added a fresh 500 yuan bill, placing it under the scruffy old man's water cup. He then tore off a piece of paper to note that the 500 was a deposit from Zhang Xinfeng. It must be said, Chen Xiao truly embodies civility and politeness, proving himself to be a young man of excellent character. Not only did he proactively pay the rent, but he even handed over a deposit. Then, Chen Xiao rummaged through the drawer and pulled out a large bunch of keys. After fiddling for a while, Chen Xiao finally found the key to Unit 1, Building 3, Apartment 401. He detached the key and slipped it into his pocket, then put the rest of the keys back. Chen Xiao had never liked causing trouble for others. Thud! Chen Xiao kicked the sloppy old man away and went straight to Building 3, Unit 1, Room 401. That would be his new home. Chen Xiao left, and about 30 minutes later, a black sedan pulled up near the neighborhood, and 2 people stepped out, both wearing the uniforms of the Mysterious Investigations Bureau. Both were young investigators affiliated with the Municipal Bureau of Daimu City, third-stage awakeners. While not exceptionally strong, their abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. Yet both men wore deathly pale expressions, their clothes clinging tightly to their bodies, glued by cold sweat. They were utterly terrified. Thud! One person collapsed directly on the ground, staring at the bloody scene at the entrance of the residential area before vomiting uncontrollably with a ugh sound. Another investigator, hands trembling uncontrollably, fumbled with his phone, pressing the wrong button several times before finally managing to dial the city bureau's number. Hello, sir. Just now there was a madman. He massacred the entire Lingshin residential area. 13 security guards, 12 dead, 1 gone mad. The floor is covered in blood. It's horrifying. He's truly terrifying. Mystery Investigation Bureau, City Bureau. Zhang Xinfeng stood pale-faced before the large screen, remaining silent for a long while, utterly speechless. Beside him stood a man of short stature yet with an exceptionally straight posture, an elderly gentleman who appeared remarkably spirited. The old man's salt and pepper hair was neatly combed back, draped in a loose robe with a small squirrel perched upon his shoulder. The squirrel's eyes shimmered with unusual vitality, even shifting through several colors, clearly no ordinary creature. The old man exuded a formidable aura. He was the supreme leader of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau in Damo City and also the strongest individual in the entire city. Beast Tamer. The Beast Tamer stared intently at the large screen, not taking his eyes off it for a single moment. On the screen, surveillance footage played on loop, showing Chen Xiao wreaking havoc left and right. After a long silence, the Beastmaster finally spoke up and asked, "Xiao Zhang, what level do you think Progenitor is at? He effortlessly annihilates Fourth Awakening mutants, and was even chasing down groups of Third and Fourth Awakened mutants." Zhang Xinfeng's pupils contracted slightly, his voice tinged with astonishment as he said, "Progenitor has undergone at least 6 awakenings, just like you. Or perhaps even 7, 8, 10, or potentially dozens of awakenings. I think the progenitor is comparable to those taboo beings in the capital. Chapter 15, Analysis. The Beastmaster didn't respond to Zhang Xinfeng's remark, instead switching the surveillance footage. The screen began replaying the scene where Qin Shao counter-killed the camouflaged one. The ancestor's ability is quite unique. The Beastmaster furrowed his brows slightly and mused. Every time he faces a mortal crisis, he erupts with formidable power, his temperament grows colder, and his methods become even more ruthless. A transformation-type ability? The trigger condition is death? Doesn't this indirectly confirm that the ancestor possesses an immortal body? Xiao Zhang, have the test results for that plant come out yet? The beast trainer turned to look at Zhang Xinfeng. Yes, just came in. Zhang Xinfeng nodded, pulling a test report from his briefcase and handing it to the beast trainer. The beast trainer took the report and glanced at it, murmuring to himself, just as I suspected. The progenitor indeed possesses other abilities. He can indeed release a neurotoxin in his death state, creating fear and making others feel pain. This neurotoxin somewhat resembles the leaked radiation substance from Black and White Gate, and has the ability to lower temperatures and create ice. The photo attached to the test report showed precisely that small roadside grass that had been frozen into black ice crystals when Chen Xiao counter-killed the impersonator. A dual ability then? Click. The Beastmaster pressed the remote, and the surveillance footage switched again, showing Chen Xiao being forced back by the gorilla-like brute. Mutant, Barbarian, Fourth Awakening, Strength Assessment, Formidable. In his normal state, the progenitor was forced back by a single strike from the Barbarian, his steps unsteady, and his lowered arm visibly numb from the impact. The Barbarian is a strong Fourth Awakening, so the progenitor in his normal state should possess at least the strength of a weak Fourth Awakening. The progenitor can't be below Fourth Awakening, otherwise he wouldn't have survived that axe strike from the Barbarian. Swish! In the surveillance footage, the Barbarian, also known as the gorilla-like brute, cleaved half of Chen Zhao's head off with one swing of his axe. The Beastmaster pressed pause, freezing the image. The ancestor doesn't have particularly high defense in his normal state, which illustrates that he lacks defensive type abilities. The next second, Chen Xiao activated his death state and withstood a flurry of blade strikes through sheer resilience. Sparks could even be seen flying in the surveillance footage. In its death state, the progenitor's attributes multiply exponentially. It remained unscathed under the assault of 3-4 awakened mutants, not even a scratch on its skin. Without any defensive type abilities, even a 5 awakened powerhouse couldn't achieve this. Based on current performance, the progenitor in death state is at least a high 6 awakened, possibly even stronger. Even our previous speculation turned out to be true. The ancestor may have awakened more than 10 times. Of course, this only applies when the ancestor was in a death state. But as of now, the ancestor hasn't faced any truly powerful opponents, so we shouldn't jump to conclusions. The surveillance footage switched, displaying split-screen images of the Thorn Man stabbing Chen Xiao in the chest and Chen Xiao blocking the barbarian's fire axe. Xiao Zhang, did you notice? The Beastmaster pointed to the left screen showing the Thorn Man assassinating Chen Xiao, saying, judging by attack speed, this Thorn Man's strength tops out at weak 3rd awakening level. But during frontal assault mode, the progenitor couldn't block it. Only after activating death state could he counter-kill the Thorn Man. This shows that the ancestor's normal state at that time was only at the 2nd awakening's peak. Hence, I felt confident letting you approach him. But after the ancestor died once and remained unconscious for 2 hours, his normal state broke through to the lower 4th awakening, increasing his power by a full 3 tiers. Now, with this awakening, the ancestor likely possesses the strength of a strong 5th awakening even in his normal state. This is both good news and bad news. The good news is that the ancestor remains controllable for now, provided we prevent him from entering his death state. But the bad news is, after his next death, he'll wield the power of a weak 7th awakening in his normal state. No one in the entire Damo city can stand against him. According to your feedback, the progenitor is relatively rational in normal conditions. However, the fact that the progenitor casually killed the black cab driver in normal state clearly shows his indifferent nature. He can temporarily be classified as neutral alignment. But once the progenitor enters a death state, he transforms from neutral alignment to brutal alignment, no longer indifferent, but cruel, savage, and uncontrollable. No one can guarantee whether he would massacre ordinary people. This is terrifying. I don't think the founder would do that. Zhang Xinfeng scratched his head, took the remote control, and switched to the surveillance footage from the security room. Pointing at the 500 yuan deposit Chen Xiao had placed under the water cup on the screen, he said, even when the founder entered a death-like state, he remained an honest and trustworthy, well, upstanding citizen. Less than 20 minutes to take down 12 mutants, and you call that a model citizen? The Beastmaster was speechless. Those mutants really deserve to die. Who knows how much blood is on their hands? Zhang Xinfeng didn't dare argue loudly, so he just lowered his head and muttered under his breath, if I possessed such formidable power, I'd slaughter them all too. Xiao Zhang, you're still too young. The Beastmaster shook his head in disappointment, his weathered old eyes revealing a profound depth. We carry too many hopes on our shoulders. Some things, we simply can't afford to gamble with. Xiao Zhang. The animal trainer turned off the surveillance video, walked to the desk, and flipped through the files on it, saying, "You should stop contacting the progenitor from now on. You're no match for him anymore." "Oh, I understand," Zhang Xinfeng nodded, then added helplessly, "but I promised the progenitor I'd give him more compensation." "What if he calls me?" "No problem. Not only will we keep our promise and compensate him, but we'll also strengthen his protection." The animal trainer picked up his teacup, took a sip of water, and gazed thoughtfully at Zhang Xinfeng, saying, "But you must not contact him again. If he calls you, just decline the call. I'll arrange for someone to go over as soon as possible, give him some money, and then bring the progenitor out of the forbidden zone. After all, that's a very dangerous place. We absolutely cannot let the progenitor die again. And what's more, we currently have an even more pressing matter to deal with." "What is it?" Zhang Xinfeng frowned. The animal trainer beckoned to Zhang Xinfeng, signaling him to come over. Zhang Xinfeng hurried over in quick steps, standing beside the trainer and bending down to look at the documents held in the trainer's hand. This appears to be a page from a mysterious creature's dossier. Pig-headed chef, file A, designation A021, A, brutal type, mysterious creature. A021 bears a human-like appearance and enjoys dressing itself to blend into crowds. Possessing high intelligence and formidable strength, it harbors extreme hatred toward humans and is considered highly dangerous. Chapter 16, Hero Rescues Beauty. 2 hours later, Lin Xin District. The afternoon was approaching. Chen Xiao groggily woke up on the empty bedboard, patted his forehead, and gradually regained full consciousness. His entire body was covered in bloodstains, his clothes long since stuck to his skin, completely encased in black scabs. He looked like a blood-crusted human statue. Ugh! Chen Xiao vomited outright. When entering his death state, he wouldn't lose memories, only some emotions faded, leaving him more ruthless and ice-cold. But thinking back now, having slaughtered so many mutants, Chen Xiao still felt somewhat nauseated. I must be insane. Chen Xiao touched his head. The skull that had been split open had completely healed, showing no trace of injury. Come to think of it, his ability far surpassed that of the scruffy old man. The scruffy old man had 5 lives. Chen Xiao essentially possessed an immortal body. Chen Xiao tore off the bloody scabs, stripped naked, and strode into the bathroom. Chen Xiao desperately needed a shower. Standing under the showerhead, he noticed the rusty fixture swaying precariously at the slightest touch. It was questionable whether it still functioned. Chen Xiao turned on the faucet with a tentative attitude. Splash! Fortunately, there was water here, and it gushed out forcefully, cascading over Chen Xiao's skin with a chilling sensation. The cold water quickly rinsed away large streaks of grimy blood. The water temperature was extremely low, its icy bite stinging his skin, sending waves of discomfort through every pore. But Chen Xiao couldn't care less about that now. All he wanted was to take a quick shower, change into fresh clothes, and find a place to enjoy a delicious feast. His stomach had been growling since morning, feeling so empty it seemed to be contracting, with waves of pain shooting through it. Under the cold water's flow, Chen Xiao quickly rinsed off the bloodstains from his body and ran water through his hair. The only pity was that there was no shampoo or soap available, leaving him with just a basic cleanse. But it was enough. Chen Xiao turned off the faucet. Water mixed with filthy blood had already stained the bathroom floor red, continuously flowing into the drain. Ignoring this, Chen Xiao walked straight out of the bathroom, but his gaze lingered on the blood-soaked clothes twisted into a ball, discarded on the ground and nearly solidified. Turning his head to scan the surroundings again, he found everything barren, just a bare bed frame, not even a curtain in sight. Damn it, I got careless. Chen Xiao suddenly felt troubled. What should I wear? 10 minutes later, a completely naked figure climbed onto the balcony of Building 1, second floor. Adhering to the principle that a rabbit doesn't eat the grass by its own burrow, Chen Xiao believed that even if he were to steal clothes, he shouldn't do it in Building 3 where he lived. If he got caught, it would be a huge embarrassment. Besides, after carefully observing the surroundings, he had finally settled on this particular household. Building 1, Unit 2, Room 201. First, it's on the second floor, relatively easy to climb. Second, only a few men's clothes are hanging on the balcony of 201, suggesting no women live there, so even if caught, there's no risk of being mistaken for a pervert. Most importantly, the balcony windows of 201 are blackened, making it impossible to see inside from outside. Chen Xiao naturally assumed that one couldn't see outside from the inside either. All things considered, this clothes-stealing operation was perfectly safe. And so, when Chen Xiao climbed onto the balcony, he cautiously pressed himself against the window and reached out to snag an outfit. Chen Xiao slipped into the clothes in no time. The fabric was soft and comfortable, light and breathable against his skin, though slightly loose-fitting. Clearly, the original owner must have had a more burly build than Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao felt a pang of guilt and couldn't help but glance up at the window. Seeing only pitch-black darkness with nothing visible, he finally relaxed and turned to leap off the second-floor balcony. Before leaving, Chen Xiao didn't forget to snatch a pair of shoes from the balcony. He slipped them on, still a size too big, but they were wearable enough. After stealing the clothes, Chen Xiao turned and swiftly left the neighborhood. In room 201, 3 men stood by the window, taking deep, heavy drags from their cigarettes. They remained silent for a long while. Behind them lay the corpses of 4 mutated humans, their deaths gruesome, clearly having endured inhuman torture before dying. The man smoking in the middle was called Imo Xiong. He is the founder of Lin Xin Garden and also a sixth-sense powerhouse feared by beast tamers. Although Imo Xiong automatically withdrew from the official organization after losing his power struggle, he still used the codename granted by the authorities until this very moment, the demon-skinned man. The reason Imo Xiong bore this codename was due to the massive black blotch on the back of his neck, which could expand at any time, saturating his entire body with demonic energy and rendering his skin impenetrable. But at this moment, Imo Xiong was genuinely frightened. The first thing the progenitor did after waking up was rush over, slaughter over a dozen mutants, and then come steal my clothes while completely naked. Imo Xiong's eyes reflected confusion, even a hint of terror. Did you see it? Before leaving, he deliberately looked at me. What do you think the progenitor meant by that? The corners of the 2 young men behind Imo Xiong twitched slightly. The young man on the right couldn't help but glance at the corpse behind him and said, "Boss Missouri, could it be that the ancestor knew you were trapped here by mutants? So what?" Imo Xiong shuddered involuntarily and glared at the young man on the right. "So, avenging you? What's that called again? I remember there's a term for it." The young man's lips trembled slightly, as if the words were on the tip of his tongue but he just couldn't get them out. Fortunately, the young man on the left was quick-witted and blurted out, "A hero saving a beauty. Go to hell." Imo Xiong raised his hand and slapped the young man on the left several times, making him cry out in pain. "Who's the hero? Who's the beauty?" Imo Xiong growled with a livid face, grabbing the young man by the collar. "You're a hero! You're a hero!" The young man on the left was so terrified that snot started running down his face as he hastily explained through tears, "No, what I meant was, the progenitor probably admires you." Thud! Only then did Imo Xiong release his grip, sending the young man on the left sprawling to the ground. Yet his face remained ashen, his eyes flickering with conflict, as if wrestling with some unspoken thought. After what felt like an eternity, Imo Xiong finally called out the name of the young man on the right, Shen Yao. "I'm here. What are your orders?" Shen Yao quickly stepped closer. He was a rather androgynous-looking man, appearing to be in his early 20s with fair skin and delicate features. With makeup applied, he might even appear more beautiful than many women. Imo Xiong stared at Shen Yao for a moment, then said with a furrowed brow, "Tonight after midnight, go knock on the ancestor's door. If I remember correctly, the progenitor should live in Building 3, Unit 1, Apartment 401. Wear less, or just wrap yourself in a towel if necessary. Once the progenitor opens the door, no matter what he asks for, you must do everything possible to satisfy him until he's thoroughly pleased. As long as we cling to the progenitor's coattails, neither mutants nor official awakened ones will be a problem. Everything will become stepping stones for us." Chapter 17, Rengu Noodle House. Chen Xiao had already walked out of Linxin residential area. The corpses and bloodstains here had already been cleaned up, returning to their original appearance, dilapidated, desolate, and devoid of human presence. At first glance, the Lin Heart Garden district bore no difference from those haunted houses in horror movies, especially since the scent of blood in the air hadn't completely faded, and if one sniffed carefully, the pungent stench could still assault the nostrils. The scruffy old man was still throwing a tantrum beside the security booth. He slumped in front of the security office, his eyes vacant, incessantly repeating one phrase. "I obey the rules, I show good manners, I'm such a good little boy." Chen Xiao couldn't help thinking this disheveled old man was pitifully fragile, completely losing his mind over nothing. However, the not much in Chen Zhao's eyes actually involved killing the disheveled old man 3 times, scaring him into outright madness. Ignoring the disheveled old man, Chen Xiao scanned his surroundings and began muttering to himself with a frown. Strange, who cleaned up those corpses? Could it be the park owner, Boss Missouri? But if it were Boss Missouri, he would have come looking for me. After all, I killed all the security guards in the compound, and Boss Missouri knows exactly where I live. But if it's not Boss Missouri, then who could it be? Chen Xiao glanced around skeptically. Could I have alerted the authorities by mistake? That can't be right. Didn't that unlicensed cab driver say there were no surveillance cameras around here? Little did he know, the cab driver was just an ordinary human trafficker. The driver often brought passengers here to sell them to mutants, sometimes as slaves, other times as playthings. Of course, he had no idea this was a key surveillance zone for the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Not only at the entrance of the residential area, but even inside the security office of Linqing community, the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations had installed miniature cameras. The reason why the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations hadn't purged the area entirely was solely because they feared the mix of various factions operating there. The residents of Linqing community can generally be divided into 4 categories. Undercover, official awakened, agents from the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations. The team led by the demon-skinned man Emotion mostly consisted of ordinary people who had nowhere left to turn, either evading the law, deceived, or trafficked to this place alongside a few criminal folk awakened. A group of mutants, organized by the mysterious figure. These mutants possessed formidable strength, especially their leader, the Mysterious One. The Mysterious One was at least at the level of a powerhouse 6th awakening, possibly even having undergone a 7th awakening. Back then, they nearly tore Emotion's demonic skin to shreds. Thus, the mutant group immediately snatched away Emotion's dominant position, forcing him to flee and hide, even surrendering the entire Linqing district. Of course, some rooms were still occupied by highly intelligent, mysterious creatures. In short, the factions within Linqing district were in complete chaos. The cab driver didn't know about this, and naturally, neither did Chen Xiao. But Chen Xiao didn't dwell on it. Since things had already come to this, he decided to just let them unfold however they would. Right now, filling his belly was the most important thing. Outside the Linqing Park was a road. Chen Xiao walked along the road for about 5 or 6 minutes. Turn right ahead and you'll find a pedestrian street with various commercial markets and restaurants. There are also stores selling household goods, daily necessities, and so on. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up, and he quickly hurried over. He clutched the more than 400 yuan in his hand, the only money that hadn't been soaked in blood and was still usable. The plan for a 100 yuan feast was ruined. Chen Xiao had to save money for new clothes, bedding, and daily necessities. Compared to these, being picky about food wasn't necessary. Any meal that could fill his stomach would do. After all, Chen Xiao was short on cash, and constantly wearing those stolen oversized clothes while sleeping on hardboards simply wouldn't work. After strolling around for a while, Chen Xiao stopped in front of a noodle shop. Actually, this street looked quite old, filled with hole-in-the-wall eateries that were dirty and shabby. Some restaurants had signage so faded you could barely read their names. The noodle shop where Chen Xiao paused was slightly cleaner, but not by much, with blackened oil stains everywhere. Chen Xiao briefly glanced at the shop's sign, Rangoon Noodle House. In front of the noodle shop stood a small whiteboard, covered with dirty fingerprints. 2 crooked lines of text were scrawled across it, still legible upon closer inspection. Pork bone noodles, 20 yuan per bowl, 10 yuan extra for additional bones. Bone broth, 15 yuan per bowl, free refills. Chen Xiao pushed open the door of the noodle shop and walked in, casually finding an empty table to sit at. He waved over a waiter and asked, "How much bone is actually in this 20 yuan bowl of big bone noodles of yours?" "1 piece. The young waitress seemed a bit shy, keeping her head down the whole time, not daring to look at Chen Xiao at all. The young girl seemed a bit uneasy as she said, "Sir, if you'd like, we can add an extra serving of meat for you, just 10 yuan extra." No additions, no additions. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up as he asked again, "Does this big bone noodle come with soup?" Yes, but not much. If you'd like some, I can serve you a separate bowl of thick soup. 15 per bowl, with free refills." No, you're still misunderstanding. Chen Xiao slapped his thigh and immediately decided on this place. "Boss, give me a big bowl of bone broth noodles. No bones, no broth. Assume 1 bowl of bone broth noodles costs 20 and includes noodles, bones, and broth. A bowl of bone soup costs 15, which includes both the bones and the broth. A portion of bones costs 10 yuan, so the broth alone is 5 yuan. For noodle soup with bones, if you don't want the bones or the broth, deducting 15 means the noodles alone cost 5 yuan per bowl. It still seems a bit expensive." Chen Xiao frowned and glanced at the stunned waiter, asking, "Does your big bone noodle soup come with meat?" "Ha!" The waiter paused for a moment before replying, "Yes, it does." "How much extra for an additional portion of meat?" 3 yuan. "Alright then, I don't want any meat. What else is in the noodles? Scallions and cilantro?" Chen Xiao asked doubtfully. "Oh, yes, but scallions and cilantro are complimentary." The waitress seemed a bit slow to respond, or perhaps she'd never encountered a customer like this before. After a brief pause, she asked, "So you don't want scallions or cilantro?" "No." Chen Xiao grinned broadly and said, "Half a bowl each of scallions and cilantro, give me extra, that's exactly how I like it." Having said that, Chen Xiao couldn't help but urge, "Ha, hurry up and make it, I'm starving to death." As he spoke, Chen Xiao dug out 2 crumpled yuan from his pocket and shoved them into the server's hand. Just then, Chen Xiao suddenly noticed some bizarre details. The girl was very young, appearing to be at most 18 or 19 years old, an age that should be as fresh as a flower in bloom. Yet her hands were rough, covered with thick calluses, and upon closer inspection, one could spot numerous recently healed scars. Especially noticeable were several knife-cut marks on the waitress's wrist, though it was unclear when they had been made. Observing the girl's expression again. What shyness? Clearly it's numbness, with a hint of despair trapped in fear. What's going on? Could this noodle shop be not as simple as it appears? Chen Xiao frowned slightly, about to ask more questions. The waitress kept her head lowered, clutching the 2 yuan Chen Xiao had given her, then turned and walked toward the kitchen. Not long after, Chen Xiao heard a loud slap from the kitchen. It was the sound of a hand striking a face. Chapter 18 The Waitress. Chen Xiao curled his lips, thinking to himself, had this young girl been trafficked here? But what did that have to do with him anyway? Chen Xiao wasn't one to meddle in other people's business. Before long, the young waitress placed a steaming bowl of noodles in front of Chen Xiao. Her face bore a crimson handprint. The noodles were topped with a layer of minced meat. Chen Xiao immediately frowned. Didn't I say no meat? The little girl lowered her head, speaking in a very subdued voice. The boss said we'd give you a free portion of meat. If you like it, maybe next time you could. I told you, I don't want any meat. Chen Xiao's face darkened. The minced meat in the noodles had a strong, pungent smell that was anything but appetizing. It was nauseating enough to make him want to vomit. Chen Xiao's appetite instantly faded by more than half. He suspected it was mystery meat, perhaps even something fake, like lymph node meat or even dead rats. In any case, it definitely wasn't normal meat. Chen Xiao was starting to get angry. I paid good money to eat here, and you're serving me garbage? In less than 2 minutes, a burly chef emerged from the kitchen. And just how burly was he? At first glance, the chef stood at least 7 feet tall and weighed well over 400 pounds, like a small mountain with every step making the ground tremble. He wore an enormous chef's hat, with a white, yellow towel wrapped around his plump face, revealing only 2 round, bulging eyes. The chef's eyes were also bizarre. His pupils were set unusually wide, with deep wrinkles crowding between them and tiny white hairs sprouting. Nothing about them looked human. They resembled, instead, a pig's eyes. The chef was wrapped in a greasy apron, wearing oil-stained white gloves, and the rubber boots beneath his feet seemed to bear dark stains of blood. Chen Zhao's expression turned grave, his brow tightly furrowed. He sensed a murderous aura emanating from the chef, one so intense it couldn't have arisen suddenly. This chef had killed before, and more than just once. The chef stood frozen in place, staring intently at Chen Xiao with those peculiar eyes of his. Chen Xiao remained silent, but the waiter was the one who panicked. The waiter hastily bowed and apologized to Chen Xiao. I'm so sorry, terribly sorry. I'll have the chef make you another portion right away. Please don't be angry, I beg you, please don't be angry. Without waiting to see if Chen Xiao would accept the apology, the attendant then scurried over to the chef, and before everyone's astonished eyes, dropped to his knees and kowtowed twice to the chef. Please, sir, don't be angry. The customer didn't mean it. It's all my fault. Entirely my fault. Thud. The cook kicked the waitress in the head with his foot, sending the young girl reeling backward as blood trickled from her nose, streaking down her pale cheeks. Her nose bridge seemed broken, the pain turned her lips white and made them tremble uncontrollably. Strangely, not a single customer in the noodle shop stepped forward to intervene. Some kept their heads down, slurping noodles in silence. Some whipped out their phones to record videos. Others let their eyes wander over the little girl with lecherous glances, occasionally bursting into creepy chuckles. There were also those wearing broad smiles, animatedly discussing the girl's pitiful state with apparent relish. Every pair of eyes reflected indifference, even glimmers of schadenfreude. They were spectators at a show, treating everything as nothing more than an extraordinarily entertaining performance rather than actual violence unfolding before them. Even if Chen Xiao were completely foolish, he'd have realized something was off about this noodle shop. Probably the entire pedestrian street was abnormal. Or rather, a vast area near Linxing district seemed thoroughly wrong. Chen Xiao couldn't help but mutter to himself. Who exactly is Boss Missouri, the owner of Linxing Park? Moreover, doesn't the mysterious investigation bureau handle cases here? The chef's eyes flashed with cruelty as he drew back his arm to strike again. Hey! Chen Xiao finally couldn't stand it any longer, frowning as he stood up. That's enough. Chen Xiao stared coldly at the chef and said, I still need to eat. Don't ruin my appetite. The chef glanced at Chen Xiao, his terrifying eyes radiating killing intent that sent chills down one's spine. Chen Xiao didn't evade either, staring directly back at the chef, creating a strangely tense standoff between them. After a long moment, the chef finally lowered his raised arm, grabbed the waitress by her hair instead, and dragged her into the kitchen. Then came the sounds of more punching and kicking. The young girl occasionally let out muffled groans, as if trying to cry for help but not daring to make any noise. After a while, the kicking and beating sound stopped. The little girl sobbed quietly in the back kitchen, but unfortunately, no one paid her any attention. 2 minutes later, the burly chef personally brought over 2 bowls of noodles and placed them wordlessly in front of Chen Xiao. This time, there were no minced meat pieces in the noodles, nor that nauseating fishy smell anymore. This was an utterly ordinary bowl of noodles, topped with a layer of chopped scallions and cilantro. Chen Xiao picked up a bite with his chopsticks. The noodles had just the right texture, but to him they might as well have been sawdust. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao didn't say a word. With loud slurping sounds, he devoured both bowls of noodles. He was simply too hungry, desperately needing food to fill his stomach. Moreover, these two bowls were indeed just ordinary noodles, perhaps not very clean, but Chen Xiao didn't feel any discomfort from them. Thus, Chen Xiao was already quite satisfied. Chen Xiao let out a satisfied burp. The intense hunger had finally faded away. He stood up, wiped his mouth, and turned to leave Ringu Noodle House. I have to admit, this noodle shop is quite eerie, definitely not a place to linger. As for that poor little girl, Chen Xiao had no intention of getting involved. Speaking up to stop what was happening was already going above and beyond. What remains? He could do nothing about it. Chen Xiao was no savior. He had once been struck to death 1,000 times by violet black lightning in the void. He couldn't even save himself. How could he possibly save others? Besides, there's no certainty that the little girl needed his help anyway. Without understanding the full context of the situation, it's better not to interfere recklessly. This was Chen Xiao's survival principle. After leaving the noodle shop, Chen Xiao walked into a clothing store. After some intense bargaining, Chen Xiao managed to secure 2 sets of clothes, a pair of shoes, and a bedding set for just 300 yuan. Finally, Chen Xiao rushed to a household goods store and picked up some basic toiletries. With everything prepared, Chen Xiao gathered all his purchases in large and small bags, ready to head back. But on his way home, Chen Xiao passed by Renga Noodle House once again. At this moment, Chen Xiao suddenly noticed that the noodle shop's waitress had somehow been driven outside. The young girl, bruised and battered, leaned against the wall, sitting on the ground with vacant eyes. Her fair skin bore multiple blood streaks, and her clothes were dirted, presenting a pitiful sight. Unable to resist, Chen Xiao looked at the girl, only to find she had been staring at him all along. The little girl's eyes brimmed with tears, looking utterly pitiful. With a passing glance, Chen Xiao immediately noticed the girl clutching 2 crumpled bills in her hand. Chen Xiao finally stopped in his tracks, furrowed his brow at the girl, and said, "If you have something to say, go ahead, big brother." A sudden glimmer of light appeared in the girl's hollow, numb pupils as she opened her palm and extended the 2 yuan toward Chen Xiao. "You helped me, thank you." A faint blush, barely noticeable, flashed across the little girl's swollen, bruised face. "I'll return the money to you. Consider it as my treat for 2 bowls of noodles." "Good, we're even now." Chen Xiao didn't stand on ceremony, reaching out to take the crumpled banknote without hesitation. Without delay, Chen Xiao turned on his heel, ready to depart at once, but the little girl called out to stop him. "Big brother, could you tell me what your name is?" Chapter 19 Midnight Knocks. "Am I handsome?" Chen Xiao suddenly asked. The young girl paused for a moment before replying, "Yes, you're the most handsome person I've ever seen." "Exactly." Chen Xiao smiled. "My name is Zhang Xinfeng, codename leader. If you ever need anything in the future, you can find me at the Mysterious Investigation Bureau in Mubei District. I'm the director there." The girl seemed slightly taken aback. After a moment's stunned silence, she replied with an odd expression, "All right, I'll remember that. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now." Without another word, Chen Xiao turned and strode away, lugging his numerous bags. The girl sniffled, gazing pitifully at Chen Xiao's receding figure, his back growing ever more distant, ever more indifferent. She stood like an abandoned maiden, leaning against the wall in solitude, with nothing to cling to. Finally, a shadow of sorrow flickered through the young girl's beautiful eyes, glistening with crystal tears. As expected of the progenitor, truly different from those foul men. But why must your guard be raised so high? The rosy blush on the young girl's delicate face suddenly faded. She curved her lips into a sly smile. "I just wanted to be friends with you, that's all." Rengu Noodle House. At some unknown point, the ferocity and cruelty in the pig-headed chef's eyes had faded away. Even more, a trace of tenderness and infatuation surfaced in his gaze. As he watched the little girl's figure leaning against the wall outside the door, a line of murky, revolting drool slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes glazed over, his pig-like face flushed hot as if his soul had long been stolen away by the girl, leaving only a hulking empty shell behind. A hollow shell manipulated by an invisible giant hand. Night. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Chen Xiao simply made the bed. He lay down, closing his eyes to summon sleep. Yet despite tossing and turning, Chen Xiao couldn't muster the slightest drowsiness. Perhaps because he had slept for too long and had already fainted twice just today, he now found it impossible to fall asleep no matter what. So, Chen Xiao opened his eyes and looked around. In the afternoon, he had thrown his blood-stained clothes into the trash. The stolen clothes were also hung back on the balcony of room 201, building 1, by Chen Xiao. The room was now completely empty, devoid of anything, giving off an eerie feeling. No way, tomorrow I must contact Zhang Xinfeng and demand more compensation as soon as possible. Chen Xiao counted on his fingers, murmuring to himself, at least 2,000 more, to buy a phone, a water heater, and some cheap tables and chairs, enough to at least eat while leaning on something. Chen Xiao had a cup of instant noodles for dinner, using hot water from the nearby convenience store, and he ate it squatting on the floor. This is truly penniless, with bare walls and utterly destitute, having nothing but walls to one's name. Well, even the walls are rented. Unconsciously, the clock had already struck midnight. Chen Xiao finally felt somewhat drowsy, but suddenly the urge to urinate struck him. Chen Xiao had no choice but to crawl out from under the blankets and head to the bathroom. Suddenly, a series of loud bang, bang knocking sounds came from outside the living room. All the sleepiness Chen Xiao had finally managed to summon vanished in an instant. Damn it, it's the middle of the night, already past midnight. Who is knocking at the door? Bang, bang, bang. The knocking grew more and more frantic. Then, outside the door, came the sound of frantic panting. The person outside the door seemed very anxious, as if they had encountered some danger and urgently needed to wait for rescue. Who the hell is knocking this late? Got a death wish or something? Chen Xiao cursed irritably, then went back to the bedroom to hastily pull on some pants before emerging bare-chested into the living room. With a creak, he yanked the door open. A petite figure immediately slipped inside. The young girl then slammed the door shut with a bang, pressing herself against the wall as she began gasping for breath. Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned, then lowered his head to meet the wide-eyed gaze of the girl leaning against the wall. The woman who had barged in at midnight was precisely the waitress he'd encountered earlier that day at Rengdo Noodle House. The girl looked up at Chen Xiao and was instantly captivated by his upper body. Chen Xiao had an excellent physique, having been meticulous about fitness even before his transmigration. His muscle definition was extraordinarily beautiful, flowing and natural without a single flaw. Especially in the void, after enduring the tempering of violet lightning, Chen Xiao's muscles gained an even greater sense of power, exuding a unique charm. The young girl was instantly mesmerized, her eyes glazing over as they remained fixed on Chen Xiao's clearly delineated 8-pack abs, unable to look away. After a long silence, with his lips twitching slightly, Chen Xiao asked with a darkened expression, "Had enough of the show?" The girl finally came to her senses, instantly flushing crimson with embarrassment. The girl was dressed very lightly, wearing only a thin nightgown. In her state of shyness, even her fair neck turned completely red, while her delicate skin took on a rosy hue utterly delectable and brimming with allure. Yet Chen Xiao remained utterly unmoved. He stared straight ahead, frowning, and said, "Speak up. What exactly is your purpose for coming to see me in the dead of night?" Chen Xiao's eyes gleamed with depth, as if they could pierce straight through to one's soul. The young girl quickly averted her gaze, forcing herself to look elsewhere. I didn't want to be beaten to death by the chef, so I had no choice but to come here for help. I didn't know. I truly didn't know it was you living here." Like a startled fawn, she suppressed her panic and explained with her head bowed, "I live in 402, right across from you. At night, I heard movement in 401 and knew someone was living here. So when the chef beat me tonight, I took the chance to run out." With that, the girl fell to her knees with a thud. "Please save me." Bang, bang. She caught out heavily twice, blood streaking down her pale forehead as it mingled with her hair. "The chef took my parents away and forced me to obey him. If I don't, he'll kill my mom and dad." The little girl, her head bruised and bleeding, burst into tears. On her knees, she pleaded pitifully, "Please, I beg you, save us." Chen Xiao frowned and said, "Never mind whether what you're saying is true or not. I'm just curious, why do you think I can save you? And why do you think, would I save you? Because you're the only one who ever helped me." The little girl raised her head, her big teary eyes shining with hope as she pleaded, "I beg you, only you can save me. I'll pay any price, just please save me." The little girl gazed at Chen Xiao, her eyes filled with helplessness. Then suddenly, the little girl reached out as if to undo her own clothes. Her outfit was already thin, just a nightgown. If she took it off, there would be nothing left. Chen Xiao was immediately horrified and shouted sternly, "What the hell are you doing? I'm just a free viewer here, don't give me paid content." Chapter 20 Everyone's gone mad. The girl froze mid-action. With slight bewilderment, she said, "I don't want money, I just wanted to. This isn't about whether you want money or not, but rather why should I reward you?" Chen Xiao was furious, his face turning ashen as he snapped, "After all I did to help you today, you come knocking at my door in the dead of night, only to pull this stunt the moment you step inside. What, do you take me for some lust-crazed fool with nothing but insects in his brain?" Thud! Chen Xiao suddenly seized the young girl by the throat, instantly making her delicate face flush crimson and her breathing grow labored. The girl's eyes rapidly filled with blood, rolling back until only the white showed, as if she might perish on the spot at any moment. Chen Xiao grabbed the little girl by the neck and hoisted her up. Her back scraped against the wall, the thin nightgown tearing with a loud rip, exposing large patches of delicate, snow-white skin. But Chen Xiao had no mind to look, his crimson eyes glaring fiercely at the girl. "Can't you just stay dead? Speak! Who are you? What do you actually want?" A flicker of shock passed through the little girl's eyes, but then, she actually curled her lips into a smile, her face flushing with excitement. That's right, she was genuinely smiling and thrilled about it. "What the hell? Are you out of your mind?" Chen Xiao was stunned and immediately released his grip. The girl collapsed to the ground like a limp rag, yet that crazed smile still clung to her face. "I would do anything for you. Big brother, I love you so much. I'm warning you, don't go crazy on me, I didn't lay a finger on you. Chen Xiao shuddered instantly, involuntarily stepping back as a wave of revulsion surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. What kind of freaks are these people? First running into that neither man nor ghost security guard, then seeing that pig-faced cook, and now this little girl who's clearly got some screws loose. This damn place is too creepy. No way, I need to move out ASAP. Otherwise I'll get corrupted sooner or later. I sure as hell don't want to turn into a psycho. Just as Chen Xiao was lost in thought, a sudden knock on the door echoed again. Bang bang bang. Which lunatic is it this time? Fuming with anger, Chen Xiao yanked the door open and immediately saw a young man standing outside, wrapped only in a white bath towel. His posture was utterly coquettish, his eyes brimming with a hint of flirtation. Thud. In the moment Chen Xiao was lost in thought, Shen Yao deliberately threw the towel on the ground, revealing his fair and smooth body. Ancestor, let me serve you. A hint of bashfulness appeared on Shen Yao's face. Chen Xiao was dumbfounded. Immediately, Chen Xiao slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Shen Yao was promptly shut out. Shen Yao looked slightly startled, frozen in place for a long moment before finally snapping out of it. The color of disappointment was evident on his face. Shen Yao bent down and picked up the bath towel. Ah, I really am no good. Shen Yao sighed. Then, he pulled out a phone from who knows where, tapped lightly, and dialed Mo Xiong's number. Shen Yao? Mo Xiong answered almost instantly, his voice trembling with excitement and a hint of anticipation. So, did you succeed? Was the patriarch pleased with you? Mo Xiong's voice came through the phone. Then, Mo Xiong seemed to have some doubts again. But ancestor, this is too fast. You've been gone for less than 5 minutes. Did it end so quickly? Shen Yao's face darkened, showing a hint of self-mockery in his eyes as he said, No, Boss Missouri, you've misunderstood. The progenitor has no interest in me whatsoever. The progenitor stole your clothes. All day he lays by the window, gazing intently at you. He likes rugged men like you. I told you, the progenitor is so frail, how could he possibly? Do you like taking the initiative? Building 1, Unit 2, Room 201. Mo Xiong's phone slipped from his grasp and hit the floor with a bang. Shen Yao's voice kept coming through the phone. But Mo Xiong had no mind to listen anymore. His mind was buzzing chaotically. This man, who had weathered countless hardships and endured so much suffering, unknowingly shed 2 lines of silent tears. He was nearly driven into a corner. Once found by the mysterious figure, Mo Xiong could almost be said to be doomed. Thus, Mo Xiong has now sought a powerful protector. But when the choice was laid before him, Mo Xiong hesitated. Was it really worth paying such a heavy price? After an unknown length of time, Mo Xiong finally wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes. It seemed he had given up on something. In an instant, Mo Xiong lost his usual domineering spirit and exuberance, transforming into utter dejection, with even a few additional white hairs appearing at his temples. Forget it. What could be more important than life itself? Zhou Liang, I'm here. Zhou Liang approached with a complex expression. He was the young man who stood beside Mo Xiong on his left during the day. Like Shen Yao, Zhou Liang was also a young and handsome man. However, he appeared more masculine and normal-looking compared to Shen Yao. Mo Xiong's gaze dimmed, and after a moment of silence, he slowly began to speak. Zhou Liang, help me with my makeup. Mo Xiong's deep voice seemed to carry a profound sense of despair. In the living room, Chen Xiao kept slapping his own eyes. Crazy, everyone's crazy, all the people in this world have gone mad. Chen Xiao felt he was about to lose his mind too. He could hardly believe what he had just seen and heard. Chen Xiao wished he were dreaming, and that it was the kind of dream he could wake up from any second. It was past midnight. A completely naked man stood outside his door, saying he'd come to serve him. What kind of twisted plot is this? Actually, not just Chen Xiao. The little girl was also stunned. In an instant, she regained her composure, scrambling up from the ground and staring with those huge eyes in disbelief. You? With a face full of astonishment, the little girl exclaimed, You like men? Go screw yourself, you bastard. Chen Xiao turned his head and cursed. You're the one who likes men. Exactly. I do like men. The little girl nodded without hesitation, then tilted her head and frowned. But I'm a girl, it's natural for me to like men. However, if you like men, that's just not normal. He. Big brother, I don't think you'd want others to know about this. A sly smile suddenly appeared on the girl's face as she said, the legendary first-generation awakener, the invincible progenitor, actually likes men, doesn't he? Holy shit, are you insane? Chen Xiao, flushed with anger, roared at the top of his lungs. I'll say it again, I'm completely normal. I don't like men. Damn it, I really want to kill all you freaks. Chapter 21 The Sacrificial Victim. Thud. Chen Xiao grabbed the little girl and threw her out the door, then slammed it shut with force. Click. Chen Xiao locked the door from inside, turned around and returned to the bedroom, sitting on the bed unable to calm down for a long time. This place was absolutely terrifying, not only filled with all sorts of bizarre mysterious creatures, but also countless perverts and psychopaths. Chen Xiao felt nothing but hostility the moment he arrived. No, he had to get out of this place as soon as possible. But before that, he needed to ensure proper rest, a good night's sleep first. Chen Xiao burrowed back under the covers, this time determined not to open the door no matter who came knocking. Before long, Chen Xiao finally drifted into slumber. Outside the door, the girl glared resentfully at the tightly locked door, grinding her pearly white teeth until they creaked audibly. Damn bastard, after all I've done, you actually locked me out? I refuse to believe this. I must have you. Before her words faded, the young girl's figure flickered like a specter, vanishing directly into the darkness. Building 1 is opposite Building 3, with some distance in between. Shen Yao wrapped himself in a towel. Although it wasn't cold on this midsummer night, there was still a chilly breeze that raised goosebumps on his skin. Shen Yao's expression was complicated, part relief, part disappointment. Just then, he suddenly noticed a petite girl standing in front of Building 1. As he approached for a closer look, Shen Yao's eyes instantly widened with shock. The mysterious one? Didn't you go to the black and white gate? He. The young girl gave a strange smile, tilting her head as she said, that's right, I did go to the black and white gate. Do you know? I touched real lightning. It sprayed out from the holes of the black and white door, a small wisp of dark purple electric light that didn't just help me eliminate the distortion, even helped me achieve the 7th awakening. That sensation of electric currents coursing through the body, numbing the heart, hovering near death, feels so good. Would you like to give it a try? Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by the little girl's hysterical laughter, a pair of crimson, terrifying eyes suddenly emerged from the shadows behind her. Suddenly, the pig-headed chef's over 2-meter-tall figure stepped out from the darkness, standing like an iron tower behind the little girl, breathing heavily with anger. No, I don't want to. Shen Yao was startled and quickly retreated 2 steps, but accidentally let the pristine white bath towel drag on the ground. His foot slipped on it, causing him to take a sudden tumble. Don't worry, it'll be quick. I can kill you in just a few seconds. The little girl's smile abruptly vanished, her eyes instantly turning malevolent with poison. How dare you steal my man? Who gave you the nerve? The girl's furious roar was like a chorus of vengeful spirits, eerie and terrifying, stirring up an uncanny gust of wind. Shen Yao felt a chill run down his spine, his hands and feet turned ice cold, frozen to the ground as if paralyzed. I didn't. It wasn't me. I was wrong. Boss Missouri made me come here. I know nothing. I'm just a scapegoat. Shen Yao's cold sweat kept dripping as he scrambled up in panic, not even bothering about the bath towel, turning to flee immediately. Since you know you're just a scapegoat, then go die. Roar! The pig-headed chef let out a strange howl, charging forward like a brown bear. In his right hand, he brandished a blood-stained cleaver. Within a few strides, he caught up to Shen Yao, knocked him down, and began wildly slashing with the cleaver. No, it wasn't me. Shen Yao erupted with the power of 5 awakenings, trying to push away the pig-headed chef straddling him, but the strength of 5 awakenings was as feeble as a child's before the chef. Forget pushing the pig-headed chef away, he couldn't even dodge the cleaver swings. A few slashes later, Shen Yao's flesh was already torn from his bones, blood splattering everywhere. Help! Help! Shen Yao's desperate screams startled the entire compound. Seconds later, every lit room extinguished its lights, plunging the entire area into darkness in an instant. Shadows flickered across the windows, as if some sleepless residents were peeking stealthily, while others trembled and hastily drew their curtains, terrified of being seen by the pig-headed chef. This was Linxing District, a place known as the Forbidden Zone. Similar tragedies occurred almost daily, every single week. Yet no one intervened, nor did anyone report to the authorities. Everyone remained indifferent or locked their doors and windows, allowing violent incidents to unfold unchecked before vanishing into the unfathomable darkness. This is a lawless land, where nightmares become reality. Building 1, Unit 2, Room 201. Mo Xiong heard Shen Yao's piercing scream and instantly turned pale with fright. Hurry! Close the curtains quickly! Don't let the mutants find us here. This sounds like Shen Yao's voice. Could it be that the mysterious man has returned? Zhou Liang's comb clattered to the floor. His face suddenly changed color as if he'd remembered something terrifying, his calves trembling uncontrollably. Idiot! What are you standing there for? Close the window and draw the curtains, now! Seeing Zhou Liang hesitate to act, exasperated, Mo Xiong kicked him hard. Immediately after, Mo Xiong scrambled frantically to shut the window and pulled all the curtains closed. Only then did Mo Xiong heave a long sigh of relief. But his face turned extremely grim. Damn it! How did that bitch come back? B-boss, are you still going to the primordial one tonight? Zhou Liang asked with a panicked expression. Go my ass, there's an unknown expert down there. You dare to go? Mo Xiong roared angrily. But Shen Yao. Zhou Liang's eyes grew slightly red. Sigh. Mo Xiong sighed, a trace of sorrow flickering in his eyes. There's no other way. We'll find time later to build a grave for Shen Yao. I am no match for the mysterious one. I'm sorry, no one knows how much time had passed. Xinyao agonized screams finally ceased, and the night returned to silence. The little girl and the pig-headed chef had vanished without a trace. The silhouettes on the window gradually dispersed. Not long after, an old man with his eyes wrapped in black cloth slowly pedaled over on a tricycle. In the cargo bed of his vehicle lay 2 brooms, a mop, a dustpan, and a bucket of water. The old man stopped beside Shinyao's corpse, picked up the broom and dustpan, and began sweeping up the scattered flesh covering the ground. He was like a dutiful street cleaner sweeping away rubbish, each movement perfectly ordinary yet possessed of a peculiar rhythm. Within moments, the chunks of meat were cleared away. Sigh. The old man sighed softly, splashed water across the floor, and began mopping in steady, practiced strokes. Those kids, they're bound to cause real trouble one day. In the silent night, the old man's gaunt figure appeared utterly alone. Yet surprisingly, in this dangerous compound, not a single pair of eyes dared to watch him. Even those low-intelligence mysterious creatures held their breaths involuntarily. They could feel it. This old man was the true entity referred to as the Forbidden. Chapter 22, Compensation. The night passed without incident. The darkness receded as dawn arrived. The Linshin residential area had returned to its usual state. Early in the morning, several mysterious investigators living in the Linshin area knocked on Chen Xiao's door. Chen Xiao had already woken up. After washing up and getting dressed, he sat on his bed lost in thought. He thought he'd heard someone screaming mournfully beneath his building last night, but when he went down to check this morning, there was nothing to be seen, not even a trace of blood. Just like those dozen or so mutated beings he had killed at the entrance of the compound, they had inexplicably vanished into thin air. It was highly unusual, but Chen Xiao didn't pay it much mind. After all, he planned to leave this place today. What had happened last night no longer concerned him. As long as it's not him screaming, it's fine. Bang bang bang. Greetings, ancestor. We are members of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. We apologize for the interruption today, but we'd like to discuss your compensation. Could you please open the door? Several deep voices and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. The visitor wasn't alone, at least 3 people had arrived. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up with joy the moment he heard the word salary, but then he froze in disbelief. How did the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations find out I live here? I explicitly didn't contact them. Although puzzled, Chen Xiao still got up and opened the door. As expected, 3 people stood outside, 2 men and 1 woman. They were all strikingly good-looking, with an air of heroism between their brows clearly distinct from those perverts from yesterday. Standing in the center was a girl with a ponytail. Though not tall and with a smile on her face, deep exhaustion lurked behind her eyes. After all, Linshin Garden wasn't somewhere just anyone could endure living in. Hello, I'm Lu Xiling, team leader of Group C from Mabei District's Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Currently at Strength Level 3 Awakened. 640? Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself that this name was oddly memorable. But he wondered, what level exactly was this enhanced 3 senses? Was it stronger than him? In truth, Chen Xiao had a reasonable understanding of his own abilities. In a state of death, it seemed there were no real opponents, and his normal state would gain some enhancement in strength every time the death state ended. For example, now Chen Xiao felt that if he encountered those mutants again, he wouldn't even need to enter the death state, he could cut them down in his normal state. If the previous, Disguiser, was C-class, Chen Xiao currently possesses at least B-grade strength. Forget it, I can't figure it out. Chen Xiao still has a vague understanding of this world's power hierarchy and isn't sure which level his strength corresponds to. Unbeknownst to him, in the files of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, Chen Xiao was assigned to a unique subvolume, Primordial Volume, labeled 001. While Chen Xiao was lost in thought, the 2 male investigators briefly introduced themselves. My name is Wang Tong, from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau's District MU North, Team C, current strength, week 3rd awakening. My name is Zhao Dakai, you can call me Dakai. I'm currently a member of Team C at the Mubei District Mystery Investigation Bureau, with a week level 3 awakening. Oh, I'm Zhang Xin. Chen Xiao started to say, then suddenly realized his mistake. He slapped his forehead and gave an embarrassed laugh. Sigh, gotten so used to using aliases that I nearly forgot my real name. My name is Chen Xiao. Come on in, don't just stand there like a fool. Chen Xiao ushered the 3 mysterious investigators into the room and casually closed the door behind them. Make yourselves at home, don't stand on ceremony. Chen Xiao warmly welcomed the group while taking the initiative to sit on the windowsill himself. Well, the only available seating spot had just been claimed. The 3 mysterious investigators glanced at the bare room and immediately stood awkwardly rooted to the spot. Where to sit? On the floor? Ha, time is tight and the task is urgent, we won't sit. Ancestral 1, this is the payment from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau for you. Lu Xiling spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere. She smiled politely and took a dark golden card from her small handbag, handing it to Chen Xiao. This is a nationwide dark gold card with 6.03 million yuan inside. You can withdraw the money from any bank, she said. It's like this, you've been asleep for 100 years, 50 of which were spent in the museum. We've paid you 5 million yuan, calculated at an annual salary of 100,000 yuan. In recognition of your contributions to our research institution, we've added an extra 1 million yuan as payment for the serum you provided us. The remaining 30,000 yuan is the reward for exterminating a disguiser. The bounty for a sea-level mutant is 30,000 yuan per specimen. To be frank, although the Mysterious Investigation Bureau is an official department, our financial reserves are indeed quite limited. This represents nearly 10 years' worth of accumulated savings from the entire Damu City branch. Our abrupt visit today is simply to offer our most sincere apologies. We hope you can accept this gesture and forgive our series of offensive actions during your period of dormancy. Lu Xiling bowed deeply to Qin Shao. Her high-collared dressing ensured no accidental exposure. Of course, Qin Shao wasn't in the mood to look either. Overall, Qin Shao is a gentleman who naturally maintains polite manners with normal people. However now, Qin Shao is about to lose that composure. His eyes widened to their limits, mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg whole. How much, he stammers. 6,030,000. You can check your balance anytime, or withdraw the cash. Lu Xiling smiled faintly and said, of course, you can also use this dark gold card to make purchases at any mall or store. Thump! Qin Shao slid directly off the windowsill and plopped onto the floor. 6,030,000. For a wealthy tycoon, this might just be a drop in the bucket. But for Qin Shao, he'd never seen so much money in his entire life. Just imagine how many damn sausages he could add to his instant noodles with this. No more all-nighters at internet cafes in the future? I even dared to upgrade to a premium membership for this software. Qin Shao exclaimed ecstatically, say, is your museum still hiring? If not, you can just put me back in the ice coffin. I'll stand 8 hours a day and only need 2 days off a month. 100,000 a year. No, just give me 90,000, 80,000 will do. Lu Xiling hesitated for a moment, then smiled awkwardly and said, I'm very sorry, ancestor. You no longer need to work at the museum, and we don't wish to restrict your freedom either. Just kidding, the Mysterious Investigation Bureau wouldn't dare keep Qin Shao stationed at a high-traffic place like the museum. After all, under the analysis of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, Qin Shao was classified as a mysterious creature of the neutral type, or even the violent type. What if some careless tourist angered Qin Shao, or worse, triggered his death mode? Given Chen Zhao's short fuse, wouldn't he end up slaughtering everyone in the entire museum? Chapter 23, The Mysterious Archive. What? No more restrictions? Oh come on, keep them going, won't you? Chen Zhao grew anxious in an instant, hastily propping himself up by the windowsill to stand. By the way, my serum could sell for $1 million, right? Chen Zhao rolled up his sleeve again, thrusting his arm toward Lu Xiling. If not, just keep drawing my blood, he said. Take a few more tubes, just toss me a few 100,000 each time. This. Lucy pushed Chen Zhao's arm back with a bitter smile. Ancestor, we truly appreciate your willingness to help, but we no longer need to extract your blood. Lu Xilin's delicate fingertips brushed against Qin Shao, sending a faint tingle through his skin. But Qin Shao was in no mood to appreciate such sensations. Qin Shao sat back on the windowsill, utterly despondent. No longer needed then. Though Qin Shao had obtained over 6 million in huge funds, he understood the principle that ready-cooked food would soon be eaten up. To survive in this world, he needed a stable income. So, what other options remained? Wait, you just said, the reward for a Class C mystical creature is 30,000? A glimmer of hope reappeared in Chen Zhao's eyes as he hurriedly asked, what about higher-level mystical creatures? For example, Class B? Eliminating a Class B mystical creature carries a reward of 100,000. Lu Xiling gave a faint smile and said, if you're interested, you can download the Mysterious Archives app. The app has bounty missions issued by the Mystery Investigation Bureau. For each task completed, you can claim the corresponding reward. A single B-grade creature is worth 100,000? Chen Zhao's eyes instantly lit up as he asked, then what about an A-grade mysterious creature? 1 million. Lu Xiling frowned slightly and advised, but I'd recommend you avoid taking A-grade missions for now. Every A-grade mysterious creature possesses the strength of 6 or even 7 awakenings. Hiss! Chen Zhao gasped, thinking that was indeed quite terrifying. But the most important thing right now was to quickly buy a phone, download mysterious files, kill monsters, and claim the rewards. Then he'd have a steady stream of income. Got it! Chen Zhao nodded solemnly. Then, the fighting spirit in Chen Zhao's eyes boiled over. Of course, this fighting spirit stemmed from Chen Zhao's avaricious nature. However, in this life, who isn't greedy for wealth? Chen Zhao was brimming with killing intent, as if he had transformed into a cold-blooded hunter, ready to charge forward at any moment to usher in a bloody hunt. Lu Xiling couldn't help but feel a bit afraid, quietly taking 2 steps back as she forced a smile. Ancestor, I'd like to remind you that not all mysterious creatures are bad. Mysterious creatures are categorized into docile, neutral, and violent types. For docile mysterious creatures, we adopt a protective attitude. We adopt a wait-and-see approach when dealing with neutral-type, mystical creatures. Only against brutal-type, mystical creatures will we resort to thunderous measures to suppress and eliminate them. Therefore, we hope you won't blindly attack mystical creatures, as there are many friendly ones in this world who can be our trustworthy friends. If you mistakenly kill docile-type or neutral-type mystical creatures, not only will you fail to receive any bounty, but you'll also waste your time and energy for nothing. Lu Xiling felt it was necessary to relay this information to Chen Xiao. Otherwise, when Chen Xiao went on a rampage, he might end up slaughtering the mystical creatures bound by their leader, the beast tamer. Now that would be a real tragedy. Damn, this is so complicated? Chen Xiao frowned. As a newcomer, how could he possibly tell whether those mystical creatures were good or evil, gentle or savage? Lu Xiling seemed to have guessed what Chen Xiao was thinking and quickly reassured him with a smile. Ancestor, rest assured. We've already classified all the mysterious creatures that have appeared so far. Whenever you encounter one, you just need to do a quick search in the software, and all its information will be right there. Oh, that's manageable. Just a bit of a hassle. Chen Xiao nodded, hastily stuffing the dark gold card Lu Xiling had handed him into his pocket. Without delay, Chen Xiao eagerly dragged Lu Xiling and the other two out of the room. What are we waiting for? Take me to buy a phone right now. Alright. Lu Xiling, Wang Tong, and Zhao Dakai were practically pushed out of room 401. But they didn't actually refuse Chen Xiao's request. After all, the task they received this time was to spare no effort in pleasing Chen Xiao. At the very least, they couldn't let Chen Xiao develop hostility toward the Mystic Investigation Bureau. Otherwise, the entire Mystic Investigation Bureau, and even the official Mystic Investigation Headquarters, would face serious trouble. The progenitor was, after all, a super powerhouse suspected to have awakened 10 times. In this world, without tapping into the reserves of various nations, who could withstand a 10th awakening powerhouse? Yes, but those individuals all lurk in the darkness, crawling out from the void, twisted, dangerous, indescribable, the most terrifying taboos. Divine Dragon Nation, official headquarters, underground 36th floor. The Divine Prison, as its name suggests, is a prison that incarcerates deities. The entire Divine Prison lies underground, with an immense scale designed in imitation of ancient architectural styles. Beneath the ceiling, enormous stone pillars stand as supports. A tall, burly man with bulging muscles knelt on the ground paved with blue-gray stone slabs. The man's face was cold and resolute, with knife-like marks left by time. He wore armor resembling dragon scales, wrapped around his waist with a yellow conveyor belt. The aura of a divine dragon enveloped the man, emanating an overbearing, unrivaled presence. Yet at this moment, the man knelt on the ground, not daring to even raise his head. Had worldly souls witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly dumbstruck. For this person was none other than the supreme powerhouse who had awakened 9 times, the Dragon Emperor. Standing before the Dragon Emperor was a middle-aged man. The man's silhouette seemed to bear the weight of millennia, his body exuding an inexplicable aura. With every slight movement, terrifying visions flickered faintly about him. This person was unfathomable, far surpassing the comprehension of ordinary mortals. It's been so long, and I still miss the old days. Have you ever heard of Taoism? Taoist mythology speaks of 36 heavens, each ruled by supreme deities. I was thinking, would there ever come a day when I, too, become one of those deities, ascending to the highest heaven, and then kill the other gods? I will carve out their rotten hearts and trample them into the forsaken yellow earth. I will watch them die in despair, in agony. I will look down upon them, scorn them, and tell them, I alone am the true God. There can only be one God in this world. The man's voice seemed to tremble, yet carried an indisputable authority. The primordial one should never have awakened. The man turned slightly, revealing his profile that had been obscured by the mist. He toyed with a cracked yellow helmet in his hand. The yellow helmet appeared utterly ordinary, faded with age, its inscription completely illegible. Yet the man continued to cradle it in his hands, ceaselessly running his fingers over its surface. The Dragon Emperor gazed at the ground, not daring to raise his head. Thus, the Dragon Emperor failed to notice. The man's fingertips resting on the yellow helmet trembled slightly. He was struggling to conceal that lingering fear sealed in his memories, buried deep within his heart, a terror that robbed him of sleep and appetite whenever it surfaced. Chapter 24 Official Bounty, Class A Mission. 2 hours later, Chen Xiao returned, carrying a mobile phone, a laptop, several desks and chairs, and even some basic household appliances. Of course, those pieces of furniture and appliances were all carried upstairs with the help of the 3 mysterious investigators. Lu Xiling, Wang Tong, and Zhao Dakai were like 3 tireless porters, running up and down without a single complaint. Finally, Chen Xiao also exchanged contact information with the 3 of them, so they could reach out to each other any time in the future. Overall, Chen Xiao was quite satisfied with the attitude of these 3 individuals, which even improved his impression of the entire Mysterious Investigation Bureau of Damo City. Of course, this only applied to the Mysterious Investigation Bureau of Damo City, Or maybe the Dongbei branch. Since Chen Xiao hadn't encountered the bureaus of other cities yet, he couldn't jump to conclusions, including the Mysterious Investigation Bureau of Damo City. Chen Xiao bore no ill will towards the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, but he wouldn't get too close to them either. After all, why Lu Xiling and the other two were able to find this place remained a significant question. Could it be that the Mysterious Investigation Bureau was monitoring him? Or perhaps, is the Mystery Investigation Bureau monitoring the entire Linxing district? Very likely. After all, based on Chen Zhao's current observations, the Linxing district is essentially a dark realm hidden within the city, where countless lives have been buried and untold bloodshed concealed. But why hasn't the Mystery Investigation Bureau come to purge this place? Could it be that the Mystery Investigation Bureau is wary of the mastermind behind Linxing Park, Boss Missouri? After much deliberation, Chen Xiao couldn't come up with any reasonable guesses. Of course, he wouldn't ask Lu Xiling and the other two about it. After all, as members of the Mystery Investigation Bureau, Lu Xiling and her colleagues might not reveal the truth of the matter. Seeing is believing. But all these, what do they have to do with Chen Xiao? Chen Xiao smiled, casting aside all his random thoughts as he took out his newly bought phone. The phone wasn't expensive, around 2,000 yuan, but it offered great value for money, with all the features one could need. Chen Xiao tapped his phone screen to wake it up, swiped once, and immediately found the freshly downloaded mystery files. The first page he entered required Chen Xiao to register with his information. After entering his phone number and having the camera scan his face for successful identity verification, Chen Xiao followed the prompts to complete a series of steps, ultimately registering a real name verified account. Chen Zhao's proof of identity was left behind by Lu Xiling and the other two before they departed. The identification was expedited by the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, and the name on it read simply, Chen Xiao. Thus, Chen Xiao had now become a person with an identity as well. Seconds later, Chen Zhao's personal information in the mysterious archives was updated to Civilian Awakener, Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao had even given himself a codename, Terrifying Tornado. Additionally, beneath his codename there was a line for power assessment. Chen Zhao's power assessment read 0. This was likely because Chen Xiao had never undertaken any missions before. Chen Xiao tapped the screen, jumping directly to the mission hall. The mission hall contained bounty tasks from all over the country, ranging from C rank to A rank, and even 2 S rank missions. But Chen Xiao couldn't distinguish any of these cities. Every location appeared as unfamiliar names to him. Overwhelmed by the information, he quickly narrowed the search range to Damu City. This way, the tasks were indeed significantly reduced. Ranked by difficulty, the top position was an A-level mission. Official bounty, A-level mission. Upon opening it, Chen Xiao saw the detailed information of the mission. Mission objective, Pig-Headed Chef, designation A021. Target type, brutal class mystical creature. Location, Eastern Pastoral District, Rangu Noodle House. Target profile, A021 possesses high intelligence and tremendous physical strength, concealing itself among humans by wearing clothing. Approximately 2.15 meters tall and weighing 230 kilograms, the entity exhibits a sadistic and gluttonous nature, deriving pleasure from tormenting human females before slaughtering them with extreme cruelty. A021 possesses no special abilities, with a rusted kitchen knife as his primary weapon. His overall combat strength roughly equals that of a strong 6 awakened, though when injured he can temporarily unleash power approaching weak 7 awakened levels. Not recommended for awakened below 7 awakened tier. Extreme caution advised. Exercise utmost vigilance. This target profile was just updated about 10 minutes ago, and it even included a video underneath. Isn't that the chef I met at Ringo Noodle House? Chen Xiao froze for a moment before quickly clicking on the video. The footage captured an intense fight. A tall and burly pig-headed man battles against a petite and adorable squirrel. Despite their significant size difference, they appear to be engaged in an evenly matched fight. At first, the squirrel kept darting back and forth, dodging the pig-headed chef's attacks. Meanwhile, the squirrel's pupils continuously changed colors. The squirrel's eyes were initially pale blue. When the squirrel's pupils turned blood red, thin crimson mists burst from the pig-headed chef's massive body, as if cut by an invisible blade, with blood gushing out incessantly. Yet the pig-headed chef seemed impervious to pain, still swinging his cleaver expressionlessly toward the squirrel. The pig-headed chef appeared sluggish, but in reality, he moved with startling speed. The squirrel narrowly escaped being chopped to death by the pig-headed chef several times. Soon, the squirrel's eyes turned a dark gray. The hideous wounds on the pig-headed chef's body began emitting wisps of black smoke, rapidly worsening and festering, with some severe areas even revealing ghastly white bones. The pig-headed chef's eyes flashed with bloody light, as if enraged, swinging its knife faster and faster, nearly leaving behind afterimages. The squirrel couldn't dodge in time and took a brutal slash, its fluffy tail nearly severed at the root. The squirrel's pupils then turned grass green as its broken tail rapidly regenerated, regrowing flesh and healing the wound. but the squirrel's vitality had visibly diminished. Chen Xiao couldn't help marveling. The squirrel's successive transformations were incredibly powerful, but why had it been fighting that pig-headed chef in the first place? Chen Xiao felt that this little creature must be the docile-type mystical being Lu Xiling had mentioned. Of course, it was also possible that, like that unicorn, they were all pets of the beast tamer. Before long, the squirrel began to lose the upper hand. The squirrel's pupils kept shifting between red and gray, yet it consistently failed to deliver a fatal blow to the pig-headed chef. Finally, the squirrel's pupils abruptly turned black. The next second, it began growing wildly, its body rapidly expanding to reach a height of roughly 3 meters in an instant. The squirrel's entire form underwent a transformation, bearing no resemblance to any squirrel at all now. At this moment, it more closely resembled a ferocious behemoth. The behemoth had powerful limbs, with dragon-like muscles bulging and thick fur clinging to its skin. Its head resembled a tiger's, while its body was bear-like, its size a full circle larger than the pig-headed chef's. The ferocious beast glared with a savage light in its eyes, as if it were a demon risen from the abyss. It opened its blood-dripping maw to bite down on the pig-headed chef, who deftly dodged to the side and swung his rusty cleaver, slashing at the beast's belly. In an instant, blood splattered. At this point, the video suddenly stopped. Chapter 25, Accepting the Mission. That's it? No more? Chen Xiao froze for a moment, repeatedly dragging the progress bar back and forth. But the video truly ended, never revealing the final outcome. However, Chen Xiao reckoned there was a considerable chance the squirrel had kicked the bucket. The authorities probably wanted to avoid gory scenes in the video, hence cutting the last segment. Scrolling through the comments, netizens from all walks of life confirmed Chen Xiao's suspicions. Oh my god, isn't this the phantom spirit mouse raised by the legendary beast tamer? The phantom spirit mouse is a class of mysterious creature, with strength assessed at peak 6th sense level. That pig-headed chef's final strike might have unleashed 7th sense level power. Yes, I heard through the grapevine that the phantom spirit mouse apparently died this morning. Rangu noodle shop was covered in blood. What kind of benevolent noodle shop is that? It's literally a human bone noodle shop. The noodles were full of human bones. I went there once and almost threw up. I still have the secretly recorded video here. It's from a different angle, showing the entire fight between the pig-headed chef and the phantom spirit rat. Yeah, I saw that video too. The phantom spirit rat got sliced in half with a single stroke. After gutting it, the pig-headed chef went berserk and hacked away at it over 100 times in rage, even crushing its bones. The scene was absolutely horrific. Bro, I just sent you a friend request. Send me that video. Me too. Send me 20, and I'll forward you the video. I'm cheaper than the one upstairs, just V me $10 for HD videos, honest deal. Chen Zhao's expression turned grave. If squirrels are a zookeeper's pets, does that mean even Dagmu City's strongest 6-time awakened can't handle the pig-headed chef? Is this mission something I can even take on? Chen Xiao glanced at the current mission status of pig-headed chef. There were plenty of comments, but not a single awakened had accepted the mission. Taking another look at the mission briefing, the 2 caution warnings highlighted in red stand out particularly, as if dripping with blood. The death of the phantom spirit rat must have been an extremely painful loss for the beast tamer as well. After all, no one knows how much effort and resources the beast tamer had to expend to cultivate an A-rank mystical creature, only for it to perish in the Rengu noodle house like this. At the same time, it also serves as indirect evidence of the pork-faced chef's formidable power. Looking back, Chen Xiao realized avoiding a direct confrontation with that pig-headed chef at Rengu noodle house that day was absolutely the right call. Otherwise, he would have had to enter that death state yet again. It might not sound like a big deal, but each time Chen Xiao dies is literally a gamble. He never knows if he'll wake up again, if he'll ever open his eyes to see this world once more. Perhaps dying 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, they all survived. But what if once, it was truly the end? No one likes death, nor dares gamble with it. Lose that bet, and it's ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The Mysterious Investigations Bureau of Damu City. The beast tamer looked haggard as he sat in the conference room, a thread of crimson blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. The phantom spirit mouse was truly dead, and its death was gruesome. When the Mystery Investigation Bureau arrived to retrieve the body, only a pile of minced flesh and a few strands of squirrel hair remained at the scene. If it weren't for the camera embedded in the corner that recorded the entire battle, the beast tamer couldn't believe that the pile of mangled flesh on the ground was the phantom spirit rat. The beast tamer's strength came from his ability to form contracts with mysterious creatures and nurture them. Creatures contracted through this method were utterly loyal, but an inexplicable bond would form between them and the beast tamer. The more effort a beast master invests, the deeper the connection with their contracted creature becomes. Thus, the death of the phantom rat also inflicted severe damage upon the beast master. The beast master's face turned deathly pale, nearly losing all ability to move, with no telling when recovery might come. Boss, what should we do? Zhang Xinfeng's expression soured, his eyelids twitching several times as he spoke. Should we go and summon the ancestor? No. The Beastmaster interrupted Zhang Xinfeng's words, looked up at the ceiling with a bitter smile, and said, I've already requested reinforcements from the official headquarters. The Sword Immortal is on his way. The Sword Immortal? Zhang Xinfeng was instantly overjoyed, exclaiming excitedly, the Sword Immortal is an 8th awakened powerhouse. Great Mu City is saved. Alas, the Beastmaster sighed. The Beast Trainer didn't share Zhang Xinfeng's excitement, instead growing visibly more haggard as he said, this might not be a good thing. The Sword Immortal has a fiery temper, always eager to challenge powerful opponents. I have a feeling he didn't come this time for the pig-headed chef. After all, a mere tier 6 mysterious creature isn't worthy of the Sword Immortal's attention. TSK. Zhang Xinfeng gasped sharply in realization, his keen mind instantly grasping the Beastmaster's implication. Could the Sword Immortal be targeting the primogenitor? Zhang Xinfeng paled in horror. Highly likely. The Beastmaster couldn't suppress another heavy sigh. Let's just hope the Sword Immortal doesn't anger the primogenitor, otherwise, forget it. If anyone asks, we'll just say we didn't know the Sword Immortal came. We're not that acquainted with the Sword Immortal. I'll request reinforcements as soon as possible. You take care of the Mubei district. If it comes down to it, this old man might really have to personally beg the ancestor to intervene. I just hope the ancestor won't blame me when the time comes. Linxin Residential Area. Building 3, Unit 1, Apartment 401. After much deliberation, Chen Xiao ultimately abandoned the A-level mission titled, Pig Head Chef. After all, the difficulty of an A-rank mission was too great. Chen Xiao didn't have a clear understanding of his own capabilities either. He didn't want to gamble, so Chen Xiao opted to accept a B-rank mission instead. This Class B mission target is also located very close to Chen Xiao, even residing within the Linxin residential area. Mission target, white-haired flying zombie, designation B-155. Target type, brutal type mysterious creature. Target location, Mudong District, Linxin residential area, specific details unknown. Target brief, B-155 was originally an ordinary corpse, later contaminated by corpse plague, mutating into a mysterious creature. B-155 possesses strong aggression and exceptionally high defensive capabilities. Although relatively slow, it can fly briefly, with overall combat strength rated at strong 4th sense level. B-155 special ability, Corpse Plague. Infected normal humans may develop various viral symptoms with a certain fatality rate. Corpses infected with zombie plague have a high probability of mutating. Not recommended for awakeners below 4th sense. Bounty, 100k. Current acceptance status. 1. Exorcist, civilian awakened individual, power assessment, weak 4th awakening. 2. Martian girl, civilian awakened individual, power assessment, weak 4th awakening. 3. Blade master, civilian awakened individual, power assessment, strong 4th awakening. 4. Terrifying tornado, civilian awakened individual, power assessment, 0. Chen Xiao was the 4th person to accept the mission titled Terrifying Tornado. After successfully accepting the mission, Chen Xiao was automatically added to a small group chat. Including Chen Xiao, there were exactly 4 people in the group, precisely those who had accepted the mission. Seeing Chen Xiao's notification of joining the group, the others quickly reacted. Demon Hunter, another newcomer took the mission? What are their stats? Seconds later. Demon Hunter, holy crap, stat evaluation 0? Demon Hunter, don't tell me some regular person slipped in. Chapter 26, Group Chat. Mars Girl, silly, ordinary people don't get access to classified mystic files. Exorcist, okay, I was just saying. Blade Master at Exorcist, if there are no issues, we can make our move tonight. Mars Girl, shouldn't we ask for the newcomer's opinion? Demon Hunter, to be honest, I think this rookie is a total idiot. What an absurd codename, at Terra Tornado. Blade Master These newbies are probably just freshly awakened kids. Just ignore them. Mars Girl got it, Blade bro. By the way, something creepy's been going on near Linxin District lately. Mars Girl, my brother's a mystic investigator. He sent me a video of some half-headed blood-soaked freaks slashing through a dozen security guards. Absolute carnage, super terrifying. Mars Girl, is it safe for us to make our move tonight? Exorcist, half a brain? Isn't that just brain dead? Swordsman, yeah, I've heard about this too. Swordsman, that brain-dead guy is estimated to have strength around high tier 4 or low tier 5 level, extremely dangerous. But after observing all night yesterday, nothing happened in the Linxin district. Mars Girl, really? Brother Dao, have you actually moved into Linxin community already? Blade Master, yes, you should come over quickly too. Nothing happened yesterday. It's very peaceful here. Mars Girl, but I heard there was some pervert yesterday who climbed into people's windows naked. Exorcist, isn't that completely normal? This is Linxin community we're talking about. Martian Girl, alright, I'll get there as soon as I can. Where do you live, Brother Dao? After I reach Lingshin Park, I want to hide at your place first. Blade Master, got it, no problem. Just message me privately when you arrive, and I'll come out to meet you. Martian girl, but what if we run into that idiot? Exorcist, don't worry. Even though I'm not that powerful, one bolt of heavenly thunder is more than enough to protect a little girl like you. Horrifying tornado? Where are you? Want to come out and mess with me, you little s? I'll your. Chen Zhao's string of asterisks left all three group members in stunned silence. Chen Zhao's face had already darkened with fury. He was practically itching to crawl through the internet and drag all three of them out for a good thrashing. What the hell does idiot squad even mean? What does brain dead mean? What do you call a pervert who climbs other people's windows naked? Terrifying tornado. Exorcist, what's the matter? At terrifying tornado, throwing a tantrum? Can't even type properly now? Exorcist, trash, why don't you go do your D-rank missions? Want to lie around and earn a cut? We're being generous by not kicking you out already. Martian girl at terrifying tornado, you shouldn't swear. If you keep this up, Brother Blade will really kick you out. Blade Master at terrifying tornado, mind your manners. If you genuinely want to join this mission, I can take you along. Of course you won't get a share of the money, but I can broaden your horizons. Martian girl, Brother Blade is such a good guy. Exorcist at Blade Master, seriously? You actually want to bring this thing along? Aren't you worried it'll slow us down? Blade Master at Exorcist, it'll be a good learning experience for the rookie. Blade Master at Tornado of Terror, of course, we can't guarantee your safety. If you're looking to die, nobody's going to stop you. Blade Master at Tornado of Terror, so I suggest you voluntarily withdraw from this mission. Mars Girl at Terrifying Tornado, that's right. You can start by taking a few D-rank missions first. After completing the strength assessment, you can then move on to higher level bounties. Terrifying Tornado asterisk 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 asterisk. Exorcist hee Brother Star is throwing a tantrum again. So angry, how pitiful. Terrifying Tornado at Exorcist, send me your location. Exorcist oh, trying to scare me? I'll be at Lingshin District in 10 minutes. You dare to come? Martian girl, what are you doing? At Exorcist, are you forcing a newbie to die? What kind of place is Lingshin District? How could a rookie without even a strength assessment dare to go there? Exorcist tisk tsk, Martian girl playing the saint again. Exorcist for rookies who don't know their limits, they need to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they'll die without even knowing how. Terror Tornado, wait for me. 2 minutes later, Chen Xiao stood in the security room at the entrance of Lingshin Park, his face dark with anger. Clutching a brick he'd seemingly dug up from nowhere, Chen Xiao quietly waited for the arrival of the Exorcist. 10 minutes later, Terror Tornado, at Exorcist, where are you? Exorcist at the main gate of Lingshin Park, and you, Brother Xingxing? Chen Xiao immediately pushed open the security room door and kicked the scruffy old man blocking the way, shouting, "Get lost! Be civilized and show some courtesy, I am." Ow! The scruffy old man ran away clutching his butt in terror. Chen Xiao was brimming with murderous intent, like an ancient general scouring the battlefield for enemies. His eyes flashed with a beastly gleam, each breath seeming to unleash the fury within him. Alas, Chen Xiao strode about wildly with a brick in hand but didn't even catch half a glimpse of another soul. Terrifying Tornado, I'm right at the entrance, where are you? Exorcist, I'm at the entrance too. Don't tell me you're chickening out and not coming. Terror Tornado, picture, open your damn eyes and see for yourself. Isn't this Lingshin residential area? Martian girl, holy shit, Tornado, you really went to Lingshin area? At Terror Tornado, run. That place is dangerous. Blade Master, stolen image, right? Exorcist, hahaha, this is hilarious. You chickened out and tried to show off with some random internet picture. Tornado of Terror, you mother asterisk 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 Sorry, you have been removed from the group chat. Staring at the final removed from group chat notification, Chen Xiao completely lost it. Fine, messing with me, huh? So we're making our move tonight, is that it? I'll finish you off myself tonight. A murderous glint flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. Tonight, none shall live. White-haired flying corpse, chat group. Exorcist, at Blade Master, bro Blade, did you really kick that kid out? Blader, the newbie's skills are too lacking. Don't feel like mentoring him anymore. Martian girl, sigh, don't tell me he actually went to Lingshin District. Blader, don't worry, I'm at Lingshin District right now. I deliberately checked the entrance earlier and didn't see him. Exorcist, Brother Blade, you went out? Swordsman, what's up? Oh right, weren't you at the entrance? Exorcist, well, I went to the bathroom earlier, must have missed you. Swordsman, oh, that explains it. Swordsman, anyway, business, I've confirmed the white-haired flying zombie's exact location. He lives in room 501, unit 1 of building 3. Demon Exorcist, operation tonight? Martian girl, okay, see you then. Blade Master, yeah, it's settled then. Chapter 27, Killing the Flying Zombie. Chen Xiao returned to the security room and began flipping through the tenant archives again. Back then, the young waitress had mentioned she lived in room 402. Sure enough, when Chen Xiao turned to the page for room 402, there was a pig's head doodled in the tenant information section. If his guess was correct, the pig-headed chef must be hiding in the room right across from Chen Xiao. Of course, the young waitress must also be there. There's definitely some kind of close connection between them. Could the girl have abilities similar to the beast tamers, both being contractors of mysterious creatures? Probably not, because the beast master contracted a docile-type mystical creature. But the pig-headed chef is a savage-type mystical creature. Since it's a savage type, how could it be so easily tamed by humans? Moreover, the introduction of the pig-headed chef clearly states as much. This creature enjoys violating human women and brutally killing them. Then, how did that young waitress manage to survive? Unless the young girl is stronger than the pig-headed chef. In fact, she might be the true mastermind who's likely had control over the pig-headed chef all along. Otherwise, how could such a violent and mysterious creature willingly hide in a small noodle shop as a chef? Perhaps there are even more unspeakable secrets hidden within this. But Chen Xiao had absolutely no interest in uncovering these secrets. All he wanted was to find the exact location of the white-haired zombie and collect his share of the reward. Moreover, Chen Xiao planned to take action first by killing the white-haired zombie, then simply wait for the arrival of the trio, the exorcist, the swordsman, and the Martian girl. Lure them into the trap, then catch them like turtles in a jar. A true man never leaves a wrong unavenged, and that vengeance is best served immediately, never overnight. Chen Xiao never expected that casually accepting a task would lead to mockery and ridicule. However, in this world, trolls must pay the price, especially when they provoke Chen Xiao. Ringdo Noodle House. After the bloody battle between the pig-headed chef and the phantom rat, the noodle house had lost all its customers. Most of those who dined here were perverted tenants from the Linqin residential area. And these perverted tenants valued their lives dearly, otherwise, they wouldn't have hidden away in Linqin residential area in the first place. They feared getting caught in another battle between sixth sense powerhouses, where the slightest misstep could cost them their lives. About half an hour earlier, the mysterious investigation bureau had come by to clean up the phantom rat's corpse. The noodle shop was in complete disarray, with both the pig-headed chef and the young waitress having vanished without a trace. It seems even the pig-headed chef and the young waitress wouldn't dare act too recklessly. After all, lurking behind the mysterious investigation bureau are supreme beings like 7 Awakening, 8 Awakening experts, and even Dragon Emperor himself, a legendary 9th Awakening powerhouse. The pig-headed chef appears formidable, but were the Dragon Emperor to make a move, that swine-faced brute would likely be reduced to ashes in less than half a second. Chen Xiao circled around Ringu Noodle House but couldn't find the waitress girl. With no other choice, he had to return to Lin Xian residential area and knock on Unit 2, Building 3, Apartment 402's door. Bang bang bang. He knocked for a long time with no response. Chen Xiao's expression turned grim as he prepared to leave. The door suddenly creaked open with a faint squeak. A young waitress stood at the doorway, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Her beautiful large eyes blinked twice as she gazed at Chen Xiao with an alluring look, saying, "Well, if it isn't my handsome guy, what's the matter? I haven't even come looking for you, but here you are coming to me. Did you miss me? Big brother, I'll agree to anything you want me to do. Tell me, where is the white-haired flying zombie?" Chen Xiao remained expressionless, completely unmoved. The young girl's smile faltered slightly as she deliberately shifted to an even more alluring pose, allowing Chen Xiao to catch an eyeful of her charms. She even moved closer, wrapping her arms around Chen Xiao's arm and whispering softly, "Go inside first, and once you're inside, I'll tell you." The young girl's voice was intoxicating, as if carrying some sort of spell that amplified the desires in one's heart. "Get lost." Chen Xiao shoved the girl away and glared, "I'm asking you where the white-haired flying corpse is. If you know, speak up. If not, get the hell out of my sight." The girl's smiling face completely froze, a flash of anger flickering in her charming eyes as she retorted, "With such a stunning beauty standing right before you, all you can think about is some white-haired flying corpse? Big?" Chen Xiao finally glanced downward, pursed his lips, and said, "This padding's thicker than the actual meat." Thud! The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Damn! Chen Xiao was startled and quickly dodged backward, nearly getting his nose slammed by the door. "You still haven't told me where the white-haired flying zombie is." Chen Xiao banged on the door relentlessly. "I don't know." A little girl's angry roar came from inside the door. "Stop bothering me, damn it. Damn, so petty, can't even handle the truth." Chen Xiao muttered gloomily. Well, there was nothing for it, he'd have to find someone else to help. This little girl probably knows about the white-haired flying corpse. Chen Xiao even suspected that violent monsters like the white-haired flying corpse and the pig-head chef were brought in by this little girl. But clearly, the girl had no intention of helping him for free. Female psychopaths who hide their true strength are the most terrifying, utterly unpredictable, never revealing their true motives. Who knows when they might stab you in the back? So, Chen Xiao didn't want to interact too much with the young girl. Having no choice, Chen Xiao could only return to his room. After some deliberation, he took out his phone and dialed Lu Xiling's number. The call was answered quickly. Ancestor, how may I assist you? Lu Xiling's slightly weary voice came through the phone. Help me investigate a mysterious creature, a white-haired flying corpse, designated number B155. Alright, please wait a moment. 1 minute later. Ancient One, I've found it. B155 is suspected to be in room 501, Unit 1, Building 3 of the Linxin residential area, right above you. It's just a tentative lead, so the bounty mission in the mysterious archives hasn't been updated yet. You can go check out room 501 though. The white-haired flying corpse is a mysterious creature with a bounty from the Special Investigations Bureau. Since it's hiding in the Linxin district, the Bureau finds it inconvenient to directly exterminate it. Right now, the Special Investigations Bureau doesn't want open conflict with Linxin district. But Civilian Awakened don't have to worry about that, they're not tied to any established faction. So, Progenitor, are you listening? Hey, Ancestor? While Lu Xiling was speaking, Chen Xiao had already rushed up to the 5th floor. He grabbed the doorknob of Unit 501, yanked it with all his might, and tore the entire door off its hinges. Bang! Chen Xiao threw the door into the hallway. Then, Chen Xiao took out his phone, hung up Lu Xiling's call, and played an exhilarating BGM. Amidst the rousing music, Chen Xiao burst into the room and, in less than 3 seconds, dragged out the bewildered white-haired flying zombie. The white-haired flying zombie stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at the ceiling in the corner, always ready to answer his master's call. Then suddenly, their own goddamn door flew off its hinges. Next thing he knew, a ripped dude barged in, grabbed him, and started beating the crap out of him. Who the hell was he supposed to complain to about this shit? Chen Xiao pounded punches into the white-haired flying corpse, his overwhelming force shattering its heart and bones as black blood gushed forth. The enraged white-haired flying corpse roared and lashed out with its sharp black claws, only for Chen Xiao to snap them off and brutally stab them back into its gaping maw. A jet-black streak of blood shot upwards. With both hands gripping its head, Chen Xiao gave a vicious twist. Crack! The white-haired flying corpse's head snapped off, its eyes quickly losing their glow. Thump! The white-haired flying corpse's body collapsed to the ground. This powerful mystery creature at the 4Ju level was killed by Chen Xiao in less than a minute. The white-haired flying zombie didn't even get to release its corpse plague. Heck, even Chen Xiao's random BGM only played the intro. Chapter 28, The Exorcist. The white-haired flying zombie was dead. The room was filled with a peculiar odor, as if countless decaying substances had mixed together to form an extremely pungent stench. The smell was so strong that it penetrated Chen Xiao's nostrils, bringing with it an intensely nauseating sensation. This must be what they call the corpse plague, he muttered. Chen Xiao furrowed his brows, feeling this odor was somehow familiar, as if he'd encountered it somewhere before. Forget it, I'd better not stay in this room any longer, lest I get poisoned. Chen Xiao opened the window in the room to air out the smell. At the same time, he turned off the music and dialed Lu Xiling's number again. The white-haired flying zombie is done for. Come collect the corpse. So soon? Lu Xiling's shocked voice came through the phone. Chen Xiao paused for a moment before saying, let me clarify, it's the speed at which I killed the white-haired flying zombie that's impressive. Otherwise what? Never mind, just get here quickly. Alright, Ancestor, please wait a moment. We'll be there in 5 minutes. A dozen or so minutes later, the trio Lu Xiling, Wang Tong, and Jadakai smiled and waved at Chen Xiao. Before donning gas masks and entering room 501 to carry away the corpse of the white-haired flying Jiangshi. After transporting the body back to the Mystery Investigation Bureau. After the Mysteries Investigation Bureau completed the inspection, Chen Xiao's bounty mission was automatically marked as complete. The 100,000 yuan reward could be claimed anytime. Of course, when Chen Xiao submitted the task corpse, only he was present. The reward belonged to him alone. The exorcist, the swordsman, and the Martian girl, these three were destined not to receive a single cent. Moreover, Chen Xiao had specifically instructed Lu Xiling and the other two to delay the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations acceptance process. At the very least, postpone it by a day, preventing other awakened ones from learning that the white-haired flying corpse had already been killed. Naturally, Lu Xiling wouldn't dream of refusing Chen Xiao's request. Moreover, the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations typically takes 3 to 5 working days to inspect and accept the task's corpse. This request is quite reasonable. Night, 2300 hours. A man with a wild and unrestrained appearance rode a motorcycle into the Linxin district, parking it near building number 3. He parked his motorcycle, settled it into place, pulled out a cigarette and clamped it between his lips, lighting it before taking a deep drag. This was the exorcist, awakened 4 times, his power lightning-related, devastatingly lethal to dark and sinister spirits. This was also the origin of his codename, Exorcist. The exorcist exhaled several smoke rings, leaned against his bike, and started scrolling through his phone. White-haired flying corpse chat group. Exorcist, at Blade Master, at Mars Girl, I'm here. Where are you guys? Hey! At that moment, a petite girl leaped out from the shadows nearby and tapped the exorcist on the shoulder. The exorcist was startled, nearly dropping the cigarette from his mouth. Holy crap! You scared the hell out of me! The exorcist felt a surge of anger, but seeing Spark Girl's innocent and adorable face under the moonlight, his rage instantly subsided by half. Tonight's moonlight was exceptionally bright, penetrating the pitch-black night sky to illuminate the ground. Beside them stood the somewhat dilapidated Building 3, its walls covered in creeping vines. Many of its windows were already shattered, occupied by dust and cobwebs, exuding an aura of decay and eerie desolation. The exorcist and the Martian girl stood on a narrow, winding path, flanked by tall, dense trees. Occasionally, a gust of wind rustled the leaves, as if some eerie creature was secretly watching from the shadows. "Little sister, has Brother Dao arrived yet?" the exorcist asked. "No idea, I haven't seen him," replied the girl. The Martian girl shook her head and said, "But I already messaged Brother Dao privately. He told us to go up first. He said he's in this building." "Damn, you don't think Brother Dao would trick us, do you?" The exorcist's eyes showed a hint of suspicion as he pinched a half-smoked cigarette between his fingers. "Is he trying to use us as cannon fodder so he can swoop in and take all the spoils at the end? He probably wouldn't." Little Mars pouted and said, "I don't think Brother Dao is that kind of person. Whatever, we're already here anyway. No matter what, we've got to go upstairs. How about we trust Brother Dao this once and go up to check it out?" Alright then." The demon hunter nodded, casually flicked away his cigarette but tightened his black leather jacket, and flashed Mars Girl a wild grin in the moonlight, saying, "Don't worry, even if Blade doesn't show up, I'll keep you safe." With that, the demon hunter dashed into Building 3 in one swift stride. "Wait for me." Too scared to stay alone downstairs, Mars Girl hurriedly followed the demon hunter. Upon entering the hallway, Spark Girl immediately felt an intense chill. The motion sensor light overhead flickered relentlessly as if long neglected, threatening to go out at any moment, though fortunately it still faintly illuminated the path ahead. By now, the exorcist had already turned into the stairwell, his figure quickly vanishing from sight, leaving only the echo of his footsteps reverberating through the corridor. "Weren't you supposed to protect me? Why are you running so fast?" Martian Girl's heart was pounding wildly. After all, she was just a young girl walking alone in the Forbidden Zone hallway, and even her breathing seemed to grow rapid. "Wait for me." Martian Girl quickened her pace, closely following the exorcist up the stairs. Actually, Mars Girl already wanted to retreat, but she had already stepped onto the staircase and didn't dare to look back at all. She kept feeling like something was following behind her, yet when she turned to look, there was nothing to be seen. The exorcist moved quickly and had probably already rushed up to the third floor by now. The girl from Mars could no longer see the exorcist's retreating figure. Her scalp prickled instantly, every hair on her body standing on end. Suddenly, crack! The light bulb above her head shattered, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. Shit! What the hell? Mars Girl was terrified, not daring to take another step forward. Pressed against the wall on the stairs, she fumbled for her phone to call Blade Brother. But at the very moment she lit up the screen, a hideous, terrifying pig's head suddenly appeared right in front of her face. Ah! The terrified scream of Mars Girl pierced the silent night sky. Fourth floor. Mars Girl? The exorcist, who was about to charge upstairs, immediately halted his steps. When he turned to look back, he realized there was no one behind him. The entire second and third floors had been swallowed by darkness, the pitch-black stairwell corners seemingly transformed into terrifying whirlpools. What's going on? Where's Mars Girl? She didn't follow? Only then did the exorcist snap back to his senses, hurriedly forming a hand seal as he bellowed toward the staircase. Heavenly thunder. Boom! A burst of lightning erupted from the exorcist's fingertips, instantly igniting the darkness. What a pity, there was nothing downstairs. Ever since letting out that scream, Mars Girl hadn't made another sound. The exorcist hastily took out his phone and opened the white-haired flying corpse chat group. "Exorcist, at Mars Girl, where are you? Are you alright?" About a minute later, the group received a reply. "Martian Girl, I'm okay, I just sprained my ankle a little, it really hurts." Martian Girl, brother, you go ahead to room 501, I'll rest for a bit and come find you right away. He. Chapter 29, do you want to see true divine retribution? Phew. The exorcist took a deep breath. For some reason, his eyelids kept twitching, and a sudden sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Would he encounter danger tonight? But having come this far, wouldn't it be a waste to turn back now? Until the arrow leaves the string, it cannot be stopped. Since none of you are coming up, don't blame me for taking all the rewards. The exorcist gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and continued charging upstairs. Just one more floor up, and I'll find room 501. Fortunately, the lights on the fourth and fifth floors remained unaffected. The dim lighting cast mottled shadows on the walls, filling the entire stairwell with an oppressive atmosphere. Seconds later, the exorcist rushed up to the fifth floor. Suddenly, an intense sense of danger struck him. The exorcist frantically looked behind him, but found nothing except his own reflection and the dimly lit hallway. 501, it's just ahead. I'll leave as soon as I kill that white-haired flying corpse. I won't stay a moment longer in Linqing residential area. Fully aware of the dangers lurking in Linqing residential area, the exorcist hurriedly quickened his pace, dashed out of the hallway, and swiftly searched for room 501. At that moment, the exorcist saw a shadowy figure in the darkness slowly approaching him. The exorcist was extremely nervous. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and held it between his fingers. His palms were already dripping with sweat. The shadowy figure in the darkness gradually drew closer, its outline becoming clearer and clearer. Stay back. I'm here to kill the white-haired flying corpse. I'll leave right after. The exorcist clenched a ball of lightning in his hand, watching the other party with wary eyes. He knew full well that most tenants of Linqing district were lunatics and had no desire to make enemies of them. But regrettably, the other party had come specifically to kill him. Here to kill the white-haired flying zombie? Chen Xiao gave a faint smile, stepping out from the darkness before stopping within a meter of the exorcist. You're an exorcist? He asked. Yes, I am. And who might you be? The exorcist froze for a moment, eyeing Chen Xiao with slight wariness before countering, You're Daogo? No. The smile on Chen Xiao's face intensified, his eyes gleaming with excitement as if he'd spotted prey. I'm the terrifying tornado. You wanted to meet me in real life, didn't you? I've been waiting for ages. Damn, you finally showed up. As the words fell, Chen Xiao charged forward without hesitation, drawing his barbed dagger with his right hand and thrusting it fiercely toward the exorcist's eyes with a sharp whistle of wind. The exorcist's expression changed drastically. He barely dodged in panic as the lightning he had been gathering in his hand erupted in a deafening explosion. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, massive thunder exploded around Chen Xiao, as if dawn had suddenly broken, illuminating the entire corridor with blinding brightness. Thwack! 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 The light bulbs overhead burst one after another, all destroyed by the tremendous electrical current. Heavenly thunder! The exorcist dared not hesitate, conjuring another bolt of heavenly lightning. Boom! Lightning intertwined, forming electrified nets that violently draped over Chen Xiao, creating an intensely striking visual impact. Minutes later, the lightning dissipated, but the ground became ablaze with flames. Some flammable materials had been ignited by the lightning, threatening to erupt into roaring fires. In the flickering firelight, Chen Xiao could be seen standing motionless in place, as if struck dumb by the ordeal. Not dead yet? The exorcist frowned deeply, but soon cast a vicious glare. What worthless trash dares to hide here and ambush me? You're lucky my strike didn't kill you. Let me try again, let's see if you survive this time. The exorcist formed hand seals with his fingers, gathering all his strength, and pointed at Chen Xiao once more. Heavens! Unfortunately, before he could even utter the word thunder this time, a slap sent him flying 2 meters, slamming him hard against the wall. Put! The exorcist spat out a mouthful of blood, his face already swollen like a pig's head, with several shattered teeth mixed in the blood he spewed. Such weak heavenly thunder! Chen Xiao walked slowly out of the flames completely unscathed, without even a single tear in his clothes. It was as if those 2 thunderbolts had merely been a passing gust of wind. How are you unharmed? Impossible! The exorcist looked up in shock, shouting incredulously, how can this be? That was the power of thunder, heavenly punishment. Humph, heavenly punishment? 2 feeble electric currents dare call themselves divine punishment? The exorcist's heavenly thunder didn't inflict the slightest harm upon Chen Xiao. Instead, it awakened another power slumbering within Chen Xiao's body. Jet black and violet lightning bolts emerged, true thunder of the void that resembled divine retribution itself. Back in the void, streaks of dark purple lightning struck down repeatedly. Though they tormented Chen Xiao nearly to death, they also silently fused into his body. Now, the exorcist's heavenly thunder seemed to act as a catalyst, completely drawing out the void lightning hidden within Chen Xiao's body. Flickers of void lightning now danced like sparks at Chen Xiao's fingertips. He could unleash them at any moment. An exorcist, right? Do you want to see what divine punishment really looks like? Outside the Linqing residential compound, a black sedan that had been parked there for a long time. In the driver's seat sat a gaunt man with a long scar across the back of his neck. On the rear seat lay a Miao dagger, its blade wrapped in black cloth strips. This man's name is Du Su, codenamed Blade Master, skilled with knives, awakened 4 times, and evaluated as a strong 4th awakening, slightly more powerful than the Exorcist and Martian Girl. Du Su was leading this operation, which is why the Exorcist and Martian Girl felt absolutely confident about its success and willingly let him serve as the group leader and commander. After all, the white-haired flying zombie's strength is roughly equivalent to that of a strong 4th awakening. Even though the Exorcist is hailed as the bane of evil spirits, he couldn't guarantee he could single-handedly kill the white-haired flying zombie. But what a pity! Du Su was extremely confident in his own abilities, so he had no intention of sharing the bounty with the Exorcist and the Martian Girl. He wanted them to die. That was why he claimed in the group chat that he had already moved into the Linqing district. In fact, he wasn't in the Linqing district at all. Otherwise, how could he have failed to hear Xinyao's screams last night and instead claimed the district was completely peaceful? Tonight, Dusu arrived, but he didn't enter the Linchin district immediately, choosing to wait silently instead. 23:30. Estimating the timing was about right, Dusu opened the white-haired flying zombie chat group and sent a message. Blade Master at Exorcist, at Mars Girl, sorry, I was held up by something just now. Are you both okay? After waiting about 5 minutes, there was still no reply in the group chat. A faint smile finally appeared on Dusu's face, but the smile didn't last long before it was interrupted by a series of beep 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 message notification sounds. Exorcist, I'm fine, where are you? At Blade Master. Martian Girl, I'm doing well too. I've rested and am coming to find you now, at Exorcist. Exorcist at Martian Girl, come on up. I'm waiting for you on the 5th floor. Thud. Dusu smashed his fist against the steering wheel, his frozen smile twisting into a vicious snarl. Damn it, how are they still alive? Chapter 30, Divine Punishment. Dusu felt somewhat puzzled in his heart. Dusu had friends in the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, so he knew more information about enigmatic creatures. This was also why he knew the white-haired flying zombie was hiding in room 501. Although the white-haired flying zombie was a sinister creature, its power was formidable, and it had the eerie enhancement of corpse plague. Dealing with 2 weak Fourth Awakening practitioners like the Exorcist and Mars Girl would normally be effortless for it. Yet, how could it be that after half an hour, neither of them had died? Could it be that they didn't go after the white-haired flying zombie? Then wouldn't I just be wasting my time here? If the white-haired flying zombie escapes to another location by tonight, this source of corpse plague within my grasp would slip away. That's right, Dusu's goal wasn't just the official bounty of 100,000 yuan, but also the source of the corpse plague in room 501. It was precisely this source of the corpse plague that caused white-haired flying zombies' mutation. If one could control this object, mass production of zombies would become possible, which would mean possessing an entire zombie army. This is the real reason why the Mysterious Investigation Bureau didn't mark the exact location of the white-haired flying zombie. The mysterious creature was just a lead. The source of the corpse plague is what truly matters. But what should Dusu do now? Should we make a move now? What if the Exorcist and the Martian Girl take advantage of the situation? What if, while I'm fighting the white-haired flying zombie, the Exorcist and the Martian Girl snatch away the source of the corpse plague? No, we should wait a little longer. Dushio's eyebrows knitted into a tight frown. After wrestling with his thoughts for ages, he finally made up his mind. He couldn't act recklessly, he had to wait longer. He'd wait until midnight tonight. If the Exorcist and the Mars Girl don't go find the white-haired flying corpse, he'll take action himself. 501. The window had been open for a long time, yet that putrid, nauseating stench still lingered. Chen Xiao walked into the room carrying the Exorcist's charred corpse and threw it into the corner. Killing the Exorcist was a simple process. Chen Xiao merely released a bolt of dark purple lightning as thick as a finger, and the Exorcist fell to his knees as if he had seen a ghost, begging loudly for mercy. Indeed, the Exorcist had seen this lightning before. A mere wisp of it, leaking from the holes of the black-white gate, had once killed dozens of awakened beings. Among them were even those with 7th and 8th awakenings. That incident was officially referred to as divine punishment. The Exorcist was still a small-time hoodlum back then. He hid among the crowd and merely glimpsed the black-purple lightning from 100 meters away, yet that single glance granted him the power to command thunderstorms after his awakening. The black-purple lightning bolt, as thick as a finger, that Chen Xiao unleashed, was no exaggeration, capable of killing most awakened beings in this world. Neither 8th level awakened could withstand it, nor could 9th level awakened. Perhaps only those forbidden existences could survive within this black-purple thunder. When the violet-black lightning flickered across Chen Xiao's skin, the Exorcist even doubted whether he was dreaming. Could such devastating divine punishment power truly be controlled by a human? The Exorcist cowed out against the ground, weeping bitterly, his guts already twisted with regret as he poured out the most abject words he'd ever spoken in his life. But what a pity! Chen Xiao was not a merciful man. Since the Exorcist dared to speak so foully, he would have to pay the price. And of course, that price would be his life. The dark purple lightning destroyed the Exorcist's vitality in less than a second before flying back to Chen Xiao's fingertips and merging into his body once more. Chen Xiao maintained perfect control, not allowing even a sliver of lightning to escape. He had no intention of destroying this building, after all, he was still living here for the time being. After killing the Exorcist, the hatred in Chen Xiao's heart finally diminished somewhat. He returned to room 501, holding the Exorcist's phone, waiting for the next target to arrive. If he guessed correctly, the next one would be Mars Girl. After all, it was Mars Girl who had replied to him in the group chat. Chen Xiao sat in the darkness, his fingers intermittently tapping against the windowsill. He seemed to have completely blended into his surroundings, with only those icy eyes gleaming with a terrifying light in the darkness. Before long, outside room 501, a familiar figure came into Chen Xiao's view. Chen Xiao's face instantly showed astonishment. The newcomer was actually the young waitress from Rengo Noodle House. The girl was clutching a blood-dripping phone in her hand. This phone belonged precisely to Mars Girl. It seems Mars Girl's situation has now taken a dire turn. The young girl adopted the same method as Chen Xiao, using Mars Girl's phone to chat with others in the group. As soon as she entered the room, the girl saw the exorcist's charred corpse and instantly wore the same shocked expression as Chen Xiao. However, the girl reacted quickly. In an instant, she understood what had happened and burst into soft, gleeful laughter. Ha, my handsome guy, we really are telepathic, even our lying techniques are so similar. Why you? Chen Xiao stepped out from the darkness with a grim expression, casually tossing the exorcist's phone onto the ground. Why shouldn't it be me? The corners of the little girl's lips curved upward, forming a flawless arc. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she took a few steps toward Chen Xiao. Extending her delicate, jade-like fingers, she lightly pressed them against his lips and whispered with orchid-like softness, "Big brother, I'm the only woman who gets to be close to you. Go to hell." Chen Xiao suddenly grabbed the young girl by the throat, fury nearly erupting from his gaze, as he snarled through gritted teeth, "Tell me, where's the Martian girl?" Guh, ah. The little girl's face flushed with excitement once more, her eyes glazed as she murmured, "Brother, you're finally willing to hurt me. I'm so happy. Please kill me. I beg you, kill me." "Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" A bolt of dark purple lightning flashed abruptly in Chen Zhao's pupils. The flush on the girl's face vanished instantly, replaced by a flicker of terror in her eyes. She frantically summoned a savage burst of strength, wrenching free from Chen Zhao's grasp and leaping away like a frightened hare. "How is this possible? You can control divine punishment. Heh, didn't you say you wanted to die?" Dark purple lightning flickered in Chen Zhao's eyes as he advanced step by step toward the girl, each footfall unleashing waves of murderous intent. "No, ancestor, let's talk this out." The little girl's face turned deathly pale as she took 2 steps back, her back abruptly hitting the wall. Earlier, the reason behind the little girl's fearless defiance was her exceptionally unique ability. She could absorb the power of anyone who harmed her. In other words, when someone harms her, she can absorb and consume their abilities. Moreover, after the girl fully absorbs someone's abilities, that person turns into a puppet under her control. The pig-headed chef was originally a powerful 7th-level mystical creature, which is why it could unleash such formidable 7th-level strength. But after the pig-headed chef set its sights on the girl, it was slowly consumed by her. In the end, the pig-headed chef was reduced to a mere puppet, his strength plummeting to barely match that of a powerful 6th-tier creature. Yet, a single pig-headed chef clearly couldn't satisfy the little girl. She wanted to refine Chen Xiao into a puppet, that's why she kept wishing for him to harm her. But at that moment when divine punishment appeared, the little girl suddenly had a strong premonition. Had she escaped even a second later, she would have truly perished under divine retribution. She was utterly unworthy of wielding power at this level. Chapter 31, was it you who threw the cigarette butt? I'm asking one last time, where is Sparks? Chen Zhao's gaze grew increasingly icy, the electrical flashes in his pupils inspiring fear. She was killed by that pig-headed chef. The young girl broke out in a cold sweat, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Ancestor, I harbor no ill will toward you, I truly admire you, which is why I've always wanted to get closer to you." So that's how it is. Chen Xiao nodded thoughtfully, the killing intent around him lessening visibly. But just as the little girl let her guard down, a bolt of dark purple lightning suddenly shot forth from Chen Zhao's pupils. "Save me, dumbass." At this critical moment, the little girl was shocked and quickly sidestepped to the doorway, barely dodging the lightning. The dark purple lightning paused mid-air, then twisted direction as if it had eyes, chasing directly after the little girl. But at this moment, the pig-headed chef had already charged in through the door. The hulking form of the pig-headed chef blocked the little girl's path, taking the lightning strike in her stead. Roar! The pig-headed chef let out a piercing shriek and was instantly fried to crispy roast pork. His massive body turned charred black as it toppled backward, shaking the ground with several tremor-inducing thuds. An esteemed Class A mysterious creature actually got fried in one strike. The little girl didn't dare to look back at all. In a flash, she transformed into a white whirlwind and plunged headlong into the flames outside the door. "Think you can run?" Chen Zhao's expression changed slightly as he immediately gave chase with powerful strides. "If conflicts don't erupt, that's fine. But once hostilities break out, absolutely no survivors can be left. This is Chen Zhao's code of conduct, and the best way to survive in a different world." Chen Xiao rushed all the way into the hallway. The hallway was filled with choking smoke. That heavenly thunder summoned by the exorcist had ignited a massive fire. By now, the flames had grown even larger, spreading into the corridor. Large piles of debris and flammable materials were reduced to ashes. The crackling sounds of fire were everywhere. This building was clearly beyond saving. Tenants in building number 3 woke abruptly from their sleep, fleeing downstairs in panic. They ran while cursing, all in a chaotic jumble, making it impossible to discern what exactly was being said. When Chen Xiao rushed to the 4th floor and saw the raging flames spreading wildly, he couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. "Damn it! My brand new computer, my furniture." Chen Xiao patted his pocket. Thankfully, he still had his phone and that platinum card with him. Otherwise, the losses would have been devastating. Rushing to the second floor, Chen Xiao spotted a thoroughly dead female corpse at the corner. This must be Mars Girl. A scorching heat roared past his ears as the overhead bulbs exploded one by one under the intense heat, crackling like fireworks. Chen Xiao glanced at Mars Girl, then without hesitation bolted straight for the first floor. His eyes locked onto the little girl's frantically fleeing figure like a predator. But unfortunately, the girl seemed to possess some uncanny ability. She could intermittently transform into a white streak of wind, fleeing with ghostly swiftness. No doubt, this was another power she had assimilated. Meanwhile, the panicking tenants came tumbling down, crowding the stairwell in frantic disarray, their faces ashen as they shrieked in terror. Among them were ordinary humans, mutated individuals with grotesque deformities, and even a few repulsive, enigmatic creatures. Chen Xiao strained with great effort to push his way out of the crowd. By now, the little girl's figure had already vanished into the darkness. Damn it! Furious, Chen Xiao spotted a motorcycle nearby and, in a burst of rage, kicked it into a flower bed. At this moment, Chen Xiao suddenly remembered something. The pig-headed chef's corpse was still in room 501. What if the raging fire burns the pig-headed chef's corpse to ashes? That was an A-rank mission. The body's been reduced to ashes. How is the mysterious investigations bureau supposed to conduct their examination? No corpse examination means the mission can't be completed. So, $1 million just vanishes into thin air? That's $1 million. Chen Xiao quickly turned to look. The entire building 3 was engulfed in raging flames. Thick smoke billowed as the pungent smell of burning filled the air. Going back now would clearly be too late. Even if not burned alive, they'd surely suffocate from the thick smoke. A crowd of panicked tenants screamed in terror, covering their mouths and noses as they fled in all directions. Several hideous mysterious creatures burst forth wreathed in flames, rolling violently across the floor multiple times before extinguishing the fire. Then, Chen Xiao seized these strange creatures, drew his barbed spike, and with a series of swift thrusts each punctuated by wet thunks, pierced every last one straight through their hearts. Chen Xiao then grabbed another mutant at random and pointed angrily at a discarded cigarette butt on the ground, demanding sharply, "Was this your cigarette butt? Damn it! Look what you've done, you've burned the whole damn building down." The mutant was utterly baffled. He had just woken up in the middle of his sleep and escaped the burning building. How could he have tossed a cigarette butt on the ground? Who the hell would be brainless enough to flick a cigarette butt like that anyway? Moreover, this cigarette butt is at least 10 meters away from building 3. How could it have burned down the entire building? Damn it, so you're admitting it? Chen Xiao waited a few seconds, but when the mutant remained silent, he instantly lost his patience. He pulled out the barbed spike and without another word, stabbed it straight into the mutant's heart. Thunk! Chen Xiao pulled out the barb, blood splattering all over his body. The mutant stared with bewildered eyes, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground, his head tilting limply dead. The nearby mutants accompanying him were nearly scared out of their wits, fleeing in terror without a second glance. One mutant barely managed a few steps before stumbling and falling flat, yet didn't even bother to wipe off the dirt, scrambling to his feet and continuing his desperate escape, as if a demon were chasing them. However, Demon Chen Xiao wasn't chasing these mutants at all. He just stood there gloomily, rooted to the spot. Killing one mutant earlier had merely been a momentary vent of his frustration. Ever since Chen Xiao received 2 heavy slaps at the park entrance, he had been left with nothing but deep malice toward the mutants. To be fair, the scruffy old man was quite formidable. Despite being just one person, he somehow managed to make Chen Xiao despise all mutants. Damn bad luck, the target got away, the house burned down, and $1 million vanished. The more Chen Xiao thought about it, the angrier he became, and the angrier he got, the more it tore at his heart. So, he simply stopped thinking about it. Chen Xiao walked straight out of the compound. If I remember correctly, there's only one target left. It's the strongest member in the white-haired flying zombie chat group, the Blue Blade Master. Outside the Linshin residential area, a man with tied-back hair stood outside the gate. His handsome face bore deep-set eyes, and he wore a floral-patterned robe. In his hand was a slender sword, thin as a cicada's wing, emitting a chilling gleam. This ethereal and otherworldly man is the Sword Immortal. Strength assessment, peak 8th awakening. With cascading long hair and a faint smile, the Sword Immortal truly resembled a banished celestial, like a man stepping out from an ancient painting. Except that the floral-patterned robe he wore somewhat clashed with his Sword Immortal demeanor. In TV dramas and movies, swordsmen always wear white robes. Moreover, white clothing symbolizes immortals, while black represents demons. Such costume designs have almost become clichés. Yet the Sword Immortal particularly favors floral-patterned robes, even sporting patterns and logos on the back that read XX Studio, Hanfu for rent, 50 yuan per day. I have to say, this is quite a down-to-earth Sword Immortal. Chapter 32, The Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal frowned as he watched the towering flames within the Linshin district's restricted zone. What's going on? He muttered. Has the Damu City Mysteries Investigation Bureau taken action? Burning down the restricted zone? Aren't you afraid of drawing the ancestors' vengeance? The sword immortal murmured to himself, a flicker of hesitation surfacing in his eyes. The Dragon Emperor ordered me to kill the ancestor. Is the Damoshi Mysteries Investigation Bureau assisting me in this? But, can I truly defeat the ancestor? A few minutes later, Chen Xiao emerged from the Heartwood district, his eyes immediately drawn to the icy gleam of the sword in the sword immortal's hand. Chen Zhao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Before he even reached them, a furious shout exploded from his lips. So you're the one they call Blade Brother, huh? This outburst utterly baffled the sword immortal. The sword immortal frowned slightly. Being at a distance, the sword immortal couldn't clearly make out Chen Zhao's face, nor understand his intentions. So the sword immortal countered sternly, and who might you be? I am the goddamn terrifying tornado. Chen Zhao sprinted over and threw a punch straight at the sword immortal's head. Bang! Chen Zhao's fist felt like it had smashed into a steel plate. The sword immortal remained unfazed, but all four of Chen Zhao's fingers were fractured, hanging limp. Though they could heal quickly, the excruciating pain still made Chen Zhao let out a sharp ache of agony. Holy shit! What kind of brain do you have? Chen Zhao clutched his fingers and bounced on the spot, sweating all over from the pain. Even the sword immortal was dumbfounded. What kind of situation is this? The moment you show up you call me Brother Blade, then punch yourself until your bones break? What a terrifying tornado. Are you out of your mind? Wait, that's not right. The sword immortal fixed his gaze, and his expression changed abruptly. Isn't this person the primordial ancestor? As part of the upper echelons, the sword immortal had naturally seen Chen Zhao's true appearance before. Since this trip was specifically for Chen Zhao, he recognized him at a glance. Now, recalling how he had taken a direct punch from Chen Zhao moments ago, the sword immortal grew visibly uneasy. He quickly raised a hand to touch his face, fearing some hidden injury might linger. But to all appearances, he did seem to be unscathed. That ancestor's punch just now felt like mere fifth awakening strength. Ha! The ancestor has only awakened 5 times? That couldn't be. But the ancestor emerged from the shattered monochrome gate. He should possess at least 10-fold awakening power. Could it be? Just as the sword immortal was dazed, he saw the fleeting black-purple lightning in Chen Zhao's eyes. Divine punishment? The sword immortal exclaimed in shock, nearly dropping his sword in disbelief. This was divine punishment. This is like bringing a sword to a fight, and you pull out a nuke? I play a single 3. You counter with 4 2s? That's way overkill. Great, big brother, please calm down. Don't get excited. The sword immortal's breathing became erratic as he hurriedly raised the sword in his hand, saying, I'm not that blade brother you mentioned, I use a sword. Look, I'm holding a sword. Oh, Chen Zhao was momentarily stunned, though the lightning in his pupils still flickered incessantly. So, your real name is Sword Brother? No, I'm the sword immortal. The sword immortal was drenched in sweat, his face filled with terror, on the verge of kneeling and begging for mercy. Sword immortal? A flash of anger crossed Chen Zhao's face as he said, calling you brother isn't enough? You want me to call you immortal now? Why don't you go all out and call yourself Sword God, Sword Emperor, Sword Dao Supreme Master? You've got some nerve, kid. Take 2 bolts of my thunder. Boom! 2 explosive bursts of lightning erupted, illuminating the entire sky with blinding white light. The thunderbolts, like 2 black-purple dragons of malice, roared as they charged toward the sword immortal. The sword immortal's face paled in alarm. With all his might, he swung his sword upward, unleashing the most magnificent sword beam of his entire life. The sharp sword aura seemed to tear through the void, its overwhelming energy waves shattering everything in its surroundings. Yet when this sword aura collided with the black-purple lightning, it was like paper meeting a blade instantly torn to shreds. The sword immortal's strongest and fiercest attack turned out to be as fragile as paper against the black-purple thunder, utterly powerless. In that instant, fear seemed to take the form of invisible hands, gripping the sword immortal's heart with a vice-like hold. The swordsman's breath stopped, his dilated pupils brimming with terror as if he'd already seen the vision of his own death. Yet, just as the swordsman awaited death, the thunder suddenly halted, stopping mere centimeters from the tip of the swordsman's nose, less than 10 centimeters away. The sword immortal could even sense the devastating power contained within the violet-black lightning. Gulp! The sword immortal swallowed hard and with great difficulty turned his head to look at Chen Zhao. You're strong, at the very least stronger than a quadruple awakened. Chen Zhao's sharp gaze gradually softened as he maintained control of the violet-black lightning suspended in midair. Chen Zhao stared at the sword immortal and said, You're not a blade master. Who are you, and why are you here? Thump! The swordsman knelt down, tears falling in large, heavy drops. Ancestor, I am the sword immortal, awakened 8 times. I came to Damo City this time solely to slay the pighead chef. I swear I have no other intentions. Oh, I see. Chen Zhao nodded and immediately turned to leave. The dark purple lightning lingered in the air for a brief moment. Then, like a sharp sword, it pierced directly into the sword immortal's body. Boom! The lightning exploded within the sword immortal, instantly reducing his mortal flesh to fragments. The bloody mist drifted down like a massive cloud of steam, settling lightly upon the ground. That fine-quality longsword shattered into innumerable fragments, clinking and clattering as countless shards scattered across the ground. Even in death, the sword immortal couldn't comprehend why Chen Xiao refused to spare him. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao's eyes were filled with a chilling coldness, as if frosted over. An 8-Ju powerhouse, traveling thousands of miles just to slay a mere 6-Ju mystical creature. With such an overwhelming disparity in strength, instead of charging straight in, they chose to lurk outside the compound, secretly observing. And yet, they recognized me at a single glance. Do you really take me for a fool? I don't care if you're good or not. Since you've made your move, you'll have to die. Inside the black sedan, Du Su was nearly scared out of his wits, having personally witnessed Chen Xiao using divine retribution to reduce the sword immortal into a bloody mist. Du Su didn't know Chen Xiao, but he certainly recognized the sword immortal. That was an 8th awakening powerhouse, a revered guest in every city and nation, a mighty existence countless people sought to flatter and cling to. Yet under divine retribution, the sword immortal couldn't even put up a fight, directly blasted into bloody pulp by just 2 thunderbolts. What terrifying power this was! Du Su felt his entire worldview had been overturned. He couldn't begin to imagine just who Chen Xiao really was. It was as if he were trapped in a nightmare, where everything had become utterly surreal. Du Su sat in the car, leaning forward with his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed ahead. His heart raced, his breathing grew rapid, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Let's go, I need to get away from this place, now. Du Su's mind went completely blank. Gone were all thoughts of bounty rewards or the source of the corpse plague. He just wanted to escape. But at the very moment he was about to hit the gas, a series of dull knocks suddenly rapped against the car window. Bang bang bang. Like so many death warrants, they slammed mercilessly into Du Su's heart. Chapter 33, The Abandoned Daughter. Chen Xiao stood outside the car window with an icy expression. The moment Du Su turned his head and saw Chen Zhao's stern face, he paled in fright, stomped on the accelerator, and bolted forward in one frantic burst. But then, Du Su saw in the rearview mirror that Chen Zhao's entire body was glowing with dark purple lightning. SZZZT. Du Su slammed on the brakes, the tires nearly locking up, leaving a trail of scorching white smoke amidst the screeching sound. In the split second before the car spiraled out of control and rolled sideways, Du Su jerked the steering wheel hard, sending the rear end fishtailing wildly. The black sedan executed a perfect drifting U-turn right on the spot. Then, with a buzzing sound, it sped back and stopped right in front of Chen Xiao. The air was filled with the smell of scorched tires. Du Su rolled down the car window and looked at Chen Xiao apprehensively, forcing a stiff smile on his face. Bro, you looking for me? The lightning around Chen Xiao dissipated as he pulled open the rear door and plopped onto the back seat. Give me a ride. Chen Xiao glanced at the Miao Dao sword wrapped in black cloth lying on the seat, his eyes revealing an inexplicable amusement as he remarked, fine blade. Du Su's heart instantly leaped to his throat. His brain raced with rapid-fire deductions, constantly guessing at Chen Zhao's identity. A humanoid mysterious creature? A big shot from the official forces? The forbidden secret of Linxin district? Everything remains unknown. If you like it, it's yours. Du Su was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling with fear. No need. Chen Xiao shook his head, pulling out his phone and waving it as he said, I need to make a call. I'll tell you later where I'm going. Okay, I'll wait for you. Du Su nodded hastily. Mum. Chen Xiao acknowledged him and dialed Lu Xiling's number. A short while later, the call connected. It was already midnight at this point, but Lu Xiling still hadn't slept. The environment around her sounded chaotic, filled with cries and shouts. Ancestor, are you alright? I see building 3 is on fire. Lu Xiling said anxiously. It's fine, I started the fire. Chen Xiao paused for a moment before continuing, let me ask you about someone. A young girl, about 18 or 19 years old, who worked as a waitress at Rengo Noodle House. From what we've seen of her abilities so far, she can transform into a white gust of wind to escape, and she's exceptionally strong, well, flat-chested. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Then, the sound of footsteps came through the phone, and the surroundings seemed much quieter. It sounded like Lu Xiling had left the scene of the fire. About a minute later, Lu Xiling's voice came through the phone again. Primogenitor, the information you've provided is too scant. May I ask, is she a mystical creature? Or an awakened? Does she have a specific identification number? No, I'm not very familiar with her. I only know she can control those pig-headed chefs. Had one take a divine punishment for her. Divine punishment? It's the dark purple lightning in the void. As for the term divine retribution, I only started calling it that after hearing you use it. Void? Black and purple lightning. Is it that divine punishment leaking from the black and white gate? Lu Xiling's voice sounded utterly shocked. Several sharp intakes of breath sounded simultaneously around her. It seems Wang Tong and Zhao Dakai were also by her side. The trio was inseparable, not even parting ways at night. Chen Xiao frowned and said, I don't know what black and white gate you're talking about. I've never seen it. All I know is that it was dark purple lightning in the void, that's all. The void, is that the world behind the black and white gate? Lu Xiling said in astonishment. You're asking too many questions. Chen Xiao's voice turned icy as he said, right now, I'm the one asking questions, not you. Void, transcendence, being struck down 1,000 times, these were his greatest secrets. There was no way Chen Xiao would reveal them to anyone. On the other end of the line, Lu Xiling clearly realized her mistake and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, progenitor, I spoke out of turn. Then, the sound of flipping through documents came through the phone. 2 or 3 minutes later, Wang Tong's voice sounded over the phone, found it. Then, Wang Tong took the phone and said, Ancestor, we've gone through some classified documents and found a woman who roughly matches your description. However, she's not a mystical creature or an awakened being, she's a mutant. What? A mutant? Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned, thinking the young girl didn't seem any different from an ordinary person. Could it be, the site of her mutation is hidden beneath her clothes? Like being covered in tumors all over her body? The more you think about it, the creepier it gets. Chen Xiao couldn't suppress a shiver of disgust and quickly stopped imagining. Turning to his phone, he said, give me the details. Let's see if it's the same person. She is a member of the mutant organization, Dark Eyes, named Chen Shuling, codenamed, Abandoned Girl, age 18. Chen Shuling? Same surname as me? According to the records, yes. It's fine. Continue. Alright, Abandoned Girl was originally the daughter of Dark Eye's 5th-generation leader, Tyrant, but from childhood, she suffered abuse from her parents and bullying from neighbors. Her tragic childhood molded her into a Yandere with a dark personality. At the age of 16, Abandoned Girl consumed a radioactive drug. Without undergoing electric shock neutralization, she experienced an aberrant awakening, thus joining the ranks of mutants. The scars covering her face became the hallmark of her mutation. As of last year, she had already undergone 6 awakenings. Strength evaluation, 6th awakened, advanced tier. Completed 6 awakenings by age 18. Undeniably, her talent is extraordinary. Last year, she was last seen on our surveillance cameras. We'll send you the footage shortly. Last year? Chen Xiao frowned. Are you saying there's been no footage of her this entire year? No. Wang Tong on the other end of the phone paused for a moment before continuing. The Forsaken Girl vanished like she'd evaporated from the face of the earth this year. Despite our surveillance cameras covering the entire nation, we found absolutely no trace of her. Even the 5th-generation leader of Dark Eyes, the Tyrant, has disappeared without a trace. By the way, let me briefly explain the Forsaken Girl's ability to you. She possesses a conceptual level power. She can absorb the power of everyone who harms her. To put it simply, the more you hurt her, the stronger she becomes, while you grow weaker in turn. And this ability continues to evolve as she awakens, gaining even greater enhancements. Based on last year's observations, she seems to have developed another ability, one that allows her to manipulate others, turning them into puppets. That pig-headed chef is probably her puppet. Scarred face? Chen Xiao froze for a moment, then said, that can't be right. The little girl I saw, not to mention scars, there wasn't even a single red mark on her face. Chapter 34, The Forbidden Existence. What, you mean, there's no scar on her face? Wang Tong opposite was also stunned, unsure of what had just happened. Do you think she might have gained some kind of self-healing ability? Like, a tyrant? Zhao Dakai's voice came through as he picked up the phone and uttered a shocking speculation. The tyrant possesses formidable regenerative abilities and an extremely low sensitivity to pain. This allows him to feel almost no pain during battle, and no matter how severe the injury, it heals rapidly. That's why a tyrant ends up abusing those around him, growing increasingly cruel in his actions. He could no longer feel pain, and over time, he came to believe those around him couldn't feel it either. Could it be that when the Forsaken Girl awakened her power, the tyrant struck her again but was devoured by her abilities instead, perhaps even forged into a puppet? That perfectly explains why the two of them disappeared together. Highly likely. Chen Zhao's expression darkened slightly as he recalled his first encounter with the young girl. The girl had her nose broken by the pig-headed chef at Rango Noodle House, yet when he saw her again that afternoon, her injuries had mostly healed. If that's not regenerative ability, then what is? Absorption capability, self-healing ability, manipulation skills, the power to transform into a white whirlwind, even being able to suddenly unleash an enormous force. Holy shit, this is just too damn overpowered? Chen Xiao couldn't help but curse aloud, but the other end of the phone fell into complete silence. The trio exchanged glances, none daring to voice what they were truly thinking. Abandoned daughter freak? Is she any freakier than Chen Xiao? Chen Xiao possesses an overwhelming power best described as invincible after death. When killed, he doesn't truly die but instead activates his death state, instantly annihilating all enemies in the world. Coupled with rapid healing, the ability to generate agonizing neurotoxins, and now suspected connections to the apocalyptic level divine retribution phenomenon. Good grief! Any single one of those could forge a supreme powerhouse. Half a minute later, Chen Xiao said solemnly, so, Chen Shuling approached me, because she wanted to devour my abilities? Chen Xiao had an excellent memory. Having heard it just once, he'd remembered the Forsaken girl's name, Chen Shuling. Ha! Lu Siling's astonished voice came through the phone. Did you encounter the abandoned girl? No shit, Chen Xiao retorted irritably. If I hadn't met her, why the hell would I be asking you about her? After saying this, Chen Xiao paused, his face darkening. No wonder she always wanted me to hurt her, but, when she saw that dark purple lightning, she was so terrified her true nature came out. Turns out this bitch can't absorb every kind of power. There's a limit to her abilities. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chen Xiao suddenly furrowed his brow, seemingly puzzled. But why does she keep wanting to sleep with me? What kind of ability is that? Is she trying to drain my yang energy? Ancient One, you're overthinking this. The Forsaken girl isn't some female ghost. Why would she drain your yang energy? Then tell me, why do you think that is? Is it possible that abandoning the girl might simply be because he's just lustful? Lu Siling pondered for a moment before saying, after all, you are quite handsome. What? Chen Xiao immediately became intrigued and asked, then who do you think is handsomer, me or Zhang Xinfeng? Of course it's Director Zhang. Ha, you and Director Zhang each have your own unique charms. Both very handsome, just different styles, it's hard to compare. Lu Siling forced an awkward laugh and quickly changed the subject. I'd advise you to keep your distance from the abandoned girl as soon as possible. We know too little about her to determine what kind of person she really is. Well, I almost killed her today. Chen Xiao showed a regretful expression. Then suddenly, Chen Xiao remembered the Dark Eye organization mentioned earlier by Lu Siling and quickly asked, do you think Chen Shuling might be hiding in this so-called Dark Eye organization you mentioned? But what exactly is this Dark Eye organization? Dark Eye is one of the mutant organizations. It's said that the first-generation leader of Dark Eye, Six-Eyed Elder, is a rarely documented, taboo existence, with unfathomable and terrifying power. Six-pupiled Elder? A taboo existence? Yes, taboo, a taboo beyond human comprehension. After speaking, Lu Siling paused briefly before continuing. Actually, in the eyes of the authorities, you two belong to the forbidden category. So, between taboo beings and humans who've undergone 9 awakenings, who's more powerful? Like, say, the Dragon Emperor, Captain Liberty, and what's her name, the Polar Queen? Chen Xiao listened carefully as the Pretender described the world's most powerful figures, so he remembered them clearly. It couldn't be helped, the first thing after crossing into another world was to identify its supreme combat forces. These matters are beyond our reach. Lu Siling couldn't help but smile bitterly. We're just an investigation team, we don't have clearance for information like this. Moreover, the Dragon Emperor is the representative figure of our divine dragon kingdom. How dare I speak carelessly? But, to tell you the truth. At this point, Lu Siling paused, then lowered her voice slightly and said, I feel that the taboo entities might be even more powerful, because no one knows how many times they've awakened. Oh, Chen Xiao nodded, unable to resist asking again, then are there many taboo entities in this world? I don't know. These are all classified as critical secrets, and we don't have the clearance to inquire about them. Lu Siling pondered for a moment before adding, however, you could try visiting the nearest Bureau of Mysterious Investigations to ask the director. Also, perhaps you could gather more information about the Shadow Eye organization while you're at it. Who knows, you might find some leads about the Forsaken girl. Alright, sounds good. Let's proceed like that for now, and we'll stay in touch if anything comes up. Understood. Rest early, progenitor. Good night. Hanging up the phone, Chen Xiao finally regained his composure. After taking a moment to steady himself, he looked up toward the driver's seat ahead. Du Su was trembling uncontrollably, having overheard fragments of Chen Zhao's conversation. First, there was talk of a 9th-level powerhouse, then something about taboo existences. Is this really something he should be hearing? Chen Xiao remained expressionless as he said, take me to the nearest Mystical Investigation Bureau. Yes, sir. I'll take you to the nearest Mystical Investigation Bureau in Mudong District right away. Du Su didn't dare hesitate. He quickly released the handbrake, started the car, and sped down the late-night road. The night is thick tonight. Chen Xiao looked out the window as the nightscape receded continuously, the intersecting lights and shadows resembling a flowing scroll of painting. The vicinity of Linxin Park remains quite desolate. Yet once you leave this area, you can see the city illuminated by neon lights, with towering buildings glowing and what appear to be many busy figures still moving inside. Du Su was driving fast, the speed continuously climbing. At this moment, Chen Xiao suddenly spoke up. What's your codename? Blade. Du Su instinctively responded, but after uttering a single word, he immediately caught himself. Flustered, he quickly corrected himself, feigning nonchalance as he said, Blade Hero. My name is Blade Hero. Oh, Blade Hero? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly, appearing somewhat skeptical. Do you notice Chen Zhao's expression through the rearview mirror, causing sweat to instantly bead on his forehead? His hands gripping the steering wheel were slick with sweat. but do you dare not let Chen Xiao see his nervousness? He could only steel himself and pretend nothing was wrong. What about you, big brother? What's your code name? Peter Pan. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chen Xiao's lips. Chapter 35, The Six-Eyed Elder. Do you know why they call me Peter Pan? Chen Xiao asked with a laugh. And no. Please tell me, Du Su forced a smile. Because I encountered a terrifying tornado. I flew through the air, that's why they call me Peter Pan. Why aren't you laughing? Don't you find this joke funny? Chen Xiao's gaze gradually turned ice cold. Ha! Du Su froze for a moment before bursting into frantic laughter. Ha! You're absolutely hilarious. Meanwhile, a tidal wave of shock surged through Du Su's heart. Terrifying tornado? Isn't that the newbie, the one he kicked out of the chat group? Power evaluation, 0? Then instantly killed an 8-realm sword immortal? Holy shit! What terrifying monstrosity is this? Du Su was practically petrified, his heart pounding so violently it nearly leapt into his throat. And to think, he'd mocked it so relentlessly with his words earlier. At that moment, Chen Zhao's voice came through once more. Do you know what happens when a swordsman encounters a terrifying tornado? Tears streamed down Du Su's face as he trembled and forced out a stiff smile. Tiny throwing knives? Tiny throwing knives? Chen Xiao burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, might as well call it a giant sword while we're at it. You're absolutely ridiculous, you genius. Ha ha. Du Su could only laugh along with Chen Xiao, but his trembling hands betrayed his nervousness. Forget it, let me just tell you. The smile instantly vanished from Chen Zhao's face as he said, when a swordsman encounters a terrifying tornado, he becomes a corpse. A cold, mangled corpse. Somehow, after Chen Xiao finished saying those words, the temperature inside the car seemed to drop by several degrees. Du Su's expression changed drastically. His hands trembled uncontrollably, barely able to grip the steering wheel as the vehicle jolted violently. It was heading straight for a tree trunk by the roadside. Du Su quickly yanked the wheel hard, narrowly avoiding the tree before swerving back onto the lane. Phew, phew. Du Su was panting heavily, his sweat soaking through the seat, perhaps from the recent accident, or perhaps from Chen Zhao's intimidation. You, look at how nervous you are. Just focus on driving. Chen Xiao casually glanced out the window, curling his lips back into a smile. You're a sword hero, not a swordsman. Does any of this even concern you, right? Right. Du Su nodded hastily, clutching the steering wheel with his left hand while grabbing a towel with his right to wipe the sweat from his face. You seem to be sweating a lot. Is it hot in the car? Chen Zhao's gaze was profound, his pupils revealing a hint of something unusual. Yeah, I'm prone to feeling hot, Du Su hastily explained. Then turn on the air conditioning. Okay, I'll turn it on, turn on the AC. Du Su shivered as he switched on the air conditioner. The temperature inside the car dropped another few degrees, turning the sweltering summer atmosphere into something resembling winter, yet cold sweat continued to pour uncontrollably down Du Su's body. Du Su tossed the towel back in place, then slammed the accelerator to the floor, pushing the car to its maximum speed. Fortunately, there weren't many vehicles on the road at the moment. Du Su sped all the way and soon arrived at the entrance of the mysterious investigation bureau. The nighttime streets were enveloped in a thin layer of moonlight. Du Su pulled over, engaged the handbrake, and subconsciously took out a cigarette from his pocket. He planned to light a cigarette and take a break to ease his nerves after Chen Xiao got out of the car. But Chen Xiao showed no signs of leaving. Got another smoke? Chen Zhao's calm voice drifted through the gap between the seats. Would you like some? Du nervously took out his cigarette case, straining to turn his body as he looked toward Chen Xiao. Gimme one. Chen Xiao extended 2 fingers. Du Su quickly pulled out a cigarette, placed it between Chen Zhao's fingers, then helped him light it. This was Chen Zhao's first time smoking. After curiously glancing at it a few times, he put it in his mouth and took a deep drag. The strong tobacco aroma instantly rushed into his lungs. Cough. What the fuck is this disgusting thing? Chen Xiao coughed violently as his body reacted poorly to the unfamiliar taste. After coughing a few times, Chen Xiao quickly threw the cigarette butt underfoot, stomped it out, and swore never to touch the damn thing again in his life. Damn it, failed to show off and ended up embarrassing himself instead. Forget it. Not my cup of tea. I'm out. Have a smooth journey. Chen Xiao smirked meaningfully, then pulled open the car door and drove off in spectacular style. Du Su in the car finally let out a sigh of relief. Unable to flee by driving, he quickly lit the cigarette in his hand and pulled out his phone to make a call. Hello? Who is this? A deep male voice responded on the phone. Directorly. It's Blade Master. Titanite's mission failed. We didn't obtain the source of corpse plague. A terrifying tornado. It killed Sword Immortal. He can control divine punishment. And he's right outside the entrance of the Mystic Investigation Bureau in Mudong District now. 3rd floor office, Mystic Investigation Bureau, Mudong District. Liandong, Director of the Muyang District Mysterious Investigation Bureau, codename, Shotgun. Li Yandong sat on the spacious, plush black leather couch, his gaze sharp and cold. He had stayed late at the office tonight, waiting specifically for news from Bladesman. However, Bladesman was destined to disappoint him. Not only had he failed to retrieve the source of the corpse pandemic, what's more, he brought back earth-shattering news. The Sword Immortal is dead? Killed by the terrifying tornado? Li Yandong racked his brains, but couldn't recall who this terrifying tornado was. A new generation powerhouse? A hidden big shot? A taboo existence? Even capable of controlling divine punishment? Could it be that the Blade Master had too much to drink and was just spouting drunken nonsense? By the roadside, inside a black sedan, Du Su, flustered and speaking incoherently on the phone with Li Yandong, completely failed to notice the faint streaks of lightning shimmering around the cigarette but Chen Xiao had just crushed underfoot. What nonsense are you talking about? How could divine punishment possibly be controlled by humans? Li Yandong's deep voice growled through the phone. Director Li, I swear it's true. He can really control divine punishment. I saw it with my own eyes, those black-purple lightning bolts. Before Du Su could finish speaking, a massive, terrifying flash of lightning exploded. Boom! The pitch-black night was instantly illuminated by the thunderous light. Under the terrifying thunderstorm, the entire black sedan was instantly melted. The steel plates of the car body shattered like paper, vanishing into pinpoints of dust as debris scattered in all directions. Du Su didn't even have time to scream before being instantly vaporized into crimson mist, swallowed by the frenzied lightning. The few remaining scraps and remnants turned into a sea of flames, vanishing completely in the silent night. Pit-pat, pit-pat. A few raindrops fell, hitting the midnight earth and bringing a moist scent. Lin Xin residential area. Building number 3 was still engulfed in raging flames. An old man stood below the building, his eyes shrouded in black cloth. Slowly, he removed the black cloth, revealing a pair of terrifying eyes, and gazed up at the sky. His 6 pupils rotated in unison, transforming into 6 stars that continually merged, then split apart, releasing an eerie light. Dark clouds blanketed the night sky, obscuring the hanging moon, leaving the starlight so faint it was nearly indistinguishable. Moments later, torrential rain poured down upon Damu City. Chapter 36, The Voice of the Void. In the pouring rain, Chen Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the exploding lightning behind him. Under the torrential downpour, a strange smile emerged on Chen Xiao's face. I told you not to litter cigarette butts everywhere. How come you refuse to properly inspect it? Linxin residential compound. The entire Linxin compound seemed swallowed by darkness. A fierce gale struck as torrential rain poured down like a waterfall, quickly flooding the community pathways and flower beds. The branches swayed violently in the wind and rain, as if locked in a fierce battle with the gale, while streaks of lightning split the night sky. Thunder rumbled ominously above the dark clouds, like the roaring of angry gods. The raging flames were abruptly extinguished, revealing the charred ruins of a building. The torrential downpour showed no sign of stopping. The 6-pupiled elder stood in the rain, the accumulated floodwaters having already risen above his shoes. The little girl stood behind the 6-eyed elder, silently pulling out a long, slender strand of hair from her pocket. Visibly, the hand holding the strand was rapidly rotting, flesh splitting open to ooze foul-smelling pus, yet it healed just as quickly. She seemed utterly indifferent to the pain, expressionlessly offering the hair to the 6-eyed elder. Elder Tong, I've obtained the source of the corpse plague. Mum. The 6-eyed elder stretched out his withered, skeletal hand to receive the strand of hair from the young girl. Strangely, when this eerie and highly contaminating hair came into the possession of the 6-eyed elder, it seemed to lose all its effects. The source of the corpse plague turned as ordinary as a common strand of hair, causing not the slightest harm to the 6-eyed elder. Grandpa eyes? The young girl opened her mouth as if she had something to say. The 6-eyed elder placed a finger against his withered lips and let out a soft shush. The little girl immediately fell silent. Don't speak, listen carefully. The 6-eyed elder raised his head, gazing at the rain-lashed night sky. His 6 continuously shifting pupils seemed to pierce through the storm clouds, beholding something beyond the heavens themselves. Do you hear that? What did you hear? The little girl froze for a moment, pricking up her ears to listen carefully, but apart from the sounds of wind, rain, and thunder, she heard nothing at all. The voice of the void. The black and white gate is coming again. Mystic Investigation Bureau of Muyang City. Li Yandong sat on the sofa, repeatedly dialing Du Su's phone number. Unfortunately, all he heard from the phone was the voice prompt. The number you've dialed is currently switched off. That damn bastard actually hung up mid-conversation and turned off his phone. Li Yandong was speechless. He became increasingly convinced that Du Su was drunk, and might not have even gone to Linxin Park tonight. But at that moment, footsteps were heard, followed by a knock at the door. Before Li Yandong could stand up to answer it, the person outside turned the doorknob themselves and walked in. Great minds think alike. I also think he deserved to die. Chen Xiao walked in with a smile and unceremoniously took a seat on the sofa opposite Li Yandong. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao grabbed a bag of tea leaves placed on the table and dumped them directly into the empty teapot. The water isn't boiled yet. Li Yandong remained calm, picking up the teapot to fill it with clear water from the tap. Li Yandong placed the teapot on the stove and pressed the button to boil the water. He appeared calm and composed, his gaze steady and resolute, as if everything was under control. But inside, he was already cursing like a sailor. Damn it, why did the progenitor have to show up now? When did you come? How did you get in? How did he know I hadn't gone home? And what did Ancestor mean by that last remark? Could it be, has Bladesman Dusu offended Ancestor? Then he truly deserves to die. Li Yandong remained silent for a moment, pushing aside the jumbled thoughts in his mind. He stood up and closed the office door. Turning around, Li Yandong curled his lips into a friendly smile and asked, Ancestor, what brings you here so late at night? Do you have any instructions? Nothing special, just passing by. Saw your office light on, so I came up to check. Chen Xiao smiled, pointing at the gradually boiling water in the teapot, and said, the water's ready. Steam rose from the spout, filling the entire room as the tea leaves floated up, swirling in the water and releasing a rich fragrance. Let me pour you a cup. Li Yandong picked up the teapot and poured half a cup for Chen Xiao, placing it steadily before him. My acquaintance with Du Su, the Blade Master, is limited. If he has offended you, you may deal with him as you see fit. Li Yandong remained calm throughout, yet spoke the harshest words in the gentlest tone. Of course, if you fear dirtying your hands, I could eliminate him on your behalf. Hey, now what kind of talk is that? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes, picked up the teacup, blew on the steam rising from it, brought it to his lips, and took a small sip. Instantly, Chen Xiao furrowed his brows and spat the pale yellow tea liquid onto the ground with a tui. What the hell is this tea? Putting the cup back on the table, he asked skeptically, how come such a big office doesn't even have decent tea? Sorry, my office isn't really the best place to host guests properly. Li Yandong gave an awkward smile. It's fine. I came mainly to ask you about some things. Chen Xiao set down his tea and turned to watch the wind-tossed rain outside the window, gradually assuming a pensive expression. What kind of existence is the Dark Eyes Organization? Li Yandong paused briefly before explaining. The Dark Eyes Organization is the largest variant group in Shenlong country, backed by a taboo-level entity. While its strength doesn't match that of the mysterious investigation bureau, the gap isn't too wide. Li Yandong brewed himself a cup of tea and took a sip. Truth be told, he found the tea rather fragrant and sweet. He couldn't fathom why Chen Xiao would describe it as so unpalatable. Perhaps the patriarch's taste was more refined. Old Man Six Eyes lived for at least 200 years and possessed the unique ability to control the weather. Li Yandong indeed knew more secrets than Lu Xiling and the others. Li Yandong held nothing back, revealing all the information he knew in one breath. Six-Eyed Elder's ability may sound rather ordinary, but in reality, he can destroy the entire world. It rained for a day, quite ordinary, quite normal. But what if the heavy rain continued for 10 days, 100 days, or even 10 years? With seawater continuously rising and floods breaking out, the entire city, even the whole world, would be submerged under the relentless downpour. Or consider this, what would happen if it didn't rain for 10 years? What if typhoons swept across the globe for an entire year? On a smaller scale, it's about climate. On a grander scale, it becomes a catastrophe. The Six-Eyed Elder possesses the power to destroy the world, which is why he is called the Forbidden One. Who is stronger between him and the Dragon Emperor? Chen Xiao frowned. The Dragon Emperor. Chen Xiao had originally thought that forbidden existences were stronger than nine-sense experts. To Chen Xiao's surprise, Li Yandong gave a resolute answer that caught him completely off guard. The Dragon Emperor is no ordinary ninth-level awakened. Behind him stands a taboo entity as well, one that's considered the most forbidden among taboos. This individual bears the codename, Celestial. Chapter 37, The Awakening Plan. Celestial Sovereign? Chen Xiao frowned slightly. Is he very strong? Yes, extremely strong. Li Yandong nodded and said, but he's a madman, which is why he's locked in the 36th underground prison. Underground prison? Chen Xiao froze momentarily, puzzled. If it's forbidden knowledge, why was he imprisoned? Ha ha. Li Yandong suddenly laughed. At once, Li Yandong lowered his voice and said meaningfully, Great Ancestor, never underestimate the strength of any great nation. The four guardians are merely the tip of the iceberg floating on the surface. The true foundation lies in the darkness gathered beneath the waters. Li Yandong's words revealed many crucial pieces of information. The true hidden forces of various nations might be far more complex than what meets the eye. At this thought, Chen Xiao immediately resolved to act with caution from now on. This was also why he had killed the Sword Immortals solely based on a mere suspicion. If danger could be eliminated in its cradle, one must never allow it to grow. Better safe than sorry. This world is full of uncertainties. No one knows how many schemes and dangers lurk in the depths of the ocean. In troubled times, those who play the saint will only end up as torn corpses for others to feast upon. Where is Dark Eye's headquarters? Chen Xiao suddenly asked. He was still thinking about that young waitress. Now that they had fallen out completely, the girl would have to die. Otherwise, Chen Xiao would find no peace day or night. I don't know. Unfortunately, Li Yandong shook his head and sighed. The whereabouts of Dark Eye members are elusive. We've been searching for them for a long time, but haven't made any progress. However, there's one clue I can share with you. Li Yandong took a sip of tea and said, whenever the black and white gate appears, the Dark Eye organization is sure to be lurking nearby. Why? Chen Xiao asked in confusion. They want to use divine retribution to eliminate the mutations. Just a single wisp of divine retribution leaking from the black and white gate can instantly kill dozens of awakened ones, but divine retribution will eventually be exhausted. When dozens of mutants die, there's always one lucky survivor who will come into contact with the last trace of divine retribution's aura, so faint it's barely perceptible. That was his only chance to eliminate the anomaly. Li Yandong set the teacup back on the table, splashing a few drops of tea. Li Yandong happened to dip his finger into the spilled tea and began drawing on the russet-colored tabletop. Speaking of which, I must tell you about the method for human awakening. Li Yandong first drew a door on the table. The black and white door is solid, no weapon in this world can break it. However, most black and white doors have some tiny holes. Mysterious creatures emerge from these very holes. Li Yandong drew several dots on the door again, symbolizing the holes of the black and white gate. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he made a waterline pass through these pores. The mysterious creatures came through these holes. It's fascinating, no matter how large these creatures are, they can always pass through these holes seamlessly, as if their bodies automatically compress without any hindrance. And once they arrive in our world, they return to their normal form. Mysterious creatures sometimes come one by one. Sometimes they come in swarms. Of course, apart from the mysterious creatures, the holes in the black and white gates leak radiation. That mysterious radiation is an essential catalyst for human awakening. Each time the black-white gate disappears, personnel from the relevant official departments would extract the mysterious radiation from the nearby vegetation, rocks, and various substances. Of course, the gaps of the black-white gate occasionally leak traces of black-purple lightning, what we call divine retribution. At this point, Li Yandong lifted his head and couldn't help but cast a profound glance at Chen Xiao. Now that he had calmed down, he had already guessed Chen Xiao's true identity. The progenitor must be what the Blade Dancer, referred to as the terrifying tornado. As for the Blade Dancer, their fate is likely grim by now. But can Chen Xiao truly wield divine retribution? Moreover, did he slay the Sword Immortal? The answers to these questions will reveal themselves tomorrow. If the Sword Immortal were to die, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar within the mysterious investigation bureau. Li Yandong paused for a moment to gather his thoughts, then continued smoothly, why are mystical creatures so powerful? This question has long puzzled scientists. Until a few decades ago, a very renowned scientist unraveled this mystery. He discovered that after absorbing mysterious radiation, these enigmatic creatures would experience a dramatic surge in power and might even awaken special abilities. The scientist was exhilarated by this discovery and immediately proposed an awakening project, advocating for the awakening of all humankind. This way, humans could resist or even drive away those mysterious creatures. However, the awakening project was officially rejected. No one could guarantee whether humans might mutate or suffer terrible side effects if they recklessly ingested the mysterious radiation. Little did anyone expect that the scientist, driven by selfless dedication, would actually use himself as the test subject and successfully awakened. He injected the mysterious radiation into a drug and swallowed it. And thus, the world's first mutant was born. The scientist's limbs grew thick and stumpy, his eyeballs protruded, the back of his skull split open to reveal ghastly white bone, his appearance becoming indistinguishable from a demon. His ability was simple, fear. He could make people feel fear, and the more terrified they were, the stronger he became. Codename, Demon. Damn, this skill is fucking awesome, simple and brutal, Chen Xiao exclaimed in amazement. Who could deny it, was the reply. Li Yandong nodded, but there was soon a flash of sorrow in his eyes, tinged with regret. Unfortunately, that scientist couldn't accept his own appearance and abilities. So, he took his own life. He turned on the gas and burned himself alive. By the time the police arrived, he had already been reduced to a desiccated corpse. Later, the awakening project was put on hold. However, about 10 years later, another highly accomplished medical scientist restarted the awakening project. It turned out that the authorities had never given up their research on the mysterious creatures. And through 10 years of observation, this medical scientist discovered that the reason these mysterious creatures didn't mutate was because their bodies contained not only mysterious radiation but also another power, the force of lightning. Divine punishment? Chen Xiao asked. Exactly, divine punishment, Li Yandong responded. But then Li Yandong abruptly changed his tone, saying, however, we humans cannot endure divine punishment directly. Or rather, most life forms would be incinerated into ashes in an instant by divine punishment. Only a tiny fraction, like the last one among dozens of mutants, what he encountered was a greatly diluted divine punishment, barely even a wisp of its aura. Only such fortunate individuals can survive and successfully awaken. Chapter 38, Chen Zhao's special ability. For the endless, countless mysterious creatures in the world behind the black and white gates, there might be many such lucky ones, but we're different, we can't afford such a high fatality rate. That's why the authorities gathered hundreds, even thousands of outstanding talents from various fields, ultimately creating an artificial electric current. This current is extremely powerful yet has a very low fatality rate, primarily designed to shatter radioactive substances and eliminate their mutated elements. Fortunately, we succeeded. The first awakened one of Divine Dragon Nation was born as destined. He possessed a robust physique, exuding majesty and dominance, with no signs of mutation whatsoever. Moreover, he mastered the power of the Divine Dragon, instantly becoming the strongest human. Dragon Emperor? Chen Zhao inquired. Exactly, it was the Dragon Emperor, Li Yandong nodded and said, to be precise, the Dragon Emperor was the first human to awaken, standing upon countless voluntary experimental subjects and a mountain of bones. The nation provided him with vast resources, aiding Dragon Emperor in his continuous awakening. Dragon Emperor lived up to expectations, reaching the pinnacle of 9 awakenings within decades, even with the potential to achieve a 10th awakening. Each awakening required enduring the dual assault of radiation and electric currents. The agony during the process was no less than experiencing death itself. Dragon Emperor awakened 9 times, equivalent to dying 9 times. Moreover, he has the support of divine beings behind him and official assistance. Therefore, I believe the Dragon Emperor undoubtedly possesses power that surpasses all taboos. Chen Zhao fell silent. Suddenly, he realized a problem. If every awakening must endure agony akin to death, what are those things he experienced in the void? He wasn't in death-like agony, he was genuinely dead. Back then, every tissue in his body, every single cell, was shattered. Yet after each death, his cells would reorganize, fuse together again, and be reborn only to endure another lightning strike. Moreover, what he encountered was no mere expended divine retribution or lingering remnants. Instead, it was the genuine article, a terrifying divine strike thicker than a tree trunk. When the first bolt descended, Chen Zhao was instantly blasted to pieces. Indeed, Li Yandong had just said that the human body simply couldn't withstand the power of divine retribution. So, in truth, he had already died when the first bolt of lightning struck. But, then why had he been reborn? And what's more, rebirth thousands of times over? Chen Zhao is a time traveler, but he's different from those characters in novels. He doesn't have any flashy systems. Before his transmigration, Chen Zhao was just an ordinary guy earning a modest salary of 3,200 yuan per month. So, the only explanation is that Chen Zhao had already awakened his special ability when he breathed in the first traces of that mysterious radiation. The divine punishment that came later merely assisted Chen Zhao in his awakening. From this perspective, Chen Zhao has awakened at least 1,000 times. But what about this 1,000-fold awakening power? To be honest, Chen Zhao still has some understanding of his own strength. Currently in his normal state, he can instantly kill exorcists and people like Du Su 4th stage awakeners. But when his fist struck the sword immortal's face, Chen Zhao sensed an unmistakable disparity. There still existed an insurmountable chasm between him and an 8-time awakener. Of course, this gap remained when he refrained from using divine retribution. The neurotoxin that induces excruciating pain, brought by mysterious radiation, and the divine punishment, formed by condensed black-purple lightning, have long merged into Chen Zhao's body through thousands of awakenings. Therefore, this cannot be considered his true special ability. So, what exactly is Chen Zhao's special ability? An immortal body, becoming invincible upon death. Simply put, when Chen Zhao is killed, he doesn't truly die but instead activates a death state. Only in this death state can Chen Zhao unleash the power of 1,000 awakenings. Of course, after death, he falls into a coma. And upon awakening again, Chen Zhao becomes even stronger. It can be understood that he absorbed some of the powers from the state of death. At this thought, Chen Zhao suddenly became enlightened. In this world where 9 sense powerhouses reign supreme, he had actually secretly awakened 1,000 times. Moreover, there's the ability to neither die nor perish. Does this mean that he's actually invincible? Chen Zhao immediately crossed his legs and leaned back, his gaze flickering incessantly. Who knows what schemes were swirling in his mind. 1 minute later, Chen Zhao pulled out half a thorn from his pocket. Thunk! Under Li Yandong's horrified and bewildered gaze, Chen Zhao stabbed the thorn into his own heart. Instantly, blood spurted out. Ancestor, have you fucking lost your mind? Li Yandong was so terrified his body trembled violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. What's going on here? They were having a perfectly normal conversation when their progenitor suddenly committed suicide? What kind of human could possibly predict that plot twist? Chen Zhao couldn't help but cry out in pain. He watched helplessly as the barbed weapon pierced through his heart, blood spraying out wildly to stain the table, the sofa, and the floor. Nobody knows if death brings invincibility, but this process of dying, it's excruciating. Chen Xiao instantly regretted it. He had merely wanted to test whether his idea was correct, that's why he'd pulled this suicide stunt. But perhaps he'd acted too rashly. What if this time, death turned out to be permanent? But now, regret was clearly too late. Chen Xiao could feel his blood ceasing to flow, his heartbeat gradually weakening, each throb like a final struggle against death. Chen Xiao's gaze grew increasingly dim, his body turning cold as his limbs lost all sensation. Only the overwhelming pain still seared through his nerves. Meanwhile, Li Yandong's face had turned ashen with horror. He finally lost his composure, hurriedly stood up, ran to Chen Zhao's side, and held him steady. Yet, faced with the blood gushing from Chen Zhao's chest, he found himself utterly at a loss, unsure of what to do next. His mind went blank, his thoughts in turmoil. He stood frozen for a long moment before finally remembering to pull out his phone and call for an ambulance. But looking at Chen Zhao's wounds, it was likely too late by the time the medics arrived. Chen Xiao was just gone like that. What the hell, what's actually going on here? Li Yandong even wondered if he had somehow awakened a second ability amid casual conversation, the power to kill people by chatting? Talk to someone, and they die? That ability would be way too OP. If Zhuge Liang had possessed it, there wouldn't have been the tale of the Three Kingdoms division after his legendary debate where he outwitted the scholars alone. Just as Li Yandong was letting his thoughts run wild, through the glow of the phone screen, he suddenly saw Chen Xiao abruptly open his crimson-red eyes. In an instant, Li Yandong was seized by overwhelming terror. Has the progenitor risen as a corpse? Thump! Li Yandong immediately dropped to his knees. Fuck! Honorable progenitor, I didn't harm you. Retribution falls where blame lies. I've never harbored the slightest ill will toward you. Li Yandong was terrified, instantly tensing up. Listen to me, it really wasn't me who harmed you. I have nothing to do with that damn swordsman. Kneeling on the ground, Li Yandong's voice was full of fear and helplessness. His mind went blank as he frantically explained, the swordsman was just some random folk awakener I hired to handle the source of corpse plague. I truly didn't know he'd dare to provoke you. Chapter 39, On Your Knees. A crimson flower bloomed on Chen Zhao's chest. He shook his head, steadied himself, and rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Ancestor, I truly know nothing. Li Yandong continued to plead for mercy. Chen Xiao walked past Li Yandong without expression, paused for a moment, then curled his lips into a faint smile. How amusing. I hadn't even asked you anything, yet you've already spilled everything. Chen Xiao turned his head and looked down impassively at Li Yandong kneeling on the ground, uttering coolly, get up. I have no intention of killing you, but I'd like to hear you explain, what exactly is this plague source thing? The female corpse. The source of the corpse plague is an ancient female corpse. Her body shattered, and many of the scattered fragments became the origins of the corpse plague. For example, bones, hair, skin, nails, and so on. Li Yandong quickly explained, that female corpse was torn apart by some mysterious creatures when it fell out of the black and white gate, but all those creatures mutated into even more terrifying monsters. Li Yandong disclosed all the information he had without daring to conceal even the slightest detail. The scattered remains of the female corpse became the source of corpse plague, capable of reanimating the dead and mutating the living, truly horrifying. But if one could control the source of corpse plague, they could mass-produce an army of zombies that feel no pain or fear death. As he spoke, a flash of sorrow suddenly crossed Li Yandong's eyes. His eyelids drooped slightly, revealing a hint of melancholy. We've experienced a zombie invasion incident before. Who knows what methods the mastermind behind it used to manipulate the zombies' will? We expended tremendous effort and sacrificed many comrades before finally exterminating those zombies. But in the end, that mastermind still escaped, or perhaps we never truly found him. He remains hidden in the shadows. Li Yandong recalled this deeply heartbreaking past event and couldn't help shedding a few tears. Among those who sacrificed themselves back then was the woman Li Yandong loved most. So that's why the mysterious investigation bureau wants to control all sources of corpse plague, to prevent similar incidents from happening again? Chen Xiao asked. Exactly. Li Yandong nodded, but then smiled bitterly and said, however, with the source of corpse plague appearing in Linqing district this time, we had no choice but to secretly hire civilian awakened ones, hoping to utilize their power to eliminate the white-haired flying corpse and seize the source. Why? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, unable to suppress the doubt in his heart, and asked, why exactly? Haven't you cleared out the Linqing district yet? Because of Six-Eyed Elder. Li Yandong finally revealed the name that the Special Investigation Bureau feared the most. Six-Eyed Elder is in Linqing district, he's shielding the entire area. We're no match for him. That's why abandoned girls appear in the Linqing district. After the words faded away, Chen Xiao remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him. Could it be that the most dangerous place is also the safest? Could Chen Shuling be hiding within the Linqing district itself, never having fled at all? Then, is the headquarters of the Dark Eye in the Linqing district? Chen Xiao asked. As he voiced this question, Chen Zhao's tone turned icy. Because Li Yandong had just claimed not to know the headquarters location of Dark Eye. Yet now he was saying the six-pupiled elder was right in the Linxing district. Wasn't this some form of deception? If so, then congratulations to Li Yandong, he now has a reason to die. But Li Yandong shook his head without hesitation and smiled bitterly. They're not here. Why? Chen Xiao frowned. Dark Eyes is the largest and most powerful mutant organization, home to many seven senses and even eight senses existences. But in Linxing district, aside from the old Six Eyes, there's only the Forsaken girl who could be considered a reasonably strong mutant. Therefore, Linxing district could never be Dark Eyes headquarters, otherwise it wouldn't just be an A-class restricted zone, but an S-class restricted zone. S-class? Chen Xiao didn't understand. An S-rank mysterious creature is equivalent to an 8-time awakened individual. Oh, so SS rank would be level 9 then? Yes, I got it. Half a minute later, Chen Xiao had sorted out his thoughts. He had learned almost everything he wanted to know. With that, Chen Xiao glanced coldly at Li Yandong a few times. I hope you haven't lied to me. Chen Xiao remained completely expressionless, but every one of his glances seemed to stab straight into Li Yandong's heart. Li Yandong couldn't help but tremble with fear, as silent as a cicada in winter, as if being watched by a terrifying, bloodthirsty beast lurking in the darkness. However, Li Yandong hadn't lied to Chen Xiao. Everything he had said was true. Chen Xiao discerned this point, so he refrained from making things difficult for Li Yandong. After all, he still held some goodwill toward the Mystic Investigation Bureau of Damo City. He would still need to slay mystic creatures in the future and earn money from the Mystic Investigation Bureau. Moreover, Chen Xiao wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. Of course, mutants were the exception. Chen Xiao left. With death clinging to him, he walked out the gate of the Mudong District Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Outside, the heavy rain still poured, the drops striking Chen Xiao's body and splashing up sheets of water. Chen Xiao calmly and composedly lifted his leg and leaped, his entire body streaking through the city streets like a bolt of lightning. The power of 1,000 awakenings erupted completely. Chen Xiao felt an unparalleled surge of strength. Effortlessly breaking the sound barrier, he resembled a blazing meteor, speeding past traffic light after traffic light through the heavy rain, racing toward Lin Xin residential zone. At full speed, cracks appeared one after another on the ground beneath Chen Xiao's feet. Many pedestrians braving the rain only felt a gust of hurricane-like wind sweep past, sending green leaves flying everywhere. The next moment, they could see nothing at all. Chen Xiao's speed was truly astonishing. In less than a moment, he returned to the Linxing Garden District. Under the torrential downpour, Chen Xiao's gaze alternated between icy coldness and blazing intensity, ultimately being overtaken by madness. Chen Xiao saw the old man with 6 pupils. The six-eyed elder was likewise gazing at him. The dark night sky was shrouded in thick clouds, and the heavy rain fell like broken strings of beads, scattering everywhere, dripping onto Chen Xiao and the six-eyed elder's faces and bodies. The six-eyed elder's pupils ceased their movement, emitting an eerie glow. In the end, it was the six-eyed elder who spoke first. Parting his withered, aged lips, he asked softly, "The progenitor?" Chen Xiao gazed at him with an icy expression, saying nothing, merely taking a step forward. With that single step, black-purple lightning erupted from Chen Xiao's body, the electric arcs transforming into tiny serpents that coiled and slithered across his frame. "Primordial ancestor, I bear you no enmity," the six-eyed elder spoke slowly. "Kneel." Chen Xiao merely spat out 2 icy words. "Primordial ancestor." The old man with 6 pupils frowned. "I said, kneel." Chen Xiao's frigid gaze swept over, instantly freezing the falling raindrops as a visible wave of cold air began spreading. Chapter 40, The End of the World? Six Eyes Elder's pupils contracted rapidly, and in an instant, the weather changed once more. A fierce gale blew, thunder roared, and an even more violent downpour suddenly unleashed its fury. The spectacle unfolding truly resembled a cataclysmic disaster descending upon the mortal realm. The furious storm seemed determined to level the entire city. "You bastard!" Killing intent surged in Chen Xiao's eyes. Seeing the six-eyed elder still refusing to kneel, even daring to resist, his rage boiled over instantly. He charged forward, throwing a punch straight at the elder's face. The so-called violent winds, torrential rain, thunder, and lightning felt like mere tickles against Chen Xiao's body, not even capable of scratching his skin. Holy shit! The six-eyed elder was astonished, thinking to himself, why isn't this brat following the usual script? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't this be the stage for exchanging threats and probing each other? How could he launch a sneak attack on an old man like me right from the start? In the blink of an eye, seeing the situation turn dire, the six-eyed elder suddenly shrank his figure and merged seamlessly with the torrential rain, as if transforming into raindrops himself, vanishing from the spot in an instant. When the six-eyed elder reappeared, he had already fled to a distance of 50 meters away. But he ran. Yet the abandoned girl Chen Shuling, who had been hiding behind the six-eyed elder, revealed herself. Lu Xiling was right. The young waitress was none other than the abandoned daughter of the fifth-generation leader, tyrant, of the Dark Eye organization, Chen Shuling. And she was also the sixth-generation leader cultivated by the six-eyed elder, destined to command the entire Shadow Eye organization in the future. But now, Chen Shuling felt no excitement at all about becoming a leader. Her face turned pale with shock, her pupils instantly dilated with terror. Old man Six Eyes, save me. Chen Shuling's first thought was of the six-eyed elder. In a panic, she whirled around, transforming once more into a white whirlwind as she tried to flee to where the elder was. But the Chen Xiao at this moment was no longer the same man from an hour earlier. The power of 1,000 awakenings erupted violently. In an instant, Chen Xiao blocked Chen Shuling's path. You really didn't leave. With a cold expression, Chen Xiao grabbed Chen Shuling's neck with one hand. Let's see just how much power you can absorb. Chen Xiao deliberately refrained from using the power of divine punishment. He wanted to test whether Chen Shuling could absorb his power, which surpassed even the 1,000 realms. Chen Xiao tightened his grip, instantly turning Chen Shuling's handsome face a sickly shade of blue and purple. Ancestor. Chen Shuling groaned in agony, her panic genuine. Because Chen Shuling had already exerted all her absorption power, yet it had absolutely no effect on Chen Xiao. Only at this moment did Chen Shuling finally understand. Even without using divine retribution, Chen Xiao was someone she couldn't possibly resist. Why must you force me to this? Suddenly, Chen Shuling let out a hoarse roar from her throat. At the same moment, Chen Xiao suddenly felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, like an omen foretelling the end of the world. Chen Shuling. It actually moves planets around. Yes indeed. This is the ability of Miss Mars. Communicate with the cosmos, altering planetary orbits. Even a single centimeter could bring endless catastrophe. Once it erupts, the devastation would be absolute. Imagine if another planet in the universe drew infinitely closer to the one beneath their feet, until collision became inevitable. That would truly be the end of the world. Forget about the awakened, mutants, mysterious creatures, or so-called taboo entities. They're all doomed to die. Who can withstand the collision between stars? Chen Shuling is determined to drag the entire world down with her. This time, even the six-eyed elder was shocked. If he could alter the weather, naturally he could also establish a subtle connection with heaven and earth. The six-eyed elder could feel the entire land beneath his feet trembling. In the night sky laden with dark clouds, distorted spaces flickered endlessly as if the void itself was about to shatter. Shaoling, what have you done? The six-eyed elder frantically turned to look at Chen Shuling, his 6 pupils suddenly merging into one terrifying black pupil. What have I done? A hint of madness suddenly tugged at the corner of Chen Shuling's lips. She gazed into Chen Zhao's scarlet, ice-cold eyes, then suddenly burst into uncontrollable, maddened laughter. Ancestor brother, can I ask you something? Chen Shuling smiled coyly, tilting her head as her large eyes bore unblinking into Chen Zhao's gaze, her pupils shimmering with obsession, yet carrying an air of heartbreaking fragility. Have you ever actually? Thud. Chen Xiao smashed Chen Shuling's head with a single punch. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The overwhelming pressure suddenly vanished, the ground ceased shaking, and all the strange phenomena disappeared, leaving only the howling wind and rain roaring in their ears. Yes, but you talk too much. Chen Xiao released Chen Shuling and kicked out. Her head shattered like a melon's flesh, her half-severed neck sending the corpse flying backward in a perfect arc through the rain before landing in the flower bed submerged by rainwater. The abilities of Mars Girl are indeed powerful, but the damn wind-up is way too long. Perhaps for some emotionally fragile awakened individuals who panic at the slightest scare, Martian Girl's ability is nothing short of divine. After all, she possesses the power to flip the table anytime, anywhere. But evidently, Chen Xiao isn't one of them. Chen Xiao turned his head stiffly, his icy gaze sweeping toward the 6-pupiled elder. The elder froze for a moment, his eerie 6 pupils suddenly darting apart. The next instant, the torrential rain ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and the oppressive howl of wind vanished. Thud! The 6-pupiled elder collapsed to his knees, the muddy ground splashing dirty raindrops in all directions. Ancestor, I was wrong. The 6-eyed elder cowed out upon the ground, his graying head half buried in muddy water, his demeanor reaching the utmost level of humility. Splash, splash. Chen Xiao strode forward through the muddy water. Are we done fighting? Chen Xiao looked at the 6-eyed elder with a mocking smile. Weren't you supposed to be formidable? Calling down calamities, destroying the world, wasn't that your claim? This old man is powerless, incapable of destruction. The 6-eyed elder prostrated himself on the ground. How many times have you awakened? Chen Xiao asked. 10 times. The 6-eyed elder spoke with utter nonchalance, as if stating the most ordinary fact. But Chen Xiao froze in stunned silence. Isn't it said that the most powerful awakened in this world have only reached the 9th awakening? After a moment of silence, Chen Xiao asked again. How many 10th awakened beings like you exist in this world? Many, replied the 6-eyed elder without raising his head. Silently, he controlled the weather, coaxing it to gradually improve until the air carried the fresh scent of after rain. The cool summer breeze after rainfall brings immense comfort when it brushes against one's skin. Yet Chen Xiao furrowed his brow at the 6-eyed elder's words. You'll understand when you find time to visit the capital. There are many taboos in existence, stronger than me. They all fell through the cracks of the black and white gate, emerging into the world with the power of 10 awakenings, even dozens. The world's 4 great guardians aren't so simplistic either. 9 awakenings is merely a lie. True taboos have no limits. Ancestor, I have no desire to oppose you, I only wish to cultivate more mutants, to break free from their control. Chapter 41 The Beastmaster's Visit. The next day, the rain had cleared, and sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling across the land. Puddles of rainwater still littered the ground. The trees and plants in Linqing Garden all looked withered and lifeless. Last night's torrential rain had dealt them a fatal blow, and it was uncertain when they might recover. Perhaps these plants would never recover at all, but soon fresh sprouts would replace them, growing anew on this damp patch of earth. The property management of Linqing Garden was overseen by the Dark Eyes organization. Simply put, they're a group of mutants living here. At that moment, 20 to 30 mutants stood neatly in a row in front of Building 2, as if standing guard, occasionally casting wary glances around. Even the crazy, slovenly old man had been dragged over, sitting in the far corner, drool dripping from his mouth as he babbled incessantly about civility, politeness, and being a good baby. Before long, a white sedan drove into the Linqing residential area. The car stopped near the charred remains of building number 3. The animal trainer and Zhang Xinfeng stepped out of the vehicle. Both of them were dressed very plainly today. Wearing glasses, masks, and caps, the pair attempted to disguise themselves as tenants from Linqing residential area, making themselves appear quite mysterious. Zhang Xinfeng spotted a circle of mutants surrounding building number 2 at first glance, immediately furrowing his brows. What's going on here? I don't know. The Beastmaster shook his head, his expression deadly serious. Meanwhile, some suspicions began surfacing in the Beastmaster's mind. Could it be that the Dark Eyes organization is planning something big? Or could it be that someone extremely important has moved into building number 2? Who is it? The Six-Eyed Elder? However, according to the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations, the Shadow Eyes organization has always maintained a low profile and never made grandiose displays. So what's going on today then? Can't figure it out. Ah well, might as well set this aside for now. After all, investigating the Dark Eye organization wasn't the reason I came here today. They had more important matters to attend to. The animal tamer turned his head and looked at building number 3, now reduced to ruins by raging flames. His brows furrowed deeply as he muttered, "What happened? What exactly went on last night?" Zhang Xinfeng shook his head. He hadn't heard any news about it either. At this moment, Lu Xiling, Wang Tong, and Zhao Dakai emerged from the shadows and greeted the animal trainer and Zhang Xinfeng. Lu Xiling then recounted the events of the previous night in exhaustive detail, from the fire at building number 3, to the magical duel between Chen Xiao and the Six-Eyed Elder, and finally Chen Xiao delivering that fatal punch to the abandoned daughter Chen Shuling. That's right, while Chen Xiao was in a death-like state yesterday, he effortlessly overpowered the Six-Eyed Elder and brutally beat Chen Shuling. Lu Xiling and her 2 companions watched covertly from the shadows. This was their mission. The Mysterious Investigations Bureau had stationed Lu Xiling's 3-person team here precisely to monitor every event occurring within Linqing district. After last night's battle concluded, Lu Xiling and her 2 teammates stood dumbfounded for a long while. They stayed up all night without sleep, stubbornly enduring until dawn with dark circles under their eyes, then rushed downstairs early in the morning to await the Beastmaster's arrival. Such matters couldn't be properly conveyed over the phone. They had to report it face to face. The Beast Tamer and Zhang Xinfeng quickly grasped the entire sequence of events. Instantly, both were stunned beyond measure. Whether it was the Six-Eyed Elder suspected of 10th Awakening, or Chen Shuling who nearly destroyed the world, they were truly terrifying individuals. Yet before Chen Xiao, they were like 2 lambs awaiting slaughter, completely helpless. Just how powerful is Chen Xiao? This question, they probably aren't qualified to know. Hurry, get the things out of the car. We're going to pay our respects to the ancestor together. The Beastmaster didn't dare delay and immediately instructed Zhang Xinfeng and the 3-person squad to unload one precious treasure after another from the white sedan. Crystal blue grass, gourmet gloves, dragon eggs. These were the very items previously mentioned to Chen Xiao. The Beastmaster took out everything he had. He wanted to show the utmost sincerity to win Chen Xiao's favor. Even when Zhang Xinfeng and the 3-member team had completely emptied the trunk, the Beastmaster still felt his sincerity wasn't enough. The Beast Tamer frowned and racked his brain for a long moment, yet couldn't think of anything else presentable. The treasury of the Great Shepherd City's Mysterious Investigation Bureau was nearly depleted. Only these confiscated artifacts remained after so many years. The Mysterious Investigations Bureau has always been penniless, especially in a third-tier city like Damu, where not even a 7th Awakening cultivator exists. Until the animal trainer accidentally caught sight of Lu Xiling. Lu Xiling's beautiful face came into view, and the trainer suddenly had an idea. Then, the trainer quickly put on a friendly expression, smiling warmly as he asked, Xiaoling, you've interacted with the ancestor so many times, what kind of person do you think he is? Lu Xiling was taken aback for a moment. She hadn't thought that deeply about it and simply assumed the Beastmaster was asking out of routine concern. With a solemn shake of her head, Lu Xiling let out a wry smile and said, I can't figure it out. I just think the ancestor is incredible. By the way, the ancestor killed the pale-haired flying corpse last night, but I haven't delivered the body to the bureau yet. The ancestor asked me to delay it for a night. What? The ancestor killed the pale-haired flying corpse? The Beastmaster's smile froze instantly, and his eyes narrowed. The white-haired flying zombie is dead, but what about the source of the corpse plague? Zhang Xinfeng anxiously inquired about the whereabouts of the plague's origin. Zhang Xinfeng had participated in that battle to exterminate the zombies. The fallen comrades appeared vividly before his eyes, and he could still hear their shouts and roars ringing in his ears. Yet, he was powerless, forced to watch helplessly as his teammates perished. After all, his special abilities could only provide some auxiliary support and didn't actually contribute to combat strength. I don't know. Lu Xiling shook her head and sighed softly, saying, it seems the primogenitor wasn't aware of the corpse plague source situation. And with our limited capabilities, we didn't dare stay long in those plague-infested rooms. We just conducted a quick search, so we didn't manage to find the corpse plague source. Perhaps, last night's fire might have already reduced the corpse plague source to ashes. Lu Xiling shifted her gaze to the charred building behind her. Zhang Xinfeng's throat moved as if he wanted to speak, but in the end, he swallowed his words. After a long pause, all the unspoken words dissolved into a resigned sigh. Forget it. Zhang Xinfeng couldn't bring himself to blame Lu Xiling. Lu Xiling was right, they were merely minor third-stage awakened ones, and prolonged exposure in this corpse-plagued environment would indeed cause significant contamination. Alas, I hope this doesn't lead to a major catastrophe. The Beastmaster also sighed, his graying temples seeming to have aged several more years. Chapter 42, The Ancestor's Preferences. Whenever he recalled that annihilation battle from the past, the Beastmaster couldn't help but feel sorrow and grief. Those fallen awakened ones were all heroes of the mysterious investigation bureau. But there's no helping it. The source of the corpse plague is scattered everywhere. No one can guarantee complete containment. The mysterious investigation bureau can only do its best. If another zombie war were to truly break out in the future, there's nothing for it but to meet soldiers with shields and floods with earthworks. There's no other way besides this. After a moment of silence, the animal trainer turned his gaze to Lu Xiling again and said, Xiaoling, you're already in your 20s now. I heard you've never been in a romantic relationship, is that right? Lu Xiling froze for a moment, blinking her large eyes in confusion. You mean the bureau even cares about whether I date or not? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? The bureau doesn't just care, we strictly regulate it. The animal trainer immediately put on a stern face, adopting an exaggeratedly solemn tone. As public servants, our concern isn't limited to work, we care about everyone's personal lives too. How can anyone work happily if they're unhappy in their personal lives? Oh, you've misunderstood, old friend. Lu Xiling felt somewhat awkward, fiddling with the hair by her ear as she explained, I live quite happily, and my work brings me joy too. You're overthinking this, truly. No, you're not happy. The animal trainer's penetrating gaze seemed capable of piercing straight through Lu Xiling's heart. You just think, your job is too dangerous, so you can't provide security for the person you love, not even the most basic companionship. That's why you've refused all relationships. Come on, the beast tamer has lived most of his life. The old man's experienced every emotion there is. Back in the day, the married women he'd wronged could fill an entire street. Reading through a young girl's heart isn't that as easy as turning over one's hand? Lu Xiling was indeed struck to the core. Her long eyelashes drooped, and her gaze grew somewhat dim. Yes, it's not that I haven't been in relationships over the years, it's just, they wanted a wife who stays at home to raise children, but that's not something I can give. Lu Xiling's eyes brimmed with moisture, but she quickly wiped away the tears, her gaze turning resolute once more. But I bear a more important mission. I must protect the people's safety. With all my might, with every ounce of strength, to purge the darkness and build the dawn. This is the mission of the Mystery Investigation Bureau, and it is also my life's goal, Lu Xiling's purpose. In comparison, what matters such trivial worldly affections? Having spoken these words, Lu Xiling, the beast tamer and Zhang Xinfeng both fell silent. Wang Tong, on the other hand, looked at Lu Xiling with mixed emotions, his heart filled with countless thoughts. Living every day in the dark environment of Linqing district, witnessing violent incidents time and time again. Even Wang Tong, a married man, was almost reaching his limit. They were constantly battling their inner turmoil. They were afraid, terrified they might unknowingly succumb completely to the darkness, becoming like those maniacs who treated lives as worthless and ignored the bloodshed. How much harder must it be for Lu Xiling, a girl barely in her 20s? As for Zhao Dakai, there was an extra touch of heartache in his gaze when he looked at Lu Xiling. If one looked closely, a hint of admiration could still be glimpsed in the depths of Zhao Dakai's eyes. In truth, after spending so much time together day and night, this young man in his early 20s had long nurtured unusual feelings for Lu Xiling, but he didn't dare to speak them, nor would he. Perhaps, this feeling will be buried in my heart forever, and then, die with him. The animal tamer remained silent for a long time. He wanted to say something, but couldn't bring himself to speak. After a long while, the animal trainer patted Lu Xiling on the shoulder and finally spoke with difficulty. Actually, I think, if you're willing, you could try to build some affection with the progenitor. Who knows? Before the trainer could finish, Lu Xiling's face had already turned bright red. She finally understood what the trainer meant. Ah, Chief, what are you saying? Lu Xiling hastily interrupted the Beastmaster's words, flustered as she said, "Oh my, you're really talking nonsense. It's impossible between me and the progenitor." Oh, the Beastmaster responded with an affirmative sound, seemingly somewhat disappointed. But the Beastmaster didn't elaborate further, only casually asking, "What's the matter, Xiaoling? Don't you like the progenitor?" Lu Xiling paused awkwardly before answering. "The progenitor and I haven't interacted much, so I can't say whether I like him or not, but I'm certain the progenitor doesn't like me." "Ha?" The beast trainer asked in confusion, "How can you be so sure? What if our ancestor actually likes girls like you, pretty, attentive, responsible?" "Oh my, no way. The ancestor definitely doesn't like me." Lu Xiling once again cut off the beast trainer's words. Her face grew increasingly red, resembling a ripe apple to the point it looked like it might even drip blood. Lu Xiling struggled for a long moment before finally forcing out the second half of the sentence that had been lingering on her tongue. "The progenitor prefers men." These words, once spoken, shocked everyone present. Holy shit! Wang Tong stood dumbfounded, nearly toppling over where he stood. Zheng Xinfeng was so shocked that his hands trembled, nearly dropping the dragon egg he was holding and turning it into scrambled eggs. Zhao Dakai leapt forward in alarm, rushing to cover Lu Xiling's mouth. "Holy crap! My dear lady, you can't just say things like that. If the primordial ancestor hears this, we'll all be done for." Zhao Dakai panicked, his face turning pale. "Hey, get off me!" Lu Xiling slapped Zhao Dakai away, stomping her foot in indignation. "I'm telling the truth. I saw it with my own eyes that day." "You saw it?" Wang Tong's eyes widened immensely, his breathing turning rapid as he urgently pressed. "What did you see? A live show?" It was unclear why a married man would be so nosy. I saw a naked man, walking out from the ancestor's doorway. I was in the hallway of building number 3 at the time, watching helplessly as that naked man came walking from room 401, the ancestor's room entrance. And later, the abandoned daughter Chen Shuling even killed that man. I was hiding in the flower bed and saw the whole thing. I even heard their conversation. Chen Shuling said, "How dare you compete with me for a man?" Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed throughout the scene. This news is absolutely explosive. A naked man walked out of the ancestor's gate? And that man was killed by Chen Shuling? And fucking because of fighting over a man? Wait, let me straighten this out. Zheng Xinfeng's mind was buzzing, feeling like his thoughts couldn't keep up. Counting on his fingers, he struggled to analyze. Chen Shuling killed the patriarch's man out of jealousy. No, she killed the man who walked out of the patriarch's doorway. What does that mean? Could the abandoned girl and the patriarch also have something going on? No. Lu Xiling hastily waved her hands, quickly explaining, "The patriarch and Chen Shuling have absolutely no relationship, because the patriarch once asked me why Chen Shuling always wanted to sleep with him. Hey, I can vouch for this being true, I heard it myself back then." Wang Tong chuckled and said, "To be fair, our founding ancestor was really quite the charismatic figure, to dare ask something like that." Wang Tong nearly blurted out shameless old codger, but after struggling to hold it in, settled on quite the charismatic figure instead. It must be said, Wang Tong did have some cultured phrasing up his sleeve. "Hey, that's not the point here." Lu Xiling rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, "The point is, since the progenitor asked like that, it means he has no interest in Chen Shuling whatsoever. And this precisely proves that the progenitor prefers men." At this point, Lu Xiling paused thoughtfully and added, "So if we really need to send someone to build a relationship with the progenitor, it should be someone handsome and charismatic instead." "Ah, that kind of man isn't easy to find." Zheng Xinfeng's lips twitched as he frowned involuntarily. "The progenitor is so powerful, conquering him won't be simple. Even if we're looking for a man, he'd need both looks and presence. Perhaps some unique charm too. Otherwise, the progenitor won't be so easily won over." Zheng Xinfeng was still deep in thought, racking his brains to recall if there'd been anyone similar in his surroundings. But then he suddenly noticed, without realizing when, everyone's gaze had uniformly turned toward him. "No way, why are you all looking at me?" Zheng Xinfeng froze. Then, Zheng Xinfeng suddenly realized something, his handsome face instantly turning as purple as a pig's liver. "Damn it, I should never have opened my big mouth." Chapter 43, Xiao Zhang, is this how I trained you? The Beastmaster fell silent for a moment before once again assuming his amiable demeanor. But this time, the animal trainer's smile was directed at Zhang Xinfeng. Xiao Zhang, you're in your 30s this year, aren't you? What do you want to say, boss? Zhang Xinfeng's sense of foreboding grew stronger by the minute. Well, here's the thing. I've noticed you've never married, even though many young girls clearly like you, yet you consistently ignore them. Could it be that you're? No, Jesus, boss, don't say something crazy like that. Zhang Xinfeng urgently cut off the Beastmaster's words. Right now, Lu Siling's little trio was still listening nearby, especially Wang Tong, that notorious gossip and big mouth. If Zhang Xinfeng kept silent today, by tomorrow the entire Mubei District Mysteries Investigation Bureau would be buzzing with tales of Zhang Xinfeng and the ancestors' romantic escapades. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Zhang Xinfeng got goosebumps all over and quickly explained, I already have someone I like. That's why I refuse all those ambiguous situations. Chief, don't say such things, I'm completely normal. You're normal? The Beastmaster's smile froze instantly as he said in a heavy voice, are you implying that the progenitor is abnormal? No. Look at what you're saying. No, it's mainly that I'm really not suitable. Zhang Xinfeng was frantic, his face turning red. He turned his head to look at the trio for help, hoping someone would rescue him. Unexpectedly, Wang Tong directly turned his head away. Pretending not to hear anything, he even started whistling and put on a show of looking around. Hey, Dekai, look at this wall, it honestly looks just like a wall. Wang Tong leaned against a pitch-black scorched wall, pretending to converse with Zhao Dakai. To make matters worse, Zhao Dakai didn't even respond to Wang Tong's words, clutching whatever he was holding and walking straight ahead. Lu Siling pressed her lips together, struggling to contain her laughter. Xiao Zhang, I think. The Beastmaster was about to say more when Zhang Xinfeng swiftly interrupted him. Leader, don't overthink it. We should focus on finding the progenitor first. If he happens to wander down here and sees us holding a secret meeting, he might think we're talking behind his back. Zhang Xinfeng hastily dissuaded. To be honest, using a pretty boy tactic to charm women was one thing, but trying it on men, it was truly beyond his capabilities. Alright, fine, let's go find the ancestor first, but you should really think it through carefully. The Beastmaster sighed in resignation. Seeing that the plan couldn't be carried out, there was no choice but to visit the ancestor like this. Zhang Xinfeng finally escaped the ordeal and hurriedly hugged the dragon egg as he headed toward the chart building 3. This life-threatening conversation was something he absolutely didn't want to continue. Lu Siling grabbed Zhang Xinfeng's arm with an embarrassed smile and said, Sorry Director Zhang, I forgot to tell you, the ancestor didn't return here last night. Lu Siling pointed to building 2 nearby and explained, Last night I saw the ancestor finally enter building 2. We could go ask those variants for information. Building 2? Zhang Xinfeng turned around to see the group of variants completely blocking the only entrance to building 2's stairwell. They all wore vigilant expressions, though it was unclear what they were guarding against. Zhang Xinfeng immediately furrowed his brows. With so many mutants gathered here, wouldn't the progenitor be in danger? I don't think that should be a concern. Lu Siling shook her head. She looked at Zhang Xinfeng with a strange expression on her face. Didn't I already say it? The ancestor defeated the six-eyed elder yesterday. What threat could these small fries possibly pose to the ancestor? At this point, Lu Siling's voice noticeably softened as she timidly added, Director Zhang, you're not letting love cloud your judgment, are you? What love? Zhang Xinfeng's face seemed covered in question marks. Just you and the progenitor. Shut up, or I'll suspend you. Oh no. I was wrong, Director Zhang. You can't mix personal grudges with official duties. Damn it! Zhang Xinfeng was seething with rage. Ha ha ha. Zhao Dakai, walking at the front, couldn't help but burst into laughter. What the hell are you laughing at? Zhang Xinfeng rushed forward in a few quick strides and smacked Zhao Dakai on the back of the head. Zhao Dakai quickly turned around, scratching his head in confusion and putting on an aggrieved act. I wasn't laughing. Fine. Every single one of you head straight to the Mysterious Investigation Bureau's Mubei District Office this afternoon for a meeting to report on your recent work. Zhang Xinfeng's face turned ashen, his anger building to the point of eruption. Xiao Zhang, mind your professional attitude, is this how I've trained you all this time? The Beastmaster suddenly spoke up, instantly quenching the fury that Zhang Xinfeng had flared up. The Beastmaster didn't seem too pleased. Zhang Xinfeng's entire face turned the color of bitter melon in frustration. For some reason, he suddenly felt completely alone in the world. It was as though the whole world had turned against him. But there's no helping it. Who told him to be the most handsome? 10 minutes later. Outside building 2. Who are you? What are you doing here? A group of mutants blocked the Beastmaster's path with menacing looks. We're tenants of this building. The Beastmaster remained calm and spoke in a lowered voice. We settled the price with the property owner yesterday. We're here today to check out the place. No one's getting in today. The mutants wore ferocious expressions, each carrying makeshift weapons like wrenches, pliers, and shovels in their hands, looking like a gang of thugs running wild. "No, bro, can't you understand human speech? We're tenants of this building, here today to view the property." Zhang Xinfeng was already seething with anger. Now provoked by the mutant's aggression, Zhang Xinfeng's face instantly turned cold. He took a step forward, standing before the Beast Master, his aura bursting forth with the might of 4 awakenings. His icy gaze locked onto the mutated human's eyes, as if ready to engage in battle at any moment. Then, the lead mutated human erupted with an even more overwhelming presence, terrifying, boasting at least 6 awakenings. Then, boom, boom, boom. More than 20 mutated humans simultaneously unleashed their auras. Visible shockwaves shattered the surrounding flowers and grass, stripping 2 layers of bark from the trees. There turned out to be at least 7 or 8 6th-level awakened ones among the mutants present, with the rest mostly being 5th or 4th-level awakens. The Dark Eye organization was truly unfathomable. They had quietly stationed so many powerful mutants in the Linqing district without anyone noticing. Zhang Xinfeng was instantly dumbstruck. His measly 4th-level aura would probably not even make a fart's worth of difference among this group of mutants. It's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Stay calm. Zhang Xinfeng chuckled and decisively took 2 steps back, positioning himself behind the animal trainer. Sigh. The animal trainer sighed, his weary eyes revealing a trace of worry. He knew that today he probably wouldn't get to see the primogenitor. He'd have to choose another auspicious day for his visit. After the spirit rat's sacrifice, the Beast Master's strength suffered a significant blow. Moreover, with so many 6-time awakened mutants gathered here, let alone forcing their way through, it would be fortunate enough for them to leave safely. Just as the Beast Master was at a loss, an aged voice suddenly rang in his ears. Such distinguished guests from the Mystic Investigation Bureau should have notified us in advance. At least my Garden of Heartwood might have prepared accordingly. The 6-eyed elder slowly emerged from Building 2, his aged face wrapped in black cloth over the eyes twisting into a stiff smile. Chapter 44, The 6-eyed Servant. Old 6 Eyes, it's been a long time. The beast tamer gradually removed his mask, revealing his true appearance. Since the 6-eyed elder had already recognized him, there was no need for him to continue pretending. The beast tamer and the 6-eyed elder exchanged knowing smiles, like old friends reuniting after many years, yet both their eyes carried an unfathomable chill. Although there haven't been any major conflicts between the Mysterious Investigation Bureau and the mutant organizations, friction between them has persisted, erupting into small-scale battles from time to time. It could be said that most mysterious investigators have mutant blood on their hands, while the mutants have also killed many official awakened. So overall, these two factions have always been in a state of opposition. Damushi City had refrained from expelling the Dark Eye organization because the Mysterious Investigation Bureau was no match for them. The hunchbacked 6-eyed elder slowly approached the beast tamer. The 20-plus mutants quickly restrained their auras, calming down as they cleared a path for the 6-eyed elder. Sorry, you're mistaken. I don't know anyone called the 6-eyed elder. The 6-eyed old man shook his head. He took a step forward and stopped before the beast tamer, saying, "All I know is that I am the 6-eyed old servant." The 6-eyed old servant? Zhang Xinfeng was momentarily stunned before instinctively blurting out, "What kind of ridiculous name is that? It sounds awful." Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, the 6-eyed old man closed the distance to Zhang Xinfeng in less than half a second. He grabbed Zhang Xinfeng by the throat, his voice hoarse and icy as he hissed, "How dare you say the name our master chose is unpleasant? Let me go." Zhang Xinfeng's handsome face instantly turned purple from strangulation. He gasped for air, quickly losing the ability to breathe. 6-eyed old man, you've gone mad. The Beastmaster turned pale with shock, but didn't panic. Thinking quickly in this critical moment, he shouted sternly, "How dare you touch the ancestor's friend?" Oh! Upon hearing the word ancestor, the 6-pupiled elder immediately released his grip. Zhang Xinfeng fell to the ground with a thud. He couldn't even bother to refute the Beastmaster now, desperately clutching his throat while gasping for air. The fresh oxygen rushing into his nostrils brought him overwhelming relief of having narrowly escaped death. The 6-eyed elder released Zhang Xinfeng without giving him another glance. All he sought was to protect the primordial ancestor, remaining faithfully as an old servant. "Have you come seeking our master?" The 6-eyed elder's face remained expressionless. "Master?" The beast tamer was puzzled in his heart, but didn't show much emotion and deliberately replied with indifference, "Yes, we've come to visit the progenitor." Follow me inside." The 6-eyed elder turned around and slowly walked into the building entrance. "The master has just woken up, so try to keep your voices down. If you anger the master." The hunched figure of the 6-eyed elder appeared serene and carefree, yet his softly spoken words carried an inexhaustible murderous intent. "You shall all perish." Lu Siling's trio hurried to support Zhang Xinfeng, all of them plunged into deepest shock. Why would the 6-eyed elder, once a terror who dared challenge the Mysterious Investigation Bureau head-on, who once fought all the way to their headquarters and nearly destroyed the world, now willingly play the role of a humble old servant. Was the progenitor truly that terrifying? Zhang Xinfeng took quite a while to recover. His face had turned deathly pale, completely drained of color. The once handsome man who exuded mature charm now resembled a frail, delicate pretty boy who looked like he might be blown over by a mere gust of wind. Old Six Eyes had genuinely harbored murderous intent moments ago. If not for the Beastmaster's quick thinking, Zhang Xinfeng might have truly died here. Thinking of this, Zhang Xinfeng wanted to express his gratitude to the Beastmaster. But for some reason, recalling what had just happened, he felt as if something stuck in his throat. After struggling for a long while, he couldn't bring himself to utter the word thanks. Finally, Zhang Xinfeng could only sigh and, supported by Lu Xiling and her three-person team, walked red-faced behind the Beastmaster and Six Eyes Elder toward building number 2. The layout of building number 2 is roughly the same as building number 3. The hallway is similarly old, with dim lighting, peeling walls, and uneven flooring. The group walked up the stairs, their footsteps echoing endlessly in the silent corridor. All of them remained silent in silent agreement. The staircase was narrow, with miscellaneous items and trash piled at every landing turn. Some clutter was thick with dust, as if no one had come through for ages. The hallway was saturated with a damp odor, mingled with rust and mildew, making it hard to breathe. The wall lamps flickered erratically, the window panes were shattered, and everywhere bore traces of decay. The Beastmaster and the others followed Six Eyes Elder up to the 3rd floor, moved down the corridor, and stopped in front of room 301. The Six-Eyed Elder stretched out his gnarled hand, knocked 3 times on the door, and asked softly, "Master, the Mysterious Investigations Bureau wishes to see you." "Oh, let them in." Chen Zhao's voice came from inside the room. Not far from the door, Chen Zhao strode quickly over and pulled it open with a sharp tug. His hair was tousled, his eyes bleary, looking utterly sleep-deprived. Last night, after Chen Zhao subdued the Six-Eyed Elder, seeing that Building 3 had completely burned down and was no longer habitable, he had no choice but to rush to Building 2 and find a room to stay for the night. The entire 3rd floor of Building 2 was where the Six-Eyed Elder had resided. The Six-Eyed Old Man kept every room spotlessly clean, with all kinds of furniture readily available. When Chen Zhao arrived, the Six-Eyed Old Man naturally gave him the best room. This time, Chen Zhao's unconscious state lasted longer than the previous 2 occasions. When he awoke again, every aspect of his abilities, strength, resistance to blows, speed, endurance, had noticeably improved. Judging roughly, Chen Zhao currently possesses at least the strength of a 7 awakened being. However, his chest still throbbed with dull pain, apparently that stab yesterday had been too vicious. He decided he shouldn't casually commit suicide so recklessly in the future. Though Chen Zhao had confirmed his unique ability of invincibility after death and growing stronger with each death, he'd rather not endure the anguish of dying too many times. Chen Zhao pushed open the door and immediately spotted Lu Xiling, Wang Tong, Zhao Dukai, and Zhang Xinfeng being supported by the trio. "Director Zhang? What brings you here?" After a momentary pause, Chen Zhao swung the door wide open and ushered Zhang Xinfeng and the others inside. At the same time, Chen Zhao naturally took over the various valuable items they were carrying in their arms or holding in their hands. "Look at you all, coming over is enough, why bring so much stuff? Hurry and take it back, I can't accept this. Hey wait, just put it here, or that corner over there is fine too. You're too kind." Chen Zhao declined while instructing Lu Xiling and the other 2 to put away the items. Finally, his gaze settled on the animal trainer. Chen Zhao froze for a moment. "Who's this old man? What's going on, Director Zhang? Did you bring your dad along?" Chapter 45, Special Guest Director. No. Zhang Xinfeng chuckled awkwardly and said, "This gentleman is the Director of Mysterious Investigation Bureau in Damo City, Mr. Beast Tamer. My apologies for the lack of courtesy." Chen Zhao promptly invited the Beast Tamer inside and settled the group down with proper hospitality. Immediately after, Chen Zhao turned his gaze towards the Six-Eyed Elder. "Six-Eyed Old Servant." Chen Zhao's voice suddenly turned icy as he said, "If there's nothing else, you may withdraw for now." "As you command, Master. Please rest. Should any issues arise, call for me at any time." The 6-pupiled elder's face remained as calm as still water, not betraying the slightest discomfort throughout. He obediently left the room, carefully closing the door behind him with meticulous care, his demeanor groveling and servile, resembling an old servant from feudal times. Six-Eyed Elder's current posture made the Beast Tamer and others feel quite uncomfortable. Zhang Xinfeng frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Ancestor, have you subdued Six-Eyed Elder?" Chen Zhao didn't respond immediately, instead staring at the closed door for a while. About half a minute later, the coldness on Chen Zhao's face abruptly faded, replaced by a bright smile as he said, "How could a wolf ever be tamed? Wolves are ambitious, they can only be suppressed, never domesticated. But as long as you press it down hard enough, it will never lift its head again. Aren't you afraid this wolf might turn around and bite you?" The animal trainer suddenly spoke up, his weather-beaten old eyes glinting with hidden meaning. "Old man, you're getting on in years, yet you say such childish things?" Chen Zhao cast a careless glance at the trainer, picked up a small tangerine from the table, peeled it, stuffed a segment into his mouth, and mumbled with bulging cheeks, "This wolf, slurp slurp, ugh, damn thing's sour as hell." "Pa!" Chen Xiao spat out a few orange seeds and said, "If he wants to bite me, he better have the chops to back it up. Keeping him around won't just help me with tasks, and even give me money to spend." "You're right, old chief." Chen Xiao tossed the orange peel into the trash can and looked at the animal trainer with a faint, ambiguous smile. The animal trainer suddenly felt as if he was being stared down by a predator. His back went cold, and a shiver ran down his spine. What does Chen Xiao mean by this? Could it be, he wants to seize control of both the mutant organization and the mysterious investigation bureau? Chen Xiao was ostensibly talking about Old Six Eyes, but wasn't this also a veiled warning to the Mystic Investigation Bureau? The Beastmaster, cunning with age, immediately grasped the underlying meaning in Chen Xiao's words. Primordial One. The Beast Tamer's tone carried a hint of gravity, though he betrayed little emotion, merely offering a faint smile as he spoke. "Actually, the Damu City Mysteries Investigation Bureau has long entertained the idea of collaborating with you." Thud! Chen Xiao suddenly grabbed a charred sword hilt from beside him and threw it in front of the Beast Tamer, cutting off his speech. The Beastmaster fixed his gaze, and his pupils instantly contracted. The hilt was engraved with the words "Shattered Radiance." "Isn't this the longsword meticulously forged by the blacksmith himself, treasured like a rare gem by the Sword Immortal? Sword name, Shattered Light." True to its name, this blade could even cleave sunlight itself. Except, in the end, this sword did indeed shatter into nothingness. Struck into iron shards by divine punishment, they clattered and scattered across the ground, leaving only a charred sword hilt behind, salvaged as a plaything by that scruffy old man. "Explain yourself. What happened?" Chen Xiao chuckled. Yet beneath his smile lurked a bone-chilling coldness. Gulp! The Beastmaster swallowed hard. Despite his weathered composure, even he couldn't maintain calm under such circumstances. The Sword Immortal is a superhuman at the 8th level awakening. But now, the bare hilt lay before them. Doesn't that mean the Sword Immortal is already dead? The Beastmaster fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "This is the Sword Immortal's weapon. The Sword Immortal came from the official headquarters in the capital and has no connection with Damu City's Mysteries Investigation Bureau." "Oh." Chen Xiao nodded, the smile fading from his face as he expressionlessly said, "Why would the capital headquarters send someone to look for me?" "I don't know." The Beast Tamer shook his head, explaining, "The power dynamics in the capital are complex, and even within the Mysteries Investigation Bureau there are many factions. The Sword Immortal belongs to the Dragon Emperor's faction, and behind the Dragon Emperor stands the Celestial. I'm just an old man clinging to life, and Damu City is merely an insignificant third-tier town." The Beastmaster couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, saying, "We don't even have anyone who's awakened 7 times, how could we possibly fathom the headquarters' intentions? Celestial, I'll remember this." A trace of coldness flashed through Chen Zhao's eyes before he regained his smile, believing the Beastmaster probably wasn't lying. After all, as an 8-time awakened powerhouse, the Sword Immortal, unlikely to take orders from the Great Pastures City Mysteries Investigation Bureau. Chen Xiao crossed his legs and lounged back on the sofa, saying, "Go on. How does the Great Pastures City Mysteries Investigation Bureau plan to work with me?" The Beastmaster immediately took out his phone and displayed a transfer record. "Here's the 100,000 yuan bounty for the white-haired flying corpse already transferred to your Shadow Gold card. Additionally, the Mysteries Investigation Bureau wants to hire you as a special guest director, a position equivalent to mine. You won't need to report to the Bureau, just assist us in handling some grade A, or even higher tier, mysterious creatures. Every brutal-type mystical creature you eliminate will still earn you the bounty, and will also pay you an additional monthly salary on top of that." The Beastmaster tentatively asked, "Does this look acceptable to you?" Chen Xiao blinked his eyes. Truth be told, he was somewhat excited. What do you desire most when crossing over to another world? Is it not just a stable job? Of course, this could also be an obsession he carried over from his working days in the original world. However, Chen Xiao couldn't show it immediately. He knew full well that the key to bargaining successfully was maintaining composure. "How much per month?" Chen Xiao asked in a low voice. 10,000. The animal trainer looked slightly embarrassed and said with a bitter smile, "We're not a major city. Headquarters gives us very little funding each month. Sometimes when it comes to bounty rewards, we even have to front the money ourselves." "I understand." Chen Xiao nodded, knowing the Beast Tamer wasn't lying. The Mysterious Investigations Bureau wasn't a commercial enterprise. They didn't have generous budgets. Unless officials were corrupt, every member maintained clean hands. Moreover, the Bureau routinely expended tremendous manpower and financial resources to help people awaken, produce various radiation medicines, or create mystical artifacts to aid in combat. Add to this the enormous expenditures required for scientific research, talent cultivation, bounty rewards, and various other costly undertakings. 10,000 a month is indeed quite a substantial amount. Even an animal trainer only earns 8,000 per month. Zhang Xinfeng's salary is even lower, at 6,000 monthly. Lu Xiling and the other two barely scraped together about 4,000 per month despite working themselves to the bone. This is the current state of the mysterious investigation bureau in Damu City. Broke, struggling, barely making ends meet. Even so, there are still those who think that a bounty of 1 million for a Class A mysterious creature is far too low. Indeed, in the eyes of many capitalists, a million is just a drop in the bucket. But 1 million could equal 10 full years of income for the beast tamer, the strongest in Damu City. However, this was only within the Damu City Mysteries Investigation Bureau. At the headquarters in the capital, 1 million could naturally be easily produced. But by the same token, in a place like the capital, where the strong are as numerous as clouds, and even S-rank mysterious creatures can be caught, braised, and served on the table for people to eat, what could a mere A-rank mysterious creature possibly amount to? Chapter 46, You Are the True Heroes. Alright, I promise you. Chen Xiao surprisingly agreed to the beast tamer's request. For Chen Xiao, having a stable income was already quite good. Chen Xiao had always lived frugally and thus didn't demand much. But before that, I need to make a trip to the capital first. Chen Xiao's gaze suddenly drifted into the distance. At the same time, his voice carried a chill. I, Chen Xiao, have always been a man of propriety. It is impolite not to return a visit since the celestial god sent someone to visit me. Naturally I must return the courtesy. With these words, Chen Xiao turned his gaze back to the Beastmaster. If you encounter anything you can't handle during this time, you can contact me anytime. Lu Xiling has my number. Chen Xiao paused at this point. His eyes darted around, and after clearing his throat twice, he continued, also, that pig-headed chef has already been killed by me. The body is in the burnt-out building 3. If you go look now, you might still find it. Don't forget, it was me who killed the pig-headed chef. That 1 million, remember to transfer it to my account. The beast tamer stood frozen in stunned silence. His purpose in coming here had been to seek Chen Xiao's help in slaying the pig-headed chef. Never did he expect that Chen Xiao had already slain the pig-headed chef before his arrival. This was truly the best news he'd heard in recent times. What's more, Chen Xiao even agreed to become the honorary director of the Mystery Investigation Bureau in Damu City. As for Chen Xiao going to the capital, the Beastmaster couldn't be bothered with those matters. After all, Chen Xiao was only looking for the celestial being, which might at most involve the Dragon Emperor. But for the Divine Dragon Empire, is the Dragon Emperor truly that important? I'm afraid, not entirely so. Wonderful, wonderful. How noble of our ancestor. This humble elder thanks you on behalf of Great Pasture City. The Beastmaster quickly rose to his feet, bowing deeply towards Chen Xiao. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Xiao quickly helped the Beastmaster up and said with a smile, you'll be my boss from now on, and I'm counting on you to pay my salary. I dare not accept your courtesy. Ha, ancestor, you're joking. The Beastmaster grinned until his wrinkles bunched together and said, I heard about what happened last night this morning. If you hadn't stepped in at the right moment, that forsaken girl Chen Shuling would probably have destroyed this world. You are simply a hero of our times. In fact, not just Damu City, all mankind should thank you. The Beastmaster was naturally flattering Chen Xiao. Truth be told, even if Chen Xiao hadn't intervened last night, even if Chen Shuling had truly pulled down stars from the universe, that planet would also be shattered into debris by various national forces before it could collide. Just as Li Yandong said, no major power should ever be underestimated. Although the Beastmaster was flattering, Chen Xiao found it quite gratifying. Chen Xiao laughed from the bottom of his heart. However, Chen Xiao didn't let success go to his head. He turned around with a smile, looking at Zheng Xinfeng, Lu Xiling and others, saying, I just casually did a trivial thing not worth mentioning. And you, my friends, you are the real heroes. Zhao Dakai instantly became excited upon hearing these words. Ancestor, rest assured, we will redouble our efforts from now on, faithfully fulfill our duties, protect the people's safety, eradicate darkness, and build the dawn. Zhao Dakai felt his heart surging, boiling passion swelling in his chest. Somewhere along the way, this young man had unknowingly come to regard Chen Xiao as the idol he admired most in his heart. To tell the truth, how many third-stage awakeners could ever have the chance to meet the legendary primordial lord? If Lu Xiling and the other two hadn't been on a mission in the Lingqing district, they probably would never have crossed paths with Chen Xiao in their entire lives. But fate is such a marvelous thing. Zhao Dakai always believed that just as fate had placed him beside Lu Xiling, arranging his encounter with Chen Xiao must carry a deeper meaning too. The only pity was, Zhao Dakai remained utterly unaware. It wasn't fate that arranged him. It's Zheng Xinfeng. Zheng Xinfeng, with a darkened face, stepped forward and slapped Zhao Dakai across the face. Ah, Director Zhang, why did you hit me? Zhao Dakai sounded aggrieved. Damn it, the primogenitor was speaking to me. I'm the primogenitor's friend here. I hadn't even said my piece yet, who told you to interrupt? Zheng Xinfeng angrily shoved Zhao Dakai aside and scolded, the primordial lord is a specially invited director, equal in rank to the beast tamer elder. I'm the branch director, I'm your actual superior. You've overstepped your bounds. Do you realize that? Hey, old Zhang, don't be so rough with your subordinates. Chen Xiao couldn't stand watching any longer and quickly spoke up to intervene. These young folks handle their work quite efficiently. I've got a very good impression of them. Director Zhang, did you hear that? The primordial lord thinks highly of us. Zhao Dakai beamed with joy, his eyes crinkling into slits with laughter. Shut up! Zhang Xinfeng's face darkened as he shot the animal trainer a resentful glance. If it hadn't been for that animal trainer preventing Zhang Xinfeng from maintaining contact with Chen Xiao back then, would there ever have been any business about Lu Xiling's three-person team? But yet, the thought of the progenitor's preference for male companions immediately put Zhang Xinfeng at ease. Perhaps the beast tamer truly had foresight. Keeping him away from the progenitor might have been to protect him. At this thought, Zhang Xinfeng couldn't help but cast another grateful glance at the beast tamer. The beast trainer couldn't help but frown, a trace of suspicion flickering in his aged eyes. What's wrong with this kid? His gaze keeps shifting. Is he having some sort of episode? Wait, could it be that Zhang Xinfeng has come around? The beast trainer's eyes immediately lit up as he hastened to speak to Chen Xiao. By the way, ancestor, there's one more very important matter I need to discuss with you. Go ahead and say it. Chen Xiao looked at the beast tamer. The thing is, our department's Xiao Zhang, he's already over 30 years old and still hasn't married. The beast tamer chuckled mid-sentence, but then suddenly stopped speaking. The animal trainer's throat rolled a few times, as if he wanted to speak but held back, struggling for a long time without managing to voice the words that followed. Oh, and then what? Why are you telling me this? Chen Xiao froze for a moment, puzzled. Do you want me to help introduce Zhang Xinfeng to someone? But I don't know any women in their 30s either. What about those mutants at the entrance? There's an auntie covered in tumors who seems to be unmarried. Ancestor, you're too funny. Have you ever considered, what if Xiao Zhang's preference isn't women either? The beast tamer's face was brimming with kindly smiles. His current appearance strikingly resembled that of a matchmaker holding red strings, arranging matches for others. Chen Xiao was dumbfounded, instantly turning pale with shock as he exclaimed, could it be that Zhang Xinfeng likes men? Wait, why did you say also? Are you telling me there's more than one guy here who likes men? No. The beast tamer shook his head, grinning mysteriously. What do you mean? Zhang Xinfeng doesn't like women, and he doesn't like men either? Chen Xiao was utterly shocked, feeling a sudden chill run down his spine as the hairs on his neck stood on end. Don't tell me that bastard's into non-humans? Holy shit, this is fucking terrifying. Chen Xiao didn't even dare to look Zhang Xinfeng in the eye. This guy looks so honest with his striking eyebrows and big eyes. How could he have such peculiar tastes? If he doesn't like people, then what does he like? A ghostly romance? A zombie massacre? Or goddamn, animal kingdom? Or perhaps, man and nature? Chapter 47, Misunderstanding. No, ancestor, you've misunderstood. The beast trainer saw Chen Xiao's thoughts veering further off course and quickly smoothed things over, saying, what I mean is, Xiao Zhang doesn't like other men. Others? Chen Xiao quickly snapped out of it, staring at Zhang Xinfeng in disbelief. Then, Chen Xiao turned his gaze to the animal trainer, immediately revealing a meaningful smile. Old man, who would have thought, you're really old but vigorous. The animal trainer's smile froze instantly. Zhao Dakai couldn't hold back another burst of laughter. It wasn't until Wang Tong discreetly poked him twice that Zhao Dakai snapped out of his daze and hurriedly shut his mouth. But it was already too late. The animal trainer's icy gaze turned towards them. Xiao Zhang, I think it's necessary for you to hold a small meeting with these employees of yours. Alright, sure. To be honest, Zhang Xinfeng didn't really feel like dealing with the beast trainer right now. His face was flushed crimson, his neck stiff with embarrassment, he felt utterly mortified. But there was no way out of it. Bound by the authority of his superior, Zhang Xinfeng had no choice but to continue sitting there, restless as if on pins and needles. Then, the beast trainer turned to Chen Xiao again, offering a gentle smile. Ancestor, you've misunderstood again, he said. What I meant was that young Zhang here genuinely wishes to get to know you better. So, if you'd consider. Chen Xiao was dumbfounded for quite a while. Coming back to his senses, his entire face instantly flushed green, then darkened further into black. Wait, what the hell do you mean dating me? I don't even like men, goddammit. Chen Xiao roared in uncontrollable fury. He felt utterly humiliated. Chen Xiao couldn't help but picture Zhang Xinfeng posing flirtatiously before him. A chilling disgust ran down his spine. Ancestor, please listen to my explanation. This matter has nothing to do with me. Zhang Xinfeng, seeing Chen Xiao's sudden change in expression, hastily scrambled to his feet in panic. Immediately after, Zhang Xinfeng instinctively took a step forward. This seemingly simple step. In an instant, most of Chen Xiao's rationality was shattered. Chen Xiao turned ghastly pale and cried out in terror, Zhang Xinfeng, stay the hell away from me, stop right there, god damn it. Chen Xiao nearly slapped him right then and there. But he feared Zhang Xinfeng might seize his wrist instead and, in one fluid motion, drag him into an embrace. Holy shit, What kind of mindfucking scenario is this? Get the hell out. Scram. Chen Xiao wanted to rage, but felt it would be too humiliating. He didn't even know how to curse properly in this situation. Indeed, everyone has the right to pursue love. But, don't fucking come after me. Chen Xiao flew into a rage. Lu Xiling was startled and instinctively took a step back. She felt both guilty and confused deep down. The ancestor's appearance didn't seem feigned, but how to explain that man wrapped only in a towel? Could I really have misunderstood this whole situation? Go, leave immediately. Lu Xiling's pretty face flushed red as she quickly grabbed Wang Tong and Zhao Dakai by the arms, fleeing the room as if escaping. Ahaha, seems we misunderstood then. Ancestor, please rest. We'll contact you later, hee hee. Even the beast tamer looked thoroughly embarrassed. Despite his worldly experience, he couldn't maintain composure at this moment, forcing an awkward smile as he hastily retreated. Only Zhang Xinfeng remained. He looked at Chen Xiao with a complicated expression, his gaze seemingly filled with gratitude, yet also carrying the joy of having narrowly escaped disaster. But Chen Xiao panicked. Damn it, everyone else left. Why isn't this bastard leaving? What does he want? Nima, Zhang Xinfeng, you old pervert. Keep staring like that and I'll gouge your eyes out. Chen Xiao barked. Zhang Xinfeng turned away in terror. He dared not delay any longer, fearing that if Chen Xiao truly lost his temper, he might slap him to death. After the animal trainers and the others had left, Chen Xiao quickly locked the door. Damn it, seems like I'll have to stay far away from that old pervert Zhang Xinfeng in the future, or who knows when I might get defiled. Six-eyed old slave, Chen Xiao shouted. In less than 3 seconds, the voice of the six-eyed elder sounded from outside. What orders does our master have? Come in. Chen Xiao steadied his emotions and, having regained his composure, watched as the six-eyed elder pushed open the door and entered. How much longer until the black and white gate appears? Chen Xiao asked. About a week. The six-eyed elder's special abilities extended beyond altering the weather. He could also sense faint disturbances in the void. He had a premonition that the black and white gate was about to arrive. Moreover, it should be somewhere not far from the city of Damu. I need to make a trip to the capital. I'll try to return within a week. Chen Xiao picked up an orange from the table, slowly peeling its skin, and said, by the time I come back, I hope you'll have pinpointed the exact location of the black and white gate. All right. The six-eyed old man nodded. This sounds simple in theory, but relying solely on a faint premonition to pinpoint its exact location before the arrival of the black and white gate is actually extremely difficult. The six-eyed elder didn't even have 30% certainty, yet he had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, Elder Six Eyes would lose any value by staying by Chen Zhao's side. Having no value means he's qualified to die. Elder Six Eyes understood Chen Zhao's temperament very well. Chen Xiao was decisive and ruthless in execution, never leaving any hidden threats unchecked. Better to kill the wrong than to spare the guilty. This is a ruthless man who stops at nothing. Yet perhaps, only such a ruthless man could stand against those forbidden things beyond comprehension. At this thought, the six-eyed elder's impassive expression finally flickered with emotion. The slight upturn of his lips unexpectedly revealed a hint of anticipation. Outside the Linxing district, the ivory sedan of the mysterious investigation bureau cruised down the road. Lingjie, didn't you say the progenitor prefers men? Wang Tong couldn't help but ask. Maybe I misunderstood? I don't know either, just wild guesses. Lu Xiling lowered her head in embarrassment, her face slightly reddened. She was utterly mortified. Not only had she misunderstood the progenitor, but nearly implicated her own bureau chief as well. Yet there was someone even more embarrassed than Lu Xiling. That's Zhang Xinfeng behind the wheel. Damn it, you're just making wild guesses and that's it? What about me? You've totally screwed me over. Zhang Xinfeng's face turned red with anger, his handsome features practically contorted. Hey now, Xiao Shang, calm down. The animal trainer sitting in the passenger seat looked somewhat dejected, his eyelids drooping as he said, It's my fault. I was too impatient, always wanting to quickly tie the progenitor to our boat. Only then, could the safety of Damu City be somewhat guaranteed. Forget it. I know you meant well. Zhang Xinfeng sighed. He couldn't bring himself to blame the animal trainer. After all, this old man, already past retirement age, still stubbornly clung to his post, constantly fighting on the front lines. The Beastmaster had already given too much for Damu City. Unfortunately, after the death of the phantom spirit rat, the Beastmaster suffered a heavy blow and could no longer bear the responsibility of protecting Damu City. That's why the Beastmaster was so desperate to try anything, eager to meet all the ancestors' demands. To put it bluntly, it was really because their juniors in the mysterious investigation bureau hadn't worked hard enough. Otherwise, why would the animal trainer go to such lengths? Chapter 48, The Loyal Fan. Afternoon, 14:10. Chen Xiao boarded the train bound for the capital. Why didn't you take a plane? Simple, because there haven't been any one-discount plane tickets recently. At noon, Chen Xiao simply had a meal, then went to a clothing store to pick out a nice casual suit. White shirt, black leather shoes. Chen Xiao draped his suit jacket over his shoulders and leaned against the train seat, feeling as though he had returned to his original world. Of course, the unfamiliar scenery outside the window and the mysterious creatures occasionally passing by the glass proved otherwise. He hadn't returned after all. Chen Xiao shoved aside all the jumbled thoughts in his mind and leaned back in his seat, falling fast asleep. The hard seats on trains are always bustling with activity. The carriage is filled with the clank sounds of the tracks and the howling noise of the moving train. Of course, the lively conversations among passengers are an indispensable part of train journeys. Looking around, people in the carriage come from various places, perhaps with different identities and backgrounds, but at this moment, they were all equal. There were outgoing passengers eager to strike up conversations with strangers beside them. And then there were the introverted passengers who sat there, cradling their phones or closing their eyes to sleep, quietly immersed in their own worlds. A train attendant walked by, reminding passengers to stay safe while checking their identification. Soon, a female attendant arrived at Chen Xiao's seat. Although Chen Xiao had his eyes closed, he wasn't truly asleep. Automatically, he pulled out his ID and handed it to the flight attendant. Damo City, Chen Xiao, car 10, seat 64. Everything checks out. Please keep your ID safe. The female attendant finished checking with a smile and returned the ID to Chen Xiao. Okay, thanks. Chen Xiao tucked the documents into his pocket and leaned back in his seat nonchalantly, closing his eyes to gather his drowsiness once more. You're welcome. Please rest well. The flight attendant smiled, then moved on to the next seat. Her gentle voice addressed the next passenger. Hello, please show your ID. Chen Xiao had a chubby man sitting beside him. The man wore headphones and spent over 20 minutes on the phone with his girlfriend, spouting nothing but mushy talk the whole time. It wasn't until the flight attendant came to check IDs that he finally hung up, removed his headphones, and handed over his documents. After the flight attendant left, the fat man stopped making phone calls too, looking around, and surprisingly took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Chen Xiao. Hey buddy, is Damo City fun? Not bad. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. He closed his eyes, his voice sounding rather indifferent. Although Chen Xiao didn't ignore the chubby man, he also didn't have much desire to converse. His thoughts had long since drifted to who knows where. I'm from the city next to yours, my name is Zhang Yuan. Fatty Zhang Yuan smiled faintly, as if oblivious to Chen Xiao's aloofness. In fact, he even took the initiative to introduce himself. Seeing that Chen Xiao remained silent, Zhang Yuan proactively leaned closer, his face brimming with curiosity. I heard something major happened in your great Mu city, the legendary progenitor has awakened. Is it true? Zhang Yuan inquired. I don't know. Chen Xiao shook his head calmly. Hey, your information is way behind. Even we in Taiyang City have heard about it, but there hasn't been any official authoritative news. Who knows if it's been suppressed by the Mystery Investigation Bureau? Zhang Yuan looked somewhat disappointed. Chen Xiao remained indifferent, but Zhang Yuan was still chatting animatedly with Chen Xiao. Hey man, have you been to the Mubei District Museum? Ever seen the true face of the primogenitor? No. No way. You're from Damo City, right? How could you never have visited the Mubei District Museum? Zhang Yuan seemed genuinely surprised. What? Have you been there? Chen Xiao finally opened his eyes. He turned to Zhang Yuan, his gaze revealing a profound depth. No, the Mubei District Museum doesn't allow visitors from other cities. They say it's to protect the safety of the primogenitor. Zhang Yuan shrugged helplessly and said, I've been to Damo City several times, but there were so many mysterious investigators guarding the museum entrance that I couldn't get in no matter what. Sigh. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Who knows if I'll ever get to see the progenitor in this lifetime. I'm his devoted fan, after all. You'll see him, Chen Xiao replied. Hope so. By the way, friend, where are you headed? Business trip or solo travel? Zhang Yuan asked with a grin. Traveling, said Chen Xiao. Where to? Zhang Yuan seemed to ask casually, because before Chen Xiao could respond, he started complaining on his own. I'd like to go out for a trip too, but time doesn't permit. The company assigned me a task. They said they dug up an old man's body in the mountains to the west. Experts estimate it's at least several hundred years old, but the corpse was dressed in modern clothing. Isn't that bizarre? Oh, Chen Xiao's expression changed slightly, instantly becoming wary. This fat guy isn't right. Something feels off about him, just like that flight attendant earlier. First of all, what kind of flight attendant reads out every single detail when checking passengers' documents? Aren't they afraid passengers will report them for privacy violations? Moreover, this fat guy first probed Chen Xiao's views on the progenitor, then claimed to be the ancestor's devoted fan. After beating around the bush, he inexplicably brought up some old man's corpse. What exactly is he trying to achieve? Chen Xiao pondered endlessly in his heart, yet outwardly remained composed. He chuckled without acknowledging Zhang Yuan's words, instead asking softly, Brother, what do you do for a living? I'm a journalist. Otherwise, why would the company demand I rush to the scene immediately to record this major breaking news? Zhang Yuan pulled a press pass from his breast pocket and waved it before Chen Zhao's eyes. I'm afraid I'll have to be separated from my new girlfriend for several days this time. Sigh. We were just about to take that final step, damn company insisting on sending me on a business trip. Zhang Yuan kept complaining. His eyes revealed frustration, and his expression didn't seem fake. But the more he acted like this, Chen Xiaoye grew increasingly suspicious. The reason was simple. Zhang Yuan was talking just a bit too much. The method for discerning whether someone's lying is surprisingly straightforward. It's when you ask one question and he responds with 10, even dragging in other matters to pad out his rhetoric, all to divert the other person's attention. At the same time, he leverages more details to make what he says sound believably authentic. But in reality, those who aren't lying, he wouldn't be in a hurry to explain the details. Chen Xiao stared at Zhang Yuan for a while before suddenly chuckling softly. Then, as if transformed into a different person, Chen Xiao actually placed his hand on Zhang Yuan's broad shoulder and quipped, "Bro, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Look on the bright side. What if you really uncover some explosive scoop this time?" Ah, when you put it that way. Zhang Yuan immediately suppressed his despondent mood, his face breaking into such a wide grin that his eyes turned to slits. "Hey buddy, would you like to come with me into the mountains to take a look? They say that old man's corpse is bizarre. 2 bones in his right hand fingers are broken, looking like they were smashed by something round." The forensic examiner preliminarily concluded that what fractured his finger bones was likely a helmet. Tell me this, how could a corpse from several centuries ago be wearing modern clothing, and have his fingers broken by a helmet that only appeared in recent times? Isn't it strange, utterly bizarre? Zhang Yuan cast an expectant glance. Chen Zhao's mind trembled slightly. This fat guy's mention of the old man's corpse, wasn't that just before the time travel, when the old man got his finger crushed by a delivery guy in the elevator and later died from an octopus attack? What's going on? Could it be there were others who time-traveled alongside him? Chen Xiao kept all his thoughts to himself, showing not the slightest hint of anything unusual. He smiled at Zhang Yuan and said, "Yes, it is indeed quite peculiar. But I'm afraid I might disappoint you, I still have some personal matters to attend to." Chen Xiao turned his head, rested it against the seat, and closed his eyes once more. "After I finish dealing with this, if there's enough time, I'll come find you." "Alright, you must come then. Here, let me give you my business card. Feel free to contact me whenever you're free, and I'll prepare a feast to welcome you properly." With that, Zhang Yuan smiled and handed over his business card. Chapter 49, Moss. Taiyang City, Longhua Media, reporter Zhang Yuan. The business card Zhang Yuan handed over matched his self-introduction fairly well. Chen Xiao opened his eyes, took Zhang Yuan's business card, and slipped it into his pocket. "Where exactly is this mountain you mentioned?" Chen Xiao put on an intrigued expression. "Ah, I knew you'd be interested." Zhang Yuan said with a smile, "It's the Misty Mountain west of the capital. You can get off at the capital, take Metro Line 4, get off at the 3rd station, walk about 200 meters west, then take bus number 107, the terminal stop is Misty Mountain." "Oh, thank you." Chen Xiao silently committed Zhang Yuan's directions to memory. Then, Chen Xiao pulled 2 tangerines from his pocket, peeled one and popped a segment into his mouth, before handing the other tangerine to Zhang Yuan. "Would you like a tangerine?" "No, I won't have any, thanks. I don't really like fruit." "Ha?" Zhang Yuan declined Chen Xiao's kind offer with a smile. "Oh." Chen Xiao couldn't hide his disappointment as he stuffed the tangerine back into his pocket. "I'm going to the bathroom. I'll catch up with you later." Chen Xiao got up and headed to the bathroom. "Oh, alright, go ahead." Zhang Yuan put on his headphones once again. Seconds later, his large, obese head began to sway, as if listening to some intense music. Clunk, clunk. The train continued its noisy journey, the carriage buzzing with activity. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Yet inexplicably, patches of green moss had crept into the junction between carriages 9 and 10, exuding a damp, foul odor. There wasn't much moss, but Chen Xiao remembered very clearly. When he boarded the train, this place was still clean. The moss had just begun to grow. Chen Xiao did not go to the toilet. Instead, he crossed the connecting area between carriages 10 and 9, moving forward one carriage at a time. He weaved through various passengers, carefully searching for the figure of that female attendant he had seen earlier. Carriage 8 was the dining car. Carriages 1 through 7 were sleeper compartments. Except for the moss at the connection of carriage number 10, the other carriages were all normal. And that female attendant had also disappeared. Chen Xiao carefully compared the facial features and builds of every passenger. None resembled the female attendant. But inside the crew compartment, there was no sign of the female attendant either. Chen Xiao even checked the toilets. For occupied stalls, he would wait by the door until they opened and the person inside came out. Yet, Chen Xiao still couldn't find any trace of the female attendant. There are many attendants on the train, but only the female attendants have disappeared, which is undeniably strange. In the end, Standing at the junction between the locomotive and carriage number 1, Chen Xiao frowned and began to ponder. Where did the flight attendant go? To reach the carriages behind number 10, she would have to turn back and pass by Chen Xiao. But Chen Xiao was certain the flight attendant had not returned. Chen Xiao stared at the locked door ahead for a moment. The female attendant probably wouldn't be in the operating compartment at the front of the train. Chen Xiao turned around, quickened his pace, and made his way back to his seat through the carriages. Fatty Zhang Yuan was sitting beside him with headphones on, his head resting against the seat, probably asleep. Chen Xiao pulled out his phone and glanced at it. 15:00. The train had been traveling for 50 minutes, and had stopped at one station during that time. The female attendant likely got off at that stop, but Chen Xiao felt things couldn't possibly be that simple. The moss between carriages 10 and 9 has grown thicker. The attendants have already noticed it. With grim expressions, they clean it up while occasionally stopping passing passengers to ask a few puzzled questions. Judging by their reactions, this train should be operating normally. The genuine staff members seem unaware of what's happening, and they bear no relation to Zhang Yuan or the female attendant. But why didn't the real attendant check his ticket again after the female attendant had already checked it? Perhaps the female attendant was the real attendant all along. Or rather, her appearance and figure matched that of a genuine attendant so perfectly that no other attendants could see through her disguise. Chen Xiao suddenly recalled a mysterious creature whose intelligence was remarkably close to that of humans. The imposter. I'd like to see what tricks you can possibly pull off. Chen Xiao's gaze gradually turned frosty. He knew someone in Damos City must have betrayed him. Otherwise, the flight attendant and Zhang Yuan wouldn't have coincidentally showed up here. Every peculiarity was the result of a premeditated scheme. This was a trap. Someone was trying to harm him. But who is this person? Chen Xiao's mind began racing at lightning speed. After crossing into another world, he didn't encounter any substantial enemies. The few that existed were directly killed by Chen Xiao. Speaking of which, the only one who had offended Chen Xiao and survived in his hands was Six-Eyed Elder. So, was it Six-Eyed Elder who wanted to harm him? Probably not. The Six-Eyed Elder was no fool. He wouldn't tear apart all pretenses with Chen Xiao right now, because the two had no direct enmity between them, and even if they did, it was merely over a discarded daughter. With the Six-Eyed Elder's cunning temperament, would he really betray Chen Xiao over a cast-off girl? Obviously not. The Six-Eyed Elder needed Chen Xiao's power, at least, until those taboos were overthrown. The Six-Eyed Elder would never betray Chen Xiao. Therefore, who could be hiding behind this scene? Damn it, I hate brain-burning plots like this the most. Chen Xiao massaged his temples. Though he was complaining, his mind remained calmly analytical throughout. Chen Xiao turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was still asleep, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Yet faintly, one could see Zhang Yuan's eyelashes trembling slightly, his breathing somewhat rapid. Chen Xiao quietly shifted his body, careful to avoid getting Zhang Yuan's drool on himself. The old man's corpse from Misty Mountain must be real. That grandfather who died in the elevator probably also time-traveled, otherwise Zhang Yuan wouldn't have revealed so many details. What about the others, then? The food delivery guy? The female supervisor? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, beginning to recall his experiences in the void. But unfortunately, during that time, Chen Xiao had mostly been in a state of unconsciousness. He hadn't perceived the arrival of the delivery guy or the female supervisor. Could it be that the delivery guy and the female supervisor had entered the void while he was unconscious? Or perhaps, they never actually entered the void and directly traveled from the elevator to this world? That's possible. After all, wasn't that female corpse stuck halfway in the elevator an example of sudden dimensional traversal? Wait, female corpse? Chen Xiao suddenly recalled Li Yandong's words. The source of the corpse plague was an ancient female corpse, its various parts torn apart by mysterious creatures. Just now, Zhang Yuan mentioned that modern forensic examinations indicated the old man's body from Misty Mountain had been dead for at least several centuries. Although Chen Xiao had only slept for 100 years in this world, he couldn't fathom how much time had truly passed in the void. Estimating roughly, it would span several hundred years. So if back then, the delivery guy and the female supervisor hadn't left the elevator, and after Chen Xiao left, something must have happened to that elevator again, causing the delivery guy, the female supervisor, the deceased elderly man, and the bisected female corpse to fall through the black and white door and cross over into this world. But Chen Xiao was different. He had been trapped in the void for centuries, enduring thousands of thunder strikes before crossing over. This way, all the timelines perfectly aligned. So then, the person hiding behind the scenes wanting to harm Chen Xiao, could it be one of these two, the delivery guy or the female supervisor? Chapter 50, offering you an orange. I see. Chen Xiao felt as if everything had become crystal clear. The delivery guy and the female supervisor both knew that only this incident they had experienced together could pique Chen Xiao's interest. No wonder Zhang Yuan mentioned the old man's corpse. If Chen Xiao believed Zhang Yuan's words and followed him to Misty Mountain, he would inevitably fall into the trap the other party had prepared in advance. Only, there's no way to know. Who could be the person hiding behind the scenes trying to harm him? Was it the delivery guy or the female supervisor? Chen Xiao turned to look at Zhang Yuan once again. Although Zhang Yuan appeared to be asleep, he would occasionally lick his lips or swallow saliva. His eyelashes were also trembling faintly. All these micro-expressions made it clear. Zhang Yuan wasn't actually asleep, he was pretending. Zhang Yuan must have been extremely nervous, maintaining his composure solely to deceive Chen Xiao. Damn it, alright, Brother Xiao treats you with all his heart, and you play mind games with him, is that it? Chen Xiao's anger flared up inside him. Since he had already seen through the other's scheme, Chen Xiao couldn't be bothered to keep up the act any longer. Playing along with tricks is a game between children. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are worthless. Playing dumb to deceive the enemy? Chen Xiao couldn't be bothered with such games. Snap! Chen Xiao slapped Zhang Yuan's thigh with a sharp smack. Zhang Yuan let out a yelp of pain, his act instantly shattered as his eyes flew open. What the hell, man? Zhang Yuan stared at Chen Xiao in panicked bewilderment. The entire train car abruptly fell into silence. Zhang Yuan's startled cry drew the gazes of all passengers in car 10. Chen Xiao could feel everyone's eyes on him. But he said nothing more, just coldly produced the orange from his pocket and began peeling it. It's fine, I'd like to offer you some oranges. No. I already said I won't eat them. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brows, his eyes revealing some confusion, as if he couldn't quite understand Chen Xiao's behavior. Are you disrespecting Brother Xiao? Chen Xiao broke off a segment of the orange, then suddenly struck, forcefully pressing the fat man's head against the chair back. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to hit me? Zhang Yuan paled with fright. He had initially wanted to feign composure, but beads of sweat were already emerging on his thick neck. I'll ask you once more, are you going to eat it, or not? Chen Xiao's expression was icy cold. Holding an orange in his right hand and pressing down on the fatty's big head with his left, flickers of lightning flashed in his pupils. You, Zhang Yuan stammered in terror. Slap! Chen Xiao raised his hand and delivered a resounding smack, slamming the orange into Zhang Yuan's mouth where it shattered against a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's two front teeth flew into his throat, and blood spurted out. His right cheek was also swelling rapidly. Murder! Help! While struggling, Zhang Yuan howled like a ghost. There's a psycho here, where's the flight attendant? Someone save me! Zhang Yuan used his chubby hands to pry at Chen Xiao, trying to wrench Chen Xiao's large hands apart. But before Chen Xiao, he was like a mere child. Zhang Yuan exerted all his strength, even the effort he'd use while suckling milk, yet Chen Xiao's arm didn't budge an inch. What do you think you're doing? Stop! Don't fight or brawl. Upon hearing the commotion, several nearby flight attendants rushed over. They heard Zhang Yuan's pitiful wails. What's wrong with offering him some oranges? Chen Xiao grabbed the fatty's hair with his left hand, turned around, and stood up. His expression remained calm as his gaze swept over each flight attendant. Finally, Chen Xiao's eyes settled on a middle-aged man. Patches of moss still clung to the edges of his clothes, though someone had tried to clean them. The stains weren't completely gone. A smile suddenly curled at the corner of Chen Xiao's lips. What, do you guys want some oranges too? You dare commit violence on a train? The middle-aged man leading the group spoke up. He appeared to be in his 50s, dressed in a uniform, walking with steady steps. If I remember correctly, this person should be one of the attendants who had just been cleaning moss at the carriage connection. However, that layer of moss was very thin, had any clung to him, it should have been on his shoe soles. How could it have gotten on his clothes? Unless, he lay on the moss. Your acting is too clumsy. Chen Xiao looked at the middle-aged man with a half-smile. A flash of panic crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a fierce determination. Looking to die. The middle-aged man viciously pulled out a rubber baton. Chen Xiao stared thoughtfully at the middle-aged man. He hurled the half-peeled orange, which landed squarely on the man's face with a splat, bursting into pulpy mush. The sweet-sour juice trickled down to the man's lips, hardly harmful, but deeply humiliating. The middle-aged man flew into a rage and lunged forward aggressively. Swinging his baton with tremendous force, he aimed a crushing blow at Chen Xiao's head. This strike was clearly meant to kill. Heh, just as I thought, no good at all. Chen Xiao sneered. Without dodging or flinching, he calmly uttered a single word, boom. Suddenly, on the middle-aged man's face, the rotten orange residue suddenly sparked with electricity. Boom! The middle-aged man's head was instantly obliterated by divine retribution. His body, mid-lunge, crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Blood gushed from the severed neck, quickly forming a small river. Chen Xiao controlled divine punishment expertly, ensuring it only killed the middle-aged man charging at him without causing any harm to others or the train. The young attendants following behind the middle-aged man were completely terrified, hastily halting in their tracks and standing frozen in place, utterly at a loss for what to do. Chen Zhao's gaze, however, fell upon the headless corpse of the middle-aged man. The dead body of the middle-aged man looked bizarre. He had just died, yet several cadaveric stains had already appeared, and his limbs were beginning to stiffen, making him look as though he had been dead for a long time. Ugh, you're all truly disgusting creatures. Chen Zhao let out a sigh tinged with disgust. Gripping fatty Zhang Yuan's hair, he dragged the man's obese body amid his wails toward the corpse of the middle-aged man. Chen Zhao leapt up with a violent kick, planting his foot squarely on the middle-aged man's chest. Thunk! A spray of filthy blood arced through the air. Then, astonishingly, a barbed spike emerged from the man's chest. Only this spike had already been crushed beneath Chen Zhao's stump, yet it still writhed desperately on the ground, twisting and struggling as if trying to escape. Chen Zhao naturally wouldn't give it another chance, stomping down once more to completely snuff out the barb's last vestige of life. After finishing this, Chen Zhao turned his gaze to the remaining young flight attendants. Fools, hurry to the other cabins. Cabin 10 probably won't last much longer. It's about to derail. Chen Zhao's expression remained calm, as if he had mentioned something trivial. Then, Chen Zhao glanced at the overweight Zhang Yuan, whom he was dragging along the ground, and a glint of playful amusement suddenly flashed in his eyes. Tell me, what exactly are you trying to do? What are you talking about? I don't know anything. I'm just a journalist. I didn't provoke you. Let me go. I really don't know anything. Zhang Yuan was scared out of his wits, but he was still wailing and making desperate excuses. The smile in Chen Zhao's eyes instantly vanished. He had already lost his patience. Then go die. Chen Zhao dropped a casual remark. Divine punishment erupted abruptly from Chen Zhao's palm, swiftly expanding in Zhang Yuan's terrified pupils. In less than half a second, divine retribution shattered upon Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's obese body instantly exploded into a mist of blood. The train compartment was immediately filled with the passengers' screams rising one after another. Chapter 51 Green Vines. Murder! Help! There's a pervert! Passengers screamed like mad, with the quicker ones scrambling to their feet and stumbling toward other compartments in panic. But many others were petrified with fear, frozen in their seats, not daring to move a muscle. Some spores drifted in with the wind. The moss had already spread into the train carriage. Chen Zhao paused briefly in thought before turning to look at the passengers sitting dazedly in the carriage. Lowering his voice with a cruel smirk, Chen Zhao sneered, "Better run. If you don't, I'll start massacring everyone here." As soon as these words were spoken, the passengers who had been hesitating or spacing out were all thoroughly frightened. They leapt up one after another to flee, and within moments they had all dashed into other carriages, screaming desperately for help. There weren't many passengers here, so the vehicle could run without causing congestion. A few minutes later, only Chen Zhao, a few attendant lads, and a girl with ash-white hair remained in the carriage. Chen Zhao didn't pay them any further attention. He had already warned them earlier. Those who refuse to run, that's their own business. The moss in the car is growing thicker, and its spread is accelerating. Moss crept up the train cars, staining them with patches of green. The moss seemed intent on enveloping the entire carriage 10, as if determined to devour it whole. Chen Zhao remained as composed as ever, still calmly lost in thought. When had the middle-aged man been replaced by the impersonator? When Chen Zhao first met the middle-aged man, he had been cleaning moss, perfectly normal behavior. But upon seeing him again, the man's clothes were covered in moss. Oddly enough, none of the remaining flight attendants showed any signs of surprise. Therefore, either the middle-aged man had tripped at the connection area, died instantly from the fall, and been taken advantage of by the imposter. Or, the imposter had seized an opportunity when the middle-aged man was alone, dragging him onto the roof of the train. Up there, after brutally killing the middle-aged man, the imposter naturally slipped into his flesh and blood. Chen Zhao believed the second hypothesis was more plausible. The middle-aged man died on the train roof covered in moss. Didn't that imply the roof was now completely overgrown with moss? Someone wanted to sever the entire car number 10. Chen Zhao couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself how extravagant this person was, actually abandoning an entire carriage full of passengers outright. If it weren't for Chen Zhao intimidating those passengers, everyone in carriage number 10 would likely have died. This was clearly not something official forces would do. Then, who exactly is the mastermind behind this? Or perhaps, could there be more than one person pulling the strings? Chen Zhao began carefully analyzing everything they'd experienced on this train. Let me think back. The first anomaly was the flight attendant impersonated by the mimic. But why would that fake flight attendant recite every passenger's details? Poor job training? I'm afraid not. Since that imposter could seamlessly take over the flight attendant's body without detection by other crew members, it suggests it possesses high intelligence. It probably wouldn't make such an elementary mistake. Therefore, it's highly likely she intentionally alerted Chen Zhao to the anomaly, thereby raising his vigilance. Chen Zhao was particularly wary of Zhang Yuan precisely because he noticed the flight attendant's unusual behavior. In other words, the impersonator and Zhang Yuan were not working together. The green moss had spread down from the train's roof. The impersonator dragged people up to the roof again to kill them. So, the imposter and the Moss undoubtedly came from the same faction. As for Zhang Yuan, he was a sacrificial pawn dispatched by another organization. That's right, Zhang Yuan must be the sacrificial pawn. Even if Qin Shao is taken to Misty Mountain, the moment he regains his senses, his first action will be to kill Zhang Yuan. So the unfortunate Zhang Yuan probably doesn't realize that his fate is destined to be utterly tragic. So then, could there possibly be a third faction in this carriage? Chen Shao couldn't help but glance at that composed, gray-haired girl who had remained unruffled the entire time, sitting steadily in her seat. Then, the girl seemed to sense Chen Zhao's gaze. She turned her head without a trace of panic, instead offering a faint smile. Damn, the animal trainer wasn't lying. Chen Shao couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The beast tamer warned that the capital's power structure was intricately complex even before Chen Shao arrived there. 3 factions had already surfaced one after another. What's more, Chen Shao had no inkling of their respective motives. These power networks are truly labyrinthine. Just as Chen Shao was calmly analyzing the situation, suddenly, the connecting points at both ends of carriage 10 completely fractured. Moss enveloped the entire carriage. In an instant, over a dozen massive green vines extended from the roof, each resembling monstrous giant hands that tightly coiled around the carriage. The metal exterior of the carriage creaked and groaned under the vine's constriction, with numerous sections visibly warping out of shape. The vine's surface was covered in rough textures, studded with numerous sharp thorny barbs, as if showcasing its immense power. Carriage number 10 violently jerked off its original tracks under the vine's fierce tugging, like a colossal beast being kicked over, rumbling thunderously as it tumbled across the wilderness beside the rails. Boom! Finally, an earth-shaking explosion lit up the sky with fireworks. Carriage number 10 had derailed. The remaining train cars also collided, sending a series of sparks exploding along the tracks. The train forcibly came to a stop, billowing thick black smoke amid countless screams. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Car 10 anymore. Those enormous green vines, carrying Car 10 in their grip, were rapidly crawling across the wilderness. They writhed like colossal green dragons, tumbling and crawling across the wasteland. Meanwhile, new sprouts continuously emerged from the moss inside the train carriages, rapidly growing into verdant vines within minutes. These vines would puncture holes through the carriage walls to join their creeping brethren outside. Soon, dozens, even hundreds, of vines had proliferated, coalescing into a terrifying vegetative monstrosity. From the outside, not a trace of the train carriages remained visible. Carriage number 10 seemed to have been swallowed by a giant vine beast, hidden in its belly, with no telling when it might be digested by the monstrous plant. The head of the vine beast arched high, revealing a pair of leafy eyes. Its massive body sprouted thick, vine-like limbs, resembling a colossal green crocodile charging across the wilderness while kicking up clouds of yellow soil. Inside the carriage, it was eerily quiet, so still that not even the slightest jolt could be felt. The gray-haired girl rolled her eerie white eyeballs upward, both hands lifting rippling waves into the air. These ripples quickly coalesced into a miraculous sphere, which served like a protective dome, soft to the touch yet strong enough to withstand the vine's violent assault, firmly sheltering Qin Shao and the others inside. Chapter 52: The Forsaken Land. Meanwhile, the spherical shield protected everyone, maintaining a slight gap between them and the ground. The tender sprouts and the moss struggled to break through the sphere. Chen Shao couldn't help but marvel at the sight. The young flight attendants seemed utterly petrified with fear. The girl with ash-gray hair rolled her eyes, parted her crimson lips, and murmured softly under her breath. Vine Troll. Category S. Designation. S071. Threat Assessment. Strong. 8th Awakening. Before the words fully left her mouth, the girl abruptly turned her head, her eerie pale gray pupils locking onto Chen Shao. Then, the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. Greetings, Ancestor. I am the Witch Doctor. The mysterious investigation bureau specifically sent me to protect you. Indeed, this gray-haired girl was none other than the Witch Doctor, an 8-time awakener renowned across the Divine Dragon Kingdom as the world's top support. The only question was which faction within the capital's mysterious investigation bureau the Witch Doctor belonged to. The Witch Doctor extended her fair, delicate hand, smiling as she looked at Chen Shao. Sadly, her small hand was decisively ignored by Chen Shao. How did you know I was here? Chen Shao frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a trace of coldness. Ha ha. Undeterred, the Witch Doctor gave a faint smile. Without any hint of embarrassment, she withdrew her hand gracefully and said, when you booked your ticket to the capital, Big Data had already delivered your information into the hands of various factions. You probably haven't realized just how important you are to Shenlong country, or even to the entire world, have you? A profound meaning flickered within the Witch Doctor's smile. Ha, so it's those damn big data algorithms after all. The realization suddenly dawned on Chen Shao. He thought someone in Damo City had betrayed him. Yet this didn't make Chen Shao lower his guard. The appearances of the pretender, Zhang Yuan, and the Witch Doctor were all too suspicious. Not to mention the vine troll currently running across the wilderness. Everything felt unusually different. Did you know the sword immortal has died? Chen Xiao suddenly asked. Of course I knew. The witch doctor nodded with a smile, his ash-gray pupils seeming to emit an unusual glint. And I know the sword immortal died by your hand. If even the sword immortal is dead, then what makes you think I need your protection? Chen Xiao frowned. The witch doctor pursed her lips, then extended a pale finger toward the protective sphere encircling the group. With a smile, she said, am I not protecting you right now? He. There was a hint of playfulness in the witch doctor's smile as she spoke softly. I'm different from the sword immortal. He was a highly offensive awakener, while I lean more toward support. I can truly be of help to you, for example. Would you like to die fewer times? Or perhaps lessen the agony of death? Chen Zhao's face instantly darkened as he said solemnly, that sounds like a threat to me. Ha, ancestor, you misunderstand. I merely meant that my special abilities could be of assistance to you. The witch doctor switched to a sweet smile. Her beauty is truly remarkable, with delicate features and fair skin. Apart from the slightly unnerving ash-gray pupils, her appearance is flawless. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted outside. The vine troll stopped abruptly, its thick tendrils coiling into arm-like appendages as it pulled carriage number 10 from its belly. Of course, protected by the witch doctor, none of the passengers inside the carriage suffered any harm. Inside the carriage, the witch doctor's ashen pupils gradually returned to normal. When her pupils were normal, they were also black, with dewy eyes, long lashes, bright eyes and white teeth radiantly beautiful. Ancestor, I know you must have many doubts, but now is not the time for explanations. Suddenly, a trace of gravity flashed through the witch doctor's beautiful eyes. With a heavy heart, she looked out the window and said, it seems we've been brought by the vine trolls to the abandoned land. This is an extraordinarily terrifying place. The abandoned land? Chen Xiao frowned, he'd never heard of such a place before. Yes, this place is piled high with abandoned things, filled with the stench of decay, death, and fear. The witch doctor frowned tightly, tiny beads of sweat already glistening on her forehead. It seems that under the threat of the enigmatic creature known as Strong Baju, the witch doctor was struggling to maintain the protective barrier. She now seemed to have reached a certain breaking point, but the scenery outside the train window grew increasingly bizarre. Wild green vines surged like dragons across the wasteland, dragging the carriage toward collapse. Chen Xiao grew increasingly doubtful, was the witch doctor's words true or false? Suddenly, the carriage shook violently once more as the vine troll's movements grew even more frenzied. The witch doctor fell silent, clenching her silver teeth as she continuously channeled her power to reinforce the protective barrier, ensuring the safety of those inside the carriage. However, this tremor was far more violent than before, as if the entire carriage was about to be torn apart. Suddenly, the carriage was violently hurled forward, and one side of it was ripped open by the tremendous strength of the vine troll. Chen Xiao and the others instantly felt the chilling aura emanating from the wilderness as they were all thrown out of the carriage. The warp created by the witch doctor tumbled several times across the wild terrain before finally crashing against a towering ancient tree, barely coming to a stop. Several attendants began vomiting and having diarrhea before collapsing onto piles of their own filth, their bodies completely soiled. Chen Zhao's expression was equally dreadful. Though he hadn't fallen or vomited, the rolling sphere pressed him tightly against the witch doctor. The witch doctor's arms were both wrapped around Chen Zhao's neck, while Chen Xiao instinctively embraced the witch doctor's slender willow-like waist. The two clung together in an extremely suggestive posture, nearly nose to nose, almost kissing. Once stabilized, the sphere dissolved into ripples once more, scattering away. Chen Xiao hastily loosened his grip, while the witch doctor, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, leaped out of his arms. The atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. Even Chen Xiao found himself at a loss for words. In the end, it was the witch doctor who took the initiative to approach Chen Xiao. She recovered surprisingly fast, as if nothing had happened. Ancestor, it seems we've truly arrived in the land of abandonment. The witch doctor looked tense, her eyes darting nervously around their surroundings. The place was piled with garbage, the air thick with a decaying odor, surrounded by desolation where wild grass grew rampant. Not far away, several dilapidated structures seemed to stand in the wilderness, whispering the traces of time with each gust of cold wind. Chen Xiao looked up at the sky. The sky here was dull and gloomy, as if shrouded in a haze, and the vine troll stood guard nearby. It would occasionally let out a terrifying roar, though nobody could tell what exactly it was trying to express. Chapter 53, Yangzhou, Damo City, North District Museum. A disheveled man drove a garbage truck into the museum. His name was Yang Zhu, a man in his 40s with an utterly unremarkable appearance, messy hair, a face shadowed by days of unshaven stubble, and worn-out clothes that had clearly weathered many years. Yang Zhu skillfully maneuvered the garbage truck, crawling along the familiar route with practiced ease. Each time he approached a trash bin, his muscular arm would reach out, grip its handle, give it a firm shake, and then lift it steadily before dumping the waste into the truck. The entire process unfolded with the effortless rhythm of second nature. Sometimes, sharp garbage would cut his palms, other times, the stench of rotting waste nearly suffocated him. Yet Yang Zhu never even frowned, let alone uttered a single complaint. He endured everything in silence. Because of this, his presence was easily overlooked by others. Yang Zhu worked with swift efficiency. Before long, he had finished cleaning the last trash bin. Just then, the pudgy museum director happened to walk by. "Old Young, what's going on? Wasn't the garbage supposed to be taken out daily? It's been several days now, and your phone's been unreachable. Where have you been?" The museum director furrowed his brow, his words laden with accusation. Sorry about that. Had some family issues come up." Yang Zhu grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed, blackened teeth. He pulled open the door and climbed back into his garbage truck, chuckling, "Director Wang, this might be the last time I come to collect trash. You'd better arrange for someone else from now on." "What's the matter? Can't take a little criticism?" The museum director, Director Wang, frowned and said, "If you don't collect garbage, what else can you even do? Look, Old Young, let me be honest, finding a job isn't easy for you. You've got no education, no skills. Just hurry up and take the garbage away, then come back early tomorrow." A trace of contempt always lingered in Director Wang's eyes. He had never thought much of Yang Zhu. It wasn't just Director Wang. As if most people looked down on Yang Zhu. Who could blame them when Yang Zhu was always filthy, reeked, and had such a withdrawn personality? Even when others bullied him, Yang Zhu would just bare his yellowed teeth and chuckle foolishly. Even the other garbage collector, Old Manhwa, would spit on Yang Zhu's truck every day, and sometimes even smear a lump of dung on it. Old Manhwa blamed Yang Zhu for stealing his business. Before Yang Zhu came to Damo City, it was Old Manhwa who handled the garbage collection for the Mubei District Museum. But later, since Yang Zhu worked much more efficiently than Old Manhwa, Director Wang gradually stopped using Old Manhwa and began contacting Yang Zhu frequently instead. But this time, Yang Zhu was really leaving. "Director Wang, I'm going home to raise pigs." Yang Zhu rolled down the car window, smiled, and waved goodbye to Director Wang. "When I'm done with my work, I'll definitely come back to see you. I'll treat you to drinks then. Get lost. Who wants your lousy liquor anyway?" Curator Wang frowned in disgust, waving his hand dismissively as he cursed, Yang Zhu, you're really just fit to go back and raise pigs." Goodbye Curator Wang." Yang Zhu didn't take offense, bidding farewell with a smile before starting up the garbage truck and driving off. Watching Yang Zhu drive the garbage truck away, Curator Wang muttered curses under his breath for a while before pulling out his phone to dial Old Gua's number. There was no choice. With Yang Zhu gone, they'd have to keep using Old Manhwa. Only this time, Old Manhwa, who had always picked up the phone instantly, kept Director Wang waiting for a long while. All he heard through the receiver was the endless beep, beep, of the dial tone. Inside the garbage truck, Yang Zhu hummed a little tune leisurely and carefree. A tag labeled number 001 dangled from his car. The tag was tied to the car with strands of a woman's hair, swaying back and forth as the vehicle moved. Not only did Yang Zhu reek horribly himself, but his car smelled just as foul. Beneath the seats lay scattered fragments of human tissue, a rotting, pale eyeball floated in his water cup, and the face skin of a female corpse was wrapped around the footbrake. These scattered bits and pieces kept releasing an eerie, pestilential miasma. On his passenger seat rested a massive woven bag, its surface dotted with numerous dark red bloodstains. At this moment, crisp cell phone ringtones kept sounding from within that woven bag. Yet Yang Zhu didn't even glance at it. He was always immersed in his own world, humming strange little tunes, growing louder and louder as if trying to drown out the nearby ringing of a cell phone. Yang Zhu's humming carried a sinister, eerie tune, somewhat like an old opera. It went roughly like this. Behold, the general drops his blade, sending foes fleeing in dread. Crimson blooms drench the mountains across the river, as the Styx roars with torrents red. Spirits come forth, wailing fierce, as the general cries his command. Corpse, rise! Mubei District Museum. Curator Wang set down his phone in confusion. Why couldn't the call connect after dialing for so long? Old Guo's phone kept ringing with no answer? Could it be? Did Old Guo fall asleep? Director Wang couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. After several more attempts, he finally gave up. Damn it, these bastards. When I actually need them, not a single one is reliable. Director Wang was growing angry. With a dark expression, he strode toward the nearest trash bin. He wanted to check if Yang Zhu had been slacking off, deliberately leaving a few pieces of garbage behind instead of properly finishing the job before leaving. Yet when Director Wang reached the bin and peered inside, he stood frozen in shock, his face instantly draining of color. There was actually a bloody human head in the trash can. If my eyes didn't deceive me, this head belonged to one of the museum staff members who had bullied Yang Zhu and looked down on him. What's going on here? Curator Wang's face turned grim. Though shocked and puzzled, he didn't panic or lose his composure. Director Wang was, after all, the head of the museum and also an awakened himself. Though the number of awakenings wasn't many, merely 3. Yet he was far from being comparable to ordinary people. Suppressing his disgust, Director Wang checked each trash bin one by one along the way. After surveying the scene, Director Wang couldn't help but gasp in shock. Every single trash can contained a bloody, disfigured human head. Thud! Director Wang collapsed to the ground. Almost the entire museum staff had been wiped out. Fortunately, due to the incident of the progenitor's escape, the Mubei District Museum remains under complete lockdown. Most of those still here are staff members of the Mubei District Museum. But among these staff members, there are not only ordinary people but also awakened, some stronger than Director Wang. However, right now, all these people died here. Now, Museum Director Wang was truly panicked. Chapter 54, I Just Want to Live. Director Wang frantically pulled out his phone and dialed the mysterious investigation bureau's number with trembling fingers. But before he could finish dialing the number, a rust-covered broadsword came slashing toward him. Curator Wang's right arm was severed clean at the shoulder, blood spraying out and splattering across the floor. Curator Wang watched helplessly as his right hand flew past his eyes, letting out a piercing, agonized scream in that instant. Ah! Terrified, Curator Wang turned his head to see a 2-meter-tall rotting corpse dressed in ancient general's armor, brandishing a gleaming broadsword that was already swinging down toward him with lethal force. Finally, another piercing scream reverberated through the entire museum. The Forsaken Lands. The witch doctor's pupils once again turned ashen white. Chen Xiao couldn't help but frown. Your eyes, do they have some special ability? No. The witch doctor shook her head with a bitter smile and said, my eyes suffer from intermittent blindness. I have no control over it. The witch doctor's ash-gray eyes turned towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao indeed noticed that her gaze had become much emptier, with no reflection in her pupils, as if veiled by a thick layer of mist. Can't you see, right now? Chen Xiao asked. No, I can't see. The witch doctor lowered her long eyelashes, looking somewhat despondent. But soon she gave another faint smile, pointing to her ear as she said, but I can hear, and that's enough. Ancestor, let's hurry and leave before danger emerges. We need to get away from this place quickly. Oh, then let's go. Chen Xiao walked forward expressionlessly, completely ignoring the stewards lying in filth, even stepping directly over one of them. The sound of snapping bones and the steward's agonized screams could be heard clearly. The witch doctor's ears twitched, and he couldn't help but frown. Ancestor, they're innocent. We can't just abandon them here. They'll die. Ha! Chen Xiao turned his head and smiled. Am I not innocent too? I just want to go to the capital, that's all. Ancestor, I know many people wish to harm you or exploit you, but in this world, there are still many who genuinely want to help you. The witch doctor's delicate brows furrowed deeply with concern. Oh, so that's how it is. I must say, I'm truly touched. Chen Xiao's smile grew even more pronounced. He turned his head nonchalantly to glance at the roaring vine troll standing guard nearby. Chen Xiao lightly flicked his fingers, sending a streak of black-purple lightning crashing forward. The vine troll was instantly blasted to smithereens, without even a chance to scream. I thought it would be stronger. Then, Chen Xiao unleashed several more divine punishment bolts. In an instant, it truly seemed as though a heavenly calamity had descended upon the world. The wilderness surrounding the vine behemoth was bathed in black-purple lightning. Now, forget the vines, even the moss covering the ground was blasted to smithereens. Who can help me? You? Chen Xiao gazed thoughtfully at the witch doctor's ash-gray pupils and lifeless white hair. A hint of something unreadable flickered in Chen Xiao's smile as he said, You're a mutant, aren't you? The witch doctor instantly panicked, retreating 2 steps without thinking. Don't be afraid, I don't kill women. Chen Xiao walked over, patted the witch doctor's smooth cheek, and said, especially when it's such a beautiful woman. Ancestor, I may be a mutant, but I'm also a member of the mysterious investigation bureau. I rushed here this time genuinely wanting to help you. The witch doctor's voice trembled slightly, yet she forced herself to maintain that faint smile. I believe you. Surprisingly, Chen Xiao nodded, then glanced at the few flight attendants and said coolly, I warned them to leave, but they refused. Doesn't that mean they're prepared to die? So why should I care about their lives? Ancestor, this is clearly within your power to accomplish. Though terrified, the witch doctor mustered courage, a hint of determination flashing across their small face as they said, I believe everyone is the same, even you. When facing danger or hardship, even you would wish for someone to help you just once. Even if it's only once. Don't you agree? Ha ha ha, well said. Truly brilliantly said. Chen Xiao froze for a moment, then burst into wild laughter as he suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the witch doctor by the throat. The witch doctor instantly became like a chick, hoisted into the air by Chen Xiao. Snap, snap. Electric light flickered across Chen Xiao's body, his pupils reflecting dark purple lightning. If what you say is true, then you must have helped many people. But now I want to kill you, let's see who can save you. Boom! Centered around Chen Xiao, black-purple thunderbolts exploded incessantly, like the apocalypse or the wrath of a demon god, shaking heaven and earth. Chen Xiao tightened his grip, turning the witch doctor's delicate face blue-purple. Her gray-white pupils rolled upward as her throat convulsed, unable to utter a single word under the choking pressure. Thud! Chen Xiao released his hand, and the witch doctor collapsed heavily onto the ground. As if granted a new life, she coughed violently while gasping for air in ragged breaths. Chen Xiao turned his back to the witch doctor, letting out what seemed like a soft sigh. You're right. When I'm in danger, I too wish someone would help me. But no one does. With what I've been through, who could possibly help me? Do you know? I was about to get a promotion and raise that very afternoon. Yet I ended up in this damned world. I had just woken up when a guy in a short-sleeved shirt nearly killed me. At the time, I naively thought I could take shelter in his home, make some new friends, and start life anew. But he wanted to kill me. I'm so scared. Well, later, I was taken to Linqing Park by an unlicensed cab driver. I just wanted to rent a decent place, but ended up surrounded by monsters. I only wanted to live like a fool, but the mysterious investigation bureau kept watching me. Ancestor, just because I'm an ancestor? So I deserve to wake up with pinprick eyes? Deserve to live in constant fear of being devoured by monsters or dissected by authorities? Am I not innocent? Truth be told, I never meant to kill anyone. I just want to live. Chen Xiao lowered his head, his expression blank as he stared at the fallen shaman on the ground. It felt as if he had arrived in the wilderness, returning to nature, in this boundless, desolate land of abandonment devoid of human presence. At last, Chen Xiao opened his heart. There seemed to be a deep weariness in his eyes. I'm just an ordinary person with a monthly salary of 3,002. I'm not a god, nor a savior. I can't save others. I just want to save myself. Here, I don't know who I can trust, who I should trust. Even worse, I don't know the limits of this world, whether there's someone stronger than me, or whether anyone could kill me, dissect me, seal me away, experiment on me, condemn me to eternal suffering. I'm very timid, so, if you think I'm killing indiscriminately, please stay away from me as soon as possible. Thank you. Otherwise, I can't be sure I won't kill you by accident someday. Chapter 55, Heavenly Being. Ancestor, you can trust me. I truly want to help you, to let you feel warmth, to believe this world has love in it. The witch doctor got up from the ground, her pale gray eyes wide open. Though she couldn't see anything, her delicate little face radiated absolute sincerity, as if she'd made some solemn vow. Chen Xiao was nearly moved. It must be said, the witch doctor's acting skills far surpassed those of Chen Shuling and Zhang Yuan. Ah! Chen Xiao let out a sigh, silently walking to the witch doctor's side as he reached out towards the healer's waist. The witch doctor felt the warm breath from Chen Xiao's large hand, and a faint blush immediately flashed across her delicate face. She thought Chen Xiao was about to do something flirtatious and hastily grabbed his arm. In truth, Chen Xiao had merely reached into the witch doctor's waist pouch and given it a slight twist. Then, Chen Xiao withdrew his hand and looked down. His fingertips were already smeared with moss. Are you talking about love? Chen Xiao chuckled, grabbing the shaman's sleeve to wipe the moss from his fingertips before gently draping an arm around the man's shoulders. The witch doctor visibly trembled. It was unclear whether she was nervous, frightened, or experiencing some other emotion. Chen Xiao didn't do anything excessive. He simply leaned close to the witch doctor's ear and whispered softly, "Tell me, what exactly do you all want?" These were the same words he had previously asked Zhang Yuan. But evidently, the witch doctor was far more cunning than Zhang Yuan. Without waiting for Chen Xiao to lose patience, she directly knelt down on her knees. The rosy hue faded from the witch doctor's delicate face, making her already pale complexion appear even paler, giving off a somewhat sickly impression. I'm sorry, ancestor. I summoned the vine troll and the mimic solely to warn you that Zhang Yuan is no good. He means to harm you. The witch doctor's words were abruptly cut short when Chen Xiao suddenly patted her shoulder. Wait, first answer me one question. Chen Xiao released her shoulder, stepped back a couple paces, tilted his head and asked with a smile, I'm curious, does your world also have stories about witches? Witches? The witch doctor lowered his head, his lips twitching as if he wanted to explain something, but in the end, he gave up and spoke honestly. I'm sorry, there isn't. It's fine, then let me tell you about it. Chen Xiao smiled faintly, seemingly stirred by some memories. His gaze drifted into the distance as he mused. I remember an ancient tale, something about, long ago, there was a race called Wu. They mastered the legendary art of spirit communication and devoted themselves to cultivating spiritual power and the power of faith. They could summon various creatures to aid in battle, even commune with heaven and earth to awaken even more powerful Wu. Of course, if I happen to be wrong, don't mind me. After all, these are just legends, and perhaps they never existed at all. Chen Xiao turned around, crouched before the witch doctor, hooked her delicate chin with his finger, and asked with a playful smile, so, where's the delivery guy, and what's your relationship with him? At this point, the situation had become quite clear. Chen Xiao had previously maintained frequent and intimate contact with the female supervisor. Although they parted on bad terms and ended up blocking each other, this didn't prevent him from knowing her inside out and understanding her deeply. The female supervisor had no interest whatsoever in such folkloric tales. So, that so-called celestial being was probably just a food delivery guy. It's just unclear what exactly that delivery guy went through, how he managed to crawl out from his stinking, rotten life and step-by-step climb onto the high pedestal of a god. and why he ended up being suppressed by the official Bureau of Mysterious Investigations. No doubt, that must be quite a story too. But Chen Xiao had no interest in knowing. He only wanted to know why the delivery guy was looking for him. Was it a friendly gesture or a threat? Delivery guy? The witch doctor froze for a moment, furrowed his brow, and shook his head in confusion. Who exactly are you talking about? The heavenly god, said Chen Xiao. Heavenly god. The witch doctor repeated this name, her expression instantly darkening. Her pale gray pupils burned with towering fury as she spat with utter loathing. He's nothing but a complete bastard. Oh, there's an unexpected twist to the story? Chen Xiao wore an expression of keen interest. He forced me to marry him, and then on our wedding night, pretending to be drunk in front of my father, he forcibly ravished my mother. As the witch doctor spoke, tears began to plop down from the corners of her eyes. My mother hanged herself right at the entrance of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau because of this incident. The witch doctor gnashed his teeth, trembling with rage. Chen Xiao was stunned, his worldview utterly shattered by the story. Holy shit, so the delivery guy was this twisted, he exclaimed. Twisted? Yes, and he was utterly unprecedented, a monster for the ages. The heavenly sovereign, as the former dynasty's prime minister, has lived for centuries, his power unfathomable. Outwardly divine and majestic, he is revered by the world as a deity, worshipped as a faith. But in truth, he is utterly debauched and tyrannical to the extreme. Alas, at first the world knew nothing of this. Those who discovered these dark truths were all slaughtered by the heavenly sovereign. Therefore, in the modern era, the authorities still regard the celestial god as an honored guest, with the Dragon Emperor, Sword Immortal, and others remaining his devout worshippers. Yet, just a few years after the Dragon Emperor's awakening, over half of the female awakened agents from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau fell victim to the celestial god's atrocities. Even more shockingly, during a recent cataclysm, the celestial god annihilated at least 3 entire cities with his supreme power, all because one woman dared to defy his will. Had the Lu family's war god not intervened to forcibly suppress the celestial god, he might have unleashed even more unimaginable calamities upon the world. But no matter what means we employ, he simply refuses to die. He's too powerful, far beyond what we can contend with. At this, the witch doctor lowered his eyelids, a trace of loneliness flickering across his small face. But after pausing for a moment, the witch doctor suddenly raised his head. Her eyes cleared, the gray-white mist finally dissipating to reveal beautiful, tear-filled pupils. Ancestor, you're different from the heavenly god, aren't you? The witch doctor's trembling voice carried profound meaning in these words. Chen Xiao froze momentarily before responding with an odd expression. Are you trying to tell me something? The witch doctor couldn't help but laugh through her tears, saying, You're not a technician, how could I possibly menu select you? Having said that, the witch doctor stood up. She stood half a head shorter than Chen Xiao, tilting her chin up to meet his gaze. Chen Xiao felt somewhat awkward and instinctively took half a step back. With a darkened expression, he said, I didn't tell you to stand up. Alright, then I'll keep kneeling. The witch doctor bent down to kneel again but was abruptly stopped by Chen Xiao grabbing his shoulder. Forget it. Chen Xiao heaved a helpless sigh. It seemed he had already put away his murderous intent. Of course, it's only as if. The land of the Forsaken Place was barren and dry, with only a few long-dead old trees dotting the landscape, their branches stretching toward the sky like skeletons, as if lamenting sorrows of the past. A cool wind kicked up dust, and Chen Xiao regained his composure before asking softly, Tell me, why did you bring me here? Chapter 56, The Flower Demon Arrives. If I say, the witch doctor's expression was full of sincerity. Yet at the same time, she seemed somewhat fearful. After hesitating for a long while, she finally spoke weakly. It wasn't me who brought you here. Do you believe me? Chen Xiao remained silent for a moment before replying. I believe you, but I need an explanation. They're out of control. The shaman sighed gloomily and said, I possess the ability to communicate with mysterious creatures and to some extent command them, but they're out of control now. I originally just wanted the mimic to impersonate a passenger and warn you in an inconspicuous way should you encounter danger. But unexpectedly, that mimic ended up killing 2 flight attendants. I originally just wanted the vine troll to quietly guard on the roof of the car and only act when necessary, to resolve any troubles you might encounter. But it also went berserk and nearly killed all the passengers in one compartment. This was entirely beyond my expectations. The witch doctor spoke with tears streaming down her face, her eyes red with obvious remorse. Why is it out of control? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow tightly. Because of the black and white gate. The witch doctor also knitted her delicate eyebrows, explaining, the last time this happened was right before the black and white gate appeared. The mysterious creatures become more violent, refuse to communicate with me, and break free from my control. And, I have some very bad news to tell you. At this point, the witch doctor's face was filled with shame as she lowered her head in self-reproach, as if too ashamed to face Chen Xiao. Speak, Chen Xiao relaxed his brow, gazing calmly at the witch doctor. The mystical creatures I summoned aren't just the shapeshifters and vine trolls, The witch doctor hung his head in shame. There are also flower demons, weeping willows. They're all grade A mystical beings that should have stayed near the capital, but I sensed they seemed to be coming this way. The words had barely left the witch doctor's lips when a strange floral scent wafted through the air. Help! Help me! At that moment, the flight attendant whose ribs Chen Xiao had stomped on began wailing in agony. Several other attendants crawled out from the filth, their faces filled with terror as they glanced around. The land of abandonment. It's over, we're all going to die here. What should we do? I'm still so young. I don't want to die. It's alright, don't be afraid. The shaman turned and walked towards the flight attendant. Her gaze was resolute, her long gray-white hair fluttering in the wind as she extended her pale hands, conjuring rippling waves once more. The ripples formed a spherical shield that enveloped all the flight attendants inside. Trust me, I'll take you all away with me. The witch doctor clenched her teeth, appearing to have expended too much energy and now teetering on the edge of exhaustion. Yet with one mighty effort, she lifted the enormous sphere onto her delicate back. From a distance, it looked like a frail little girl carrying an entire mountain on her shoulders. Chen Xiao seemed somewhat moved, but in the end said nothing, turning his head to silently gaze ahead. The eerie floral scent grew increasingly intense. Ancestor, we must hurry. The witch doctor struggled to urge them from behind, her expression gloomy as she said, the flower demons and weeping willows are more formidable than the vine trolls. I fear I may not be able to protect you. Why do you always think about protecting me? Chen Xiao sighed, his expression complicated as he said, you know perfectly well that I'm much stronger than you. This trouble was all my doing, so naturally, I should be the one protecting you. The witch doctor carried the round sphere on his back, walked over to Chen Xiao, came to a stop, and turned his head to look at him. I told you I'd make you feel there's still love in this world. If you don't believe me, I'll stake my life to prove it. As the words fell, the witch doctor suddenly darted in front of Chen Xiao. The next moment, a massive thorn erupted from the ground, bursting through the soil with terrifying speed. Die! The witch doctor's eyes instantly sharpened with intensity. She raised her small hand and slammed it fiercely against the earth. Crack! The thorn instantly snapped, splattering green sap. But at the same time, the barbs on the thorn scratched the witch doctor's delicate palm, trails of blood seeping out. Visible to the naked eye, the wound on the witch doctor's palm began to fester. The witch doctor felt a sharp pain surge through her, but she paid it no mind, even actively grabbing hold of the thorn emerging from the earth. Ancestor, run forward. There's a cave up ahead. If we can reach it before dark, we'll survive the night. The witch doctor was dripping with cold sweat from the pain, her lips turning pale, yet her gaze remained resolute as she instructed. Tomorrow, after one more day's journey, we can walk on foot to the capital. Okay. Chen Xiao nodded, strode past the witch doctor in a few steps, and walked straight ahead. The witch doctor didn't ask Chen Xiao for help either. She seemed to have long prepared herself to die here. Only a few young flight attendants inside the spherical vessel wore looks of utter terror. Holding their breath and trembling, they stared at the witch doctor. Whether they feared the thorns erupting from the ground or worried about the witch doctor's injuries was unclear. Thunk! With a mighty pull, the witch doctor tore the thorn free, dragging a strangely enchanting petal from beneath the earth. Wow! That petal actually grew a large mouth and let out a bizarre roar. Then, a gigantic flower bud emerged from beneath the ground. Though the wilderness was desolate, sunlight still managed to pour down. Perhaps not very warm, but for the bud, it was already more than enough. Upon seeing the light of day, the bud began to bloom, its 8 deep crimson petals unfolding at an astonishing speed. Originally, it should have had 9 petals, but because one was prematurely plucked by the witch doctor, there was now a gap. The petals were not just any ordinary red, they were an eerie, mesmerizing shade, as if mixed with blood. Each petal bore a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. The witch doctor's face darkened abruptly. With his right hand clutching the orb on his back, he furiously summoned a rippling barrier with his left, shielding himself behind its shimmering surface. The next instant, all 8 petal mouths simultaneously spewed deadly venomous mist. Fortunately, the witch doctor had prepared defenses in advance. The toxic fog corroded the shield formed by the ripples. Looking back at Chen Xiao, he had already advanced several hundred meters and was moving faster and faster, almost breaking into a run. Damn, you're really leaving me behind. The witch doctor's mouth twitched, nearly losing his composure. What kind of man is this, putting on just a little act? And yet, the progenitor actually left a young girl like her here? So frustrating, but there's nothing to be done. Chen Xiao genuinely set aside his killing intent toward the witch doctor. But that doesn't mean Chen Xiao believed the witch doctor. The witch doctor understood this very well. So if she wanted to gain Chen Xiao's trust, she would have to sacrifice something. At this thought, the witch doctor immediately dropped all defenses, allowing the flower demon's poisonous mist to spray across her face and body. The next moment, the witch doctor's originally fair skin rapidly festered, her whole body appearing as if doused in sulfuric acid, becoming utterly terrifying. Chapter 57, Weeping Willow. It should be about ready now. Muttering to herself, The witch doctor reached inside the petal's crevice with her festering right hand. She tightly grasped the pistol, exerted force, and suddenly yanked out a bright red, still beating heart. The flower demon that had been snarling ferociously moments ago withered instantly. It collapsed limply, devoid of any vital signs. Flower demon, serial no. S054, shares the same classification as vine ogres, both are S-class, savage-type mystical creatures. However, the witch doctor's process of killing the flower demon was as effortless as floating clouds and flowing water, completed in one smooth movement. To witness this scene alone, no one would believe she was a mere support type, awakened, though her current appearance looked utterly wretched. Clutching the flower demon's bloody heart, she struggled to take steps while doggedly following behind Chen Xiao. The two walked single file through the desolate surroundings, where silence reigned save for the echoing of their footsteps in the air. The distant sky bore a gloomy hue as if foreboding some ill event soon to befall. The cave still lay far off in the distance. Chen Xiao never once turned back to glance at the witch doctor. The witch doctor grew somewhat impatient. She let out a few muffled groans, blood seeping from her ulcerated lips as her already battered body appeared even more fragile in the bleak sunlight. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Yet they pressed onward without pause, continuing forward past those dilapidated ruins. The surroundings grew increasingly desolate, as if they had entered a world of death. At last, Chen Xiao found the cave mentioned by the witch doctor on a barren hill. But before the cave stood a colossal willow tree. The willow tree had an eerie aura about it. Its thick trunk bore numerous dark marks, resembling streaks of dried tears, perpetually exuding an aura of despair and heart-wrenching sorrow. The willow tree hung dense branches, each curling into noose-like loops. Most of these loops dangled rotting corpses, some desiccated to bare skeletons, others still clinging with remnants of flesh. As the desolate evening wind stirred, the swaying branches clattered together, creating a mournful sound akin to weeping. The rotting corpse swayed precariously, creating a bone-chilling sight. Chen Xiao furrowed his brows as he stood observing atop the hill for a long while, as if deliberately waiting for something. Finally, the witch doctor caught up with Chen Xiao's trail. Weeping Willow, S-class tyrannical mysterious creature, designation, S070. The witch doctor slowly walked to Chen Xiao's side, two trails of tears having unknowingly streaked down from the corners of his eyes. It always emanates an aura of sorrow, making one wish for death, to completely leave this world. The witch doctor lifted the enormous sphere with frail shoulders. Inside the sphere, the flight attendants remained unharmed, their expressions no longer carrying the terror they had shown during the day. However, their gazes toward the witch doctor now carried traces of heartache. Ancestor, I fear I cannot accompany you to the end of this journey. Tears streamed down the witch doctor's face, her skin now utterly ravaged by decay. She no longer resembled the woman they'd first met, youthful, lively, glowing with kindness and gentle radiance. She looks exactly like a skinned ghost now. Let me protect you one last time. The witch doctor once again stood before Chen Xiao, resolutely walking toward the weeping willow. Her pupils had already turned back to an ashen gray. She couldn't see anything, yet she never retreated a step. Chen Xiao finally extended his hand, resting it gently on the witch doctor's shoulder. You've worked hard, let me handle this one. Chen Xiao pulled the witch doctor behind him, sighed, and with a flick of his finger, sent forth a bolt of black-purple lightning. The eerie, thick weeping willow, a formidable S-class mystical creature, just like the vine troll, couldn't withstand Chen Xiao's divine punishment for even a second. Boom! A thunderbolt descended as the weeping willow let out a shrill, wretched scream, instantly reduced to ashes, leaving only a few scorched yellow leaves drifting away with the wind. Chen Xiao uttered a calm remark, saying, "Let's go. Like you said, we're heading into the cave." With that, Chen Xiao strode toward the cave. The witch doctor hurriedly followed. The interior of the cave was spacious enough to accommodate Chen Xiao, the witch doctor, and several flight attendants. However, it was damp, dark, and filled with unpleasant odors. The crevices were packed with black soil, and deep inside the cave lay a small stagnant pool of water. The witch doctor entered the cave, set down the orb, and unraveled the ripples to release the flight attendants. She couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto the ground. Witch doctor, are you alright? Several crew members hurried over in a panic, lifting the witch doctor up while flustered and unsure of how to help. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything. In the end, it was the youngest flight attendant who reacted first. He turned around and knelt before Chen Xiao with a thud, pleading tearfully, "Ancestor, please save the witch doctor. She got hurt because of us, all to save us." "Oh, then you save her." Chen Xiao sat in the darkness, shadows obscuring his face, making his expression unreadable. But from his tone, it sounded like Chen Xiao was smiling. "She saved you all, not me. If anyone should be saving her, it's you. What does it have to do with me?" The youngest flight attendant froze for a moment before growing indignant. During the day, if the mystic doctor hadn't killed the flower demon, squashing that so-called flower demon was as easy as snapping my fingers for me. She was the one who had to show off. What does that have to do with me? Chen Zhao's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. But you're the only one here who can save her. The youngest flight attendant refused to give up, stubbornly crawled forward on her knees for 2 steps, then kowtowed until her forehead bled as she wept. "Ancestor, please save her." TSK, since when did you know I was the ancestor? Chen Xiao laughed once again. "When you tried to attack me on the train?" The young attendant froze for a second, instantly breaking out in cold sweat. He hastily kowtowed again and said, "No, I only learned you were the primogenitor after hearing it from the witch doctor, my lord." "Oh," Chen Xiao mumbled with a smile, "seeing how you were acting, I thought you'd known all along." The words seemed to slip casually from Chen Xiao's lips, but the flight attendant was already drenched in sweat, his forehead pressed to the ground, not daring to lift his head for the longest time. His Adam's apple bobbed as if he wanted to explain, yet he couldn't find the words to speak. Fortunately, in the next instant, Chen Xiao emerged from the shadows and effortlessly steered the conversation elsewhere, sparing the flight attendant from further embarrassment. However, a strange smile curled at the corner of Chen Xiao's lips. "Tell me, how do you want me to save her?" Chapter 58, Epic Armor. Divine punishment, only divine punishment can save her. The flight attendant blurted out with an anxious expression. "The poison mist of the flower demon is extremely similar to mysterious radiation. Only divine punishment can completely eradicate the toxins." "Oh, so that's how it is." Chen Xiao nodded as if suddenly enlightened. His eyes immediately shone with approval as he patted the flight attendant's shoulder, saying, "You're quite remarkable. For an ordinary person, you know so much about flower demons, even the method to eradicate their toxins. Honestly, I should mention you to Zhang Xinfeng later and try to get you assigned to the Mystery Investigation Bureau. Who knows, you might even become an awakened one day." Chen Zhao's smile was kind, filled with genuine concern for a junior, but the flight attendant trembled as if his entire body were being sieved. "And no, ancestor, Lord Chen, please let me explain. TSK, impressive, you even know my surname is Chen." Chen Xiao was barely holding back his laughter. He had no idea where the village doctor found this moron, probably didn't even glance at his resume during hiring. "No, I didn't know, I meant, I'm surnamed Chen." "No wait, you're surnamed me." No, I'm surnamed not scared." The flight attendant was practically crouching on the floor, his lips trembling violently while his mind went completely blank, utterly unaware of what he was saying. The unconscious witch doctor lying nearby nearly broke character, itching to get up and deliver a sharp slap to the young flight attendant. Fortunately, she restrained herself. Chen Xiao had actually been observing the witch doctor the entire time, whether intentionally or not. When he saw the witch doctor's eyelashes flutter twice before instantly returning to stillness, Chen Xiao believed the witch doctor was a shoe-in for this year's Best Actor award. That is, of course, provided Chen Xiao himself didn't enter the competition. As for everything else, well, in such circumstances, holding it in is already quite an achievement. Sigh. Chen Xiao sighed, calmed his emotions, and bent down to help the flight attendant up. "What's with all the nervousness? I've already promised you, haven't I?" Chen Xiao patted the dust off the flight attendant's knees, then pulled a small tangerine from his pocket and asked with a smile, "Want some tangerine?" I won't eat it." The young flight attendant's face turned as pale as green. He recognized these oranges at first glance. The scene from the train, where a few fragments had instantly killed that middle-aged man, was still vivid in his memory. "This damn thing isn't an orange at all. It's clearly a bomb." "Hey, if you don't want to eat it then don't. Why are you shaking?" Chen Xiao frowned. "Big bro, ancestor, no, progenitor, dad, I was wrong, I'll tell you everything, please don't kill me, I'm a fake." Thud. Chen Xiao gave the flight attendant a slap on the back of his head. The attendant crumpled to the ground before he could finish speaking, biting his tongue, his head lolling to one side as he passed out cold. "Even if you're way, it doesn't matter, who the hell cares? I'm Chu Yushuan." Chen Xiao struggled to keep his twitching lips under control. After regaining his composure, he strode over to the witch doctor. The other flight attendants were gathered around watching, but Chen Xiao ignored them completely, sitting down calmly as he picked up a single gray hair from the witch doctor with his fingers. After a moment of silence, Chen Xiao let out a long sigh and said, "Your constitution is too weak to withstand divine punishment." As he spoke, Chen Xiao seemed to have made up his mind. Suddenly, he pulled out the thorn that had accompanied him for so long from his trouser pocket. The thorn was stained with blood, having claimed countless lives. The witch doctor's eyelashes trembled slightly, as if growing nervous, but Chen Xiao made no move to harm them. Instead, he gazed at the witch doctor with profound tenderness and said, "But as long as I'm here, you won't die." Suddenly, Chen Xiao used the barb to cut open his own palm, and blood immediately gushed out. He placed his wounded palm near the shaman's mouth, watching as drops of bright red blood slid down, slowly trickling into the shaman's mouth. Each drop of blood contained faint streaks of black-purple lightning, though much weaker, like a diluted version of divine punishment. "The divine punishment has long fused with my blood. You can't withstand the divine punishment, but you can digest my blood." Chen Xiao watched as his blood flowed into the witch doctor's mouth, with effects so remarkably potent that they surpassed many excellent medicines. The witch doctor's festering skin rapidly healed, and even the ash-gray pupils gradually disappeared. To put it bluntly, Chen Zhao's blood now bore no difference to divine retribution. It could not only neutralize the floral demon's toxins but even reverse mutations, allowing a mutated human to become normal again. Even if this person's strength is formidable enough, they might even obtain the power of divine punishment from Chen Zhao's blood, just like Chen Zhao himself, completely mastering the dark purple lightning. Sounds terrifying, doesn't it? But there's one thing we mustn't forget. Every single cell of Chen Zhao has been shattered, split apart, and then reassembled countless times in the void. He had long since mastered every inch of his body, commanding each part with flawless precision, even down to every drop of blood and the faint trace of divine retribution contained within each crimson bead. After all, those dark violet thunderbolts were none other than Chen Zhao's own power. Just imagine, what if those thunderbolts exploded inside his body? With just a single thought from Chen Zhao, the witch doctor would be reduced to scattered ashes by the black-purple lightning, obliterated without even a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, the witch doctor remained utterly unaware of all this. This move was truly vicious to the core, but Chen Zhao had no intention of killing the witch doctor right now. What he wanted was far more than just a single witch doctor. Chen Zhao smirked, sparing no effort as he madly forced his blood into the witch doctor's mouth. By now, the witch doctor had reverted to their original appearance, even more beautiful than before. The witch doctor's pupils were no longer pale gray, her hair had turned black, and even her sickly pale skin now glowed with a healthy flush. The witch doctor slowly opened her eyes, appearing somewhat dazed upon waking. But when she saw Chen Zhao's bleeding wound, she jolted fully awake, sitting up abruptly. Ancestral One, what have you done? The witch doctor showed a panicked expression as she frantically grabbed Chen Zhao's hand, trying to stop the bleeding wound. Stop the bleeding. I need to stop your bleeding. What are you doing? Are you insane? The witch doctor was so anxious that tears streamed down her face, fumbling desperately to tear off a piece of her own clothing. But she was too weak. After struggling for a long time, she couldn't rip it off at all. Chen Zhao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, thinking this wasn't how things played out in TV dramas. Why was it that others could just rip fabric with a dramatic whoosh sound? He wondered if medical dramas were simply too exaggerated, or if this witch doctor's robe was just too sturdy. Well, so sturdy that even someone as powerful as an 8-Ju cultivator couldn't tear off a single corner of the fabric. If this were real, Chen Zhao would be absolutely determined to buy 2 pieces from the store. This isn't just clothing. It's clearly legendary armor capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an 8th-level powerhouse. Chapter 59, Chen Zhao's weakness? I'm glad you're okay. I'm going out for a walk. Chen Zhao calmly stood up and walked out of the cave. Actually, from the very beginning, when the witch doctor deliberately threw herself at Chen Zhao, wrapping both arms around him, Chen Zhao had suspected there was something off about this woman. He didn't believe that women would throw themselves into his arms at first sight. If Zhang Xinfeng had this kind of charm, that would be understandable. After all, his special ability was precisely that. But Chen Zhao certainly didn't. Besides, he was the progenitor. Really, what normal woman would dare to pounce on him right after meeting? Aren't you afraid he'll smite you into ashes with divine retribution? Chen Zhao silently walked out of the cave, the witch doctor's wails clinging to him like a shadow. Whoa, ancestral progenitor. You shed so much blood for me, why are you so kind? I don't deserve this. Chen Zhao nearly vomited, but he still cleared his throat, deliberately producing a deep, magnetic voice. I'm fine. It's you who made me feel love. This feeling is so wonderful. Maybe I. Chen Zhao stopped mid-sentence, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Sure enough, the witch doctor in the cave began to let her imagination run wild, even picturing Chen Zhao confessing his feelings to her. He was none other than the legendary ancestor. She actually had the ancestor right where she wanted him. The witch doctor's lips trembled as she suppressed a smile, barely holding back her giddy excitement. Of course, now is not the time for excitement. The witch doctor forcibly suppressed her emotions. Then, she adopted a tearful tone, her voice trembling as she said, "Ancestor, you have saved me. I don't even know how to repay you. I even want to." Again, the words stopped abruptly mid-sentence. This is an intense battle between masters, pushing each other to the limit. Meanwhile, the witch doctor swiftly pulled 3 small vials from his pocket. The flight attendants instinctively took 2 steps forward, effectively blocking the witch doctor from view. The witch doctor then quickly dripped the blood, still smeared at the corner of his mouth and not yet wiped clean, into the small vials. Then, she gagged herself and spat a few drops of blood into the small vial. To the naked eye, each drop of blood shimmered with faint traces of lightning. Yet even this wisp of lightning was enough to purge any mutation in a deviant, perhaps even unlock the secrets of divine retribution. This continued until the witch doctor had carefully placed several drops into each of the 3 vials. She took out a small vial and hid it behind a rocky peak, covering it with black soil. The remaining 2 vials were tucked back into the witch doctor's pocket by him. After completing all this, The witch doctor shoved aside the attendant blocking his way and rushed out of the cave in a few strides. The first thing she did upon reaching Qin Shao was to grab his hand, letting her tears fall plop, plop. Ancestor! The witch doctor, her eyes brimming with tears and crying as pitifully as a rain-soaked pear blossom, held Qin Zhao's hand and said, Ancestor, it must hurt so much. Please don't do this again, alright? It breaks my heart. Qin Shao silently withdrew his perfectly unharmed left hand. At the same time, he lowered his head to glance at his injured right hand. The wound had mostly healed already. Perhaps because of this, the witch doctor had mistakenly grabbed the wrong hand. Of course, Qin Shao wouldn't dwell on such minor details. None of this matters. You've drunk my blood. When you go back, meditate on it. If you're gifted enough, you'll gain the power of divine retribution. Qin Shao remained utterly composed, as if discussing some trivial matter. I bestow this divine retribution upon you as my gratitude. I hope you won't tell anyone. Can I obtain the power of divine punishment? The witch doctor's beautiful eyes widened enormously, filled with shock. She had originally only intended to use the divine punishment to eliminate the mutation and incidentally gain Qin Zhao's trust, but she never expected that the primordial ancestor would reveal such profound secrets to her. So, those 3 vials of blood she had hidden away. Gulp! The witch doctor swallowed hard, but quickly realized she was acting out of character and hastily composed herself. Suppressing her excitement, she patted her chest reassuringly, Ancestor, don't worry. I'll keep this matter locked in my heart forever. Qin Shao nodded. After a brief silence, he deliberately straightened his posture, adopting an air of supreme arrogance that seemed to look down upon the world. Though, it doesn't matter even if you speak of it. I am deathless and indestructible, fear no thunder. The only thing I fear is... Halfway through his sentence, Qin Shao seemed to realize his mistake and abruptly shut his mouth, leaving the latter half of his words unsaid. But the witch doctor's eyes lit up. She quickly feigned a shocked expression and asked, Someone as powerful as you, could there really be something you fear? You're asking too many questions. Qin Shao frowned, directing an unfriendly glare at the witch doctor. I'm sorry, The witch doctor was about to explain when Qin Shao waved him off. It's fine, there's no harm in telling you. Qin Shao initially hesitated, but after glancing at the witch doctor twice, his expression visibly relaxed. This is my biggest secret, but I believe you won't betray me, so it's okay to tell you. Do you know what the 4th dimension is? Qin Shao asked with a smile. The witch doctor was bewildered, shaking his head blankly. No, never heard of it. That's alright, I'll explain it to you. Qin Shao looked mysteriously into the distance, recalling the image of a certain man from back then, pushed up his imaginary glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said, the 4th dimension is simply countless 3-dimensional spaces stacked together. At this point, Qin Shao suddenly stopped, frowning as if struggling to remember something. Although the feeling of showing off was quite enjoyable, unfortunately, Qin Shao couldn't remember his lines. Helpless, Qin Shao could only wave his hand and say, forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. All you need to know is that behind the black and white gate lies another world. There, I gained the power of immortality. But at the time, I was cold and hungry with nothing but a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. All around was a deathly silence, cold and hollow. In the depths of unending despair, I lit my cigarettes one by one. When the first cigarette was lit, I saw mysterious creatures. When the second cigarette was lit, I beheld countless forbidden beings. By the time I lit the 3rd cigarette, I saw my great-grandmother. The witch doctor froze for a moment before skeptically asking, your great-grandmother time-traveled too? Time travel my ass, what I meant was, I almost kicked the bucket. Qin Zhao's lips twitched as he said, the cigarette but fell onto my pants and burst into flames. That's when I found out that even an immortal like me, has a weakness. Imagine if a raging fire consumed me, burning me completely to ashes, how then could I ever revive? Indeed, beneath such flames, everything would be reduced to ashes. In this world, no one truly exists beyond death and destruction. So what each of us must do is cherish the present moment. Don't you think so? Qin Shao looked at the shaman, his eyes glinting with a knowing smile. Chapter 60, Evil Spirit. Inside the cave. From the depths of darkness, a terrifying figure crawled out. With short, sturdy limbs, bulging eyeballs, and a cracked skull revealing ghastly white bone, even just poking its head out of the darkness brought boundless fear. The flight attendants trembled simultaneously, averting their eyes, too terrified to look directly at this horrifying figure. In less than 3 seconds, the terrifying figure climbed to where the witch doctor had hidden the blood vial. He scraped away the black mud and, with trembling hands, retrieved the small bottle. Gazing at the crimson blood inside the bottle, 2 murky streams of tears involuntarily flowed from the terrifying figure's eyes. 60 years. I've finally found a way to cure my mutation. I can change back. I can finally change back. The terrifying figure murmured excitedly. He didn't dare raise his voice, afraid it might carry outside the cave. But that didn't mean he wasn't excited. On the contrary, he was practically delirious, as if in a dream. The way he gazed at the small vial was as besotted as one would look upon a lover. This was the kind of thing that could make him laugh in his dreams. The next moment, the terrifying figure twisted open the bottle cap and, without hesitation, poured the blood within into its mouth. Even so, the terror remained unsatisfied. It then rushed to the small pool of water in the cave, repeatedly filling the bottle and gulping down the water in huge mouthfuls, until the water had washed away all the blood, leaving the bottle as clear as ever, without a trace of blood remaining. Only then did the terrifying figure cease its movements. At the same time, the cracked back of his skull, bulging eyes, and stubby limbs rapidly began to restore themselves. In mere moments, the terrifying figure transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man. His posture was upright, his features handsome, his sharp facial contours seemed carved by a blade, and the contours of his eyes and brows bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the witch doctor. He was none other than the first mutant who had proposed the Awakening Project, 60 years ago, experimented on himself, and successfully awakened the fiend known as Demon. Demon had not actually died back then. Instead, he used a great fire to hide himself away, precisely because at that moment everyone believed the evil spirit had perished, had ceased to exist. He would become the true evil spirit. Like a phantom walking among the living, he would bring the greatest terror mankind had ever known. Over the years, the malevolent spirits have been searching relentlessly, experimenting ceaselessly. They even turned a prosperous county town into wilderness, a dreaded forsaken land. Yet, despite their efforts, the malevolent spirits have never found a way to eradicate their own distortions. Not even the safety current, developed by the mysterious investigation bureau, worked. The divine punishment leaked from the black and white gate. The evil spirit dared not challenge it. He feared that if he couldn't withstand it, he might truly perish. The evil spirit didn't want to die and was terrified of death. As the authorities intensified their actions, investigations into the Forsaken Land became increasingly frequent. The malevolent spirit could only hide in this small cave, then summoned several mysterious creatures with the help of his daughter's power, evading the detection of the mysterious investigation bureau. The bureau mistakenly believed those powerful enigmatic creatures were the root cause of the Forsaken Land, and the malevolent spirit's daughter happened to be the rapidly rising chief support within the mysterious investigation bureau. The 8-time awakener, the witch doctor. Who would have thought that the dignified witch doctor was actually the daughter of the evil ghost and even an accomplice behind the scenes of the Forsaken Land? After the evil ghost regained its true appearance, it quickly crawled back into the darkness. And outside the cave, the witch doctor also showed a timely expression of shock. Ancestor, are you afraid of fire? Chen Xiao nodded. Suddenly, a trace of weariness surfaced in Chen Xiao's eyes as he suddenly turned his head and smiled. Don't you think this place is actually quite nice? Ha! The witch doctor froze for a moment, her beautiful eyes blinking rapidly as she secretly tried to guess Chen Xiao's thoughts. I don't want to leave anymore. Chen Xiao smiled and looked into the distance, saying, actually, I think the abandoned land is quite nice. This cave is good too, quiet, comfortable, no one to disturb us. Returning to the city would just feel uncomfortable instead. Chen Xiao turned around, as if having made up his mind, and walked straight toward the cave. Go ahead. I'm not going to the capital anymore. I'm staying here. What? You're not leaving? The shaman was stunned, his expression changing slightly as he hurried after him and said, but this is the Forsaken Land, it's dangerous here. Oh, Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and said, dangerous? Aside from those mysterious creatures you summoned, have we encountered any other dangers along the way? The witch doctor paused briefly, but she was clearly prepared, saying solemnly, the land of abandonment harbors many ghosts and monsters. They usually emerge at night, wandering aimlessly. All done. Chen Xiao seemed somewhat impatient and waved his hand to cut her off. No danger exists before me. My decision is final. You may leave at daybreak, I will remain here. Chen Xiao stepped into the cave and reached out to place a hand on a train attendant's shoulder. And these attendants aren't who they seem either, they're no ordinary people, but disguised imposters. I'll eliminate them for you first. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a streak of dark purple lightning shot from Chen Xiao's palm, piercing straight through the attendant's body. Then, the thunder transformed into chain lightning, passing sequentially to each person. Seconds later, accompanied by a chorus of crackling sounds, the attendants standing at the cave entrance all collapsed. Their eyes bulged, mouths agape, words of plea reached the tips of their tongues but couldn't be uttered. They didn't even feel the pain before becoming charred corpses under divine punishment. Among them, the flight attendant whose ribs were crushed by Chen Xiao suffered the most gruesome death. His entire chest cavity had been blown apart, with charred barbed spikes protruding from the gaping wound. With a single stomp from Chen Xiao, those vicious spikes instantly turned to worthless debris. Then, Chen Xiao turned his gaze toward the deepest part of the cave, where darkness clung closest to the shadows. The flight attendant knocked unconscious by Chen Xiao was still lying there, completely unaware in his comatose state. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao unleashed another divine punishment. Boom! The lightning blast exploded, melting the attendant's flesh into nothingness, annihilating him into dust. Everything happened too fast. The medicine man didn't even have time to react. By the time she caught up, all the flight attendants had already perished under divine retribution. If they must die, then die they shall, neat and orderly. These flight attendants were all impostors in disguise, having slain the real attendants at some unknown time and slithered into their fleshly forms. What a despicable and vile species. Chen Xiao turned around and looked at the witch doctor. The witch doctor trembled, hurriedly putting on a horrified expression, his voice shaking as he said, They're all disguised humans. Mum. Chen Xiao's smile was as warm as spring sunshine, his gaze tender like water. He spoke as if admonishing a beloved, with a hint of indulgence, stroking the witch doctor's hair as he said, Don't be so foolish in the future, believing others so easily. Alright, I'm tired and need to sleep for a while. Just leave on your own tomorrow, no need to say goodbye to me. Wishing you a smooth journey. Good night. Chapter 61, Shenlong Tower. The early morning light was just breaking. The first ray of sunlight fell, as if the entire world had awakened from its slumber. The witch doctor rode atop a great snow-white bird. Her right hand pressed against the bird's back, ripples swirling as she urged the creature to fly at its utmost speed, rushing back toward the capital. Just as Chen Xiao had said, she left without so much as a word of farewell. Before long, the witch doctor released a snow-white great bird and stood before a structure embodying striking modernity and technological aesthetic. The Shenlong building, its sleek exterior lines, combining glass curtain walls with metal materials, highlight a distinctive style. The Shenlong Tower has 60 floors in total, where both the exterior and internal facilities embody the perfect fusion of modern technology and aesthetic design. After pausing for a moment to compose himself, the witch doctor straightened his back and strode confidently into the building's elevator. He pressed the button for the 60th floor. The witch doctor could no longer contain his excitement and burst into wild laughter inside the elevator. The other awakened ones in the elevator were utterly dumbfounded. They naturally recognized the witch doctor and had even greeted him earlier. Except, the witch doctor hadn't acknowledged them at all. At this moment, they saw the witch doctor laughing wildly. These awakened individuals grew somewhat fearful, secretly thinking she must have gone mad. How could she get so excited just from a business trip? But thoughts were just thoughts. These awakened ones absolutely dared not reveal their true feelings. They could only stand awkwardly in the elevator, fleeing like startled animals when reaching their respective floors. The witch doctor naturally paid them no heed. Clutching the 2 blood vials she'd brought back, she laughed heartily for quite some time before finally resuming her expressionless demeanor. The 60th floor had arrived. The witch doctor stepped out of the elevator to be greeted by a lavish, expansive office. On the doorplate were 2 dark golden characters, written in a flamboyant, sweeping script. Dragon Emperor. Just 2 words, yet they radiated boundless dominance. The witch doctor stepped forward, knocked twice on the door, and said softly, Dragon Emperor, it's me, the witch doctor. I've returned. Oh, then come in. The door isn't locked, came the Dragon Emperor's languid voice. The witch doctor pushed the door open and entered. The office was exquisitely and majestically decorated, with its feature wall completely adorned by various calligraphy and paintings. Each painting represents a legendary tale, while the one hung at the very top depicts a mysterious 5-clawed golden dragon. It resembles a golden lightning bolt appearing out of nowhere, symbolizing the soul of the divine dragon, exuding boundless grandeur. On the second row hang 2 paintings, each portraying 2 imposing figures from behind. The figure on the left wielded a Fengtian halberd, as if battling a mysterious creature hidden in the darkness. Meanwhile, the person on the right stood against a backdrop of raging artillery fire, with dozens of heavy weapons spitting flames before them. Just these 2 paintings alone exuded an oppressive aura of bloodshed. Not until reaching the third row could one finally see the portrait of a celestial being. The deity clutched a cracked yellow helmet, his entire form seemingly dissolving into afterimages, exuding an overwhelming sense of explosive speed. The witch doctor gazed at the deity's portrait, his eyes betraying a complex mixture of emotions. 2 minutes later, the witch doctor averted his gaze and walked toward the most secluded room deep within the office. It was from there the Dragon Emperor's voice emanated. The witch doctor pushed the door open and entered. The Dragon Emperor sat in a large bathtub, his exposed upper body resembling hammered iron forged 1,000 times, every muscle tough and powerful, exuding an extraordinary majesty. The water's surface was piled high with bubbles, and the air was filled with the aura of a divine dragon. The witch doctor paid no heed and walked straight to the side of the bathtub, pulling out 2 blood vials. I've succeeded, not only in gaining the ancestors' trust but also in mastering the secret of divine punishment. Although the witch doctor appeared calm on the surface, the subtle lift at the corners of her lips and the faint tremor in her fingertips betrayed the overwhelming excitement she felt in this moment. You've mastered the secret of divine punishment? The Dragon Emperor's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Without any attempt to conceal himself, he directly stood up from the bathtub and casually grabbed a nearby towel to dry his body. What method? Let me hear it, the Dragon Emperor said with a laugh. The primordial's blood contains divine retribution power. Drinking it not only eliminates mutation but also carries a chance to control divine retribution. The witch doctor looked calmly at the Dragon Emperor, his face showing no trace of embarrassment. In fact, the witch doctor even confidently puffed out his chest and declared, "Moreover, I've discovered the ancestor's weakness. He fears fire. Only flames can burn him to death." Ha ha ha. The Dragon Emperor couldn't help but laugh. After drying himself off, he tossed the towel aside, took a few steps forward, and grabbed his clothes to dress himself. "You've been out for just one day, not only eliminating the distortion and uncovering the secret of divine punishment, but even discerning the ancestor's weakness." The Dragon Emperor dressed himself, stepped into a pair of slippers, and looked at the witch doctor with a smile, saying, "You're amazing." "No, mainly because the ancestor fell in love with me." The witch doctor lifted a faint smile, radiating with confidence from head to toe. "Oh, then you're even more impressive." Dragon Emperor couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising. "The heavenly god would be delighted to hear this, and might even reward your still charming mother a few more times." The witch doctor's smile froze, his face turning ashen. "Dragon Emperor, don't push people too far. No matter what, the heavenly god is still my fiancé." The witch doctor's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he said coldly, "This time, if I can help the godmaster master divine punishment and use a raging inferno to burn the progenitor to death, I'll finally eliminate the godmaster's greatest threat. I will definitely win the godmaster back. I deeply regret not hanging that lowly woman outside the Mystic Investigation Bureau back then." Good, you're simply amazing. No surprise coming from a woman trained by the godmaster, truly remarkable. The Dragon Emperor praised repeatedly, then pointed to the 2 blood vials in the witch doctor's hands and asked, "So, one of these vials is for the heavenly god, then what's the other one for?" "This is for you." The witch doctor handed over a blood vial, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light, and said, "Drink it, to put the heavenly god at ease." "Good, no problem." The Dragon Emperor took the vial, tipped his head back, and gulped it down. Then, cradling the small bottle as if it were a treasure, he exclaimed excitedly, "You're truly amazing, to even obtain such a rare treasure." "Fine, I'll just tidy up a bit, and in an hour, I'll accompany you to see the heavenly god. I believe that when the heavenly god hears this news, he will surely love you again." "Oof." The witch doctor snorted coldly, turning away indifferently before leaving behind a faint remark, "Not again, the heavenly god has always loved me." "Very well. See you at the 36th layer of the divine prison in an hour." The witch doctor strode away with spirited steps. The smile instantly vanished from the Dragon Emperor's face. He turned around expressionlessly, spitting the blood pearl he had held in his mouth into the trash can. Following this, the Dragon Emperor picked up his cup again to rinse his mouth, finally wiping his lips clean with a tissue. After completing all these actions, the Dragon Emperor reclined on the sofa, leaning back with profound contemplation in his eyes, though none could tell what schemes were brewing in his mind. Chapter 62, Controlling Divine Retribution? 1 hour later, Divine Prison, 36th Underground Level. The Dragon Emperor knelt as usual before the heavenly god, his eyes burning with fanaticism. The witch doctor stood beside the Dragon Emperor, staring unblinkingly ahead. The heavenly god sat upon his stone throne, perfectly composed with closed eyes, hands resting on his knees, fingers intertwined seemingly at random as if engaged in some profound calculation. Of course, he was doing nothing at all. It was all just for show. After all, this made it seem profound. "Great celestial being, I've succeeded." The witch doctor knelt humbly on the ground and excitedly produced a blood vial, declaring, "Primordial ancestor." "What ancestor? I've told you countless times, his name is Qin Shao." Unexpectedly, the celestial being completely lost his composure. He flew into a rage, opening his eyes to interrupt the shaman doctor's words, reprimanding, "I even delivered meals to him, that was a brutal lesson. Don't call him the progenitor, damn it, I'm the progenitor." "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Fearing the celestial's fury, the shaman doctor quickly crawled forward 2 steps on his knees, presenting the blood vial in his hands, saying, "This is Chen Zhao's blood. Drink it, and you shall master the secret of divine punishment." "What did you say?" The wrath of the gods subsided in an instant. He stood up, staring dumbfounded at the shaman, and asked, "Do these few drops of blood contain the secret of divine retribution?" Mortals only know how terrifying divine retribution is. Yet the heavenly god had personally experienced divine retribution at close quarters. Back then, when the elevator doors opened and Chen Shao resolutely stepped out, only to tumble embarrassingly into the void and ultimately be struck dead by black-purple lightning. The deity was hiding inside the elevator, trembling as they watched. The deity witnessed with their own eyes how a single bolt of lightning reduced Chen Shao to powder, turning him to ash that scattered everywhere. Precisely because of this, the deity didn't dare step out of the elevator and quickly withdrew the foot that had already ventured out. Then the god witnessed an even more terrifying scene. The ashes of Chen Shao that had scattered through the air, actually came swirling back, rapidly reassembling to once again form Chen Zhao's figure. Of course, Chen Zhao's clothes had been blown to pieces. Only his naked body was reassembled. One after another, black-purple bolts of lightning descended. Chen Xiao kept turning to ashes as if undergoing a tribulation, only to reassemble rapidly again. Chen Zhao's wretched screams echoed through the void. The celestial being slumped in the elevator, frantically pinching his thighs. He suspected he was dreaming, until a bolt of black-purple lightning struck down, piercing through Chen Zhao's body yet not completely dissipating. It seemed to transform into a headless fly, darting straight towards the elevator. This wisp of lightning was feeble, less than 1/10,000th of what Chen Xiao had endured. But even this slightest wisp was enough to make the celestial god experience unprecedented agony. So unbearable it tore at heart and lungs, as if every inch of skin was being sliced apart. Under this thread of divine punishment, the celestial god awakened. At that very moment, the elevator doors slammed shut. The elevator plunged downward again, sending both the celestial being and the female supervisor into unconsciousness amidst violent tremors. When they finally regained consciousness, they found themselves in this entirely unfamiliar world. Long-lost memories flooded his heart. The celestial god unconsciously swallowed hard. His hands trembling, he took the small vial from the witch doctor, unscrewed the cap, and was about to tilt his head back to drink when suddenly a thought occurred to him. The celestial god immediately restrained his excitement, his expression turning cold as he fixed the witch doctor with an icy stare. "How many vials of Chen Zhao's blood have you collected?" "2 bottles, the witch doctor answered without hesitation. "One was given to the Dragon Emperor. I saw him drink it with my own eyes." "Great Celestial, rest assured. Chen Xiao has fallen in love with me. He won't harm me." A confident smile spread across the witch doctor's small face. "This bottle of blood has no side effects. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Dragon Emperor himself." The Celestial immediately turned his gaze toward the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor raised his head and smiled faintly, saying, "The witch doctor was right. After drinking it, I felt a significant boost in my strength with no discomfort at all. You can take it without worry." "Oh, is that so?" The celestial god raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his eyes, as he said, "Then have you mastered divine punishment? Show me a strike." "Forgive me, only those with exceptional talent can command divine punishment. My aptitude is insufficient. I haven't grasped the power of divine punishment from this blood." The Dragon Emperor bowed his head in shame. "Are you guys lying to me?" The god furrowed his brows, his face suddenly contorting with rage as he demanded sharply, "Is this bottle of blood poisoned? Are you trying to kill me? Spare us your wrath, heavenly deity. This humble servant would never dare." The Dragon Emperor turned ghastly pale, hastily kowtowing as dull thuds resounded, his forehead striking the stone floor with such force that cracks fissured through the bluestone paving. The shaman panicked too, mimicking the Dragon Emperor by kneeling down and starting to kowtow with his forehead pressed against the ground. "Heh, stop kowtowing. Here, drink this vial of blood. I'm rather curious to see whether you can control divine punishment." The celestial deity wore a sinister grin as he descended the stone steps, handing the blood vial to the Dragon Emperor. Without hesitation, the Dragon Emperor took the vial and tilted his head back to pour its contents into his mouth. At this critical moment, the celestial deity moved, his hand transforming into a blur as he swiftly snatched the blood vial from the Dragon Emperor's lips. Then, without the slightest hesitation, the celestial deity poured all the blood in the vial into his mouth. The blood, tinged with faint traces of lightning, flowed down his throat. A certain power within the celestial god was stimulated, instantly surging to the surface of his skin. In the palm of the celestial god's hand, dark purple lightning unexpectedly began to flicker. The next moment, the celestial god suddenly erupted with an aura far surpassing that of 10 realms. At this moment, he resembled a ferocious beast awakening from a long slumber. However, the divine prison would not give him the chance to awaken. On the ceiling, a massive laser weapon automatically pivoted, coldly aiming at the celestial's head. If the celestial took even one more step, the accumulated power of the divine dragon kingdom would detonate upon him. At the same time, a golden net descended from the sky, landing upon the celestial being and tightly binding it. Beep beep beep. A piercing alarm sounded through the 36th heavenly prison. The celestial being hastily withdrew its aura. The laser weapons shifted their aim away. The golden web melted away automatically. The alarm also deactivated. The deity's face was filled with ecstasy, so overwhelmed with emotion he could barely contain himself. He hadn't done it on purpose just now. He merely involuntarily released a wisp of his power. That single wisp of force was enough to crush the witch doctor to the ground, cracking their snow-white skin as crimson blood seeped out. The Dragon Emperor didn't fare much better, kneeling on the ground with an unpleasant expression. Forced to unleash his divine dragon power, a golden dragon soul coiled around his body, faintly suppressing even the aura of the celestial god. Of course, the heavenly god currently has no mind to pay attention to such matters. He gazed excitedly at the faint black-purple lightning flickering in his palm. The shaman hadn't deceived him. He had truly gained control of divine punishment. Chapter 63 The Dragon Emperor's Plan. Celestial Deity. The shaman doctor endured the pain and scrambled to his feet, shouting excitedly, "Celestial deity, you've truly awakened the power of divine punishment." The shaman doctor beamed with joy, appearing even more thrilled than the deity himself. "Humph, mere divine punishment, child's play, not worth mentioning." As the heavenly being regained composure, a deliberate look of disdain surfaced on his face. With a flick of his fingers, he withdrew the divine punishment. Then, lifting his head arrogantly, the heavenly being declared with scornful eyes, "Divine punishment is but dust to me." "Ha, kiss Hu Chen." The witch doctor was stunned for a moment, completely baffled by what the heavenly deity had just said. For a deity of his stature, managing to utter these 8 words was truly no small feat. And as for the witch doctor's cultural literacy, it was clearly one notch below even the deity's meager standards. In comparison, the dragon emperor beside him was far more sophisticated. With both hands raised high, he prostrated himself forward, pressing his entire body to the ground, and shouted loudly, reporting to the heavenly sovereign, "Before coming here, your subordinate has already sought out Commander Zhou. By my estimate, he will arrive to see you in no more than half an hour." "Commander Zhang Pao Zhou Qianlai? What do you want with him?" The celestial sovereign's expression abruptly changed. He swiftly turned around, no longer able to maintain his facade. The celestial sovereign's fury burned fiercely, his eyes radiating lethal intent. To outsiders, the codenamed Commander Zhang Pao might sound entirely unfamiliar. The heavenly god was quite familiar with Commander Heavy Artillery, because the entire divine prison was built by Commander Heavy Artillery. Commander Heavy Artillery, Zhou Qianlai, one of the strongest hidden assets of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, a terrifying taboo lurking in the depths. Through the trial of Divine Punishment Laboratory, he underwent intensive Divine Punishment tempering, experiencing a geometric explosion in the number of awakenings, swiftly widening the gap between himself and ordinary awakened individuals. Ultimately, Zhou Qianlai awakened 71 times, gaining the ability to create various powerful thermal weapons, with even more glorious achievements of slitting rift creatures. What are rift creatures? In the cognition of most humans, mysterious creatures all emerge from the holes in the black and white doors. Indeed, the vast majority of black and white doors are solid, with only a few tiny holes on them. So, what if a crack appears in a black and white door? That's right, an entire glaring white light-emitting crack. What terrifying creature might emerge from within? This is also the deepest secret hidden within the Mystery Investigation Bureau. Mysterious Creature Fisher Scroll. Whole class and Fisher class are like bronze tier versus gold tier in a game. Bronze rank only includes those who have awakened fewer than 10 times. But in the gold rank, every teammate you're matched with possesses the power of dozens, even hundreds of awakenings. And Zhou Qianlai stands as one of the Dragon Kingdom's elite. With 71 awakenings, he reigns supreme across the imperial capital. So, here's the question. Why is Chen Shao called the primordial ancestor? After all, the black and white gate had appeared centuries earlier. Figures like the heavenly deity, the female overseer, and the six-pupiled elder who lived over 200 years. Most of the taboo entities in this world had crossed over from the black and white gate to our reality. Why aren't they considered the primordial ancestors? The reason is simple. The black and white portal that Chen Shao fell through was the only fracture-class black and white portal recorded in all existing archives, one that remained completely open, emitting terrifying lightning. What does fracture class even mean? No one knows. If the crack level is considered the gold tier, then the shattered level might start at challenger. Zhou Qianlai isn't a time traveler, but in the span of several decades, he had awakened a staggering 71 times, a presence equally renowned as the war god of the Lu family. The heavenly god was utterly terrified. Even with his immense power, he had only awakened 32 times. The heavenly god realized that without his ultimate speed, allowing him to evade one lethal strike after another, he would have surely been blasted to death by Zhou Qianlai long ago. Nevertheless, the heavenly god was captured by the Liu family's war god and imprisoned in the divine prison. Day and night, the heavenly god lived in constant fear, for he never knew when the official death notice from the divine dragon kingdom would arrive. So why was the dragon emperor looking for Zhou Qianlai at this moment? Not only did the heavenly gods suddenly change their expressions, but even the witch doctor was dumbfounded. Has the dragon emperor gone mad? Or did he silently betray the gods? At the thought of the heavy artillery commander, Zhou Qianlai, the heavenly gods could no longer muster any excitement. Just hearing the name, the celestial being already felt fear, sweat instantly soaking his back. But the dragon emperor raised his head, curling his lips into a faint smile. Lord Celestial, do you really want to spend eternity imprisoned in the divine prison? What do you mean by that? Rage burned in the celestial being's eyes, fists clenched tight, as if he could unleash his power at any moment and obliterate the dragon emperor. The dragon emperor remained unhurried and calmly smiled. This time, the witch doctor has not only uncovered the secret of divine punishment but also discerned the weakness of the primordial ancestor. The ancestors feared fire. Bull fucking shit. Chen Shao doesn't even fear divine retribution, those massive bolts of lightning, so why the hell would he be afraid of fire? The heavenly deity was so enraged that curses poured out of his mouth. Are you fucking messing with me? Lord Celestial, please calm your anger. First, this news was brought by the witch doctor, who can vouch for its validity. Second, I believe it is highly credible because, although the progenitor is immortal, his invincibility hinges on having intact body parts. If we reduce him to ashes, he will surely die, the Dragon Emperor said with a laugh. The witch doctor also drew himself up, his gaze resolute. The Dragon Emperor speaks the truth. The progenitor, no, Chen Xiao himself told me this. You goddamn idiot. I saw with my own eyes how Chen Xiao revived after being struck to ashes by divine punishment, and now you think fire can kill him? The Celestial's face turned ashen with fury, and he exploded in rage. I'll turn you into a pile of ashes. No, heavenly god, please believe me. The shaman's gaze remained resolute as he declared with conviction, lightning and fire are not the same. What lightning strikes turns to scattered ashes, while what fire burns vanishes without trace. Go to hell. You think I don't understand physics? That damned lightning can set people ablaze too. You think I've never watched TV? The heavenly god raged. What is physics? The witch doctor showed a puzzled expression, then calmly shook his head and said, I don't understand this physics you speak of, but I know for certain that fire is Chen Zhao's weakness. Then, with great confidence, the witch doctor added, the progenitor loved me so much, cared for me deeply, he was even willing to save me with his own blood. How could he possibly lie to me? Let me say this one more damn time, he's not the progenitor, I am. The heavenly god's face turned dark with rage, gnashing his teeth as he said, and also, don't hesitate, Lord Heavenly God. The Dragon Emperor loudly cut off the heavenly god's words, his gaze suddenly becoming profound as he declared, this is your only chance. Although Zhou Qianlai and Lu Chunlai are formidable, they have no inkling of Chen Zhao's weakness, or perhaps only 3 people in the whole world know Chen Xiao fears fire. So, you must take this gamble. When Zhou Qianlai arrives later, tell him, Chen Xiao has divine punishment, but so do you. Why shouldn't the title of ancestor belong to you? You must make the entire Mystic Investigation Bureau believe that only you can kill Chen Xiao. Give me 3 days, and I'll rally the crowds, harness public opinion, build momentum for you, and clear your name. This way, you won't just escape the divine prison. Moreover, after killing Chen Xiao, you could reclaim your fame in the name of the primordial ancestor, becoming the one true deity worshipped by all. To act or not, it all hinges on your decision. Chapter 64 The Fermentation of Public Opinion. After a moment of silence, much of the anger faded from the celestial god's face. But what if the flames fail to kill Chen Xiao? What should I do then? The celestial god frowned deeply, his eyes filled with profound worry. Back then, he had personally witnessed Chen Xiao endure countless dark purple thunderbolts. That intense visual impact instilled in the heavenly deity a fear that seeped into his very bones. Just how many awakenings has Chen Xiao undergone? Could the divine punishments he commanded even hold a candle to Chen Zhao's? The heavenly god remained completely unaware. Thus, to be fair, he feared Chen Xiao, dreaded Chen Xiao. At the same time, he also regarded Chen Xiao as a formidable threat in his heart. 100 years ago, the moment Chen Xiao appeared in this world, the heavenly god had been scheming relentlessly to steal Chen Zhao's corpse and scatter his ashes to the winds. But never would have I imagined. The official Mysterious Investigation Bureau actually transferred Chen Xiao away from the capital and placed him in a remote third-tier small city, assigning him to a museum. Moreover, they implemented a policy that prohibits visitors from other cities. This way, the capital's factions simply couldn't interfere, unless they cultivated their own insider anew in that third-tier small city. To make matters worse, the strongest individual in Damu City, the Beast Tamer, was an impossibly stubborn old obstinate. Too many factions have secretly approached the Beast Tamer. Yet though clearly impoverished, the Beast Tamer could refuse wealth, refuse seduction, refuse all temptations. It's rather laughable, those factions who tried tempting him with seduction simply didn't know their place. What woman had the old man not seen in his youth? Do I lack your little temptation? Moreover, all factions know that the Beastmaster is under close surveillance by the authorities. Thus, no one dares to harm the Beastmaster directly. With a boss like the Beastmaster around, no force could ever infiltrate the inner workings of Damu City. Over time, the various factions could only conceive the idea of stealing the corpse. However, Chen Xiao was in the museum, visible to countless visitors every day. Who could steal a frozen corpse under the watchful eyes of everyone? The authorities' move was truly ingenious. Whether through brute force or covert schemes, daring to clash head-on with the authorities, only ending in complete destruction. The arrogant gods are the best example. If not for certain reasons, even the god's ashes would have been scattered. The poor celestial god still thought it was his super speed that saved him. The Dragon Emperor had long guessed what the celestial god would say. He smiled knowingly and said as if anticipating the response, "This is precisely why I sought Zhou Qianlai. If the flames could burn Chen Xiao to death, then all would rejoice, and the credit would belong to you alone. But if the flames fail to kill the progenitor, with Zhou Qianlai involved, this matter would then concern the authorities. If Qin Shao resists and harms government officials, even if he defeats Zhou Qianlai, or even kills Zhou Qianlai, Chen Shao will have no chance of survival whatsoever. The divine dragon slumbers, and all things fall silent. But should the divine dragon rage, is there anyone under heaven who cannot be slain? No matter what, Chen Shao must die on this journey. We await only your divine command. I shall give the authorities their justification to execute Chen Shao. Night, 2100 hours sharp. Under dim starlight, the night lay silent. Several news stories exploded across the internet, instantly dominating public discourse. Emergency alert! Mysterious creature from Damo City, progenitor escaped, suspected to be a violent-type entity. Authorities are currently investigating. Obituary, sword immortal killed, primogenitor suspected as murderer. Linshin District, primogenitor slaughters over a dozen awakened ones. Could such atrocities happen right beside us? Official announcement, the Celestial has been released. Exclusive interview, the Celestial revisits past events. Shocking new revelations emerge about the decade-old city massacre. Odd anecdote, did the tyrant ancestor master divine punishment? Who in this world can slay him? Breaking news, Celestial gods to march in 3 days. This last piece of news is currently the most trending event. Clicking into the details reveals an interview clip with a celestial god, along with some supplementary text. The interview excerpt was quite similar to that column. The celestial being revisits old matters. The celestial being mainly spoke about how wrong they felt back then. It wasn't them who destroyed the city, but rather a certain tyrannical mystical creature. The celestial being simply lacked sufficient power to slay that mysterious creature, hence couldn't prevent the city's destruction. Oh, and at the end, the celestial being specifically added one more thing. That city-destroying mystical creature hides in the darkness, but faintly discernible, bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary primogenitor. Moreover, the celestial being also spoke of several recent trending incidents, such as the death of the sword immortal, the tragic massacre in Lin Xian district, and so forth. The celestial being first displayed an expression of sorrow, then clenched their teeth and swore a solemn vow. After leaving the divine prison, the first thing he intends to do is slay the primordial ancestor. Moreover, awakened individuals from all factions in the capital, including neighboring forces, can voluntarily register to witness this historic moment together. The time is set for 3 days later. As for the location, it remains temporarily confidential. The deity stated that he needed these 3 days to recover his condition, ensuring he could slay the primordial this time. Moreover, he particularly emphasized the words this time. These 2 words instantly sparked endless speculation among netizens. Netizens believe that the deity's phrasing suggests this wasn't his first battle with the primordial. However, the heavenly god had a low-key personality and harbored deep regret over the events of 10 years ago, which was why he avoided giving detailed accounts of his last battle with the primordial one. But this time, can the celestial truly defeat the primordial one? Netizens have voiced their opinions one after another. Most of them sided with the celestials. Of course, there were a very small number who supported the progenitor, but these netizens were mostly swarmed into a hornet's nest of criticism. The power of public opinion is formidable. So after a period of fermentation, the voices online supporting the progenitor gradually faded away. The rest were all verbal and written condemnations against the primordial one. Even the true name of the primordial one was exposed online. For a time, the 2 words Chen Shao became the shared target of public denouncement among netizens. Of course, many netizens approached the matter with more reasoned judgment, especially some awakened individuals from powerful factions. They have consistently maintained a wait-and-see attitude, refraining from making any comments online. The same goes for the official authorities of Shenlong country. After releasing a brief message stating, the celestial god has been released, the authorities directly sank into complete silence. The public opinion had been brewing for 3 days. Just as the entire incident reached fever pitch, with netizens seething with fury. Online, all posts related to progenitor were suddenly wiped clean, leaving only that official notice, the celestial has been released, hanging lonesomely at the top of the trending charts. But just before the post titled, Major Event, the heavenly gods will march in 3 days, was deleted. The poster promptly announced the specific location of the expedition against the primordial ancestor. That very place where fear runs rampant and ghosts roam. The desolate wilderness, the forsaken land. Chapter 65, The Ghost's Escape Plan. The abandoned land, 1400 hours in the afternoon. The ghost hid in the shadows, holding his breath and staring intently ahead. Chen Shao lay on a pile of weeds, appearing to be asleep. His breathing was slow and deep, as if he had merged with the echoes of the cave. The evil ghost hid in the shadows for 3 days. Throughout these 3 days, he didn't know how he managed to endure. He knew the person before him was the primogenitor. The ghost wanted to flee, but he could always feel Chen Xiao's gaze locked onto him. Several times, after finally waiting for Chen Xiao to leave the cave, The moment the demon stepped out of the shadows, the heavy sound of Chen Zhao's footsteps would echo from outside the cave. Thud, thud, thud. It was the kind of sound deliberately made by stomping heavily. Each step seemed to trample directly upon the fiend's heart. Moreover, Chen Zhao would deliberately or perhaps unconsciously approach the shadows, as if on the verge of discovering the lurking evil, yet he consistently turned away when barely a meter remained between them. Thus, the cycle repeated endlessly. The fiend could barely endure it any longer. If this continues, even if he isn't beaten to death, he'll be scared to death. So, the evil ghost decided to gamble. He hid for 3 days, observing for 3 days. Chen Zhao would leave the cave every day around 12 o'clock, hunt some mysterious creatures, roast them, and eat. However, the duration of his absence varies, sometimes long, sometimes short. Thus, the evil spirits dare not act rashly, fearing they might rush out of the cave only to be caught red-handed by Chen Zhao. After finishing his meal, Chen Zhao would take a nap starting at 1 p.m. and wake up around 3 p.m. Chen Zhao naps every day for exactly 2 hours, maintaining a highly regular routine. Chen Zhao was quite restless at night, often getting up suddenly at irregular hours. Thus, Chen Zhao's 2-hour nap was the only opportunity left for the evil spirit. And it couldn't be too early, or Chen Zhao wouldn't have fallen asleep yet. Neither could it be too late, for fear Chen Zhao might wake up prematurely. Stuck at 1400 hours, this timing is just perfect. The malevolent ghost saw the opportune moment had arrived and dared not hesitate any longer. Immediately tiptoeing, it cautiously stepped out of the shadows. Chen Zhao slept soundly, his snores rhythmic, showing no signs of waking. But the ghost couldn't afford to relax. Its heart pounded like a drum as it pressed tightly against the rock wall, striving to make not a single sound. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Every step the evil spirit took felt like traversing a minefield. His palms grew sweaty as he clutched tightly at the hem of his clothes. Suddenly, a stone broke loose from the cliff wall, tumbling to the ground with a hollow thud. The evil spirit's expression abruptly changed, his heart sinking in terror to the point of nearly fainting. With bated breath, he glanced fearfully at Chen Zhao. However, Chen Zhao wasn't startled awake, only his eyelashes fluttered slightly as he remained deep in sleep. The malevolent ghost dared not hesitate. He tightly shut his eyes and mustered all his strength to charge forward. He felt himself being gnawed to the bone by fear, utterly uncertain whether he could successfully escape. Fortunately, the cave entrance was already very close. The wicked ghost felt 1 foot already stepping beyond the cave's entrance, just as its heart was about to swell with wild triumph. Suddenly, a leisurely voice sounded from behind the ghost. "Hey buddy, where are you off to?" Chen Zhao rose to his feet with a grin, mimicking the tone of the short-sleeved big brother from before. "Don't go wandering off now, this place is dangerous. Come back with Big Brother. Big Brother's cave is the safest place." The demon froze on the spot, its 2 legs trembling uncontrollably. The fear in his heart was even greater than Chen Zhao had experienced before. After all, standing behind him was none other than the legendary primogenitor, rather than some random punk. That was a heavenly sleep. Chen Zhao stretched lazily, rose from the haystack, and walked over to the evil spirit with a smile. "Producing an orange," he asked, "would you like an orange?" "Ha!" The evil spirit froze, its mind completely blank. Plop! The orange slipped from Chen Zhao's hand and fell to the ground. In an instant, lightning flashed, the orange exploded, sending shards flying as dust filled the air. Just a faint bolt of lightning had shattered the ground completely. The evil spirit snapped back to awareness instantly, cold sweat drenching its back in an instant. It reflexively took 2 steps back, forcing out a smile uglier than crying, and stammered, "An ancestor, it's not even New Year yet. Why are you setting off firecrackers?" "Audacious!" Chen Zhao's face darkened immediately as he retorted, "This is divine retribution, understand? The kind that can blast you to pieces." "Understood, I understand." The evil spirit nodded hastily. The renowned scientist, who had just barely returned to normal, was now plastered against the wall in terror, nearly pissing himself. "Poof!" Chen Zhao raised his head arrogantly and tapped the ghost's forehead, saying, "You drank my blood, kid. There's lightning in that blood, did you know?" The ghost immediately turned deathly pale, collapsing limp to the ground, his eyes lifeless as he muttered, "Blood, with lightning in it? Didn't you even look before drinking? TCH. Chen Zhao feigned helplessness with a sigh and said, "Alright then, you stay put in the cave honestly, guard the home for me, and wait for my return. I'm going out for a stroll. If I catch you sneaking away, I'll blow you to bits. Ha 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 ha." Chen Zhao suddenly burst into wild, maniacal laughter. The evil spirit was utterly dumbfounded, his mind and soul trembling as he thought to himself, clearly the primordial was the true evil spirit, knowing everything yet deliberately torturing him. This damn torment was worse than just being executed with a single slash. As the fiend recalled the 3 days he had endured in constant terror, there was no stopping the flood of tears. For the first time, he had truly come to understand the taste of fear. It turns out that those who had been scared to death had suffered such unbearable agony while alive. The evil spirit was already repenting. But what good did it do now? Chen Xiao stepped out of the cave. He looked up at the wild sky, where dark clouds gathered, carrying an aura of impending doom. It should be about time, murmured Chen Xiao. He stepped beyond the cave's perimeter and took cover behind a large boulder in the distance, pulling out his phone from his trouser pocket. Powering it on, he glanced at the time before flipping to the notes app. The pages were densely packed with online usernames, each one belonging to someone who'd cursed him online these past few days. There were too many to eliminate all at once, but he could deal with them one by one whenever he encountered them. There's no hurry for this vengeance, there will be plenty of opportunities later, we can take our time with it. Spreading lies about Chen Xiao will definitely come at a cost. Time passed minute by minute. Soon, half an hour had passed. 14:30. A dense crowd swarmed in from all directions, numbering at least 10,000 at a glance. The multitude stretched endlessly across the land. Viewed from above, their figures resembled grains of sand, countless and densely scattered across the wilderness. Their marching feet merged into rolling thunder, reverberating across the abandoned land in a soul-stirring spectacle. Of course, most had come merely to spectate and revel in the excitement. This included important figures such as the official headquarters and the four major financial clans of the capital. Aside from the Lu family's war god, Lu Chunlai, who was absent, all the top taboo entities had appeared. Most of them remained silent, standing at a distance, hoping to witness this historic moment. But there was still a small group of people who were cheering for the heavenly gods at the top of their lungs, loudly denouncing the various atrocities of the primogenitor. Take one of the four major financial families in the capital, the Zhang family, for example. Chapter 66, Armor, Come. Although Zhang family's Longyue group wasn't the most powerful force in the capital, it was definitely the corporation with the most extensive connections and the largest commercial empire. Among them, the group's CEO, also the taboo existence of the Zhang family, was named Zhang Tianfeng. He had undergone 10 awakenings, codenamed Divine General, and claimed to be the most devoted follower of the Heavenly God and the Dragon Emperor. Zhang Tianfeng was essentially the first to arrive, directing the Zhang family members to raise a massive red banner spanning tens of meters. Emblazoned on the banner were four bold, flamboyant characters. The Heavenly Gods shall prevail. Kill the primordial ancestor. The Heavenly Gods shall prevail. The Zhang family and some ignorant netizens were roaring in fury. Chen Xiao had unknowingly blended into the crowd. Chen Xiao stood right behind Zhang Tianfeng, shouting enthusiastically, "Kill the ancestor. The celestial god will surely prevail." Zhang Tianfeng kept glancing back at Chen Xiao, thinking to himself that this kid wasn't bad, much more reliable than the hired hype squad he'd paid for. Though, why did this kid look a bit like the ancestor? Never mind, probably just his imagination. After all, how could the primordial ancestor possibly be hiding among the crowd? The witch doctors all swore an oath, claiming the primordial ancestor was hiding in that cave up ahead. About 5 minutes later, the heavenly god finally arrived. He rode in from afar on an electric motorcycle. The heavenly emperor kept accelerating, rushing all the way to the cave entrance, seemingly about to crash straight into it. Yet the heavenly emperor remained utterly composed. With a sudden exertion of force, he lifted the handlebars and unleashed the motorcycle's ultimate speed. Both rider and machine instantly transformed into a streak of golden light. Then, with a whooshing sound, the electric scooter actually flew into the air. Wah! The Zhang family led the crowd in gasps of astonishment. Emperor Long couldn't help but turn to the witch doctor beside him and exclaimed in admiration, "See that? This is what we call professionalism. Yeah, Heavenly God is so handsome." The witch doctor's eyes sparkled like stars as she clenched her fists in excitement. Artillery Commander Zhou Qianlai, however, had his lips twitching. For some reason, Zhou Qianlai wore a strange expression, his gaze shifting between the witch doctor and Heavenly God always carried the look of someone observing two fools. Mid-air, the celestial god flipped mid-air, swung the electric scooter, and hurled it with full force toward the mountain cave. Boom! The scooter crashed down, landing squarely at the cave's entrance before exploding instantly, erupting into raging flames. Thick smoke quickly billowed up, completely blocking the cave entrance. Meanwhile, the celestial deity in midair transformed again into a golden light, descending from the heavens and landing steadily. Then, with a faint smile, the deity stood before the fiercely burning cave. If heaven hadn't birthed me, the takeout god, what was it again? Something long as night or as long as night? The celestial deity seemed lost in thought. Forget it. The celestial deity decided to stop thinking. His expression suddenly turned fierce as he stretched out his right hand and roared, "Damn it, armor, come forth." With those words uttered, the yellow helmet shot forth like golden lightning, cleaving the heavens with a thunderous streak as it flew from the distance straight into the celestial deity's grasp. Die, Chen Xiao. The celestial deity swung his arm in a full arc, unleashing the power of his 30-second awakening. The yellow helmet suddenly flickered with lightning, like a black-purple bomb thrown into a blazing cave. The overwhelming force collapsed the cave, sending rocks flying amidst a terrifying black-purple lightning bolt. The entire cavern was annihilated in an instant. Boom! The divine punishment flickered relentlessly, reducing the cave to ruins. The crowd erupted in gasps of shock. The heavenly deity actually controls divine punishment. My God, could he truly be a deity? No, he is the mightiest on earth, the chosen one who surpasses gods, succinctly called the earthborn prodigy. 2 minutes later, the demon crawled out in disarray from the pile of burning rubble. He was scorched black by the blast, his eyebrows completely burnt off, with numerous wounds covering his body. When the demon saw over 10,000 people surrounding the entrance of the cave, he fell to his knees, weeping. I was wrong, I'll confess everything, please, spare me. The demon wept bitterly, his aged tears streaming down as he sobbed, yes, damn it, I faked my death, and I accidentally wiped out a whole county. But that was so many years ago. All these years, I haven't even dared to kill a single chicken. Besides, I'm just a minor mutant at most, I've awakened 12 times. Do you really need over 10,000 people to come kill me? As he spoke, the demon cast a sideways glance and suddenly spotted Zhou Qianlai. At this moment, the evil ghost's heart turned cold. Holy shit, is that an ancient monster who's awakened over 70 times coming for me? God damn it. If you wanted me dead, you could have just said so. I'd have offed myself, wouldn't I? What have I done to deserve the artillery commander's personal attention? The evil ghost appeared. The heavenly gods were stunned. Zhou Qianlai frowned, and most of the onlookers fell silent. Only Chen Xiao and Zhang Tianfeng, along with the Zhang family members, remained enthusiastically raising their arms and shouting, "The celestial god must win, the celestial god must win." However, after shouting for a while and realizing the situation was not favorable, they quickly shut their mouths. Chen Xiao reluctantly lowered his arm, seemingly not yet done with the shouting. In the end, it was the shaman who reacted the fastest. She stared at the evil spirit in disbelief and exclaimed, "Dad? I told you to run away 3 days ago." Zhou Qianlai leaped forward, landing before the evil spirit. What's going on? Zhou Qianlai furrowed his brows and asked coldly, where is the ancestor? Ha! The evil spirit froze for a moment, just about to explain. Suddenly, a thunderous boom. A divine punishment exploded from within him. Dark purple lightning instantly blasted the demon into a bloody mist. That poor scientist was ultimately killed by the drop of blood he had swallowed, blown to pieces from the inside. A mist of blood sprayed out as a light shield materialized before Zhou Qianlai, perfectly blocking all the crimson droplets. Not a single speck of blood stained Zhou Qianlai's clothes, yet his expression turned distinctly grim. Zhou Qianlai turned his gaze toward the heavenly god, narrowing his eyes as he demanded, "Did you kill him?" The heavenly god was utterly dumbfounded. "No way, why would I kill him? I don't even fucking know the guy." The celestial being shook his head like a rattle drum, but the witch doctor charged at him the next second. She seemed to have gone mad, wailing as she desperately clawed at the blood mist. The witch doctor had little affection for her mother, but she truly cared deeply for her father. Otherwise, she wouldn't have deliberately hidden that blood vial originally left for the demon. Pity that the demon had died by now. The bone fragments have shattered. The raging flames still burn, the witch doctor wails with heart-rending grief. That demon escaped the fire unscathed in days past, yet today it has truly perished in the inferno's embrace. Perhaps this is karmic retribution. The witch doctor turned his bloodshot eyes violently, glaring at the celestial being with pupils nearly splitting from rage. Why did you kill him? Why did you murder my father? When her most beloved man became her father's killer, the witch doctor could no longer hold back. All her adoration and reverence instantly turned into hatred. Yet, what responded to her was a divine punishment from within. Boom! Dark purple lightning erupted from the witch doctor's body, reducing her to a mist of blood that drifted and mingled with the foul ghost's bloodstains. Perhaps this was the final resting place for the wretched father and daughter. Chapter 67, Enduring the Heavenly Tribulation Together. That can't be. How did the witch doctor die? The celestial god was utterly dumbfounded, standing frozen like a wooden statue as he muttered to himself, "This doesn't make sense. Where's Chen Xiao?" At that moment, an unidentified voice suddenly shouted from the crowd. "Celestial being, why did you kill the witch doctor? Is it because you've been imprisoned for so many years that resentment grew in your heart, leading you to deliberately take revenge on the Paranormal Investigation Bureau?" These words were, of course, shouted by Chen Xiao. Moreover, Chen Xiao shouted and then immediately ran off, blending into the crowd where no one paid him any attention. But the crowd erupted into chaos. "Yeah, what's going on? Didn't they say they were going to kill the ancestor? Why did the celestial strike down the witch doctor instead? And who's that middle-aged man? He looks like the witch doctor's father, doesn't he? Oh no, the celestial isn't right. Could it be that he lured us here, to slaughter us all? Damn, the more you think about it, the creepier it gets. But the celestial god was imprisoned. Why come to the Mystic Investigation Bureau? What does that have to do with us? Fool, do you expect someone who destroyed 3 cities to be rational? He just wants to kill all of us." For a moment, the crowd buzzed with voices, most onlookers whispering warily amongst themselves. the Dragon Emperor quietly retreated a few steps, disappearing into the throne. Zhang Tianfeng's face turned ashen. He pulled out a megaphone from nowhere and desperately defended the heavenly deity. Silence. The heavenly deity must have his own reasons for doing this. Who knows? Maybe the witch doctor and the ancestor were secretly conspiring, and the heavenly deity found out. Boom! A bolt of divine punishment descended from the heavens, striking Zhang Tianfeng squarely on the head. Thud! The dark purple lightning pierced from his forehead down to his soles. Zhang Tianfeng collapsed instantly. Blood poured from all 7 orifices as his internal organs were utterly incinerated, transforming him into a charred corpse in moments. Even 10 awakenings clearly couldn't withstand the might of divine punishment. With Zhang Tianfeng's death, even the Zhang family members who constantly upheld the heavenly deities were left stupefied. After a moment of stunned silence, the Zhang family members rushed over, surrounding Zhang Tianfeng's body as they began to wail loudly. Chairman, uncle, father, second great-uncle. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the wails of the Zhang family, the divine punishment seemed unstoppable, raining down overwhelmingly and concentrating on the crowd led by the Zhangs. In an instant, hundreds of charred corpses lay strewn across the ground. The might of divine punishment unstoppable and absolute. Everyone was startled and hastily retreated, clearing a circular area with a radius of 100 meters in an instant. Yet the dark purple lightning expanded its range along with the fleeing crowd. In the blink of an eye, it had attained an overwhelming momentum that blotted out the sky. Looking up, the dark clouds had gathered into an inky mass, seemingly intent on devouring the entire heavens. The thunder rumbled like war drums, shaking the very souls of those who heard it. These divine punishments were no longer faint, delicate flashes of lightning but rather thick as dragons, crashing down with the power to shatter heaven and earth. With each thunderbolt strike, mountains cracked and rocks flew through the air. Soon, the awakened civilians who had acted as ignorant bystanders, the wealthy elites of the capital, and all the onlookers present, every single one, began to curse and shout. Heavenly God, what are you trying to do? Are you insane? Are you truly determined to make enemies of the entire world? The crowd screamed curses while frantically fleeing in panic. Under this tribulation of thunderous calamity, everyone present had undergone divine retribution, with not a single soul spared. No, this was no longer divine punishment, it was a heavenly tribulation, a lightning calamity endured by over 10,000 people at once. Beneath the thunderous tribulation, the very earth seemed to tremble, rendering everything fragile in its wake. The crowd either scattered like frightened rats, screamed curses in madness, or wailed incessantly, begging loudly for mercy. Only Chen Xiao didn't run. He remained standing in place, even closed his eyes, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Chen Xiao spread his arms wide, as if embracing the thunderbolts. He seemed to be enjoying it, yet also scoffing at the foolishness of the gods. The sky was filled with thunder tribulations, writhing like black dragons, with the roar of thunder, screams, and cries for help all blending together. Yet Chen Xiao seemed to be enjoying a beautiful piece of music. He even felt an urge to dance gracefully. Every time Chen Xiao revived, he would merge with the personality from his state of death. With each death he suffered, Chen Xiao grew more paranoid, callous, and fanatical. Before the collapsing cavern entrance, the heavenly god had already been terrified witless by the apocalyptic thunder tribulation. His face turned pale with terror as he cried out in panic, "It wasn't me. I didn't kill you." The celestial deity wildly waved his hands, desperately trying to explain. But the more he waved his arms, the fiercer the thunderbolts became, until Zhou Qianlia's entire face twisted in anguish. Boom! 3 terrifying heavy cannons suddenly materialized in front of Zhou Qianli. Their pitch-black barrels aimed straight at the heavenly god, who broke into a cold sweat and frantically waved his hands. "Commander Zhou, stay calm. Let me explain. It really wasn't me. I don't know what happened either." But with that very wave of his hands, yet another massive divine punishment came crashing down. This divine punishment was coming straight for Zhou Qianli. Zhou Qianli's expression changed, and he hastily raised his head, summoning multiple radiant circular shields above him. Boom! The dark purple thunderbolt descended. The luminous shields around Zhou Qianli's head lasted only half a second before they were all shattered by the divine retribution. However, these luminous round shields successfully blocked some of the divine punishment. Only one remaining strand of divine punishment struck Zhou Qianli on the head. In an instant, Zhou Qianli's entire head was blasted black, his originally thick hair burned away, leaving nothing but a bald, darkened skull. Yet, Zhou Qianli did not die. He actually withstood this divine punishment by brute force. Among the crowd, Chen Xiao immediately narrowed his eyes, staring fixedly at Zhou Qianli for a long time. In Chen Xiao's memory, Zhou Qianli was the first person to block divine punishment and remain alive. Who is this person, and what level are they? Could they pose a threat to me? Zhou Qianli remained stunned for a moment before opening his mouth and spewing out a foul, charred black gas. At the same time, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Although Zhou Qianli withstood this divine punishment, he was not unscathed. In fact, he had already suffered severe injuries. Had it not been for the massive accumulation of radioactive substances within Zhou Qianlia's body, which absorbed most of the damage for him, the divine punishment would have nearly killed him. Otherwise, Heavy Artillery Commander Zhou Qianlai might have already met his bitter end. Still, withstanding such a thunderous strike did come with its benefits, because Zhou Qianlai had awakened yet again. The 72nd Awakening. The 3 heavy cannons before Zhou Qianlai began evolving, their barrels visibly thickening, with piercing metallic glints flickering endlessly. At this moment, these 3 heavy cannons resembled 3 slumbering steel behemoths, radiating an overwhelming oppressive aura. The deity dared hesitate no longer, hastily transforming into a golden streak of light as he fled at breakneck speed. But just as he had taken to the air, a figure suddenly shot up from the crowd. Chen Shao had a barbed dagger lodged in his heart, his chest already drenched in blood. At this moment, rolling heavenly tribulation painted half the sky in dark violet hues. Amidst the flickering lightning, Chen Shao stood suspended in midair. His crimson eyes glared at the ashen-faced celestial god. Chen Zhao's gaze drifted slightly downward, his lips curling into a frosty smile. Even gods can wet their pants? Chapter 68, The New God Ascends. Chen Shao, we're from the same world. Here, only we are true family. Please, don't kill me. The god trembled in utter terror, wishing to flee but completely paralyzed by overwhelming fear. As if taking even a single step would cause something inside him to explode, plunging him into an abyss of doom. This was the instinct brought by the 32nd Awakening. The heavenly sovereign could only stare at Chen Shao, dripping with sweat, his eyes brimming with an intense will to survive. You claim to be a god, do gods feel fear too? Chen Shao smiled as he reached out and grabbed the heavenly god by the shoulder. The heavenly god instantly felt himself clamped by an overwhelming force. His so-called 32 awakenings proved utterly useless before Chen Shao, as fragile as paper. This pressure was even more terrifying than the oppressive might once exerted by the Lu family's war god. Lu Chunlai was indeed the foremost martial artist in the Divine Dragon Kingdom. With 98 awakenings, he was unquestionably the ceiling of power. Yet compared to Chen Shao, Lu Chunlai was like an ant before a celestial dragon, merely a slightly larger insect at best. Just how many times had Chen Shao awakened? The heavenly god dared not imagine, nor could they fathom such a thing. After activating his death state, Chen Zhao's laughter grew increasingly maniacal. Gripping the heavenly god, he soared skyward once more. Breaking free from gravity's pull, he streaked upward like a piercing beam of light across the heavens. I'll show you what a true god really is. Whoosh! Chen Shao soared through the clouds, actually flying up to an altitude of 10,000 meters. His crimson eyes glared fiercely, wanting to take this opportunity to see clearly what this world truly looked like. At 10,000 meters, the atmosphere was extremely thin. Sunlight and the sky seemed to blend together, changing colors, appearing more pristine and dazzling. Chen Shao could faintly see some dazzling auroras. Looking up, he could also spot some orbiting satellites and a few massive space stations. The technological level of this world seemed no different from his original one. Looking down from above, the mountains and rivers of the world were clearly visible, but there was an eerie continent shrouded in a thick mist. The entire land had fallen into darkness, as if teeming with countless unknown terrors. Chen Shao frowned, straining to see, yet could discern nothing clearly. Suddenly, from within the darkened continent, a familiar figure soared into the sky. K spread its wings and soared upwards like a deity, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters in an instant. K held its head high, its flaming wings spread wide, with every feather shimmering in radiant hues. Its entire being was enveloped in a mystical and ancient aura. This was a phoenix. It was the very phoenix that Chen Shao had glimpsed in the void. The phoenix's cry resounded through the heavens. K spotted Chen Shao and flapped its wings, flying toward him. Chen Shao stood dumbfounded, utterly stunned. If there were any creatures in this world that could make Chen Shao wary, it would undoubtedly be the 3 monsters slumbering in the void. The phoenix engulfed in flames, the decaying 100-meter behemoth, and the terrifying evil eyes. They slumbered in the void, each older than Chen Shao, having endured more and mightier divine retribution in the void. In the end, the black-purple lightning strikes upon them were but tickles, incapable of disturbing their sweet dreams. But, how could the phoenix appear here? Chen Zhao's eyes widened with fury as he stared fixedly at the phoenix, uncertain of its intentions. The phoenix remained silent, merely flying to Chen Zhao's side and gazing deeply at him with its ineffable eyes. Then, the phoenix opened its long beak. A slip of paper fell out from the phoenix's beak. Chen Shao reached out to catch it, unfolding the paper to see only 4 large characters and a glaring exclamation mark. He's helping you. He's helping me? Chen Shao froze in place. What does this mean? Who is he? And why is he helping me? As the progenitor, what could I possibly need help with? Wait, I'm not the progenitor, I'm not even from this world. What I want most is, I want to go home. With another piercing cry, the phoenix turned and flew back toward that dark continent. Yet Chen Zhao's face twisted in utter anguish. In an instant, countless memories flooded my mind. The void, divine retribution, radiation. after crossing over one life-threatening crisis after another. I don't want this. I don't want to be any ancestral progenitor. I'm just an ordinary person. I want to go home. I still have parents, still have my loved ones. Why must I bear all this? Why does it have to be me? Grief, despair, terror, and numbness, countless negative emotions surged through his heart. Chen Xiao broke down. He began laughing hysterically, completely out of control. Ha 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 ha. Thud. Chen Xiao plummeted straight downward. From 10,000 meters high, like a missile, he plunged toward the ground. The celestial being he had gripped in his hand had long since lost all signs of life. Perhaps, the moment Chen Xiaofei ascended to those oxygen-thin heights 10,000 meters above, the celestial being had already suffocated to death. He wasn't remotely qualified to glimpse the deeper mysteries of this world. Yet Chen Xiao remained completely unaware of all this. Still clutching the celestial being, he plummeted from the heavens and smashed into the Forsaken Lands with devastating force, instantly carving a monstrous crater into the earth. Boom! It seemed like an earthquake had struck. The entire Forsaken Land was shaking violently. The ground split open, revealing a massive pit with a diameter stretching over 1,000 meters. Fortunately, the onlookers had taken shelter kilometers away. Those who endured the baptism of the lightning tribulation were either dead or grievously wounded. What had once been a mighty gathering of over 10,000 people, now there are fewer than 2,000 left. The divine punishment ceased the moment Chen Xiao touched down. The ominous black and purple thunderbolts that had crowded the sky swiftly dissipated along with the dark clouds. All returned to stillness. The heavenly god in Chen Xiao's hands had long been reduced to a mangled, unrecognizable corpse, dead beyond any doubt. 5 minutes later, your subordinate Long Qingxuan pays homage to the return of the new god. The Dragon Emperor's impassioned voice echoed throughout the Forsaken Land. The heavenly god treated human lives as worthless, bathing all living beings in blood with heavenly tribulations and outrage to both gods and men, unforgivable by cosmic law. The world is foolish, mistakenly believing in celestial gods. Though Long Qingxuan felt hatred and regret, his voice was too weak, just a precarious leaf boat adrift in the vast ocean. Helpless, I could only lure the celestial gods here with cunning. Thankfully, the ancestral lord shows no regard for past grievances, striking down a celestial with thunderous might to save my life, dispelling divine retribution, driving back the black clouds, and restoring the heavens to their pristine glory. Long Qingxuan dares not voice his gratitude for such immense grace. All I can do is prostrate before the ancestral lord and gaze upon his peerless divine majesty. Before a crowd of thousands, the Dragon Emperor knelt toward the pit where Chen Xiao stood and kowtowed 3 times with thunderous thuds. Only after his forehead was bleeding from the impact did the Dragon Emperor finally press his entire body flat against the ground in absolute submission. But his tone remained agitated, with tears already streaming down his face, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Long Qingxuan believes the ancestor should be enshrined among the gods. No, the position of divine sovereign. The ancestor is the supreme ruler of the divine dragons. From this day forth, Long Qingxuan pledges undying loyalty to the ancestor. If there was even a hint of disloyalty, I would be crushed to pieces, and everyone would have the right to slay me. My sincerity is as clear as heaven and earth. Chapter 69, I am the progenitor. Chen Xiao climbed out of the massive crater that spanned a kilometer in diameter. Chen Xiao's face and body were covered in dirt and blood. His bloodshot eyes were sunken, pitch black, devoid of any light save for an icy chill. Chen Xiao slowly stood up, step by step, until he stood before the Dragon Emperor. Large beads of sweat dripped from the Dragon Emperor's forehead as he knelt on the ground, his body trembling faintly. Plop! An orange fell right before the Dragon Emperor. Would you, like some? Chen Xiao asked in a hoarse voice. Yes, this humble servant kowtows in gratitude for our ancestral sovereign's boundless generosity. The Dragon Emperor didn't hesitate, grabbing the dirt-covered orange and shoving it straight into his mouth without even peeling it. He seemed oblivious to the faint flickers of lightning flashing within the orange. The Dragon Emperor chewed vigorously, juices splattering all over his mouth. But he couldn't taste the orange's original flavor at all. The bitterness of dirt and the tartness of peel had already overwhelmed his taste buds. The dark purple lightning flowed down the Dragon Emperor's throat into his belly, as if wandering through his internal organs, unleashing waves of excruciating pain. The divine punishment did not explode. Yet the Dragon Emperor still felt his internal organs being incinerated. Were it not for his divine dragon aura continuously repairing and healing his damaged organs, I'm afraid the Dragon Emperor had already breathed his last. But the Dragon Emperor endured the pain, showing no signs of discomfort. He even wore an expression of excitement, as if tasting the most delicious food under heaven. Are the oranges sweet? The scarlet flicker in Chen Xiao's eyes danced a few times before an eerie smile tugged at his lips. Sweet, so sweet. The Dragon Emperor crawled forward on his knees for several steps, then hurriedly raised his head, gazing at Chen Xiao with the most fervent admiration as he shouted loudly, "Thank you for your generosity, progenitor. May your virtue be boundless and your life everlasting." Ha, what a splendid dog you are. Chen Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Woof, woof woof. The Dragon Emperor also started grinning broadly, even excitedly letting out a few barks like a dog. Ha ha ha, not bad, you're quite the character. Chen Xiao grinned as he reached out, gripping the Dragon Emperor's hair roughly and yanking him up. You know what? Many have tried to harm me, but they're all dead now. Suddenly, Chen Xiao's smile froze. His gaze turned icy in an instant, simmering with thinly veiled murderous intent. The Dragon Emperor was still smiling, but his smile had become forced. Ancestor, let me be the first to survive, alright? The Dragon Emperor pleaded with a trembling voice. Give me one reason. Chen Xiao replied impassively. There's 1.6 billion in my black gold card. I'll kill you, and the money will still be mine. No, only I can withdraw the funds from the shadow gold card. What's more, I can continuously earn money for you and create endless benefits. The Dragon Emperor's face turned deathly pale. Though drenched in cold sweat, he forced himself to remain composed. Ancestor, believe me, he pleaded, as the official representative of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, I'm far more valuable alive than dead. Besides, I've already ingested your divine punishment. You could kill me at any moment, isn't that so? Please, give me a chance. Even if I must die, let me first serve you for a while, then you can have me die. Would that be acceptable? Chen Xiao fell silent. A moment later, the killing intent in his eyes faded, and a smile once again tugged at the corners of his mouth. Truth be told, you're smarter than most people. Chen Xiao chuckled as he released his grip. The Dragon Emperor collapsed weakly onto the ground, gasping heavily for air. His face remained deathly pale as he repeatedly patted his chest. The terror of narrowly escaping death was something Dragon Emperor never wanted to experience again in his lifetime. Chen Xiao didn't kill Dragon Emperor. After all, Dragon Emperor was just a dog, first a lapdog of the celestial god, now his own. Never mind the 1.6 billion. Forget it, can't let it go. Actually, if Chen Xiao knew the truth, he might even thank the Dragon Emperor. If not for the Dragon Emperor's words back then, the celestial god wouldn't have dared to come here. If the heavenly god doesn't come, Chen Xiao's plan would fall through. Chen Xiao laid out this elaborate scheme not just to kill the witch doctor, or to kill the heavenly god, but to stand openly before the world. Only this way could he reach higher circles and grasp deeper secrets. Above the water's surface, Chen Xiao had spent enough time there. Now he simply wanted to sink beneath the water, to see what truly lay at the foundation of this world. The surrounding crowd gradually mustered their courage and began closing in around Chen Xiao. No one knows who first shouted primogenitor. Then, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Every survivor on the scene began shouting the name primogenitor at the top of their lungs. Emotions ran high as glistening tears streamed down their faces, tears of gratitude, worship, and remorseful self-reproach for ever having doubted Chen Xiao. Gradually, everyone etched Chen Xiao's face into their memories. The progenitor was the savior who had rescued all the survivors. Progenitor! 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 Over 1,000 voices shouted in unison, creating an intensely fervent and grand atmosphere. The sun hanging high in the sky seemed infected too, casting an even more dazzling radiance. And Chen Xiao, with a smile, soared into the air. That's right, I am the progenitor. Chen Xiao spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the crowd. But the next instant, Chen Xiao plummeted from mid-air. His consciousness faded as he closed his eyes, sinking once more into that familiar state of unconsciousness. The following morning, several officially released news stories have gone viral online. Official announcement, stern statement. The progenitor, as an outstanding contributor to the awakening field, is by no means a mythical creature. Those who maliciously spread rumors will be held legally accountable without lenience. Official announcement, regarding the criminal activities of Celestial and his accomplices, after official verification, they have been classified as major criminals. The Celestial faction has now been lawfully sanctioned by the progenitor. Official announcement, regarding the Linxing district mutant incident, investigations confirmed that the dozen mutants in the district were all fugitive criminals. Acting on official orders, the progenitor decisively took action to eradicate harm to the populace. Official announcement, regarding Sword Immortal's identity, investigations have confirmed he was indeed a member of the Celestial Deities group. Sword Immortal has been lawfully sanctioned by the Primordial One. Each breaking news headline proved more explosive than the last, rocketing to trending searches and completely overturning the public opinion from days prior. The small minority of passionate netizens who had supported Chen Xiao during the backlash suddenly found their voices vindicated. They began mocking and condemning those keyboard warriors who had backed the Celestial Deities. Unnoticed by many, Chen Xiao had quietly amassed a large following of devoted fans, especially under the two reversals in online public opinion. Chen Xiao's influence became far greater and more frenzied than the celestial gods had been initially, so much so that even other countries were startled. In official Free Nation media, Captain Freedom smiled and expressed his optimism about Shenlong Nation's primeval, suggesting that primeval might even surpass him in the future. But these words infuriated everyone in the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 70, that is the radiance of the primordial ancestor. Dragon Emperor, at Freedom Country, control your dog. Its barking is so unpleasant. If it can't bark properly, come learn from me. Lick, at Freedom Captain, have you lost your mind? Heartrending cry, what kind of status do you have that makes you think you can insult my husband? Rich Kid Zhang, The Joker, at Captain Liberty, Xiaomei said it, you're the real clown here. Scary Tornado, just you wait, Captain Liberty, I'll remember you. Statements of this nature are rampant across the internet. Media outlets throughout Shenlong country have also erupted into a frenzy, rushing in droves toward the Shenlong Tower. They're aware that Chen Xiao is most likely residing inside. Naturally, the security personnel at Shenlong Tower barred all media and reporters from entering, because Chen Xiao wasn't at the Shenlong building at this moment. On the outskirts of the capital, a resort. This place could truly be called a paradise on earth. The resort nestled amidst a lush expanse of greenery, appearing like a vivid oil painting when viewed from afar. The blue sky, white clouds, green trees, and exquisite architecture all exude an invigorating atmosphere. Of course, upon entering the resort, there's an entirely different world waiting inside. The buildings within the resort boast a modern aesthetic, featuring natural wood and stone materials complemented by spacious floor-to-ceiling windows and elegant balconies. From the marble floors at the entrance to the soft furnishings in the rooms, every detail reflects refined taste. The resort has a large SPA center, hot spring hall. Chen Xiao lay alone in the water, curiously surveying his surroundings. To be honest, for centuries, Chen Xiao had never set foot in such a place. Not only had he never entered, he hadn't even dared to think about it. The Dragon Emperor stood outside the hot spring, impeccably dressed, and asked with a smile, Grand Ancestor, are you ready? Ha! Chen Xiao froze for a moment, withdrew his hand from the spring water, rubbed the dirt off his body, and said, ready for what? Has the scrubber arrived yet? Ha ha! The Dragon Emperor laughed, Ancestor, you're genuinely witty. With that, the Dragon Emperor snapped his fingers. The next moment, a luxury car drove straight through the glass-fronted entrance. As the door opened, the first thing to catch the eye was a pair of slender high heels. Then, a curvaceous beauty gracefully stepped out of the car. She was wearing a tight leather skirt. With a face as delicate as a painting, she turned out to be a currently top-tier idol star. The beauty smiled gently and said softly, come on down, girls. Immediately, several more stunningly beautiful women emerged from the luxury car. However, their attire was far more revealing, with several deliberately accentuating their impressive figures. 1, 2, 3. Greetings, Ancestor. The beauties chanted in unison, bowing deeply together towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's nosebleed sprayed out in an instant. The Dragon Emperor flew into a rage, whirling around to shout, what the hell are you all doing? How dare you let the progenitor get injured? Don't you know how precious the progenitor's blood is? The beauties panicked instantly, trembling like frightened chicks, rooted to the spot. God damn it. Furious, the Dragon Emperor stormed forward and kicked over the leather-skirted beauty at the front, then jabbed a finger at the remaining women and roared, why are you just standing there? Jump in there right now and wipe the progenitor's nosebleed. Stop right there. Chen Xiao hurriedly stopped it. He quickly washed off the nosebleed with water, his face glowing red, and asked, what are you all doing? He. Hearing Chen Xiao's question, the Dragon Emperor immediately turned back and laughed. Luxury cars go with beautiful women utterly cliché, but in another sense, it's also the height of elegance. Don't say that. You really get me. Ha, but how much would it cost to have these lovely ladies scrub my back once? Chen Xiao joked. Ha ha. Emperor Long smiled faintly and said, don't worry, Patriarch. It's not expensive, just a few hundred W. Oh, a few hundred? That's not bad. Wait, how much? Chen Xiao's laughter suddenly died halfway through. Probably over 8 million? The smile on the Emperor Dragon's face also froze for a moment. He seemed to sense something was wrong and tentatively asked, Ancestor, do you feel the expense is a bit excessive? What do you mean, a bit excessive? What are you implying? Is this really about money? Chen Xiao was furious. He stood up straight from the hot spring, pointing at the Emperor Dragon's nose and scolding, look at the people you hired. Every single one of them has delicate skin, without even a callus on their hands. How could they possibly look like professional scrubbers? The Emperor Dragon fell silent for a brief moment before turning his head and casting a cold glare at the gathered beauties. 1 minute, you better disappear. 10 seconds later, the beauty sped away from the hot spring in her luxury car as if fleeing for her life. The Dragon Emperor quickly turned around, his face splitting into an ingratiating smile. Ancestor, how about we switch to a different theme? Perhaps celestial maidens dancing amidst the mist. How much? Chen Xiao frowned. More than 100. Got W? I do. Get lost. Half an hour later, Chen Xiao lay sprawled on the bed, eyes closed in contentment. A man in his 50s sat by his bed, holding a soaked bath towel, enthusiastically scrubbing Chen Xiao's back. Master Ancestor, you've come to the right person. Who within 100 miles hasn't heard of Scrubbing King's skills? As he scrubbed, the old man boasted with great effort, "I began learning the craft at 3, mastered it by 5, awakened my scrubbing power at 10, founded the top bathhouse sect in the capital by 20. Now at 57, having awakened 6 times, not even the Jade Emperor himself would leave without shedding dirt under my hands." Chattering away, the old man's expression suddenly became animated. He picked up a tiny strand of grime from behind Qin Zhao's back, trembling as he presented it before them, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. "Look, even the progenitor yielded dirt under my scrubbing. Damn it, can't you watch your mouth?" The Dragon Emperor's face darkened as he snapped angrily, "What dirt?" "That's the divine radiance of the progenitor." "What ash?" The old man looked confused. "Divine radiance, that's the glow of the primordial divinity, the metal signifying invincible power that can slay deities with a mere flick. What kind of nonsense is this? So you're telling me, if I've rubbed off this glow of primordial divinity, wouldn't that make me a sinner?" The old man immediately grew displeased, glaring at the Dragon Emperor in rage. Even though he couldn't defeat the Dragon Emperor, but before the lifelong pursuit of Master Bathrubber's scrubbing Tao, not even Emperor Long could deter him. He'd even dare to defy Zhou Qinlai himself. Mud is mud. As Emperor Long and Old Man Bathrubber appeared on the verge of coming to blows, Qin Shao immediately furrowed his brows and intervened. "What's gotten into you, Long? The master's skills are excellent. Why such a foul temper today, Ancestor?" The Dragon Emperor's lips twitched as he looked at Qin Shao with a pained expression, saying, "Ancestor, you really came for a bath scrub?" "Ah, what else?" Chen Xia replied in confusion. "What did you think I came for?" Never mind, I thought you came for a workout." Half an hour later, Chen Xiao pulled out 50 yuan in cash and handed it to the bathhouse attendant, promising that the 1,000 yuan cab fare the old man had spent to rush here could be reimbursed by Long Di. Then, Chen Xiao and Long Di left the hot spring hall. The bathhouse attendant watched their retreating figures, his eyes involuntarily reddening. After today, he would no longer be the king of exfoliation. But the Mud Emperor was personally acknowledged and even praised by the Ancestor. That small strip of filth and the plastic bag in his hand, which he treasured like a priceless heirloom and vowed to preserve for his descendants, was the ultimate proof. Chapter 71, The Crisis of Damu City. After leaving the resort, Chen Xiao purchased a manor worth 200 million in the most prosperous area of the capital. The manor was enormous, with the resplendent mansion adorned with various expensive artworks. The dazzling crystal chandeliers cast dreamlike reflections on the magnificent murals. Noon. Chen Xiao, dressed in exquisite attire designed by renowned masters, sat beaming at the dining table, hosting a banquet for various influential figures who were either wealthy or distinguished. The food on the table was incredibly luxurious, with each ingredient carefully prepared by the world's top chefs. The selected red wine was of the finest quality, each sip utterly intoxicating. However, after several rounds of red wine, Chen Xiao didn't remember a single person. Instead, Zhou Qianlai and others learned to play drinking games while sipping red wine, heating up the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Anyone who needed a bathroom break midway had to endure Qin Zhao's intimidating glare while downing 3 self-punishment glasses of red wine. Under Qin Zhao's leadership, the big shots gritted their teeth and drank the expensive imported red wine as if it were strong liquor. In the kitchen, the chefs hired at great expense by the Dragon Emperor were running around in a frantic frenzy. The steak master from the land of romance carefully threaded skewers through pieces of lamb for kebabs. The kimchi god from the land of idols was studying a new recipe, said by the primordial ancestor to be called peanuts in aged vinegar. The flying bread chef god from the land of eternity, who had somehow been dunked into a toilet, was now wailing miserably while clutching a bucket of sacred river water. Of course, there are still many master chefs from Divine Dragon Kingdom. They are also the busiest, constantly serving up dishes like pidden tofu, chicken stew with mushrooms, and pork stew with vermicelli. By the time lunch was over, it was already 3 p.m. Chen Xiao hosted a banquet for everyone in the manor. The Dragon Emperor conducted a major reshuffle of the capital's power factions while outside. The leaderless Zhang family was utterly crushed. 2 days later, Longyue Group declared bankruptcy. Xiaoyang Group emerged at this opportune moment. The Brave Group possesses a vast array of industries spanning multiple sectors, from finance and entertainment to construction and catering, with intricate connections to various official institutions. Under the Dragon Emperor's orchestration, within just 2 days, the majority of Longyue Group's assets were transferred into Chen Zhao's name. This was no mere matter of a few billion yuan, it was something unimaginably greater. Without the covert assistance from the authorities, it probably wouldn't have been possible to secure even with tens of billions. Of course, this was also a warning from the authorities to the 4 major financial conglomerates. So much for the so-called Big 4 financial clans of the capital. If the authorities let you live, you can keep operating. If the authorities want you dead, you'll vanish without a trace. Any organization, when facing the authorities, had better keep a low profile. Manor, red wine, golf, club membership. These past 2 days, Chen Xiao had been living an extravagant life of debauchery. Without compromising his principles, he experienced everything he'd never dared dream of before. It has to be said, the life of the wealthy is indeed both tedious and dull. Just then, Chen Xiao sat aboard a luxury yacht, admiring the ocean views stretching before him. Dusk descends. The sky is tinted with a soft orange hue as slanting sunlight dances across the rippling sea surface. Chen Xiao wears an expensive tailored suit, with a luxury brand watch glinting at his wrist. His gaze stretches toward the distant horizon, thoughts unfathomable behind those eyes. It must be said that the Dragon Emperor truly knows how to create a sensation. With the Dragon Emperor's help, in just 3 short days, Chen Xiao had completely expanded his horizons, transforming from a young man who once earned a mere 3,200 yuan per month. He has now become the true dominant level primordial one, reigning supreme in the capital. Damu City, Mysterious Investigation Bureau of Mubei District. The bureau's hall screen played rolling footage of Chen Xiao being interviewed by various media outlets. On screen, Chen Xiao appeared radiant, his face brimming with smiles. Yet the very next second, Zhang Xinfeng was flung in with tremendous force, crashing violently against the large screen. On the screen, Chen Xiao's smiling face instantly caved inward from the impact. Moments later, the entire screen collapsed into ruin, reduced to scattered fragments on the floor. Put! Zhang Xinfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood. When he struggled to his feet, his face had already turned deathly pale, drained of all color. His body was covered in wounds, with many parts rotting and emitting a foul stench. Zhang Xinfeng's right hand appeared to be fractured, hanging limply and utterly unable to lift. Outside the door, eerie opera singing echoed. Behold, the general's blade drops, startling the villain into losing his gall. Crimson blossoms drenched the mountains, reaching beyond the far shore. The yellow springs surge with endless torrents. The gate of life closes, never to meet you again. The gate of death opens, following you into the underworld. A terrifying white-haired flying zombie, covered in corpse plague with stiff limbs and horrific features, burst through the hall's entrance. He stared fixedly at Zhang Xinfeng, his pale, turbid eyes devoid of any emotion, much like an inexhaustible killing machine. Outside the hall, hundreds of rotted corpses had come back to life, completely surrounding the Mysterious Investigations Bureau. All 4 investigation teams A, B, C, and D had assembled. The 3 members of Lu Xiling's team, dispatched to the Linqing district mission, had all rushed back in time. Everyone was fighting bloody battles, with all the paranormal investigators completely entangled in combat against the rotting corpses. Under the crimson sunset, blood had already sprayed everywhere. Among the hundreds of decaying corpses, there were 3 nearly equivalent to 4th-level zombies with white fur. Fortunately, Team A's leader, who had undergone 4 awakenings, managed to hold back 2 of the white-furred zombies despite being outnumbered. Yet, he remained at a disadvantage throughout, constantly facing the risk of death. The last white-furred zombie ended up with Zhang Xinfeng. Poor Zhang Xinfeng, despite having awakened 4 times, possessed no formidable combat abilities. Dragging along a single white-haired flying zombie was already pushing him to his limits, demanding every ounce of his strength. The same held true for the other branches of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. East, South, West, North. The Mu East District was just slightly better off. After all, Li Yandong had awakened 5 times. He was the strongest awakened among the 4 major districts. Li Yandong wielded a blazing shotgun, dropping a white-furred flying corpse with 2 shots before swiftly charging toward the next combat zone. Over 20 of these white-furred flying corpses had encircled the Mysterious Investigation Bureau in Mu East District. His shotgun shells were also nearly depleted. These were energy bullets condensed from his special abilities, of which he had only a limited supply. However, the most intense fighting was undoubtedly at the municipal headquarters of the Damu City Mysterious Investigation Bureau. A rotting corpse over 2 meters tall, clad in ancient general's attire, swung a broadsword fiercely, shattering the bureau's main gate. By rough estimation, it possesses at least the strength of a powerful 6th sense beast. The Beastmaster's 2 powerful 5th sense mystical creatures lay dead, one on each side, fallen in pools of blood. The Beastmaster's face was deathly pale, his mood unprecedentedly heavy. He knew the perilous situation the Mystic Investigation Bureau now faced was even graver than during the previous zombie invasion. After all, there was still the ghost spirit mouse last time. But this time, who can possibly withstand this rotting corpse general? Kill, kill, kill. The corpse general seemed to have developed rudimentary intelligence. Roaring the word kill repeatedly, it charged fiercely toward the Beastmaster. In an instant, the great blade swung down with a chilling flash of steel. The Beastmaster scrambled to dodge, but how could his speed possibly match that of a corpse general with 6-fold awakening? The corpse general swung his arm in a wide arc, the blade flashing as it viciously hacked toward the beast tamer's neck. The beast tamer's expression changed dramatically, his pupils dilating rapidly. He had even prepared himself for death. But just at that moment, clang! A thunderous crash rang out. A burly, robust black figure unexpectedly positioned itself between the Beastmaster. The great blade came down, striking his shoulder covered in demonic patterns and seething with dark energy, yet it simply sparked against him as if hitting steel. But the man himself remained completely unharmed. In fact, he even had the leisure to turn back, flashing a savior-like smirk as he smugly met the Beastmaster's gaze. What can I say, old man? In the crucial moment, didn't it still come down to me saving you? Chapter 72, Will you ever come back? Mo Xiong, you finally decided to leave the Linshin district. The Beastmaster wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a bitter smile. You shouldn't have come. These zombies are targeting the Mystery Investigation Bureau. I do. Mo Xiong turned his head and smashed the broadsword swung at him by the rotten corpse general with a single punch. But if I hadn't come, you'd be dead. Mo Xiong repelled the rotten corpse general, dark demonic patterns rapidly crawling up both his fists. But the next moment, boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the left side. The Beastmaster swiftly turned to look. To his horror, two more putrid corpse generals smashed through the walls, charging forward with great blades in hand. Each was more massive and terrifying than the last, all at the formidable 6th awakening level. The Beastmaster's face paled instantly as he roared in warning, Mo Xiong, watch out. But when he turned his head, he found Mo Xiong had already run away. All of Mo Xiong's pitch-black demonic patterns had concentrated on his legs. Anyone who didn't know better might think Mo Xiong had awakened some speed-related ability. You, sigh. The Beastmaster's face turned red with effort, but after standing frozen for a long moment, he finally let out a helpless sigh. Mo Xiong coming here was already the ultimate act of benevolence. After all, Mo Xiong was nothing more than a discarded pawn of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Back then, if it weren't for protecting the ancestor, the authorities had officially appointed me to come to Damu City as bureau chief, inexplicably dismissing Mo Xiong from his position. Perhaps now Mo Xiong would have been thriving in his career, instead of quitting the Mysterious Investigation Bureau in a fit of anger. When it comes down to it, recalling these past events, I still owe Mo Xiong a debt. Thud, thud, thud. At the same time, the decaying general who had just been stopped by Mo Xiong approached once more. With heavy footsteps, he swung his rust-covered broadsword toward the Beastmaster's head. Fine then, death it is. The Beastmaster gave a bitter laugh, no longer dodging. He casually pulled over a chair, sat down, and silently closed his eyes. Hey, old man, don't you dare slack off now. Mo Xiong's shouts rang in his ears once more. But this time, the beast tamer couldn't even be bothered to open his eyes anymore, merely mumbling lazily. If our special guest director were here, none of you little zombies would survive, you know. Outside the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, the eerie opera music continued playing relentlessly. Return, O wandering souls, as the ghosts howl, at the general's command. Howl your mother's ass, scram, roared Mo Xiong furiously. Then came a series of crackling explosions, as if an electronic device had been smashed to pieces, filling the air with the acrid smell of burnt wires. Old man, don't you know the first rule of a fight is to smash the speakers? The next moment, Mo Xiong's burly figure returned to the beast tamer's line of sight. And yet, the three undead generals charging toward the beast tamer abruptly halted in their tracks. Then, they turned their gaze toward Mo Xiong, their faces simultaneously contorting with fury. Kill, kill, kill. The three putrid corpse generals roared in unison, their horrific zombie miasma spreading in all directions. The surrounding flowers, grass, and trees swiftly withered, their foliage drooping into decayed husks. He. Yet Mo Xiong paid it no mind. He cracked his knuckles, a ferocious grin splitting his face. Zhou Liang! Mo Xiong suddenly bellowed. Boss! Zhou Liang's hoarse shout came from not far away. We're coming! Looking again toward the broken ruins of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, more than 40 awakened civilians were charging forward with fierce momentum. Their strengths varied greatly, with the weakest having just awakened for the first time, while the strongest among them included 4th stage and even 5th stage awakened individuals. Yet, their eyes gleamed with a determination that grew fiercer with each passing moment. Though these were civilian awakeners, they now resembled nothing less than coordinated squad members of the Mysterious Investigations Bureau, pooling their strength as they rushed toward the rotting corpses in unison. Lin Xin District. Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. Mo Xiong's eyes were already reddened as he raised his arm and roared with all his might. Attack! Damn it, kill those rotting corpses. Fight them to the death. A bunch of beasts, taste your grandpa's ancestral stinky foot. These awakened commoners, each more vulgar than the last, were hurling curses with twisted faces as they charged fearlessly toward the rotten corpse general. The first thrice awakened warrior rushed forward, only to be cleaved in half by the rotten corpse general's blade. No matter, next came a quadruple awakened fighter, who desperately wrapped himself around the general's massive thigh. With each swing of the corpse general's blade, another awakened civilian lost their life. Yet these charging warriors knew no fear of death. Perhaps as early as when they had moved into the Linshin residential district, they had already gone mad. The municipal bureau, despite its size, didn't actually have many special investigators. By now, every single special investigator who had held off the first wave of rotting corpses had long since perished. Only the Beastmaster remained a solitary old man. However, Mo Xiong stepped forward with over 40 awakened civilians to reinforce the front lines. It's just a shame that these awakened civilians weren't very powerful, though they threw themselves at the rotten corpse general one after another. But the vast majority of them, as soon as they got close to the rotten corpse general, inhaled the corpse miasma and lost at least half their combat capability. Outside the mysterious investigation bureau, the sky was darkened by the mass of rotten corpses. The second wave was about to hit. At a glance, there were at least 70 to 80 white-haired flying zombies. That's right, the ones besieging the municipal bureau were no ordinary rotting corpses. The weakest among them was still a B-class mysterious creature, the white-haired flying corpse with quadruple-sensed capabilities. Not to mention, there are currently 3 Class A mysterious creatures in the compound, designated as a 099, the rotted corpse general. The most terrifying thing was that under the decay of the corpse plague, in the city bureau compound, those mysterious investigators who had blocked the first wave of rotting corpses but perished were actually showing faint signs of rising again. This was definitely not a good thing. Now things. Not only was the Beastmaster in despair, but Mo Xiong also followed with a bitter smile. Old man, this zombie horde seems even fiercer than last time. Mo Xiong single-handedly held off 2 rotten corpse generals. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster struggled to his feet and summoned his last mystical creature, the unicorn designated B-140. Sigh. The Beastmaster sighed, channeling the last of his energy into B-140 as he said, I've long foreseen this day, which is why I was so desperate to seek the progenitor's aid. But, halfway through the sentence, the Beastmaster's remaining words seemed to dissolve into an inaudible murmur no one could hear. Ancestor. The mysterious investigation bureau of Mubei district. The white-haired flying zombie finally collapsed in a pool of blood. But Zhang Xinfeng had also nearly lost all combat capabilities. Dragging his severely wounded body, he trembled as he struggled to rise, using his only remaining left hand to wipe away the crusted blood from his face. He struggled to open his eyes, coughing up blood as he fixed his gaze on the damaged large screen at the center of the hall. Will you ever come back? Outside the door. Drip, drip. A few drops of acidic rain fell from the sky, splashing into the river of pooled blood. The raindrops created ripples in the pool of blood, then transformed into wisps of white smoke that hissed their way back into the sky. Nightfall descended. Chapter 73, Torrential Downpour. Rotten corpses surged forward in dense, endless waves. Team A leader collapsed, glaring with unwilling eyes as he met his death. 2 white-haired flying corpses pounced on Team A leader, tearing at him furiously. In less than 3 seconds, Team A leader became a bloody, mangled corpse. Elsewhere, Zhao Dakai couldn't dodge in time as a rotting corpse plunged its sharp fingernails deep into his throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a spring. Gurgle, Zhao Dakai clutched his neck, his mouth already filled to the brim with blood. Dakai! Lu Xiling's face turned ashen with horror. She brought together 2 slender fingers and suddenly shot out a thin streak of lightning. Crack, pop. The rotting corpse was electrocuted, but Zhao Dakai also collapsed. Zhao Dakai's pupils began to dilate, blood gurgling from his mouth. Clearly, he wouldn't last much longer. Dakai, don't scare me like this. Lu Xiling ran over in tears, hugging Zhao Dakai helplessly. Her tears poured out like a broken dam, plop, plop, falling onto Zhao Dakai. Zhao Dakai leaned weakly into Lu Xiling's arms, looking wretched. Team leader, I. Zhao Dakai struggled to move his lips, spitting out blood as he tried to say something. But unfortunately, he no longer had the strength to speak. In the end, Zhao Dakai managed to force a faint smile and tremblingly stretched out his right hand, wanting to touch Lu Xiling's delicate face. Though she was right before him, the distance suddenly felt like the farthest in the world. Life was gradually slipping away. Zhao Dakai's right hand hung limp and powerless. He was dead. This passionate young man, carrying his unspoken admiration for Lu Xiling, quietly departed this world. Great Kai, Great Kai. Lu Xiling's sobs echoed through the air. Every paranormal investigator's eyes burned with fury as they summoned unprecedented strength from their nearly exhausted bodies, charging once more against wave after wave of rotting corpses. They knew, once they fall, Damo City will be completely finished. No one knows how long it will take for reinforcements from neighboring cities to arrive. In fact, Damo City isn't even sure whether nearby cities have sent any reinforcements at all. After all, surrounding areas are all 3rd or 4th tier cities with comparable or even weaker capabilities than Damo itself. Even though they sent reinforcements, they couldn't hold back this terrifying tide of the undead. So, the last hope for everyone now rested solely with the capital city. But what about the capital? What about those 7th level, 8th level, or even 9th level powerhouses? Why aren't they coming? Damo City has long requested reinforcements from the capital. What are they doing? Why the endless delay? This question torments the hearts of all paranormal investigators. Yet sadly, as the number of rotting corpses increases, most paranormal investigators won't live to see the answer. The sky seems torn with gaping fissures. Suddenly, a torrential downpour came pouring from the sky. This was no ordinary rain, it was highly corrosive acid rain. At the same time, bullet-like hailstones came crashing down from above with a deafening crackle and pop. The acid rain ate into the rotting corpses, instantly raising wisps of white smoke, while the hailstones pounded down right after, smashing the corpses' skulls apart. Yet, when acidic rain falls on the mysterious investigators, it transforms into non-acidic rain that even washes away the corpse plague from their bodies. The hail falling from the sky deliberately avoids the mysterious investigators, causing them no harm whatsoever. One must admit, this is truly marvelous. Under the heavy rain, the situation reversed in an instant. The torrential rain mixed with hail was like a heavy symphony. The raindrops violently struck the rotting corpses, causing them to collapse in droves. The white-haired flying zombies fared no better, they couldn't withstand the dual assault of acid rain and hailstones, falling to their deaths after agonized screams. The howling wind shook roadside trees with furious intensity. The mysterious investigators stood dumbfounded, supporting each other as they staggered to their feet in the heavy rain. Just as they sought to trace the origin of this downpour, a blinding bolt of lightning suddenly tore across the sky. Boom! A violet-black thunderbolt, like divine wrath, descended vertically. The very earth seemed to tremble. With every mighty thunderbolt that fell, it claimed the lives of a swarm of rotting corpses. Divine retribution. This is divine retribution. The progenitor has come. The progenitor has not forsaken us. The progenitor has returned. Someone shouted out loud. Who it was, no one knew. All the mysterious investigators turned their gaze toward the distance at the same time. Zheng Xinfeng, leaning against the wall, clinging to the last shred of his strength, forced himself out of the hall. Through eyes smeared with blood, he looked into the distance, and tears instantly streamed down his face. Primogenitor, you finally came. Thump! The moment he saw Chen Xiao, Zheng Xinfeng could hold on no longer. All his strength dissipated instantly as he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Yet just before losing consciousness, Zheng Xinfeng wore upon his face the excited grin of a man victorious. Damo City shall be saved. Not far away, the six-eyed old man held a black umbrella for Chen Xiao. Is this the calamity caused by the source of the corpse plague? Chen Xiao frowned as he looked at the endless waves of corpses approaching in the distance. Yes, it should be. The six-eyed elder's gaze carried a hint of gravity as he said, but I fear this is only a small portion of the corpse tide. What do you mean? Chen Xiao frowned. The source of the corpse plague isn't this simple. The six-eyed elder's expression darkened as he said, right now, the strongest Rodwalkers in Damo City are just a few Rodwalker generals at best. The true horror hasn't emerged yet. Tell me more. Chen Xiao focused intently. Master, I wonder if you've heard, in the capital, there's an elder's corpse missing its heart, with broken finger bones? The six-pupiled elder turned to look at Chen Xiao, his six pupils gleaming with an eerie light. Misty Mountain? Chen Xiao asked in confusion. Misty Mountain. The six-eyed elder said gravely. If that corpse were to awaken under the influence of the source of the corpse plague, I fear even the capital would find it a headache. That corpse is indestructible, its skeletal structure strikingly similar to yours. Some suspect it must have endured at least dozens of divine punishments within the Black-White Gate. These corpse tides in Great Pasture City are merely appetizers, or perhaps just some twisted amusement from whoever's pulling the strings behind the scenes. The real battlefield is in the capital. Under the torrential rain, lightning crisscrossed. The rotting corpses around the mysterious investigation bureau of Mubei district had all perished, yet the heavy rain still showed no sign of stopping. After all, this heavy rain is citywide, and it hasn't yet cleansed all the rotten corpses from other areas. The six-eyed elder held an umbrella for Chen Xiao as the two strode toward Paranormal Investigation Bureau in Mubei district. Corpses already pile up here rotting undead, but also many young paranormal investigators. Just like last time, the battle scene was horrifically brutal. Lu Xiling's voice had grown hoarse from crying. She laid down Zhao Dakai, whom she had been holding, and silently stood up. Dakai is dead? Chen Zhao's expression was complicated as he lowered his gaze to Zhao Dakai's corpse. Yes, you killed him. Lu Xiling's face was streaked with tears when suddenly, a chilling glint flashed in her eyes. Her expression was wrought with fury as she pointed accusingly at six-eyed old man. The source of the zombie plague is in your hands. You orchestrated this undead horde. You killed Dakai. You. It's all you. Chapter 74, The Crevice. The six-eyed elder remained silent, yet his gaze revealed murderous intent. His six cold pupils fixed on Lu Xiling, emanating a terrifying pressure. Were it not for Chen Xiao standing nearby, Lu Xiling would likely already be a corpse. Xiao Lu, you're getting a bit worked up. Chen Xiao frowned and said, if old Six Eyes hadn't contacted me, I wouldn't even have known there was a crisis in Damo City. Shut up. Lu Xiling suddenly turned her face away and pointed angrily at Chen Xiao, shouting, you're our specially invited director. You promised to help us. If you had come back sooner, Dakai wouldn't have died. None of my comrades would have died. Under the pouring rain, Lu Xiling roared herself hoarse. Her drenched hair clung to her back. The wind and rain swayed, making her already frail figure appear even more gaunt. Oh! Chen Zhao's face darkened. The next second, Chen Xiao brutally grabbed Lu Xiling by the throat. So, you want me to send you to meet Zhao Dakai? Chen Zhao's expression suddenly twisted into a grimace. He tightened his grip around Lu Xiling's neck, completely ignoring her flushed face and desperate, suffocating expression. Remember, saving you all was an honor I bestowed. Chen Xiao snarled. Crack! A black-purple thunderbolt descended from the heavens. Only this time, divine retribution was aimed at the Mystic Investigation Bureau. And besides, I hate being pointed at the most. Boom! Half of the Mystic Investigation Bureau, under the terrified gazes of the onlookers, was reduced to ruins. Fortunately, this divine punishment only collapsed half of a house without injuring anyone. Thud! Chen Xiao flung Lu Xiling, who was nearly suffocating, at his feet. Instantly, Lu Xiling's entire body collapsed into the mud, her head and face completely smeared with muddy water. Lu Xiling kept coughing violently. When she recovered, she began to cry in anguish. Phew! Chen Xiao was panting heavily, his agitation growing uncontrollable. So annoying, you're driving me crazy. Chen Xiao clawed at his own hair and kicked Lu Xiling so hard she staggered. Stop crying. You must stop crying now. The pounding raindrops sounded like chaotic drumbeats. The sound of rain mingled with Lu Xiling's sobs. Chen Xiao couldn't help but feel completely exasperated. He didn't want it this way, didn't want the mysterious investigator to die. But could he foresee everything and control it all? Sorry, but he couldn't. He had clearly rushed back at the fastest possible speed. Old servant. Chen Xiao turned around, his face cold as he grabbed the shoulders of the six-eyed elder. Your servant is here. The six-eyed elder lowered his head. Go buy me some tangerines. Chen Xiao lowered his voice, a slight tremble in it, as he said, I want to eat an orange. Alright, this old servant will go buy it right away. The six-eyed elder remained calm. He handed the umbrella to Chang Xiao, then transformed into raindrops and vanished dozens of meters away. Wait a minute. Chen Xiao suddenly called out to the six-eyed elder. He released his grip, letting the black umbrella fall into the muddy water, splashing up large drops of rain. Chen Xiao trudged through the mire and quickly caught up to the six-eyed elder, asking, has the black-white gate appeared? Where is it? The raindrops from the sky barely touched Chen Xiao before being burned into vapor by black-purple lightning. The six-eyed elder closed his eyes, sensing subtly for a moment, then murmured, about half an hour more. The black-white gate might appear at the boundary between Damo City and Taiyang City, that is, to the west of here. The six-eyed old man hadn't finished speaking. Chen Xiao had already bolted out. Amidst the lightning and thunder of the rainy night, Chen Xiao streaked like a black comet, racing at speeds far surpassing normal humans. Now even in his normal state, he possessed the strength of a powerful 8th level awakened. Getting to the city limits within half an hour shouldn't be too difficult. Chen Xiao had returned this time not only to save Dami City, but also for another very important matter. Find the black and white door. He wants to go back to the original world. Though in that world he was just an ordinary office worker. But there he had his parents, close friends, and many trustworthy people around him. He didn't have to face life or death situations, endure suffering, or constantly analyze and scheme every waking moment. In his original world, even with a monthly salary of just 3,200 yuan, Chen Xiao lived with remarkable ease and happiness. But, could he go back? Night, 2237. A dense fog suddenly rose at the city's border. A gate woven of black and white loomed faintly in the mist. This was Chen Zhao's first glimpse of the black and white gate, finally understanding its true meaning. One half hid within the night's curtain, appearing as a black hole that devoured surrounding light, an embodiment of darkness eager to draw everything into an endless abyss. The other half basked in moonlight, pure and flawless white, resembling the first light of dawn, soft and warm, seemingly capable of dispelling cold and bringing hope. The entire gate flickered in and out of view within the mist, exuding an aura that seemed alien to this world. However, what puzzled Chen Xiao was, this black and white gate bore none of the holes Li Yandong had mentioned. The entire structure appeared utterly solid, its construction material impossible to discern. Until 3 minutes later, 10:40 p.m., the heavy fog had mostly dissipated. The black and white door split open down the middle with a blinding white light that instantly seared Chen Zhao's eyes. For trails of blood trickled from the corners of his eyes, followed by a rustling shoo-shoo-shoo sound in his ears. What's going on? Chen Xiao paid no attention to the searing pain in his eyes as he frantically groped toward the black and white door from memory. But as he reached out, Chen Xiao froze in shock. To his disbelief, his hands grasped empty air. Moments later, gradually, his powerful regenerative abilities restored his vision. Looking ahead, where was the mist now? Where were the black and white gates? How could this be? Let me go back. Chen Xiao anxiously scanned his surroundings, but not a trace of the black and white gate could be found. Anger, desolation, and pain surged uncontrollably within. Ah! Chen Xiao tilted his head back at the sky, letting out a desperate, ear-splitting roar. At the same time, countless bolts of lightning crashed down, crackling violently against the surroundings. Yet on the ground around Chen Xiao, without anyone noticing when dozens of black spiders had begun crawling toward him. Several smaller spiders were instantly struck dead by divine punishment. Yet at least fully half-meter-long giant spiders managed to forcibly withstand the successive bolts of divine retribution. Their bodies were abnormally massive, covered with a thick layer of greasy secretion. Under the assault of the dark purple lightning, these giant spiders had actually begun evolving, their furry long legs sprouting barbs, while their arched backs grew wings. The next moment, several spiders took to the air, their cicada-like wings veined with black and edged with serrations that emitted a piercing shriek with every vibration. Recorded case, number 732, Death Spiders. Combat capability approximately equivalent to an 80 times awakened being. Chapter 75 Searching for Details. 23:00. There was a renowned theory in the original world called the hierarchy of needs. When a person simultaneously lacks food, safety, love, and respect, what he desires most is food, followed by his own safety. Compared to food and safety, all other needs seem less important. Take Chen Xiao for example. When he first came to this world, all he wanted was to fill his stomach. Later, he craved safety, needing to ensure his survival in this unfamiliar world. Now, Chen Xiao has displayed an immortal body and power that transcends the mortal world. His safety was guaranteed. Thus, Chen Xiao began to yearn for love. Does love exist in this world? Chen Xiao remembered every detail. When he first spoke with Zhang Xinfeng, Chen Xiao mentioned the cannibals at the Mubei District Museum. Zhang Xinfeng's first reaction was to tell him meaningfully, "Don't worry, it's been handled. The Mysterious Investigation Bureau has that capability." In other words, the Mysterious Investigation Bureau has the capability to handle cannibals. Who is this cannibal? It's Chen Xiao. Zhang Xinfeng was naturally well aware of it. Chen Xiao also knew perfectly well. From the very beginning, Zhang Xinfeng had been using official authority to threaten Chen Xiao. Later, Zhang Xinfeng claimed the authorities meant no harm to Chen Xiao. This is a classic case of giving someone a beating before offering them a sweet date. Yes, to the authorities, Chen Xiao remained an outsider, an uncontrollable variable. Wasn't life later in the Linqing district exactly the same? Why did the Mysterious Investigation Bureau send Lu Xiling and the other two? Is there truly no master in Damu City? Not at all. At the very least, there's the leader of Group A in Mubei District who has awakened 4 times. But in front of Chen Xiao, is there any difference between awakening 3 times and 4 times? None whatsoever. Therefore, only Lu Xiling and her 2 companions were dispatched, thereby making Chen Xiao lower his guard. Moreover, Lu Xiling is the leader of Team C, which signifies the authorities' high regard for Chen Xiao. Finally, even if Chen Xiao were to suddenly attack and kill their 3-member team, the Mysterious Investigation Bureau wouldn't lose any of its core combat strength. So when Lu Xiling and the other 2 moved into Lin Xin residential area, they had probably already prepared themselves for sacrifice. This was evident from the very first time Lu Xiling touched Chen Xiao. At that time, Chen Xiao sensed a faint tingling sensation. Today, Chen Xiao saw that Lu Xiling's ability was electricity. So why did Lu Xiling need to send an electric shock when touching Chen Xiao? Because she was afraid. It was a subconscious reaction. From then on, Lu Xiling kept her eyes fixed on Chen Xiao every moment. What exactly Chen Xiao did in the Linqing district, whom he killed, and to whom he delivered the source of the corpse plague, the Mysterious Investigation Bureau knew every detail with perfect clarity. Of course, Lu Xiling didn't hold that much respect for Chen Xiao either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her composure and blurted out those words earlier. Chen Xiao suddenly remembered the introduction the guide had given about him when he first awoke. Mysterious creature number 001. Perhaps in others' eyes, he had always been nothing more than a formidable and enigmatic creature. The authorities were meticulous, they needed to maintain the nation's operations. Thus, officials must not harbor emotions, acting instead like cold machines, forever guarding against all uncontrollable elements. So, whom can Chen Xiao trust? Six-Eyes Elder? Dragon Emperor? Forget it, it's just mutual exploitation. Just like the witch doctors of old. However, the Six-Eyed Elder and the Dragon Emperor were much smarter than witch doctors. At least they never backed the wrong side. Of course, everyone has their own secrets. Chen Xiao wouldn't blame anyone. Moreover, all of the above was merely Chen Xiao's personal speculation. It's just that Chen Xiao was feeling somewhat down right now. He sat in the heavy rain, gazing blankly into the distance. More and more death spiders took to the air, their gaping maws revealing razor-sharp fangs as they flew toward Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's expression remained impassive as he silently wielded divine punishment. The once invincible divine punishment now required 4 or 5 thunderbolts to kill a single death spider. The black and white door had merely cracked open a sliver. What if it were to swing wide open? The mysterious creatures emerging from these holes possess no more than 10 senses at most, and understanding that aligns with most ordinary people's comprehension. With fewer than 10 senses, just a whisper of divine retribution would reduce them to ashes. But the mysterious creature that emerged from the crevice wasn't so straightforward. Chen Xiao suddenly remembered. Back then, the heavy artillery commander had withstood a full divine punishment. Moreover, the heavy artillery commander had merely spat some blood from the corner of his mouth and didn't die. Nowadays, even these flying giant spiders can withstand 4 or 5 divine punishments before dying. Thus it seems the Death Weaver's strength should be roughly equivalent to the artillery commander's. For reference, the Oni had awakened 12 times. A 12-time awakened being was instantly obliterated by a single full divine punishment. Assuming one divine punishment causes 100 damage, then the defense of a 12 awakenings being would be less than 100. A fully evolved Death Weaver spider can withstand at least 4 divine punishments, meaning its defensive power must be at least 400. Let's estimate. The Death Spider has awakened at least 50 times. Then, the heavy artillery commander isn't far behind. So, in this world, there exist beings with over 50 awakenings. Could there then be beings with 100, 1,000, even 10,000 awakenings? How many times has the Phoenix awakened? If we encounter something that has awakened over 100 times, can divine punishment still be effective? Many things remain unknown. Chen Xiao thought until his head ached, yet still couldn't reach a conclusion. Chen Xiao disliked futile efforts, so he decided to cast aside these chaotic thoughts. Rather than dwell on it, he might as well focus on what he should do in the future. Chen Xiao raised his head and gazed at the sparse, dimly lit night sky. He spread his arms wide, suddenly unleashing 100 divine punishments. Boom! Under the pitch-black night sky, thunder roared as if heaven and earth were raging. In an instant, the entire night was illuminated by dazzling lightning, as bright as day. At the center of the heavenly tribulation, the death spiders seemed exceptionally insignificant. Their bodies were rigid, their limbs mighty, but before such violent energy, everything became inconsequential. The violet-black lightning mercilessly struck them, tearing their bodies apart into fragments that scattered in the glow of thunderbolts. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning and charred remains, mingled with the foul odor of shattered spider carcasses, making one nauseous. Chen Xiao just needed an outlet for his fury. It had to be said these death spiders arrived at the perfect moment. 23:30. The rain ceased, the divine punishment dissipated. Chen Xiao left no survivors. The ground was littered with the charred corpses of death spiders. Chen Xiao closed his eyes as his mind began rapidly analyzing. The Phoenix handed him a slip of paper. The note reads, "He's helping you. Who has helped him during this time, and with what? Think carefully. The greatest benefit Chen Xiao has gained would likely be his immortality. Could it be that his immortality was granted by someone else? Now that's truly unsettling. So besides this, were there other overlooked details? For example, when trapped in the void, what was it that he desired most? To leave the void is to no longer endure the agony of divine punishment. So then, how did he suddenly escape the void while in unconsciousness?" Chapter 76, The Village Pig Farmer. 23:45. The old man with 6 pupils carried a bag of oranges as he approached Chen Xiao. He had already rewrapped the black cloth over his eyes and handed over the bag, saying, "Master, I've brought back the oranges." "Oh." Chen Xiao turned around, picked a few oranges from the bag, stuffed them into his pocket, and said, "Pick a time and accompany me to Misty Mountain." "Good, this old servant is ready at any time," said the six-eyed elder. "Then let's do it now," said Chen Xiao. "All right, this old servant will prepare the carriage. Please wait a moment, master." Half an hour later, the six-eyed elder drove over in a gray, grimy minivan. Chen Xiao couldn't help but frown. "Really? Do we have to be this shabby?" he said. "My apologies, master." The six-eyed elder sat in the passenger seat, creaking the car door open as he said, "This old servant only owns a tricycle." Chen Xiao's face twitched as he asked, "Then where did this car come from?" "Stolen along the way." It was too late, this was the only vehicle nearby. The six-eyed elder uttered the most ruthless words in the blandest possible tone. At the same time, a fat man tumbled out of the driver's seat in a frenzied scramble, immediately dropping to his knees and kowtowing. "Spare my life. I'll never dare again. It was Cuihua who seduced me first. I swear I'll never go looking for her again." Snot bubbles formed as the fat man wept uncontrollably. He was scared shitless. Cuihua had clearly texted him saying there'd be no one at her place tonight. Then how come he got intercepted halfway there? Who is this old man with his eyes blindfolded? And who's this young guy who looks completely out of his mind? Could it be Cuihua's husband? Then, the blindfolded old man addressed this young man as master. Could this young man be the young master of some prominent family? Cuihua never mentioned any of these things to me. The blindfolded old man stepped out of the car, pointed at his eyes, and said, "I can't drive, so I had to bring you in the car together." Chen Xiao pulled the fat man, who was kowtowing on the ground, to his feet, casually drew out a dark gold card, and said, "There's 10,000 yuan in this card. Take us to Misty Mountain in the capital." "Me, Misty Mountain?" The fat man instantly wailed in terror. "Big brother, I really have nothing to do with Zuihua. You don't need to give me money. I'll stay away from her right now. I'll block her right away." "Ah, what are you talking about?" Chen Xiao was extremely agitated. He slapped the fat man hard and grabbed his collar, saying, "I said, I'll give you 10,000 yuan to take us to Misty Mountain. You don't need to do anything else. You can keep looking for your Zuihua. I just need an obedient driver. Do you understand or not?" "I understand. I understand." The fat man was snapped back to his senses by a slap across the face, trembling as he took the dark gold card from Chen Xiao's hand. But, the fat man's face turned deathly pale, his eyes bulging as if about to pop out of their sockets. His entire body was shaking uncontrollably. The fat man had heard of Misty Mountain, the forbidden land of the capital, a place where all who entered were said to perish, or even a 10-time awakened would be devoured. He was just a 2-time awakened loser. What made him worthy of braving Misty Mountain? Chen Zhao's face darkened as he pulled out another obsidian card and shoved it forcefully into the fat man's palm. "Take another 10,000, he said. "Please, spare me. I don't want to die." The fat man's hands holding the 2 dark gold cards trembled more and more violently, almost uncontrollably. "If you don't go, I'll kill you right now." Chen Xiao grew somewhat impatient, his eyes flashing with intense coldness. I'll go right now. Please get in the car." The fat man immediately straightened his posture, forcing a smile uglier than tears onto his face. "Drive faster." Chen Xiao didn't say anything more, pulling open the rear car door and seating himself inside. The fat man had already revealed his death wish. Since death was certain either way, it was better to live a little longer. At this thought, the fat man then let it go. The pity was, after a lifetime of shrewdness, he ultimately fell into the hands of that woman Zuihua. The fat man began to stride forth with a swagger. With gritted teeth and a hardened heart, he stuffed the dark gold card into his pocket, then climbed into the driver's seat and roared out in the minivan without hesitation. "If I must die, let it be a spectacular death." After getting in the car, Chen Xiao leaned against the tattered seat and asked in a low voice, "Tell me more about the Misty Mountain situation." The six-eyed elder pondered briefly before speaking slowly. "This old servant has heard. You old fool wouldn't understand a damn thing, might as well listen to me instead." The fat man cut off the six-eyed elder's words abruptly, putting on an expression of heroic resolve as he declared, "To put it bluntly, Fogbound Mountain is just the mess caused by a damn simp." The six-pupiled elder furrowed his brows slightly and turned to look at the overweight man, his weathered old face radiating a cold aura. "What are you turning around for, you blind old man? Can you actually see or what?" The fat man seemed to have seen through life and death, fearing nothing anymore. Glaring, he slammed the steering wheel twice with a bang, bang, and snapped, "If you're not satisfied, then you drive. If we delay your young master's business, let's see how you'll explain it." The rundown minivan honked with a beep, beep. Old man Six Pupils' face darkened so much it looked like water was about to drip from it. But he simply didn't dare kill the fat man, because the fat man was right. He was the only one here who could drive. Killing him might delay their master's journey, and that wouldn't do. After all, they couldn't very well have their master drive and serve as their chauffeur, could they? Besides, looking at Chen Zhao's current frenzied state, he doesn't seem fit to drive. If he suddenly has an episode while driving, this van wouldn't be able to handle the chaos. In the dead of night like this, the outskirts of the city are particularly deserted. Finding a vehicle isn't easy. Of course, the fat man didn't know Old Man Six Eyes had long wanted him dead. He was still enthusiastically explaining with spittle flying everywhere. Near the capital, there was a village called Yang Family Village. A beautiful young woman lived there who was admired by many, and Yang Se was one of them. "Who's Yang Se?" Chen Xiao frowned. "It's Yang Zhu, the guy whose family raises pigs, quite wealthy, always carrying tens of thousands in cash to show off." Over time, folks in the village started calling him Yang Show-Off. At this point, the fatty caught a glimpse of the half-exposed dark gold card peeking from his pants pocket and burst into laughter. "Yeah, exactly this kind of dark gold card Yang Se has them too. He carries several in his pocket every day, constantly ordering people around, and when he's finished, he just tosses a couple of cards their way, acting like he's the richest man in the capital." Chen Xiao silently reached into his pocket. Indeed, he still had several shadow gold cards tucked in his pocket. He suspected the fat man was making veiled accusations, but had no concrete evidence. "Fine then, I'll listen a while longer. Yang Nse has had a thing for that girl for quite some time, chasing after her all this while, but she's already been dating someone from the city for a good while. Funny thing is, the whole village knew but kept it from him. After Yang Nse found out the truth, he spent his days crying himself to sleep, stopped eating and drinking, acting all erratic, kept moaning about why he couldn't find love, why he'd spent so much money on others yet didn't have a single trustworthy person by his side. How can a grown man be as fragile as a woman? There are plenty of people in this world without love. Can't a person live just fine on their own? Since when are humans obligated to be social animals? If you can't even handle solitude, how can you ever become truly strong? He comes from a wealthy family with pigs. Many villagers clamor to curry favor with him. With so many enviable privileges, why must he obsess over that one thing to the point of self-destruction? Tell me, what's he even chasing after? Chapter 77, Life Mentor. After a moment of silence, Chen Xiao asked, "What's your name?" "Me, I'm Renshin, codename, Mentor." The chubby guy grinned, turning around to shake Chen Xiao's hand, saying, "You can also call me the Life Mentor." Screech! The van's tires skidded, causing the entire vehicle to shake violently. You focus on driving." Chen Xiao nearly cursed aloud, slapping Renshin's hand away. He. Renshin gave a sheepish laugh, returning his hands to the steering wheel and quickly stabilizing the minivan. "I've awakened twice and possess an exceptionally strong oratory talent. I excel at all kinds of training lectures, emotional counseling, stand-up comedy, humorous anecdotes, astrology and divination, character analysis and dream interpretation, live stream sales, commercial marketing. You've got quite a wide range of business interests." Chen Xiao couldn't help but interject. Cutting off Renshin's self-introduction, he took out his phone from his pocket, opened the Notes app, and asked, "What's your screen name?" "Ha?" Renshin froze momentarily. Though puzzled, he still told him his online alias. "My username is Deeply Affectionate Boy." "What's it to you, young master?" "Yeah, it's nothing." Chen Xiao opened the search function and checked thoroughly. There was no username like Deep Emotion Boy in his memos. Only then did he put his phone away. Chen Xiao stared at Renshin's back for a moment before asking, seemingly casually, "Changed your username recently?" "Nope, I've been using the same one for years." Renshin frowned and couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Young master, are you really not Tsuehua's husband? Why are you asking about my online nickname? Did you find my chat records with Tsuehua?" "Young master, believe me, Tsuehua contacted me first. I just couldn't resist the temptation." "Shut up, I'm not interested in your pathetic story." Chen Xiao kicked the driver's seat and said sternly, "Keep talking. What's the connection between Yang Nse and Misty Mountain?" "Ahem, alright then, let me continue with the story." Renshin cleared his throat and went on with Yang Zhu's tale. The girl Yang Nse liked was named Yang Xiaoyuan, so I'll just call her Xiaoyuan for short. Xiaoyuan later married into the city. Everyone thought she'd live happily ever after, but who could have imagined she'd be beaten daily, sometimes by her husband, other times by her mother-in-law, and even her father-in-law once slapped Xiaoyuan twice across the face. Frankly, the husband's entire family never treated Xiaoyuan as a human being. Eventually, somehow, word got out and spread through the village. Yang Nse panicked, grabbed 100,000 yuan in cash, and rushed straight to the city. That was over 20 years ago. Back then, 100,000 bucks was worth way more than it is now. 50,000 could hire someone awakened 4 times, and 100 grand could get you someone awakened 5, even 6 times. Yang niece had some connections. He spent 100,000 to hire a 6-time awakened thug and barged into the city all high and mighty. And then, guess what happened? Renshin paused deliberately for dramatic effect. "I'm just a kid, and I'm still guessing, hurry up and tell me." Chen Zhao's face darkened as he kicked the driver's seat again. Renshin's portly frame swayed unsteadily before he hastily chuckled in embarrassment. "Heh, my bad, force of professional habit. Cut me some slack." Turns out, the city guy Xiaoyuan married was none other than the legendary second young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Qingtian. Look at this name they came up with, it practically turns into heaven. The Zhang family? They're one of the 4 major financial powerhouses in the capital, with forbidden forces lurking behind them, the largest commercial conglomerate in the city. Yang Xiaoyuan was originally just one of Zhang Qingtian's playthings, but by some twist of fate, she ended up pregnant with his child. The Zhang family wouldn't allow an abortion, so Zhang Qingtian had no choice but to marry her. Of course, it was a disgraceful marriage, just a simple registration without any wedding banquet, no jewels given, and rumor has it they didn't even pay the bride price. Yang Xiaoyuan thought she'd married into wealth, rising from a sparrow to a phoenix. "Get to the point, will you?" Chen Zhao's face twitched twice as he said, "Am I here to listen to your storytelling?" Don't rush me. I've got to lay out the whole sequence of events clearly for you." Renshin glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed Chen Zhao's expression had indeed darkened. Hurriedly speeding up his narration, he got straight to the point. Yang Zhu led that 6th-level powerhouse to seek revenge in a towering rage. But the moment they entered the city, the Zhang family surrounded them. A 6th-level awakened might be considered top-tier in some small towns, but in the capital, he wasn't even worth a fart. That 6th-level awakened pissed himself on the spot, immediately betrayed Yang Zhu, and punched Yang niece half to death. Back then, Yang nurse was just an ordinary person who had never awakened. Renshin's gaze extended beyond the car window, scanning the pitch-black night sky. The deep night was silent, and the cold breeze brushed across their faces like whispers from distant tales. Chen Xiao and the 6-eyed elder instinctively trailed Renshin's gaze into the darkness. They seemed to see the scene unfolding before their eyes. The surrounding air seemed to freeze solid. Yang Zhu, his face deathly pale, collapsed in a wretched heap at the feet of the sixth awakener, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and mingling with the dust on the ground. Yang Zhu glared with unwilling eyes at the sixth awakener he had invited. The sixth stage awakened one turned toward the Zhang family, his face plastered with an obsequious smile. Why? I paid you already, it was all the savings I had left. Yang Zhu crawled forward with effort, desperately clutching at the pant leg of the sixth stage awakened one. Throughout all these years in the village, whenever any family had major or minor affairs, they would always seek Yang Zhu's help. Everyone in the village knew Yang Zhu was a lavish spender, the simpleton son of a wealthy landlord. But no one knew that Yang Zhu had nearly sold off all his family's pigs. Every day, he would write letters to the city, sending along gold, silver, and treasures. Yet these letters seemed to vanish without a trace, as if swallowed by the sea. No response ever came. Yang Zhu didn't come from a wealthy family. In fact, he didn't even have a mother. So Yang Zhu just wanted to spend money recklessly to gain more friends. Until the moment he exhausted his entire fortune. Yang Zhu took out his last savings, the betrothal gifts he had prepared for his beloved. He pinned all his hopes on this awakener who had reached the sixth level. But then, the sixth level awakener kicked Yang Zhu in the head, then ground his shoe against Yang Zhu's hair, pressing it ruthlessly into the dirt. Pa! Who the hell do you think you are, daring to covet the woman of the Zhang family's young master? The sixth rank awakened spat a thick glob of phlegm onto Yang Zhu's face, pointing at his nose and cursing, you got lucky today. Young Master Zhang specifically asked to see you. Otherwise, before the Zhang family could lift a finger, I'd have crippled you first. Ren Xin withdrew his gaze and looked ahead at the main road. He flicked on the turn signal, maneuvered the steering wheel around a sharp curve, and continued driving along the broad road toward Misty Mountain. Just like that, Yang Zhu was taken to the Zhang family. Chapter 78 The Essential Factors for Awakening. Yang Zhu endured unimaginable humiliation and mockery in the Zhang family. In the end, he wasn't even granted an audience with Zhang Chentian before being thrown into a secret chamber. By that time, Xiao Yuan's child had already been born. The chubby little one was named Zhang Yuan. Xiao Yuan had become completely useless, so the Zhang family abandoned her in that secret chamber. The chamber held the torn halves of a corpse, with the deadly plague of the dead permeating every corner. The source of the corpse plague? Chen Xiao inquired. Exactly. The very source of the corpse plague, a thing that brings instant death upon contact. Yang Zhu turned his head and immediately saw the terror and despair in Yang Xiaoyuan's eyes. Do you know what Yang Zhu did? He consumed the origin of the corpse plague. At this point, Renshin suddenly paused and asked, do you know what the essential factor for awakening is? Electric shock or divine punishment? Chen Xiao muttered. To be honest, he truly didn't understand how people in this world typically awaken their abilities. Li Yandong had explained it before, but Chen Xiao had only grasped fragments of the explanation. Why could some people only awaken once or twice, while others manage to awaken dozens of times? Does shocking yourself once mean you'll awaken once? No, it's about absorbing mysterious radiation. Renshin deliberately paused with an air of profundity before casually stating, as the ancients said, the great Tao encompasses 50, nature derives 49. Thud! Chen Xiao kicked the seat and growled, keep pretending to be mysterious, and I swear I'll kill you right now. Ouch! The fat man leaned to one side, nearly losing grip of the steering wheel. Quickly straightening up, he chuckled sheepishly, hee, just adding a bit of atmosphere to spice things up. Ahem, mysterious radiation is the essential factor for awakening. Whether it's electric shocks or divine punishment, it's all to eliminate the mutated elements in the radiation and refine the body. For example, if you absorb 1 gram of mysterious radiation, there will be 2 possible outcomes for you. First, if your talents are insufficient and your foundation is unstable, you may fail to awaken and gain enough power. Then, you will be killed by the radiation. Second, you successfully awaken once and begin to mutate. At times like these, the importance of electric shocks and divine punishment becomes evident. Electric shocks and divine punishment can help eliminate mutations, allowing you to become a proper awakened individual. But suppose the eldritch radiation you absorbed wasn't just 1 gram, but an entire ton? I'm afraid most people would be instantly killed by such radiation, wouldn't they? The half-woman's corpse contained an immense amount of mysterious radiation. After consuming it, Yang Zhu actually awakened over 20 times and miraculously survived. My god, that's more than 20 awakenings. It must be said, Yang Zhu's talent is truly extraordinary. If it were my life mentor, they'd probably awaken at most 4 or 5 times before being killed by that mysterious radiation. Of course, Yang Zhu's awakening came at a price. He mutated, his entire body festering, oozing pus, covered in a slimy film. He looked like nothing more than a giant slug, as horrifying as one could imagine. Xiao Yuan was nearly scared out of her wits, flailing her fists and desperately pounding on Yang Zhu. Yang Zhu panicked and didn't fight back, just kept instinctively dodging, until he accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. Xiao Yuan's punch missed, and in her flustered state, she lost her footing and fell backward. Her head struck the stone platform where the female corpse lay, and blood gushed out like a spring. Perhaps because Xiao Yuan had just given birth and was physically weak to begin with, the impact actually killed her outright. It's said that Xiao Yuan's skull was half caved in at the back, his eyes bulging out, a terribly gruesome death. Yang Zhu went mad. He cradled the dead girl in his arms, smashed through the hidden chamber with a few punches, and slaughtered everyone in the Zhang family villa. That day, the Zhang residence truly became a river of blood and unbearable sight. Yang Zhu's outburst managed to stir up the taboo behind the Zhang family. Rumors say the Zhang family's taboo was an old general who had lived over 100 years and had awakened more than 20 times. But in the fierce battle with Yang Zhu, the Zhang family's taboo unexpectedly met his demise, defeated by Yang Zhu. This incident nearly turned the Zhang family into a laughingstock across the capital. Otherwise, the Zhang family wouldn't have let Zhang Tianfeng take control of power. But I digress. Let's continue. Yang Zhu's awakened ability is quite similar to the origin of the corpse plague. He can also unleash the corpse plague, resurrect decaying corpses, and even control those corpses to serve him. C-class mysterious creature, rotten corpse, B-class mysterious creature, white-haired flying corpse, and even A-class mysterious creature, rotten corpse general all received their designations during that time. After Yang Zhu slaughtered the Zhang family villa, he went to Misty Mountain. Back then, Misty Mountain wasn't called Misty Mountain yet, it was just an unnamed mountain sealed off by the authorities. As for why it was sealed off, it was because they'd excavated an old man's corpse there. The old man, like the severed female corpse, harbored an immense amount of radiation within his body. But there was something different about the old man compared to the female corpse, because not only did radiation fill the old man's body, but there were also traces of divine punishment. And shockingly, the old man's corpse had actually awakened. Exciting, isn't it? Many living people can't even achieve awakening. That old man's corpse actually awoke. His body absorbed an extreme amount of radiation, reaching the peak number of awakenings. And coincidentally, divine punishment struck his body, eliminating his mutations. Yet he endured the tempering of divine punishment. Not only did he not collapse, he reached an indestructible state instead. Speaking of which, I think you can guess why did Yang Zhu go to Misty Mountain. Once again, Rinchen fell victim to his professional habit. He paused mysteriously, his sly little eyes glancing at the rearview mirror inside the car, only to find that Chen Zhao's gaze seemed to grow colder. Alright, no need to guess. I'll spill it right now. Rinchen quickly picked up where he left off and explained, Yang Family Village has a custom where unmarried young women or men who died unjustly must be given a ghost marriage. Though Xiao Yuan was married, in Yang Zhu's eyes, it was as if she never married at all. After all, that Zhang Chentian doesn't even deserve to be called a human being. So, Yang Zhu intends to arrange a ghost marriage for Xiao Yuan. Since it's a ghost marriage, naturally we need an appropriate male corpse. Xiao Yuan's terrified, panic-stricken gaze before her death deeply disturbed Yang Zhu. Moreover, Yang Zhu was fully aware of his current appearance, so he believed he wasn't worthy of Xiao Yuan. Who should I turn to, then? Yang Zhu deeply loved Xiao Yuan, and he believed she must marry an exceptionally powerful man. Only then would she never suffer grievances in the next world. And so, Yang Zhu set his sights on that old man's corpse. No, there's a flaw in your logic. If Yang Zhu loved Xiao Yuan so much, why would he let her marry an old man? Chen Xiao widened his eyes, unable to suppress the memory of that elderly man in the elevator. Though the old man was quite formidable after all, he'd pulled his own scalp off in one swift motion. But still, given the old man's age, he was hardly a suitable match for the story's Yang Xiao Yuan. Exactly right. Yang Zhu was in such a foul mood at the time that he didn't give it much thought. But when he broke through the official blockade and found the old man's corpse, he abandoned that idea. Rounding a corner, Rinchen chuckled, otherwise, why would Yang Zhu have come to our city of Damu? Chapter 79, Mo Xiong's 3 pieces of good news. You mean Yang Zhu came for our master, exclaimed the six-eyed old man in astonishment. He quickly figured out the reasoning behind it. When Yang Zhu first created the zombie horde in Damu City, he had planned to take advantage of the chaos to steal Chen Zhao's corpse. After all, whose corpse could be stronger than that of the original ancestor? But for some unknown reason, Yang Zhu eventually gave up. Logically speaking, a mere great herding city should have been no match for Yang Zhu. Could it be? Could there be other hidden masters in Great Herding City? That's truly terrifying when you think about it. Ha! Rinchen glanced at six-eyed elder as if looking at a fool, furrowing his brow and saying, Old man, did a donkey kick your brain? That black cloth of yours must be covering not just your eyes, but your mind too. Yang Zhu came to Damu City for the patriarch's corpse. What does that have to do with your young master? I'll kill you. The six-eyed old man flew into a rage, his face flushed with anger, as his withered hand shot out to choke Rinchen's neck. This was the first time Chen Xiao had seen the six-eyed old man truly lose his composure. I have to admit, it's quite hilarious, ha ha ha. Chen Xiao couldn't help but laugh. What the hell are you doing? I'm driving here. Rinchen also got angry, gripping the steering wheel with his left hand while using his right hand to pull at old Six Eyes. Ahem, old servant, calm down first. To know nothing is no sin. Chen Xiao cleared his throat twice, stopping the six-eyed elder's dangerous behavior. Only then did the six-eyed elder withdraw his hand, his face pale with rage, forcing himself to calm down. Suppressing his anger, the six-eyed elder asked coldly, "Do you know who is sitting behind you?" "Ha, let me see." Rinshin immediately turned his head, squinting his small eyes as he scrutinized Chen Xiao. The van started jolting violently again, tilting left and right as if it might flip over any second. "Drive properly." Chen Xiao slapped Rinshin's chubby head back into place. Rinshin quickly regained his composure, steadied the steering wheel, and then had an epiphany. "I know, I recognize you. You're Chuihua's first love." Chen Xiao's smile instantly vanished. "Damn you to hell." Chen Xiao delivered a powerful kick, rocking the entire minivan twice. Maybe I got the wrong person." Rinshin quickly steadied the steering wheel and forced an apologetic smile. "Please don't take it to heart over someone like me. He's smart enough to know who's in charge here." The blindfolded old man looked like he had no skills to speak of, but the young master in the back seat was absolutely not to be trifled with. "No, you're such a big-shot life mentor, and you haven't even glanced at the news these past few days?" Chen Xiao asked in astonishment. "Don't you go online or browse short videos?" "I don't watch it. What news? At home I just sleep, drink water, go online sure, but I only chat with Suihua." Renshin grinned and chuckled, saying, Suihua is the most amusing." Unable to contain his deep emotions, a trickle of drool escaped from the corner of his mouth. But he quickly came to his senses, hurriedly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth before warily glancing at the rearview mirror. Though I like Suihua, nothing really happened between us, just some innocent chatting." "You're going to see her tonight, and you're calling it innocent chatting?" Chen Xiao couldn't help rolling his eyes, not buying a single word of Rinshin's excuse. No. Listen to me, even if I go to see her, it'd just be face-to-face talking, nothing else, honestly." "Wait a moment." Chen Xiao froze for a moment before suddenly snapping back to reality. His face darkened instantly as he hissed through clenched teeth. "Wait a minute, why are you explaining all this to me? I couldn't care less what happened between you and Suihua." Renshin shrank his neck slightly and gave an awkward chuckle. Didn't you just question me? I was afraid you might misunderstand." Boom! Chen Xiao's face remained stormy as a bolt of dark purple lightning split the night sky. He truly was feeling rather irritable. He'd nearly blasted Renshin to smithereens with divine retribution. Holy shit, thunder! Renshin's eyes widened in terror. Startled by the sudden noise, he instinctively clamped his legs together, wrapped his arms around his head, and collapsed onto the steering wheel. "God damn it, keep your eyes on the road." Under the pitch-black night sky, Mo Xiong was accompanied by Zhou Liang and another awakened individual named Zhao Yu who had undergone 4 awakenings. The 3 of them hobbled along the roadside. Out of dozens of followers from the past, only Zhou Liang and Zhao Yu remained now. Mo Xiong's heart was heavy. This mission to support the Mystery Investigation Bureau has practically drained him of all his savings. Come to think of it, he hasn't had a single smooth sailing moment since leaving the Mystery Investigation Bureau. But fortunately, today brought 3 pieces of good news to soothe Mo Xiong's wounded heart. First, the animal trainer told him that Chen Xiao was perfectly normal and had no interest in men. Everything that happened that day was just a misunderstanding. Second, this old friend of many years, the animal trainer, was still alive. All the rotting corpses in Damu City had been wiped out by an acid rain, successfully resolving the crisis. Third, there were the 2 precious treasures Mo Xiong was cradling in his arms. One was a jade purification vase radiating an aura of radiation, and the other was a mysterious flood dragon egg. These 2 treasures were both stolen by him from Six-Eyed Old Man's room. Awesome! It's such a relief. Mo Xiong couldn't help but chuckle at the memory. After being cooped up in Linqing district for so long, I could finally get back at the Shadow Eye organization. Mo Xiong watched as the Six-Eyed Elder left the Linqing district, apparently going to meet someone. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Xiong disguised himself as a mutant and stealthily slipped into the Six-Eyed Elder's room. Was that room 301, or some other number? Never mind. I can't recall. The entire 3rd floor of Building 2 was Six-Eyed Old Man's territory. Mo Xiong found quite a few good things inside: crystal bluegrass, gourmet gloves, jade purification vases, even flood dragon eggs. However, he didn't dare steal too much, fearing other mutants might notice, so he only took the most valuable items. In less than 10 minutes, they managed to steal back a jade vase and a flood dragon egg. Only after handing these 2 precious items over to Zhou Liang for safekeeping did Mo Xiong hastily rush to support the beast tamer. Following the resolution of the crisis in Great Pastoral City, Mo Xiong had Zhou Liang sneak back to retrieve both the jade vase and the flood dragon egg. He dared not return to the Linqing community anymore. So, Mo Xiong decided to take Zhou Liang and Zhao Yu, find a place to sell these 2 treasures, exchange them for a sum of money, and then find a small corner to lay low, waiting for his comeback. Thus, the 3 strode along this desolate road, carrying their last remaining assets. just as Mo Xiong was making his little plans. Suddenly, a dilapidated van sped past. Perhaps it was because the night was too dark, the driver failed to spot the three shadowy figures of Mo Xiong and his companions, and simply drove straight past them without noticing. Mo Xiong was startled, his hands trembled, and the two treasures in his arms fell to the ground. Snap! The jade purification bottle shattered on the spot, releasing a wave of radiant energy. F***CK. What kind of F***king driving is that? Mo Xiong flew into a rage, hopping mad with uncontrollable curses. But he couldn't spare a moment to chase the minivan, for the dragon egg was already rolling away with a gulu-gulu sound, quickly vanishing into the distance. If we don't find it soon, the dragon egg will fall into the sewer and be lost forever. Zhou Liang, Zhao Yu, protect the egg. Mo Xiong roared. The three of them charged toward the dragon egg together. But just as they were about to reach the dragon egg, boom! A divine retribution bolt struck down, hitting the dragon egg precisely. No! Mo Xiong let out a cry of despair, standing rooted to the spot in shock, watching helplessly as the divine retribution struck the dragon egg. Then, a faint crack sound followed. The egg cracked. Chapter 80, The Crevice Scroll 001. Night, 2:30. Chen Xiao, with his eyes closed, leaned against the seat, seemingly already asleep. La la la, la la la. Ren Shin hummed cheerfully as he drove the minibus with great enthusiasm. He seemed to have completely forgotten he was rushing to meet his death. Stop that ing already, sounds like ghosts wailing. The six-eyed elder couldn't help but furrow his brows and said gravely, disturb the master, and you'll die. La 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 la. Ren Shin deliberately raised his voice, even shooting a disdainful glance at the six-eyed elder. Don't get cocky, old man. Trying to rhyme with me, huh? Let me tell you something, it's not certain which of us will die first. From the looks of it, you don't have many years left anyway. The six-eyed elder fell silent. After a moment, the six-eyed elder said, I admit I was blind. Nonsense. If you weren't blind, why would you have that black cloth covering your eyes? Ren Shin directly interrupted the six-eyed elder's words, sneering, trying to look cool? The great dark sky or something, right? Damn it, can't you let me finish my sentence? The six-eyed elder's veins bulged, his face radiating unprecedented murderous intent as he growled, who the hell are you? You deliberately let yourself get caught, what's your game? What nonsense about letting myself get caught? Look at your swollen pride. If I hadn't taken pity on your old age and left you stranded on the road, I'd have kicked you right into the gutter ages ago. Ren Shin shook his chubby cheeks proudly and declared, as for this young master's identity, hear my name and tremble with fear. My designation Agent 001. Are you the progenitor? The six-eyed elder's face was full of astonishment, his expression turning peculiar. What progenitor? How could I compare to the great progenitor? I'm Crevice Scroll 001. Ren Shin once again looked at the six-eyed elder with the eyes of someone regarding an idiot. The six-eyed elder practically had question marks written all over his face. But after freezing for a brief moment, the six-eyed elder suddenly changed expressions and exclaimed, are you that mesmerizing ginseng from 200 years ago? What kind of name is seductive ginseng? I'm male, no, I'm a man. What kind of terrible name did you give me? Ren Shin's expression instantly darkened as he angrily retorted, all I do is influence others' emotions. You can call me ginseng mentor or psychological ginseng, anything but seductive ginseng. Who exactly have I seduced? Wait, you've time-traveled over 200 years and only awakened twice? And you even fell out from a rift. The six-eyed old man was dumbfounded. Even by the standards of the poorest scrolls, you'd barely rate as a C-tier mysterious creature. You're not even as good as a shapeshifter. Hey! Ren Shin was genuinely furious this time. He slapped the steering wheel and roared, old man, do you even know how to speak? This is what I call going with the flow, letting nature take its course. I never force anything I do. To quote Suehua, this is what I call, heaven has endowed me with talents that must be put to use, but I'll lie down as long as I can. Going by what you've said, that Suehua does seem quite talented. The six-eyed elder took a moment to compose himself before asking, so, all those stories you told earlier, were they all from Suehua? No, those were Yang Zhu. Ren Shin was halfway through his sentence when suddenly realizing something was amiss, he quickly corrected himself, saying, those were things I found out myself. No way, like hell you found out yourself. Chen Xiao couldn't hold back anymore. He opened his eyes and snapped irritably, the beast tamer doesn't know who's behind the corpse tide, and the entire Mystic Investigation Bureau of Damu City is clueless about Yang Zhu's story. Where did you hear about it? Holy crap! Ren Shin was startled and hastily turned his head. Young master, weren't you asleep? With you blabbering non-stop, who could sleep? Anyone would think there's a ghost haunting this car. Chen Xiao felt like killing Ren Shin, but then he reconsidered, this twice awakened, perpetually sleepy fatso who only knew to look for Tsuehua. Forget it, the kid seems quite naive, can't even tell a proper lie, probably not dangerous at all. Might as well keep him around as a joke, otherwise people might accuse me of being trigger-happy again. Sigh. Renshin sighed helplessly and admitted truthfully, those stories were all told to me personally by Yang Zhu. The reason I wanted to lie was because I was afraid Yang Zhu would come after me. Renshin's face was twisted in misery, his small eyes brimming with resentment. At the time I promised Yang Zhu I'd keep his secret, he lamented, but now I've told you every single detail, even Yang Xiaoyuan's story, and with just this last little bit left, you still insist on prying it out of me. Who wants to hear all those details of yours, huh? I just asked what Yang Zhu had to do with Misty Mountain. You could have just said outright that Misty Mountain is Yang Zhu's territory and he wanted to turn the old man's corpse into a puppet. Who cares about Yang Xiaoyuan's story? Chen Xiao held his forehead, feeling sorry for that Yang Zhu from Misty Mountain. Living a whole life, first being treated like a monkey by fellow villagers, then beaten like a ghost by the one I loved, and in the end, betrayed by a fat ginseng root. Renshin had just been passionately and animatedly recounting the story, hardly appearing as though he was helping Yang Zhu keep a secret. Fortunately, Renshin only knew how to eat, drink, sleep, and chat with Cuihua every day. Otherwise, Yang Zhu's secrets, who knows how many people might already be aware of them. Renshin gave a sheepish smile and decided to drop the pretense. Once, he said, I was bored out of my mind when the black and white gate happened to descend, so I thought I'd take a little stroll through it. As a result, I happened to see Yang Zhu, his body festering and covered in slime, standing beneath the black and white gate. Half dead, he fought desperately to withstand a divine punishment, using its power to eliminate the mutation. I was dumbfounded, and then that wretched creature caught me, insisting on using me to brew wine. Fortunately, I possess formidable oratorical talent, appealing to his emotions and reasoning with him, delivering an emotional counseling session that struck right at his heart. You wouldn't believe it, but that day I actually moved him to tears. Yang Zhu tearfully recounted his experience between sobs, then said after finishing his cry he'd stew me, only that way could I keep the secret forever. Luckily Cuihua showed up in time, otherwise I'd have already turned into Yang Zhu's fertilizer. Just thinking about it terrifies me. I refuse to keep that immoral bastard's secret anyway. Chen Zhao's lips twitched as he said, no wonder you looked so terrified when I told you to go to Misty Mountain. Yeah right, if you weren't forcing me, I wouldn't go at all. Cuihua isn't here with me now, what if that bastard Yang Zhu really stews me alive? Renshin put on a miserable face. With that fat head and big ears of yours, one pot definitely couldn't hold all of you. Chen Xiao grinned, his mood apparently much better than a few hours ago. It had to be said, this plump ginseng really had a talent for stirring emotions, calling it a psychiatric ginseng wouldn't be unfair at all. Chen Xiao sighed inwardly and couldn't help but ask casually, since Cuihua isn't by your side, how dare you agree to follow me to the Misty Mountain? At first I was scared by you, but after seeing what you really look like, I stopped being afraid. It's fine without Cuihua because I have you here. Renshin chuckled naively and said, Cuihua told me that if I ever met you one day, I could completely trust you. After all, you were her first love, the only man she ever truly cared about. Right, Chen Xiao?